Be a Killer from a Full-Time Hunter Chapter 1 to 20. Chapter 1 _ Unfamiliar alley. He tilde. The sound of rapid breathing came from it. The kitchen waste piled up at the entrance of the alley has begun to emit an unpleasant stench under the high temperature of Yu-Chu. Damn, in the end, why in the end? The panic in his heart made the man hiding in this alley breathe short of breath. Jalaipu Milai tried his best to hide his body in the angle between the telephone pole and the garbage, so as to avoid those who came after him finding out. The pain from the calf and the feeling of weakness in the whole body made Jalaipu know that the wound on his leg was the main culprit that caused his weakness. Although it was his first experience, he had seen the same painful scene in the underground arena before. The sound of fisting to the flesh, the blood spilled on the ring, the cheers in the audience. The feast of that meeting can be said to make him remember. What is sad is that he, Jalaipu Milai, will encounter the same situation in his lifetime. His head was dizzy for a while, and his vision began to blur. He is aware of the current crisis. If he doesn't deal with it, even if he escapes the pursuers, he will surely die in this lonely alley due to excessive blood loss. But, damn it, who is it, who did the hand of the Milai family? However, even escaping was in such a hurry, where should he get the medicine that could cure him? The wailing of the defeated dog was whispering in this alley. Milai family. The most mysterious family in Milai City, according to legend, this family has lived here since the establishment of Milai City. Although this statement cannot be verified, the name of a city can be named after a family name, which shows the influence of its family on the city. Gary Pu Milai. The son of the current patriarch of the Milai family, he exists under one person in Milai City and over 10,000 people. But all this is over. A week ago, due to the start of the annual family celebration, all the Milai people returned to Milai City. At this moment, a large number of people outside the family died, attracting the attention of the Milai family. Although only some peripheral members died, it was up to the owner to beat the dog. At such a critical time, this kind of incident is undoubtedly repeatedly slapping the face of the Milai family. Furious, the masters of Milai City began to use their means. In just one day, the city fell into a state of martial law. However, it was of no use. The killing continues. When the patrolman who had finished patrolling the night, returned to the police station in Milai City, he saw rows of corpses. The Milai family also changed from being arrogant at the beginning to being worried and fearful later. Not for anything else, but for the dozens of clansmen who die every night. They are afraid that after they sleep and close their eyes, they will never be able to open them again. Only under the protection of the guards could they reluctantly rest for a while. But what should come will still come. The constant corpses every day stimulate every Milai. The guards they hired at a high price did not play the expected role at all, but accompany them to sleep together. Fortunately, this ordeal finally came to an end after a week. Because there is no one left to die in the Milai family, they naturally won't feel tormented. Congratulations. Except for Jalaipu Milai. Jalaipu Milai, in his daily life, enjoys nothing but enjoyment. This time, in order to be able to buy his favorite treasure in Ukexin City, he went to the auction in person. However, when he spent 2 billion yuan to successfully photograph a pair of twin slaves, a phone call ended his aristocratic career. Bankrupt, his family went bankrupt. The properties of tens of billions of Buddhist nuns vanished out of thin air overnight. All the real estate was dealt with at a low price, all the properties were packaged and sold to competitors, and the collection of the clan for 100 years had also disappeared. What will happen to the high-ranking young patriarch of the Milai family who loses the blessing of the family? The originally close and cooperative families revealed their minions and tried their best to devour the remaining assets of the Milai family. Although the big head is gone, there is still some soup left, and these are enough to drive the jackals crazy. As for Jalaipu Milai, a destitute young patriarch, who cares? No, those ordinary people who have been bullied by him will not forget the darkness of the Milai family. The Milai family, who acted as the emperor in Milai city, oppressed and persecuted the city, was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. In order to be able to enjoy themselves, black and white, as long as they can make money, the Milai family all intervene. Of course, this oppression will continue if the Malay remain as strong as they have been in the past. However, the Milai family, who had been pressing on the people's heads, had perished, and the thought that they didn't dare to think suddenly appeared. So, soon as he returned to Milai city, Jelaipu Milai was hunted down by the people. Under the roundup of thousands of people, he could only run away like a wild dog. But, damn it, who is it, who did the hand of the Milai family? The wailing of the defeated dog was whispering in this alley. Found it. Here it is. The bloodstains shed when escaping revealed his escape route, which also successfully attracted the attention of the pursuers. In the end, the small alley squeezed in a few hundred people abruptly, and outside the alley, there were more people surrounding it. Quote. At this moment, the people of Mile City abandoned their kindness and crowded in the middle of the crowd, just to be able to punch and kick more. Under the siege of the crowd, Jelaipu Milai only lasted for 3 seconds, and before he could leave a harsh word, he died tragically in this nameless alley. At this point, the family that had occupied Mile City for hundreds of years had completely disappeared. Those who stay here are just some sad people who have suffered pain. Far away. A small second-floor villa. Ding! The binding conditions have been completed, and the dimensional inheritance system has been successfully bound. A figure admires his masterpiece. Chapter 2 _ The binding conditions are completed, I feel relaxed . Feeling the voice coming out of his mind, the figure smiled wanton. Yi, this is his name. It has been a year since he crossed over to the 14-year-old ready-to-killer who was born on Meteor Street. Yi felt both pain and luck when he crossed over to the juvenile killer. The painful thing is that his time travel was not his original intention. He just swiped a video of a full-time hunter when he was bored, and he came to this world inexplicably, such a high-risk world. However, compared to the world of Dragon Ball, Naruto, and pirates, the world of hunters may be a lot safer. And luckily for him, the time he passed through was very friendly to him. After completing 3 years of killer training, the predecessor embarked on the first assassination mission of his life. However, accidents always happen inadvertently. Just when the predecessor successfully killed the mission target, it disturbed the minders who were eating by the roadside. The disturbed telepath just stretched out his hand and waved, and his predecessor was seriously injured. But years of training, coupled with the will of the predecessor who survived in Meteor Street, has been tempered. The pain that caused him to suppress his body forced him to escape back to the secret stronghold of the organization. As for the disturbed mind, after an attack on the predecessor, there is no other action. Perhaps for him, this thought attack was enough as punishment. Although the organization treated the predecessor in time, the residual chi in the body is not so easy to get rid of, which requires a special mind to do it. Unfortunately, this stronghold is only one of the many small strongholds of the organization, and there are no people with the ability to read. In the end, the predecessor could only be pronounced dead in the helpless eyes of the doctor. However, no one thought that at this moment, Yi crossed over. My heart, which had stopped beating, miraculously started beating again. The doctor who was about to leave stopped in surprise. And the first thing Yi saw in this world was the doctor's face blooming like a chrysanthemum. Along with it, there are various conditions that the binding system needs to complete. On the other side, the agreed meeting point. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the only moonlight at night was also blocked by it. In the hidden woods, a young girl was leaning against a locomotive, playing with her mobile phone boredly. Originally, the dark clouds blocked the moonlight, making the girl's face invisible. However, the faint light of the mobile phone lit up faintly, but unfortunately, the light of the mobile phone was too weak to be fully displayed. Ah tilde, it's so slow. Just solve it as I said. It's a waste of time to have to play some games. The girl who was playing with the phone couldn't help complaining after seeing the time on the phone inadvertently. When I completed the task before, didn't it all look like a cold-blooded creature? Why did I have to cooperate with me? So I have to be so ink. I really don't know why number 12 and number 13 are so respected by number 1. Quote. As if thinking of unhappy memories, the girl's tone of complaint became a bit heavier. It's just that she didn't notice the gradually approaching figure behind her. It is clear that I have completed no less tasks than number 1, but they are always praising number 1 on the 12th. Really, I really don't understand them. Maybe it can't stop. The girl's mouth is still talking. And Yi, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The killers in the organization are assigned killer codes from 1 to 13 according to the strength of each batch of training. Yi was the strongest being in his group, so he naturally won number 1, while the one in front of him who had less to go, was of medium strength, and was assigned the code of number 8. However, Yi never imagined that his mission partner this time would usually look aloof and cold, but he would look like this in private. There's really no way to link the two together. Number 8, get ready to go. Not wanting to pay attention to it, Yi's cold voice came out of his mouth to call the attention of the motorcycle girl in front of him. However, what he didn't expect was that at the moment when he opened his mouth, the thunder that had accumulated for a long time in the sky suddenly sounded, intertwined with his voice. Boom tilde rumble. A flash of lightning pierced the sky, followed by an earth-shattering thunder that seemed to shatter the entire universe. The moment the lightning flashed across the sky, it passed over the girl's head. Brings a moment of brightness. And the girl's face is also exposed here. His face was as white and tender as a baby, with a touch of baby fat, and under the bridge of his nose were rosy lips, like 2 pink petals that were opening. But the most eye-catching thing is the pair of bright eyes. The purple pupils seem to have strange magic power, which can attract people's attention. The only fly in the ointment may be the short green hair. In Yi's aesthetic, green has never been a good color. Ah! Before I could think about why there was that nasty voice in the thunder, the girl named number 8 slammed her head and squatted in defense. The locomotive she was leaning on fell towards the girl in this sudden panic. Although the girls have undergone 3 years of training, most of them learn how to use their physical advantages to complete tasks. Therefore, there is not much difference between the body and ordinary people. If you were unsuspectingly pressed by a locomotive like this, you would inevitably be injured. The girl who held her head and squatted in defense, after instinctively squatting, also felt the fall of the motorcycle beside her. However, it was too late. At such a close distance, even she couldn't escape. Just as the girl closed her eyes in despair and waited for the locomotive to press on her body, the cold voice coming from beside her suddenly opened her eyes. What caught the girl's eyes was a slender hand full of calluses, which made her raise her head subconsciously. Familiar faces come into view. Under a black top hat, long silver-purple hair is draped behind him, hiding charming eyes and charming eyebrows. Between the eyes, the pair of pupils are cut like green gems, and the purple waves and ripples appear slightly, and the emperor is fierce and ruthless. Don't be in a daze, get up and go. But it was the number 1 she had been complaining about before, and the girl's face was instantly flushed. Of course, the so-called sudden temptation doesn't exist, it's just that the girl thought that she was talking to the other party in private just now, and he appeared in front of her the next moment. What I said just now, number 1 should, probably didn't hear it. Holding the hand in front of her stiffly, she stood up with strength. The girl pretended to be cold, as if she wanted to take everything that happened just now. But her mind was screaming wildly. It's a pity. Yi just came back here when she started complaining. Why are you in a daze? Let's go, there is another task. The girl who was too lazy to pay attention to the constant brainstorming, Yi rode on the locomotive that was helped by herself, ready to rush to complete the next task. He just completed the character inheritance extraction, but he is in need of human heads to unlock the inheritance. Thinking of the inherited characters he had just picked up when he came here, Yi reached out and pressed down the top hat on his head. Ding! The binding conditions have been completed, and the dimensional inheritance system has begun to bind. The dimensional inheritance system is successfully bound. Randomly draw dimension inheritance. Then, countless phantoms flashed in front of Yi. Ding! Draw result. Ichimaru Silver. Host, Night 1. World, Full-Time Hunter. Number of inheritances, 1. Inherited figure, Ichimaru Jin. Unlock progress, 0%. Spiritual pressure, 10. Ability mastery, Shunpo beginner. For the first time to unlock the ability, the unlock progress needs to be 5%. The system panel is simple and easy to understand at a glance. I just got the inheritance of Ichimaru Silver, and now the unlocking progress is still 0%, so I shouldn't have any ability to master it. But perhaps because of the high degree of fit with the inheritance, Yi acquired the ability of Shunpo the moment he drew the Ichimaru Silver inheritance. Although it was elementary, it was better than nothing. As for the use effect, since Yi came to number 8's aside, she didn't notice it at all. This ability is indeed the ability used by the god of death. Of course, it is not ruled out that the strength of number 8 is too weak. Boom tilde boom tilde. Along with a roar, the locomotive with the far lights roared out of the woods and headed for the next target. Ah, you drive slower tilde. As the locomotive moved away, a faint sound could be heard. Although at the beginning of time travel, Yi was panicked by the fact that he came to this strange world, and he was also confused by the guilt after killing people. But over time, the discomfort of killing has become a thing of the past. A year later, Yi inherited the work of the predecessor killer. One is to be able to quickly control this new body, and the other is for better living conditions. It doesn't matter that the killer organization he belongs to is not big, but the division into something is still very good. To perform an assassination mission, you only need to give the organization % of the commission. For each task, the organization will provide various information about the target to the task recipient for free. Know that buying information from the outside world is not a small sum of money. Chapter 3_ Republic of Batokia. City of Chaos. Pung. Accompanied by a beam of fire from the muzzle of the sniper rifle, the fat man in the banquet hall of the high-rise building in the distance fell to the ground with a splatter of blood, startling a crowd of famous ladies. However, these have nothing to do with Yi completing the task. To him, this man is nothing but his mission target. Perhaps at most a provider of progress in unlocking a character. Thinking of this, Yi glanced at the character unlocking progress from % to 3.3%. Sighing lightly, this is a way of killing the mission target in exchange for the character's unlocking progress. Although it is faster than the exercise, it is not much faster. Task completed, call it a day and leave. Yoichi, who completed the assassination mission from another building, greeted the girl who was also aiming with a sniper rifle. If the target of the mission is an ordinary person, Yi will usually use a sniper rifle directly to complete the assassination. Only when there are strong guards around the mission target will he sneak into the mission target in person. Like a poisonous snake, lurking in the dark, until the target of the mission revealed a flaw, he killed it with one blow without hesitation. This time, in order to avoid missing, even if there was only one target, the two chose to aim at the same time. In this way, even if Yi made a mistake and did not kill the target, the girl could still make up for the knife at the first time. Hearing Yaiki's words, the lying girl released the sniper rifle in her hand and quickly dismantled it. It took a moment to restore it to the state of the parts, and so did Yoichi on the side. The last task has also been completed. Next, I will have to rest for at least half a year before continuing to accept the task. It's really comfortable . 8th moved his stiff body and stretched contentedly. The beauty of the figure is displayed wantonly, but I didn't see it overnight. During the 3-year training, Yi Yi's predecessor had already been able to restrain his own impulses, and Yi Yi, who inherited everything from his predecessor, naturally incorporated this restraint into his instincts. Of course, the main reason is that similar situations have happened many times during their relationship this month. After a while, the two quickly left the place. It has been a month since the last time I completed the mission of eliminating the Milai family, and this time, I have completed a total of 5 assassination missions. For the killer world, it is considered a high yield. After all, every assassination has a lot of commissions, so most killers will not choose to perform assassination missions several times in a row. No one can guarantee success every time. And the cost of failure is so great that no one can afford it. Therefore, after each task, entertainment is the mainstream. In the killer world, this is called carnival. The reason why the two of them continued to take assassination missions is very simple. Number 8 took a fancy to the Yukushin auction next year, which requires a lot of money. Number 8 clearly told Yi Yi. Yi Yi is to speed up the unlocking of inheritance, but it does use his own practice as an excuse to the outside world. Of course, number 8 must not believe this reason, but with such a thigh to hug, she wouldn't really care. As for why Yi Yi took her on the mission, Yi Yi said that it is better to have someone talk than nothing. Next, I have to go to the resort to have a good rest. When the auction is about to start, I will go directly to Yukushin. Just as number 8 kept talking to himself, the two had already left the building just now, and their leisurely appearances did not look like killers who had just completed the assassination mission. Instead, it's more like a parent taking their child out for a walk. For the next section of the road, number 8 kept talking by himself, while Yi Yi, like a qualified receiver, didn't speak a word. Since the truth about his talkativeness was exposed, number 8 gave up being a cold-faced lady, and instead obeyed his own heart. Continuously launch magic attacks on Yaiki. But what number 8 didn't notice was that although Yi Yi was walking beside her, the eyes in his eyes were a little broken. Half an hour later, the two left the hustle and bustle of the city center and came to a dilapidated ruin. At this time, Yi Yi, consciousness has returned. Really, why is the stronghold here hidden in such a dilapidated place, every time I come back? The girl was still complaining. It automatically filtered out the noise in the ears, and jumped away from the place a few nights. Wait for me, number 1. Unexpectedly, Yi Yi would suddenly leave, and after the girl shouted in panic, she hurriedly chased in Yi Yi's direction. However, her strength is only similar to that of ordinary people, and she cannot leave this ruins with a few jumps like Yi Yi. The other side. Yaiki has passed the secret entrance behind the ruins and entered the stronghold to submit this mission. When the girl came to Yi Yi's side in embarrassment, the girl found that the number 1 who graduated at the same time as her was holding a reward for a new task. There was also a famous receptionist wearing a waiter uniform, but his sturdy figure of about 1.8 meters, matched with the waiter uniform, there was nothing wrong with him. No one will continue to accept tasks after a month of continuous tasks. Maybe the girl was worried about the existence of other people nearby, and just complained in her mind. Looking at Yi Yi who was on the mission, he felt the arrival of the girl beside him, and glanced slightly. However, that's all, just a glance, and Yi Yi's attention returned to the task at hand. However, judging from Yi Yi's slightly wrinkled brows, the goal of this mission may not be simple. After a while, after some consideration, Yi Yi's brows relaxed. This task, I took it. The cold voice came out again, but no one cared. Almost all those who work as killers are so cold, and the receptionist has long been used to it. Adhering to the principle of service with a smile, he took over the task at night to register. This is to avoid the same task being accessed by multiple killers within the organization, resulting in unnecessary waste of resources. The girl on the side was a little curious, who was the target of Yi Yi's mission, which made him frown. While the receptionist was registering, the girl tiptoed aside and glanced curiously. Well, I didn't see it, I was taking a look. Yi looked at the curious girl, and didn't bother to say anything about the killer's code, so he tried his best to ignore it. However, the receptionist blocked the girl's sight. After a lot of hard work, I just saw a few pieces of information. Sky Arena, Master of Budokan, Miko. Chapter 4_. A week later. Yi came to the city where the Sky Arena is located. Sky Arena, the highest fighting arena in the world for hunters. Sky Arena has 251 floors and a height of 991 meters, making it the fourth tallest building in the world. The tower is full of fighting arenas. The entire Sky Arena until the 200th floor is based on the 10th floor. Only those who win can advance to the upper floors. Viewers from all over the world exceed 1 billion each year, and more than 4,000 challengers line up at the registration desk every day. PS directly to Baidu. After arriving in the city, Yi walked directly towards the Sky Arena. Sky Arena is 991 meters, so that Yi does not need to ask passersby for its address. The moment he entered the city, he could clearly see a strangely shaped stick-shaped building, like a stick, going straight into the sky. As for why he went to the Sky Arena, it was because of his mission goal this time. Mission Objective Bert Knighton. Target Introduction. Players on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena are good at using boxing techniques. There is a martial arts gym near the Sky Arena to teach their own boxing techniques. Open black lens bracket. Danger level. Close black lens bracket, S. Task amount 1 billion ringtones. 6 levels, SS, S, A, B, C, and D according to the ease of completing the task. In the past year, Yi, the highest level task completed, was only A level. However, the mission target this time is S level, which is why he frowns when he accepts the mission. Yi, who has seen the original plot, naturally knows the secret of the Sky Arena above the 200th floor, the ability to think. The first half of the Sky Arena is just a place for ordinary people to play. Above 200 floors is the true face of the Sky Arena. The mission introduction did not indicate in detail that he was a minder, but if he could stay on the 200th floor, there was no need to guess. And the 200th floor, because it's a psychic, so the difficulty level is S level. It has been a year since he came to this world, and Yi naturally fantasized about being able to awaken his mind. However, in this year's time, he has been able to completely master this body, which is already a remarkable progress, and there is no extra time to give himself the ability to awaken. Although Yi is now successfully bound to the system, the benefits brought by the inheritance of the characters at present are not much improved for Yi. So in order to improve himself as soon as possible in a short period of time, Yi thought of the existence of Nian. And taking this task this time, I also hope that it can help me to open my mind and speed up the progress of unlocking the character inheritance, so as to pass the initial stage of the character inheritance. You must know that the Sky Arena can be regarded as the holy place of fighting in the hunter world. Thousands of martial artists come to sign up for the competition every day. This also means that a lot of inheritance unlocks are waiting for Yi. Of course, the mission goal is also very important, but before the ability to wake up, Yi believes that the premise of completing the mission is to ensure the safety of his own life. If it is really impossible to complete this task, Yi will naturally choose to give up. Half an hour later, Yi came to the bottom of the Sky Arena. At the registration office, the players who came to register for today's competition were already lined up in a line of more than 10 meters long. If you have to wait in line honestly, you might have to wait a few hours. Of course, this is only a low-level competition. For a high-level competition, you can go directly to the service station on the current floor to register. At the registration desk at the front of the team, there is also a loudspeaker introducing the new contestants. Sky Arena is a paradise for fighting fans from all over the world. It has 251 floors and a height of 991 meters, making it the fourth tallest tower in the world. Rise to after the floor, it is the landlord. A few hours later. After a long wait, it finally came to the night. In the process of queuing, everyone lined up honestly, and there was no such thing as a line-cutting link. As for Yi Yi, although the waiting process is very boring, for a killer like Yi Yi, getting used to being boring is also a kind of cultivation. The young lady at the registration office directly handed Yi Yi a form, and there was a life and death certificate on the back of the form. The competition in the Sky Arena attracted many martial artists, and between fists and feet, it was inevitable that they would not be able to hold back, so life and death was still necessary. In this way, once someone dies during the challenge, it has nothing to do with the Sky Arena. He reached out and took the form, which contained information such as name, age, place of birth, and length of martial arts practice. However, since it is not necessary to fill in all the information, after filling in a name, this form is returned to the hands of the young lady. After taking a look at the form, the young lady still smiled. Mr. Yi, this is your number plate. Please enter the arena to play when the horn calls your number. He took a note with the number 1267 and went to the waiting area to wait. After entering the waiting area, there are already many contestants waiting for the game. However, after scanning the night one by one, there were no players worthy of his attention. Of course, this doesn't mean that these players are all garbage. It can only be said that the strength of Yi Yi after the killer training is far from the same level of these people. Among his peers, he can be compared with him, that is, the peculiar glutathione. After not finding an opponent who could raise his interest, Yi Yi found a corner to sit down, closed his eyes and waited quietly for the loudspeaker to call him. Half an hour has passed. The surrounding players were constantly shouted their numbers and walked towards the arena. But Yi Yi was not in a hurry, just closed his eyes and waited quietly. Next moment. Ding! Players number 1267 and number 1185, please go to the number 2 arena in Zone A to compete. The horn sounded 3 times in a row. Yi Yi and a tall muscular man not far from him stood up at the same time. The sight of the tall muscular man subconsciously looked towards Yi Yi. Obviously he didn't expect his opponent to be a teenager. Surprise, for tall and muscular men, this is simply a gift from God. Yi Yi ignored the tall muscular man who was enjoying himself in place, and walked straight towards the arena. The first floor of the Sky Arena can be said to be the floor with the largest number of games in the entire Sky Arena. Every martial artist who came to the Sky Arena to compete for the first time was the first match on the first floor. Therefore, the referees on the first floor of the Sky Arena are also responsible for judging the strength of the players in this competition, so as to allocate their promotion floors. When they came to the designated ring, the tall and muscular man also boarded the ring together. It's just that you have a small arm and a calf to actually come to participate in the competition in the Sky Arena. I really don't know what to do. Standing on the ring, the tall muscular man looked at Yi Yi, which was more convenient. It is convenient for him to provoke Yi Yi without knowing his life or death. Yi Yi wasn't angry, and faced with a rookie who couldn't tell the strength of the enemy from me, he wouldn't be angry because of it. The referee standing by the side did not stop it. After all, provocation is also a tactic. The game begins. Chapter 5 _. The referee did not delay. After informing the rules of the game, he immediately announced the start of the game. As the referee on the first floor of the Sky Arena, he is responsible for an unknown number of games a day, but he has no time to waste here. Moreover, after being a referee for a long time for the first time, he also has his own opinions. Yi Yi's expression did not change in the slightest despite the opponent's provocation, and he obviously had enough confidence in himself. The referee announced the start, but the tall, muscular man did not rush towards Yi Yi in a hurry, but instead moved his body in place. You guys are lucky, you met me in the first game. No, it should be said that I am lucky. After the tall muscular man finished moving his body, he jumped in small steps on the spot. This pose looks like a boxer. Although my opponent is a teenager, I won't show mercy. If you want to blame it, blame yourself for participating in the competition. As soon as the voice fell, the muscular man's left foot stomped forward. It was accompanied by a swift and powerful right straight punch from the muscular man. Under the sudden attack, the muscular man believed that his fist could blow Yiki's head. At this moment, he can already think of the scene of his victory. On the other side, Yi looked at the fist that was hitting him, lightly, and his body slanted to the left at will, avoiding the fatal blow. Next moment. Whoosh. Shunpo. With a tap on his feet, Yi's figure disappeared directly in place. And when he reappeared, he was already in front of this tall, muscular man, grabbing his throat with one hand and holding him above his head. Speaking one more word, crushing your throat. The voice was cold and low. At the same time, a murderous aura emanated from Yi's body. In the year when he was a killer, he killed no 1,000 but 500 people. After all, there are some tasks, and silence is the norm. Murderous or something, he can send and receive freely. Although Yi didn't care about this kind of garbage, the contempt in his eyes made Yi annoyed. As a garbage, you should have the awareness of garbage. Even though he couldn't tell the difference in strength between the enemy and me, he still looked at him with that kind of eyes, which really made Yi couldn't bear it any longer. Cough, cough. With his throat strangled, the tall muscular man was completely unable to speak, and could only barely cough a few times. When Yi crossed over, he was only 14 years old, and his body had not fully grown. Now he is almost 1.65 meters tall, and the muscular man in his hand is nearly 2 meters tall. With the current height, doing this kind of action will undoubtedly look very funny to outsiders. Ho tilde ho. Let go, let me go, I was wrong. The muscular man is no longer arrogant, and now prays to Yi with a painful face. He really couldn't figure out why the child in front of him had such terrifying strength. But the pain in his throat and the murderous aura coming towards him made him understand that he had messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with. The audience in the stand in the distance was also attracted by Yi's move. Seeing him lift such a muscular man with such a small body, they all cast surprised glances, and at the same time, some people were talking about it. Hey, this kid is too terrifying, he just lifted up such a strong man with one hand so casually. Wait, the man who was raised with one hand seems to be the champion of the last national heavyweight boxer. It was so easy to be subdued, this. Someone recognized this strong man who was raised by Yi with one hand. In this world where violence prevails, there are always people who pay attention to some strange things. When the muscular man heard that his identity was recognized, his face suddenly turned ashen. He knew that if word got out that he had been dealt with by a kid, his future boxing career would be over. He didn't dare to gamble, and he couldn't gamble. Damn, no, I can't just sit still. After changing his previous obedience, the muscular man's expression instantly became fierce. Go to hell, kid. He was a little slurred as his throat was caught by Yi. But his meaning is clearly expressed through his facial expressions and actions. Under the pressure of losing his future, he broke through Yi's murderous aura. His left hand suddenly stretched out and slapped Yi's hand on his throat away, while his right hand clenched his fist violently and quickly struck Yi. When the onlookers saw this, they were not afraid of making noises. I'll just say, he's a boxing champion. Come on, fuck him. Nice job. Let this kid know what the cruelty of the Sky Arena is. The muscular man heard the encouragement around him and became more confident. Little devil, whoever came to the Sky Arena without all teeth, I will educate you on behalf of your family. Having said that, his strength was strong enough to kill an ordinary person. Obviously, he didn't just want to teach Yi a lesson. However, an ordinary boxing champion just wants to hurt Yi. Do not make jokes. Hey tilde. The sound of several objects being cut is heard around. The muscular body stopped suddenly. The onlookers widened their eyes. They only vaguely saw something flashing in the air, and the muscular man's movements stopped. As for the knight, he ignored the corpse in front of him, just took out a piece of paper from his body and wiped the blood on his hands. Pat tilde. The muscular man's body was instantly dismembered into dozens of pieces after Yi walked away. A lot of blood flowed on the ground. Red, yellow, white, all kinds of unknown objects are particularly obvious under the sunlight. Ah! Screaming, the audience in the surrounding stands suddenly reacted. Screams and cheers sounded wildly at this moment. Originally, many viewers were sighing at Yi's strength, but they did not expect that Yi would solve the muscular man in the next moment. The referee wanted to question whether Yi used a weapon to cut his opponent apart instantly. However, Yi only threw a silver hair from his hand to the ground. Obviously, the attack just now, Yi only used his hair. Using the sharpness of the hair, it instantly cuts the opponent into dozens of pieces. This 1267, go up to the 50th floor. After confirming that there was no cheating problem, the referee gave Yi a ticket to the 50th floor. P.S. I don't know that there are not many readers who still like to watch hunters, but as a hunter fan, I always want to write a novel about hunters by myself. This is the second novel written by the author. There may be something that may not have been written well. Please readers point it out, and let the minor correct it in time. By the way, ask for a collection, ask for flowers, and ask for an evaluation. The new book period especially needs the support of data. Thank you very much. Chapter 6_. Holding the receipt, I took the elevator to the 50th floor on the night of the night. During this period, I also saw the elevator girl who appeared in the plot. I have to say that the dedicated work attitude is completely irresistible. It can't be associated with the image in the plot at all. However, the strong aura emanating from his body caught Yi's attention. An ordinary elevator lady in the Sky Arena has a good strength, and even has a mysterious ability. The water in the Sky Arena may be much deeper than I thought. When I got out of the elevator, I stopped thinking about these things that I couldn't touch for the time being. Yi first went to collect the bonus he got after his first victory. It's really 152, and I just bought a bottle of water. Shaking a few coins that fell out of the envelope, Yi didn't know what to say. These 152 monks looked like a lot, but in fact there were not many. It has been more than a year since Yi came to this world, and he has already figured out the value of the currency here. Before, he just bought a bottle of water and spent 150 ringgits. According to the exchange rate of Chinese currency, it was almost 51. That is, 50 ringtones can be exchanged for 1 yuan soft sister coin. However, Yi had more important things than Jenny. A player on the 200th floor. Bert Knighton, you're running out of time. Every contestant here can provide 0.01% unlocking progress for Yi. Looking at the players coming and going, Yi grinned slightly. Dash. A week has passed before I knew it since I came to the Sky Arena. Night and day are like all the other contestants, and the competition is carried out on time every day. He even won the title of Death Cutter because he used his own powerful strength to kill opponents with one move every time. The Sky Arena, the holy place where most martial artists in the world gather, naturally also has many existences who pursue blood and violence. These beings have a love-hate relationship with Yi. What I love is that his bloody means every time he competes can arouse the anger in their hearts and give them the hymn of blood. Hate is, in these few days of competition, Yi killed a lot of players they bet on, which caused them a heavy loss. And the Sky Arena seems to have intentionally used Yi as the bulk of the traffic during this time. Always after the end of the night one game, specially send someone to interview. As a preferential treatment, Yi is a luxurious single room that can only be entered by players who have entered the 200th floor in advance. Of course, this week of night one is not as simple as competing during the day. Every night, Yi will return into a killer in the dark night, accepting tasks to assassinate. What was unexpected on the other night was that perhaps a large number of martial Taoists gathered around this area, which made the assassination missions here particularly numerous. In just 1 week, he has completed no less than 10 assassination missions. It can be said that this week and Monday not only participates in the game during the day, but also completes his own work at night, and by the way, he is still collecting information about his mission target, Bert Naden. The degree of fatigue involved is not something that ordinary people can bear. Even Yi is already a little too tired. But the hard work is hard work, but the rewards are not small. System panel. Lying on the bed, Yi secretly called out in his heart. Host, Night 1. World, Full-time Hunter. Number of inheritances, 1. Inherited figure, Ichimaru Jin. Unlocking progress, 7.11%. Spiritual pressure, 50. Ability to master. Shunpo, basic ghost, basic swordsmanship. The next ability to unlock, need to unlock the progress 10%. When Yi's unlocking progress reaches 5%, the inheritance panel will have 2 more abilities, basic ghost way and basic swordsmanship. The basic ghost way and the basic swordsmanship are the basics, but they are really just the basics. It's just an introduction to its existence and some basic knowledge. As far as the basic sword skills are concerned, it is not even as strong as the sword skills that Yi possessed after 3 years of training. Luckily for Yaiki, the basic ghost path includes the usage of the top 10 ghost paths. This makes his next entrustment to the future, 1 more win rate. Today is his first the day of the tier game. In this week's competition, Yi Morning had the option to go to a higher level, but in order to accumulate inheritance unlocking progress, he specifically asked for promotion from the 10th and 10th floor. Although Sky Arena didn't understand it, it also agreed with Yaiki's choice. In order to relieve the fatigue caused by the day and night activities, Yi temporarily suspends the daily exercise, just to have a little more time to rest. Ding! The TV in the room suddenly and automatically paused, followed by an announcement. It is the reminder of the players in the Sky Arena, which shows the relevant information of the opponents. Match, Yaiki vs Potter. Battle floor. Battle time, 14:30. Looking at the time, it was exactly 1400, half an hour before the start of the game. Although the opponents on each floor were only found out half an hour before the game, they had already inquired about it early in the morning. Layer player information. Among them, there is naturally a player named Porter. According to the information learned by Yi, this Potter has been marked for the 4th time. Layer, the first 3 failed in the game, dropped to layer 150 and started again. From this, it can be inferred that he is just a slightly stronger player, and such an opponent, Yi, will not take it to heart at all. However, what Yi didn't notice was that after he left the room, the battle information on the TV suddenly changed. The TV screen flickered suddenly, and after the flickering ended, it changed to a new name. Chapter 7_. After Yi left the room, he didn't hang around, and headed straight to the direction of the competition venue. After completing this game, Yi will be 1 step closer to the 200th floor. Although he has not yet awakened the ability to wake up, he already has some countermeasures in his heart. Reiatsu, a product from another high martial world, might bring him unexpected results. When the night came to the competition venue, the surrounding audience seats were already full. Sky Arena's promotion of Yi during this period of time is not a waste of money. After a few days of accumulation, the results appear here. The Sky Arena has always respected the strong, and Yi's performance these days has long been maddened by these gamblers who crave blood and flesh. And the promotion of Sky Arena is just to speed up the progress of everyone's understanding of Yi. The hot scene in the original animation, when Xiaoji and Chi Dumpling stabbed Wei to death. The scenes that the two experienced at the beginning are now reproduced in themselves. No, now the two have not had time to participate in this year's Hunter test, and are still in a state of acquaintance. It can be said that Yi Yi was one step ahead of them and won the favor of the Sky Arena. However, the moment Yi Yi stepped into the ring, his heart was instantly filled with doubts. Standing on the ring was not the player named Potter in memory, but a burly man he had never seen before. He couldn't help but look at the referee who stepped into the ring ahead of time. Ahem, due to player Porter's special physical condition, this time, player Stanley will be replaced. The referee felt Yi Yi's gaze, coughed nervously, and then answered Yi Yi. However, this excuse is not a reason to prevaricate Yi Yi at all. Each contestant has only half an hour of personal time after confirming the battle information. Within half an hour, it was found that one of the players had a physical problem, and it was too late to find other players to replace them in time. Unless this player change is intentional by Sky Arena. Yi Yi's opponent this time, Stanley, stood across from the ring with a relaxed expression on his face, as if he was not worried at all about the next match. It's like having a whole card that can ensure you win. Looking at standing opposite me, the one who has never been the man who appeared on the first floor, Yi Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Night 1, Night 1, Night 1. The audience on the side kept cheering Yi Yi's name. These are Yi Yi fans. Ha ha ha, what rubbish Stanny, we have never heard of your name. I'm afraid Sky Arena just picked it up to replace Potter. Ha ha ha. That's right, I think Sky Arena was afraid that there would be one more high-level player missing, so I just found a passerby to replace it. Some fans, seeing that Yi Yi's opponent turned out to be a player they had never seen before, began to ridicule him one after another. However, no matter how ridiculed these fans were, the man named Stanley didn't react in the slightest. It seems that some people are mocking, not him. Yi Yi ignored the cheers of those fans. As a killer, he should not have stood in the spotlight. But at this moment, because of the particularity of the Sky Arena, he had to stand here face to face. Time passed minute by minute, and soon came the time for the start of the two-man match. Drip, 14:30, __. The referee's watch tells the time accurately. Player Night 1 versus Player Stanley. After looking around to make sure there are no issues, the game begins. There was no ink, and the referee stood by and announced the start of the game. The next moment, Yi Yi tapped his foot, and the whole person rushed towards Stanley in an instant. No trash talk, no asking who he really was. It's just an unstoppable attack. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. During this period, Yi Yi felt a peculiar murderous aura blowing from his body, and a peculiar feeling came from inside his body. But at the moment Yi Yi, there is no time to feel it concretely. He just turned his attention back to the man in front of him. Closer, closer. With the shortening of the distance between the two, it was a slender 40 centimeters long hair. Since the Sky Arena is before the 200th floor, weapons cannot be used. This made Yiki unable to use the sword technique he was best at. Therefore, the increase brought by the inherited basic sword technique cannot affect itself. In this case, Yi Yi's best choice is to rely on his own body to resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Hair, straighten your long hair. With special skills, the enemy is instantly divided into several pieces. This is also the secret of Yi Yi's ability to instantly kill the enemy every time he fights in the Sky Arena. Oh, although I don't know who you are, it's not a waste of time to die under this move. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Looking at Stanny, who didn't react at all under his speeding movement, Yi Yi seemed to have seen the victory and his next fate. However, at the moment Yi Yi thought he had won, the strange touch on his hand surprised him. The next moment, without bothering to check the opponent's state, he jumped back several times in a row and quickly retreated from Stanny's side. While retreating, Yi Yi did not forget to look at the strands of hair on his hand. For the first time, in a match in the Sky Arena, for the first time, I encountered an existence that could break my hair. At this time, Yi Yi's silver hair had been inexplicably broken into several knots, and lay quietly on his hand. Quack, if this is your strength, then your career in the sky arena, no, your life will end here. For the first time since stepping into the ring, Stanny has spoken. Like a broken bellows, it is noisy and harsh. Chapter 8 _ Yi Yi paid no attention to Stanley's announcement of his own death. At this moment, he was still looking back on the strange feeling when his hair was cut through him. That feeling is not at all like what human skin can produce. Instead, it is more like a transparent, invisible shield. The audience in the auditorium saw Yi Yi's failure for the first time, and an indescribable disappointment welled up in their hearts. No, that's the Death Cutter, Yi Yi. Promoted from the first floor to the terrifying monster, he actually chose to step back. Maybe this replaced Stanny is much stronger than we thought. A new idea came to the minds of the audience. If this guy can kill the Death Cutter, yikey, it may be more interesting. On the night off the field, he naturally didn't know what the audience was thinking, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Just some incompetent rubbish. The truly capable are never just there to watch. For Yi Yi, the sudden replacement in front of him, Stanley, is the most important thing. Those with the ability to read. I guessed right. Cold words came out of Yi Yi's mouth. That kind of touch like a transparent protective cover made him think of the existence of Nian for the first time. After the announcement of death, Stanley, who was standing there ready to attack, was stunned when he heard Yiki's words. He didn't expect that this opponent, whose aura obviously had no mind, actually knew the existence of mind. Interesting, it seems that this mission is much more interesting than I thought. But obviously, Stanny didn't give Yi Yi a chance to collect information. He just said this sentence, and he suddenly burst into flames. Boom ! The floor of the arena cannot bear such a high force at all. At Stanny's feet, they all turned into pieces. And Stanley himself, with the help of this force, quickly rushed towards Yi Yi. Che, don't want to reveal information, but this is enough. Looking at Stanny who was rushing towards him, Yi Yi was not disappointed, just as he said, he had already revealed a lot. Boom ! Not standing still, Yi Yi dodged to the side the moment Stanny erupted. The magnitude is not large, just to be able to dodge away. After all, judging from his sturdy physique, Stanny is clearly a power-type player. The speed is innate, and it cannot be compared with a killer like Yi Yi. Looking at Stanny's strong body, Yi Yi guessed. From the perspective of the body surface, the possibility of being a reinforcement system is very high. However, at the next moment, maybe Yi Yi was too confident, or maybe it was another reason. After dodging, he didn't open the distance from his opponent immediately. Sure enough, even a killer with rich experience will be at a loss when faced with the existence of Nian. Stanny, who found this weakness out of the corner of his eyes, didn't waste this opportunity. Su. The acceleration from the burst was restrained by Stanny, and he twisted his body with all his might. The right palm turned into a fist and slammed towards the unsuspecting Yi Yi hammer. If Yi Yi woke up and recited, he could see by means of condensation that the chi in Stanny's body flowed towards his fist. Of course, even if he didn't have any thoughts, Yi Yi could still vaguely perceive what was gathering on his punch with his body. PFF'd. Understood, Yi Yi didn't have time to dodge, so he could only watch this violent punch, like a cannonball, mercilessly hit him. The next moment, Yi Yi, who was hit by a fist full of thoughts, flew up in the air like a piece of rag. A big mouthful of blood spurted out from Yi Yi's mouth. No, it's impossible, Yi Yi is called a death cutter, how could it be so simple? This time, the fans in the audience who were still cheering for Yi Yi were stunned. In this week's time, the fans Yi Yi gained, it is not that everyone is so psychologically dark. Part of it was also attracted by Yi Yi's handsome face and flowing movements in the ring. Became his fan. Therefore, When they saw this scene, many fans found it difficult to accept. They couldn't imagine that Yi Yi, who was invincible in the ring before, would be KO'd just because of a mere punch. The blood that spewed out pierced their hearts like needles. But no matter how much they deceived themselves, everything that happened on the field was telling them it was true. God, since I came to the Sky Arena, I haven't tasted a single defeat, and I have always come with a record of total wins. Contestant Yi Yi on the floor actually vomited blood after being punched by contestant Stanny. It's so dramatic. If it's a dream, please wake it up. In the Sky Arena, each stage of the ring has a special commentator to heat up the atmosphere of the game. Chapter 9_. Today's game, as a big favorite, will naturally not miss the presence of the announcer. I saw an area above the auditorium, with a small room with a lot of transparent glass installed on the room, which is convenient to observe the outside world from the inside. And the narrator, is in this room and is explaining frantically. Obviously, she didn't expect Yi Yi, a big dark horse, to be hit so easily. However, many years of commentary career have given her a different opinion than ordinary people. Perhaps, maybe he did it on purpose. Oh, how is it possible? The blood he spit out can't be fake. Although she had some doubts, the blood on the ring dispelled her thoughts. At the moment in the ring, Yi Yi's body fell to the ground weakly, and the arm that fell to the side was twitching slightly like a spasm. I thought this mission would be interesting. It's boring, He. Stanley, who retracted his fist, shook his head in disappointment as he looked at Yi Yi who couldn't move. Forget it, it's my fault to let you, an ordinary person who hasn't mastered the ability to read, make fun for me. Stanny, who shook his head, spoke softly in a voice that could only be heard by him and Yi Yi. Cough. Yoichi, who lost his ability to fight, seems to have recovered at this time. He tried to cough up the remaining blood in his throat, as if he wanted to speak. Stanny, who was originally going to finish Yi Yi completely in order to complete the so-called task, stopped out of curiosity. Perhaps to appreciate, the struggle of a good killer before his death is also a good experience. With this idea in mind, Stanny did not continue. After all, as an existence that has awakened the ability to read, it is common to use a punch to deal with an ordinary person. Although he didn't know why Yi Yi ignored his malicious thoughts when he attacked for the first time. But from the current situation, Yi Yi absolutely does not have the ability to fight back. Cough. I want to know, cough. You, who are you sent? In a word, Yi Yi took nearly 10 seconds to finish speaking. Judging from his appearance, it seemed that he didn't know the truth of the matter and was unwilling to die like this. So the image of a poor killer who wants to know the truth before he dies, builds up in Stanny's mind. Quack, quack, who sent me here? It's unbelievable that you were curious about such a question before you died. I thought you would cry and beg me to let you go. Laughing, Stanny laughed again, and the broken bellows-like laughter sounded again. However, no one dared to laugh at him. What strength brings is not only the fear of others, but also a shock. Although the people in the audience were tormented by this kind of laughter, all of them were too embarrassed to make a sound. Even the commentator, Miss Sister, seemed to be shocked at this moment and stopped her commentary. After a few breaths, Stanley stopped his laughter. If you want to know, why don't I tell you? After he stopped laughing, Stanley stared at Yoichi on the ground with a playful look. The Yin Beast organization led by the 10 old gentlemen is recruiting new members. I think you, the killer, are more or less aware of this. Without stopping, Stanley started talking to himself at this moment. Since then, the information on the people walking in the dark has been put on the table, and you, although you are just a killer without awakening, have not been selected as a Yin Beast, but you are lucky enough to be favored by a certain gang. Paused. But unfortunately, there are people who don't want this gang to continue to grow. And I, honored to be chosen, have been dispatched to deal with you. The joy on Stanley's face could no longer be hidden. When I first received this task, I was worried that it would be difficult to complete. I didn't expect you to be so weak and let me complete the task so easily. It's really unpredictable. Speaking of which, I couldn't help but laugh. Obviously he was in a good mood at the moment. Really, that's really hard work. You came to die. I just don't know who sent you to solve me. After getting the desired information, Yi Yi's pale face seemed to turn a little ruddy. Even his voice was louder than before. And Stanley, who seemed to be immersed in the joy of completing the task, didn't notice this. Send me here. No, you're fine. At a critical moment, Stanley, who was asked by Yi Yi's question, subconsciously looked at Yi Yi. It doesn't matter if he looks at it, he saw that, just in the moment when he was complacent, Yi Yi stood up as if he was nothing, and at the same time made a strange gesture in his right hand. Chapter 10 _. The audience in the surrounding auditorium could be said to have noticed Yi Yi's standing immediately. Damn it, I knew that the Death Cutter would not fall down so easily, but I bet 10 million yuan on you, you bastard. Ah, Lord Yi, I'm so glad you're all right. Yi Yi's gesture shocked Stanley in his heart, and he subconsciously mobilized his whole body to prepare for defense. But it's too late. Broken down number 4, by Lei. A beam of lightning suddenly shot out from Yi Yi's finger. Extremely fast. When Stanley saw the thunder light, the light had pierced his heart. At this time, the thoughts on his body were worthy of flowing towards the position of his chest. The heart that was penetrated by the thunder light emitted a scorched smell. In an instant, the auditorium, which had become noisy because Yi Yi stood up from the ground, returned to silence once again. Reversal, such a reversal that no one can imagine. Pat tilde. The burly body fell on the ring. Let go, let me go, it's the Nasra family, yes, the Nasra family sent me here, let me go. Because of the severe pain, Stanley's voice was intermittent, but it also conveyed his determination to live. At this moment, he had no time to think about why Yi Yi, who had already fallen, stood up again. Why is Yoichi, who is still an ordinary person, able to launch such a swift attack from his fingers? At this moment, he doesn't even want to believe the fact that his heart has been penetrated. The only thing he can do now is to say everything he knows in exchange for his chance to survive. However, he forgot that his only value to Yi Yi was the information that Yi Yi didn't know. He said this, making him worthless in front of Yi Yi. Are you finished? After that, it's time for me to send you away. It's also a thank you for helping me once. Yi Yi's icy voice made this burly man even more desperate. No, the ability to read, yes, I can read the ability, I can give you the ability to read, let go, let it go. After struggling for a long time, the burly man finally swallowed his last breath before he even finished speaking. Until he died, he didn't know where he lost this time. Oh. At the moment Stanley fell, everyone started cheering. Although most of the onlookers did not know what happened. But for these people, the process is not important, the important thing is that they saw the winner of this competition, Yi Yi. Although we don't know how the obviously winning player Stanley was beaten by player Yi Yi, what we care about is player Yi Yi. He successfully completed the counter kill and maintained his winning streak record. Quote. Let us applaud his victory. The narrator was excited and her voice trembled. As a product of the Death God's world, spiritual power and mind power have similar properties, that is, ordinary humans cannot detect it. Of course, as the commentator of the Sky Arena, she should have awakened her ability to read, but in this environment, she couldn't reveal this information, and could only pretend that she couldn't see clearly like an ordinary audience. Fool, as early as when I attacked you for the first time, the evil thoughts you radiated towards me instantly opened my sperm hole. Looking at Stanley, who didn't close his eyes until he died, the corner of Yi Yi's mouth rose slightly. I'm just relaxing your attention to complete the fatal blow, but it's beyond my expectations that you can provide so much information. As for the blood that spit out, Stanley's punch with Nian really hurt Yi Yi's body, In order to further feel the breath of Nian, Yi made a bold attempt. Feel the specific operation of mindfulness through your own body. Of course, if one is not careful, Yi is likely to die under that punch. But the risks are huge, and the results are also very fruitful. In this battle, Yi finally fully awakened this ability. This is also Yi. Why is it said that Stanny helped him once? Originally, according to his plan, he was looking for a player from the top of the sky arena to help him open his sperm hole by trading. Now that the ability to read has been successfully awakened, there is no need to choose this risky way. My information should only be available within the organization, so why did it spread to the gang? While thinking about it, Yi left the ring with the audience's revelry. When passing by the referee, he fluttered and dropped a sentence. This time, give me a direct upgrade to the 200th floor. In the end, in this arena, only the one who didn't close his eyes was left with Stanley. It's just that Yi didn't see it. In the carnival auditorium, there was an audience member quietly thinking about something. Compared with the surrounding environment, it was completely out of tune. While he was thinking, he subconsciously pushed his glasses. It's reading. No, not reading, then this is. The other side. In the huge office, a figure stood quietly. Boss, the mission failed, and the person sent seems to have revealed our existence. The phone in his hand is reporting the information of the game to him. After a while. If one doesn't work, let's call the next one. In short, the guy that this guy likes, I have to kill him. Do you understand what I mean? Dazu Oshie. Click. Without waiting for the other party to reply, the phone was hung up unilaterally. The next moment, the sound of a broken vase could be heard in the room. Bianji, I will never let this guy like you wish. Chapter 11 _ After the battle, Yi, who accidentally awakened his ability to wake up, did not return directly to his room on the 200th floor. He didn't forget his mission target this time, Bert Naden. 200th floor of the Sky Arena, Bert Naden undoubtedly has the ability to think. Otherwise, he would not have stayed at this level for several years. At this time, Yi, who had just awakened his ability to think, naturally wouldn't go to the door so recklessly. Don't look at him in the battle just now, with just one move, the fourth one, Bai Lei, to instantly kill the opponent of the strengthening system. But it was just a surprise. Taking advantage of the opponent's carelessness, he attacked him and defeated him. According to normal combat, a person who has mastered the ability of mind in advance. No matter how miscalculated, it will not be so easy to be killed by a beginner who has just awakened. So at this moment, the instinct of being a killer makes Yi consciously think about other methods. Resident player on the 200th floor of Sky Arena, Bert Naden naturally has his source of income. After all, after the Sky Arena reached the 200th floor, the bonus system was cancelled. After consuming the Jenny accumulated from the first floor to the 200th floor, it is natural to find a way to make money. Yi learned through investigation that Bert Naden had opened a martial arts gym in the Sky Arena since his grandfather's time, and he had a great reputation in this area. At their peak, I don't know how many people wanted to worship them. Bert Naden grew up in such an environment. But good people are always envied by others. After Grandpa Bert Naden's martial arts hall completely monopolized this area. The other martial arts hall owners could no longer bear it. Everyone unites with each other to encircle and suppress Bert Naden's grandfather. Although Bert Naden's grandfather was strong, he couldn't stand out the enemy. In the end, he was forced to die in front of his martial arts gym, and Bert Naden and his family were also forced to flee their hometown. It will be decades before Bert Naden reappears. He returned with a strong will, and immediately cleared the enemy of the year. Later, in order to earn a living, he reopened the martial arts hall that year. However, although the settlement was completed, it was inevitable that there would be survivors who escaped this disaster, just like him back then. Immediately afterwards, a commission to assassinate Bert Naden was linked to Yi Yi's organization. This hang is a few years. It was not long before he was taken over by Yi Yi. It became possible to stay on the 200th floor a few years ago. It's not easy to handle. On the 200th floor all the year round, although he did not have the strength to advance to the landlord, but he could survive for so many years without being killed by other players. Obviously, Bert Naden has his own unique way of survival. Yeah, the world isn't as simple as it appears in the anime. He couldn't help laughing at himself. Since he came to this world, Yi Yi always thought that this was just a script that was set in advance. But today's appearance of Stanny broke Yi Yi's idea. The actions of the Nosala family let him know that this is a real world with flesh and blood. That is, the current strength is not enough. The Nosala family dare to make such a move to Yi Yi. Wait, today's matter, it won't be so easy to forget. His eyes narrowed slightly. As a killer, Yi Yi is best at assassination. But these are things in the future, and the important thing now is to settle the Bert Naden matter. In terms of hard power, Yi Yi is definitely not comparable to him now, but those disciples under his martial arts hall are not necessarily. As a killer, it is not too much to make reasonable use of all available resources. Thinking of this, Yi Yi's pace continued to move forward. His requirements are not high, as long as Bert Naden can leak a momentary flaw. Just clap. A hand rested silently on Yi Yi's shoulder. His eyes snapped open, and before he had time to think, he just subconsciously used Shunpo. Su tilde. Yi Yi quickly left the place within a few tenths of a second when he reacted. Seeing Yi Yi's fierce reaction, the person who came was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. The hand that had just been placed on Yi Yi's shoulder was still suspended in the air at this moment. Because he was too excited, he forgot the excitement that might be brought to him when he suddenly appeared behind Yi Yi. Looking at Yi Yi, who had a grim expression and seemed ready to attack him at any time, he could only embarrassedly withdraw his dangling right hand and scratched his hair, hoping to relieve the embarrassment. Compared to the embarrassed person, Yi Yi looked gloomy. If he is hostile, then just now, I have. He didn't expect that this man would appear behind him without him noticing. What is the purpose of your looking for me? Ask for flowers, collections, and evaluation tickets. Chapter 12 As for the mind-ability tutor of the protagonist duo in the original work, Yi Yi thought that he had no intersection with him. Therefore, for his arrival, Yi Yi immediately maintained a state of vigilance. And from the point of view of him testing Xiaoji's personality in the anime, I'm afraid he is the kind of righteous man who often appears in novels. There should be no good thing for such a righteous person to appear in front of a killer who kills without blinking an eye. Looking across from him, wearing round-rimmed glasses and showing a corner of his shirt outside is not intuitive, giving a man a silly, no, gentle aura. Yi Yi asked again and again. I don't know this gentleman, do you have anything to do with me? While inquiring, Yi Yi was ready to escape at any time. He thought he didn't know Yunji Yu, and he didn't know why he came to him. From the moment he became a killer, he didn't mind speculating on the worst and most malicious aspects of others. The other side. Yi Yi's small movements naturally did not escape Yungu's eyes. What the hell has this child gone through to be so wary? With a wry smile, Yunji Yu could only smile to himself in his heart at this moment. He knows that there are many organizations in this world that select ignorant children and teach them various killing techniques from an early age to benefit themselves. In his opinion, Yi Yi in front of him is a child who grew up in that kind of environment. But the vigilance that is carved into the bone marrow, and the killing method without hesitation on the field of competition. It's all so distressing. After all, no matter what, Yi Yi at this moment is just a child who has not grown up. At this moment, he thought of the disciple he had just taken over, Jixi. Similar age, but very different personality. After thinking about it for a long time, Yunji Yu finally said the first sentence since he came here. I have no ill will towards you, I can even apologize for what I just did. Silly, no, a gentle and elegant voice came out of Yungu's mouth. I'm sorry, my behavior just now was disrespectful. There was a hint of apology on his face. Yi didn't interrupt, just watched Yungu apologize quietly, and still fled at any time. Introduce myself, my name is Yungu. I'm just curious about the ability you used when you were just competing. It's very similar to the ability I haven't been able to connect with friends for many years. Looking at Yi's defensive appearance, Yungu could only pretend that he didn't see it. Sorry, my ability is innate, not taught by others. I don't know your so-called friend. Although Yi was also a little curious about the friend Yungu said, after all, he was able to use abilities similar to Bai Lei. This world is so big, and it is not impossible for someone to use abilities similar to Bai Lei. If you come to me just for such a trivial matter, I'm sorry, I don't have time to waste with you. After all, Yi exerted his muscles under his feet, ready to leave this place immediately. But what he didn't expect on the other night was that the man appeared in front of him again and reached out to stop him. Doubtful eyes emerged from Yi's eyes again. I'm sorry, but, if I guessed correctly, you just opened the sperm hole for the first time in the ring, and successfully awakened the ability to read, right? Feeling Yi's doubtful gaze, Yungu pondered for a moment, and said these words in his thinking mouth. Although it was a question, his tone was very firm at this moment. Obviously, he has enough confidence in his own judgment. Yi still didn't answer, just nodded casually to indicate that his guess was correct. Then, at this moment, you are awakening your mindfulness for the first time. At this moment, there should be no teacher to teach you how to practice mindfulness correctly. I am right. Silence. Yi remained silent, just nodding casually as before. Right now, he couldn't figure out what the man in front of him wanted to express, and what his purpose was. If you don't mind, I'll act as your spiritual teacher, how about that? Yungu's gentle and elegant voice sounded like thunder in Yi's ears at this moment. In Yi's cognition, the best ways to learn the ability to read are nothing more than those few. 1. Participate in the hunter test, and wait for the teacher arranged by the hunter to teach you after the customs clearance. 2. Join the gang, join the yin beast after being promoted, and learn to read from the yin beast. 3. Beat up the enemy Hakka family, and entrust them to teach themselves to read through the large amount of monks. 4. Meteor Street, return to work under the elders of Meteor Street, in exchange for learning to read. Of course, if there is a fifth type, it is to come to the Sky Arena to find Yungu, and let him teach himself. At the same time, this is also the easiest and fastest type for ordinary people. However, when Yi thought of this place, he immediately gave up choosing Yungu. After all, his current work is diametrically opposed to Yungu's philosophy. To his surprise, Yungu, who he chose to give up, actually chose to take the initiative to teach him at this moment. This made Yi a little surprised. Chapter 13 _. So, what's your opinion? Looking at Yi who started to think, the smile on Yungu's face became even bigger. Silver, for a child so similar to you, I don't know if I made the right choice, but I know that he needs someone to guide him. At this moment, Yungu seemed to see the good friend who had helped him again. He was just as ill-spoken and wary of anyone. Facing Yungu's words, Yi only thought for a moment before making a choice. I agree. Although I don't know that Yungu will take the initiative to teach his own meditation practice, but I have to say that at this moment he is the most suitable teacher for his own meditation practice. Of course, there may be some conspiracy between this, or something that I don't know about. But at this moment, Yi believes that he still has the so-called value. Therefore, Yi was not afraid. If he really targeted himself on purpose, he would just run away. Perhaps it was Yi's promise so fast that Yungu was caught off guard. Even the excuses that were about to come out of his mouth were blocked for a while. After a while, Yunji shook his head helplessly and opened his mouth like a joke. I just saw that after your sperm hole was opened, you controlled it by instinct, and I thought that you were an excellent talent in the practice of reading. Instead of letting you explore and develop your mindfulness after leaving, and eventually lead to the wrong direction of your cultivation, it is better for me to teach you the cultivation of mindfulness in person. Although it is an excuse, it is also a fact. The moment Yi's sperm hole was opened in the ring, his body automatically locked the lost thoughts. For this alone, among those with the ability to read, it has already surpassed the vast majority of people. After all, not everyone can survive after forcibly opening the sperm hole. If the person who is forced to open the static hole cannot quickly control the qi that is constantly overflowing in the body, he will soon die because the qi in the body is exhausted. Therefore, forcibly opening the meditation hole to awaken the ability of mindfulness is not a normal way of mindfulness. In this informal way of opening thoughts, almost 90% of people are unable to control the thoughts overflowing from their bodies. And the players above the 200th floor have mastered the existence of mind. If you let a newcomer like you who has just awakened mind and doesn't know how to use it up, cruel baptism will destroy your future. Yungu's expression changed slightly. Obviously he did not approve of the so-called baptism. Hearing this, Yi's suspicions subsided slightly. After all, he remembered that when Xiaoji and Qijin people went to the 200th floor, he helped to open the static hole and awaken the ability of mind. If you follow his righteous path, it is not impossible to cherish talent. I understand, but I will not learn the ability to read from you in vain. I will give you a reward of corresponding value as a tuition fee for the ability to teach you. However, Yi did not put down all his guards because of this. Unconditional payment is often the cheapest. Therefore, he has to bring the relationship between the two to an equal position, so that he can learn the use of mind at ease. This is also the condition put forward for Yunji. Hearing this, Yunji couldn't help but let out a wry smile again. In the end, Yi still didn't let all his guard down on him. Perhaps, this is the most appropriate relationship for the two of them. Silver, the cautious character of this child in front of me is exactly the same as yours. After confirming that he wanted to teach Yi the practice of training mindfulness, Yunji took Yi to his residence. He was going to teach Yi the basics of reciting before the specific practice. Moreover, he was a little curious about the thoughts on Yi. He has never seen a beginner who has just awakened to have nearly a quarter of his own thoughts. You must know that Yunji himself is a reinforcement system, although the amount of thought is not particularly exaggerated, but it is also considered to be on the normal pass line. Yi had just woken up and had so many thoughts, which made him curious. It's just that he is not the kind of character who likes to force others. Seeing Yi's unexplained desire, he just keeps it in his heart. Regarding this point, Yi said that the spiritual pressure brought by the Ichimaru Jin heritage could actually be converted into spiritual energy, which was something he didn't expect at first. And after testing, the mind can also make a breakthrough, but the power is not as great as the spiritual power. In this regard, Yi was very satisfied. After all, compared to the current situation, it is a relatively cost-effective plan to convert the less and less useful spiritual power into a more practical one. What's more, in the future, if necessary, mind power can also be converted into spiritual power. Just as Yi was thinking about the future direction, Yunji took him into a room. Bang tilde. A glass of water was placed in front of Yi by Yunji, and it made a soft sound. And in this cup of water, there is also a tea leaf floating. This is. Nightwing's eyes widened slightly. The second update of PS is here. I'm very sorry for the late update. Because the author has to go to class in the morning, I wrote a chapter during the lunch break. I'm really sorry. For the sake of our hard work, give a flower and a collection. Neil, thank you. Chapter 14 _. The glass of water on the ground was pushed by Yunji-yu in the direction of Yi. This is the Mizusumi style, which is a diagnostic method to identify the attributes of one's own mind power, created by the Shinyuan-Liuquan method. The method is to place a leaf on a cup full of water and start meditating around the cup with both hands. Then use the water in the cup to determine that you are the other telepath. Speaking, Yunji-yu took out a whiteboard from behind, hung it on the opposite wall, and began to explain. Point to the 6 systems drawn on the whiteboard with a long stick. Enhancement, transformation, realization, release, operation, trait. Each corner of a hexagonal pattern corresponds to an ability. Next, Yunji-yu introduced Yi to the 6 major disciplines he read. Due to the different aptitudes, personalities and growth environment of each person, the departments they belong to are also different. People can easily cultivate the ability of mindfulness of the department they belong to, but it is not easy to cultivate the ability of mindfulness of the non-affiliation department. Practice the ability to distinguish between 2 adjacent corners on the 6-element diagram, and you can exert 75% of the power. And if you practice the ability to connect with a corner, you can exert 60% of the power. And if you rest the ability of the diagonal line on the 6-line map, you can only exert 40% of the power. Of course, the most important thing in it is a characteristic system. Because of its particularity, this department cannot be compared with ordinary cultivation methods. The performance of the Mizusumi style is also different for different departments. The water view of the enhanced system is the overflow of water in the cup. The Mizuhiki of the changing system is the change in the taste of the water in the cup. In the Mizumi Shiki of the embodiment system, crystal-like deposits appear in the cup. The water C-type of the release system is the change in the color of the water in the cup. The Mizushima style of the operating system is that the leaves in the cup shake. If there is a situation different from the above changes, it belongs to the trait system. Yunji-yu looked at the 6 series diagrams on the whiteboard. I personally think that you are either an embodiment or a trait. Of course, this is just my own opinion. Although there is no special basis, I secretly feel that Yi is one of these 2 departments. Yi nodded slightly and grabbed the water glass in front of him. The next moment, the power of thought emerged from Yi's body, and was controlled by him to flow towards the water cup in his hand. The water in the cup quickly changed, and some silver-white flowing crystals were constantly produced in it. It's an embodiment. It's not that far from what I guessed, but that guy Yin seems to be an embodiment too. Is it a coincidence? Looking at the water glass in Yi's hand, Yunji-yu fell into contemplation. As for Yi, he didn't particularly care about the affiliation he read. As a strong person, what is strong is never ability, but the strong person himself. And for the development of the embodiment system, Yi has already made some plans. That ability, if it really materializes, is not necessarily worse than inheritance. Dash 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 dash. For the next month, Yi planned to follow Yunji-yu to practice recitation. For Bert Naden was later postponed. This quest had been hanging for several years before it was accepted by Yi, so the person who issued the quest would not mind waiting for a while. The practice of mindfulness is divided into 4 basic elements: applied skills, and personal development. In Youngu's hut, the room where Xiaoji and Kijir were privately taught in the original book welcomed 2 students in advance, Yi and Jixi. While studying, Yi naturally met Jihe, the young man who eventually became the owner of the Sky Arena in the original book. Just like the image in memory. Ever since we met, he has been wearing that white judo uniform. He has a pair of bushy eyebrows, and the short inch of his spirit is like his character. However, the current Jixi has not yet successfully opened the sperm hole and awakened his ability to read. After all, the normal awakening of mind power usually chooses safer natural openings, and Jixi is no exception. Jixi, who had never awakened to reciting, was in no hurry to learn the basics of reciting now. He was laying the foundation for this matter, and knowing too much about things he shouldn't know might not be good for him. But I don't know what Yungu's consideration was, and finally arranged for Jixi and Yi to study together. The basics of reciting, the 4 elements, that is, entanglement, elimination, practice, and transmission. Saying that, Yunji demonstrated it one by one, so that Yi and Jishi could feel it more clearly. And at the same time as the demonstration, it is still continuing to explain. Tang, stabilize the qi that flows around the whole body. During combat, the strength of the entanglement is equal to the defensive power of the anti-mind attack. Absolute, tighten and isolate the qi and breath of the whole body, making one's own sense of existence weak. In the absolute state, the defense power of the mind attack is close to 0. Entering a state of extreme fatigue helps restore physical strength. Practicing, the qi refined in the body is sent out from the fine holes at the same time, releasing more qi than usual. This is the master of the ability of mind, which can freely manipulate and use one's own qi. It is like the ability of nirvana. Each person's ability must be developed independently, and this needs to be perfected by yourself. He said so many words in one breath, and at the same time he had to beat his mind to perform various basic operations. Even Yunji, he felt a little thirsty at the moment. Next, Yi, you practice as I demonstrated, and I'll help you check it out. Jixi, who was on the side, helped Yunji to pour a cup of tea with a wink, and then left the room and returned to his own room to practice meditation. The third offer should be able to come out later. Ask for flowers, ask for collections, ask for evaluation tickets. Is it too greedy to ask me for everything ~. Chapter 15 Time passed slowly in Yi's continuous practice. Before I knew it, half a month had passed. In the small woods some distance away from the sky arena, Yi and Yunji were practicing meditation here. With the progress of the spiritual practice, Yungu's small room is no longer suitable for Yi. Tangling. Yi suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, the thoughts flowing on the body locked on the body. Although it could not be like the forbidden Dead Sea, it was like a lake swept by the wind, only a part of it was flowing. Yunji, who was standing beside him, could see it clearly. What was obscured by the round eyes was unstoppable surprise. The use of this entanglement is no different from mine. If he continues to grow, maybe. Yi didn't know Yungu's surprise on the side. At this moment, he was using the wrapping, and he felt that there was a layer of invisible clothes just wrapping himself, and his whole body was full of warmth. After a few minutes, Yi cancelled the entanglement, allowing the flow of thoughts to return to a normal state. Absolutely. Yi still closed his eyes, and instantly tightened his body and cut off the breath of the whole body, making his sense of existence weak. As a killer, restraining one's own breath is a basic skill, so the use of Ju is even more skilled than that of entanglement. Yunji, who was on the side, didn't know what to say. Although it was not the first time he saw Yi's practice results, every new progress would shock him. At this moment, he had some doubts about life. Am I helping a monster grow? The thought of regret flashed in my mind, but it turned into firmness in the next second. No, it would be a good thing if it could save him from the abyss. Yi, who was on the side, only felt that his breath was constantly restrained, and even the ants under his feet stepped on his feet. After a long time, the restrained breath gradually reflowed on Yi's body surface. But Yi took the initiative to stop. After adjusting his breath, Yiki continued to practice the next technique. Practice. Different from the calmness of the previous 2 times, the technique this time is to release the qi refined in the body from the sperm holes outward at the same time, releasing more qi than usual. Wang tilde. The qi in the body, like a rushing wave, continuously radiated from Yi's body. The exaggerated air volume is almost the same as Yunji-yu on the side. And this is only the result of Yi-Yi's half-month cultivation. Yunji-yu on the side really didn't know what to say. At this moment, he was already doubting whether he had the talent for cultivation. Why, after so many years of cultivation, he was so easily caught up by the students he taught. Perhaps, maybe I should also take a good practice recently. Looking at the youthful and energetic Yi-Yi in front of him, Yungu's heart seemed to rekindle something. Another half-month has passed. Still the woods. However, this forest has lost the peacefulness that Yi-Yi had when he first came. Tattered tree trunks, scattered branches and leaves, and devastated ground. All that proves how sinister devastation it has experienced. The culprit was the two people who were still fighting in the distance. In order to practice the application skills of mind, Yi-Yi gave up the weapon and used his own body to feel the flow of mind. Bang tilde bang tilde bang tilde. After the constant collision, the two quickly separated. Shunbu. Mind power exploded under Yi-Yi's feet. As a killer originally, speed has never been a weakness for Yoichi. With the blessing of Shunpo, its speed in making Yunji-yu in the battle feel extremely difficult. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Yunji-yu. Ken. The moment he saw Yi-Yi moving, Yunji-yu subconsciously crossed his arms in front of him, and most of the thoughts in his body also flowed away. The actions of the night for a moment made Yunji-yu feel fortunate for himself. The power is born from the ground, and the soil under Yi-Yi's feet is stepped on deep footprints. The power is first transmitted to the waist, then poured into the right leg, and concentrated on the right calf and foot. Flow. With a side kick, he kicked Yungu's crossed arms. At the same time, Yi-Yi's thoughts quickly converged towards his right foot. In the previous battle, both of them were in a strong state, and in order to defend against Yi-Yi's attack, Yunji-yu gathered more thoughts on his arms. If Yi-Yi didn't increase his thoughts on his right foot, if he kicked it down, he would definitely be injured. Pung tilde tilde tilde. The attacked Yunji-yu, even though his feet were inserted into the soil under his feet, Ren was dragged back several meters by this huge force. The next moment, the two collided together. After an hour, Yi-Yi and Yunji-yu were both sitting on the ground panting. Yi-Yi, in this month's practice, I have taught you the 4 elements of reciting and the techniques of application. Have a break. With absolute, the two quickly returned to their state. I just didn't expect you to be able to use them in battle so quickly. Looking around, after passing through the woods destroyed by the two, it is no longer as beautiful as it used to be. In this scene, Yunji-yu couldn't help but let out a wry smile. A month ago, he was able to quietly come behind Yi-Yi with the help of Ju. And now, after only studying Night 1 for a month, he has been able to compete with him. Next, I have nothing to teach you anymore. What you need to do in the future is to completely absorb what I have given you and turn it into your own instinct. It's a so-called graduation announcement. Looking at the half-old child in front of him, Yungu's face filled with a gentle smile. In this month of getting along, Yunji-yu has regarded Yi-Yi as his own disciple, otherwise he would not have taught him the application skills of reciting. Yi-Yi didn't say anything, just nodded silently. Although at the beginning, he guarded the man in front of him countless times, but when he really taught himself all the knowledge of reading, he found that he really had no other ideas. You have been practicing with me for a month. During this period, although you have been practicing against me, you will always be unable to use your full strength due to scruples. Yunji-yu looked into Yi-Yi's eyes and seemed to be implying something. I understand. Next, I will be in the sky arena to test the results of my practice. After practicing for a month, I just wanted to have a life and death duel to see my current level. And most importantly, System Panel. Host, Night 1. World, Full-Time Hunter. Number of inheritances, 1. Inherited figure, Ichimaru Jin. Unlock progress, %. Spiritual pressure, 50. Ability to master. Shunpo, basic ghost, basic swordsmanship. The next ability to unlock, need to unlock the progress 10%. 4 more offer. Sure enough, for a student, being able to change 4 times a day is already the limit. In the subsequent updates, I almost look like 4 updates a day. As the author of Philo, I am very sorry. Thank you readers for your support, thank you for your rewards, and thank you for your flowers. Seeing so much support from flowers, I really don't know what to say. Thank you very much. Chapter 16_. In the last battle, when killing Stanny, he contributed % of the unlocking progress to Yi Yi. This also gave Yi Yi a new discovery. The unlocking progress before Stanley was a 0.01% increase. But when it came to Stanny, it was directly increased by %, which made Yi Yi guess whether it was the contribution of the ability to read, which was much higher than the average person. This doubt has been pressing in his heart. If this is the case, it only needs to solve a 200-layer player, and the unlocking degree of 10% can be successfully achieved. In the Sky Arena match, he is determined to win. Just before that, there is one more thing that needs to be done. Whoosh tilde. An object shining with black light was thrown to Yoongu by Yi Yi. Crack tilde. Although it was unexpected, Yoongi-yu was not unable to catch anything. Send it to you. It was originally used as a reward. Yoongu teacher. A gem that shone with blue-black light was caught by Yoongi-yu in his hand. But for Yoongu, it is far less comfortable than the phrase, Yoongu teacher. Laughing, at this moment, Yoongi-yu laughed happily. Dash 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 dash. As a supernova before the 200th floor, Yi Yi has always been favored by the Sky Arena and many audiences. However, on the day he advanced to the 200th floor, this man suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. Someone once speculated whether it was because of a sudden illness and was treated in a certain hospital. Some people also said that Yi Yi killed too many players and was targeted, and solved it secretly. Of course, more viewers felt sorry for Yi Yi's disappearance. They have been in the Sky Arena for a long time, and they can often see this kind of scene. Players who performed outstandingly before the 200th floor disappeared mysteriously after reaching the 200th floor. Or in the first game on the 200th floor, there was no suspense in losing to those seniors on the 200th floor. It is also for this reason that the 200th floor is extraordinarily mysterious to these audiences. All in all, although he was in the Sky Arena before Yi Yi, he was a rising supernova. But without any news for a month, his popularity has lost most of it. Now the new dark horse of Sky Arena is another player, Baker Jeffrey. A player who also made the cut all the way before the 200th floor. Unlike Yi Yi, after he climbed to the 200th floor, he quickly played a game. And with a relaxed and uninjured attitude, he won the game. Under such a big hit, most people have forgotten the existence of Yi Yi. Yi Yi, who had completed the registration for the competition, looked at Baker, who is advertised on the big screen of the Sky Arena, without the slightest wave in his heart. As a killer, being exposed to the spotlight is not a good thing in itself. Now that someone has come out to attract attention, he is naturally overjoyed. For the next few days, Yi Yi stayed in his room on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, carrying out the practice of point. Although pointing is not a skill used in battle, it can help you to focus on yourself and make the use of mind more handy. Until a phone call broke Yi Yi's retreat. The night of meditation was interrupted by the phone in the room. Wu tilde. Open your eyes, take a long breath. He knew that the battle he had been waiting for days had finally come. In these days, he has 2 options. A battle to test yourself, or take on an assassination request to unlock progress. He chose the former, which is why he practiced point honestly. In order to maximize his state, He did not accept any assassination commissions. Pick up the phone. Hello. The voice was still low. Hello Yi contestant, your application for the competition has been approved. The competition will be held on December 15th, that is, at 10:30 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Please prepare well in advance and enter the arena half an hour before the game. If you fail to enter the arena over time, the Sky Arena will consider you to automatically admit defeat. The formulaic notification made Yiki have no desire for a tone of voice. I see. Just answering, then hung up the phone. What Yi didn't know was that in a room not far from him, a figure also hung up the phone in his hand. Baker contestant. After hanging up the phone, Yi re-entered the practice of Dian. The only thing that could be heard in the room was the faint sound of breathing that only occasionally came out at night. The room was silent again. Time flies, and soon it is time for the night game. December 15th morning. On the day that the game time was announced, the Sky Arena officials started to hype the game. The contestants in this competition do have enough gimmicks to attract people. One side is the supernova, Death Cleaver, who mysteriously disappeared for a month. The other side is the newly promoted incumbent supernova, the man who also has this undefeated record, Baker Jeffrey. There is still an hour left before the game starts. Both of them had arrived at the competition site ahead of time, but they had not yet entered the ring. In the commentary above the auditorium, the commentator began to introduce the record of both sides to the audience present. Yi contestant, the mysterious disappearance of the Sky Arena superstar, had played 16 matches before he disappeared, and each match was to kill the opponent and maintain a winning streak to advance to the 200th floor. After disappearing for a month, he suddenly returned to the stage of the Sky Arena. Let's cheer for his return. The narrator tried to use the popularity that Yi had accumulated in the past to give a warm-up first. Perhaps the games before Yi were too rich in violence and beauty. The fans of this aspect did not forget Yi, but were always waiting for his return. Oh, oh, oh. The cheers of the film sounded from the audience. Ha ha ha, I just said that he was not a man who died so easily, and now he is back in the ring. Someone loudly shared their joy to the audience beside them. Of course, there are those who support it and those who oppose it. Cut, it's just a man who disappeared after being promoted to the 200th floor. No one knows what happened this month. Maybe he lost the game in private to cultivate himself. In the distance, someone dismissed Yi's comeback. Seeing that the warm-up effect was good, the narrator continued to introduce the information of Baker Jeffrey. Baker Jeffrey, who came to the Sky Arena 10 days ago, has played a total of 9 games, and won the 200th floor game without injury. He is currently the most popular player. I don't know what will happen to the two most popular players on the same stage. Let's wait and see. There is still an hour left before the game starts. Chapter 17_. Yi and Baker Jeffrey prepare for the next fight. The other side. The news of Yi's reappearance also appeared on a certain man's table. Huo disappeared for a month, and finally reappeared. Looking at the photos on the table, the man's voice was full of playfulness. This guy, I'll leave it to you, I hope you won't let me down, Cross. Standing beside the man was a man covered in a black cloak. I see, Captain Dazui. A sharp voice came from under the cloak. A pale hand picked up the photo on the table. If Yi is here, you will find that this is the picture when you walk out of the Sky Arena room and go to the ring. The other side. Time passed little by little, and an hour passed quickly. As the bell rang, Yi and Baker Jeffrey walked towards the ring. Yi had a long knife in a scabbard hanging from his waist, and Baker Jeffrey had a simple long knife on his back. The outfits of the two are slightly similar. The audience in the auditorium became even more crazy when they saw this scene. The cheers continued to press over like a wave. Regarding the information about Baker Jeffrey, Yi had read it from the collected information in the past 2 days, but it was the first time I saw the real person. Yi remembered the information from Baker Jeffrey about his last game victory. With the help of a simple long knife, it can easily decapitate the opponent's head. And the time from the start to the end of the battle only took 1 minute. On the other side, the commentary room above the auditorium. Because the narrator has already introduced the achievements of the two in advance, this time there is no repetition. Just started to encourage the gamblers in the audience to bet on their favorite players. The ratio of the night 1 contestants is, and Baker Jeffrey's ratio is 0.9. Viewers, have you picked it? The voice fell, and photos of the two appeared on many large screens above the ring. The photo of the two is directly separated by a slash, and the red and conspicuous VS word flashes in it. In the auditorium on the side, Yunji-Yu sat there quietly, not at all worried about Yi's next win or loss. This understated appearance formed a sharp contrast with the gamblers who were reveling on the side. In many audiences, and under the live broadcast of TV, Yi and Baker Jeffrey. The two entered the ring. In the ring, the referee had already come on stage in advance, waiting for the arrival of the two. While so many people were waiting, the referee didn't talk nonsense, and quickly explained the rules of the game to the two of them. Although for the two of them, the rules of the game have already been memorized by heart. Baker Jeffrey. Defeat this guy who suddenly appeared. Just a teenage kid, I really don't know how to get to the 200th floor. Damn, Yi's strength is obvious to all, you bastards who don't know the truth. The voices in the audience have not diminished. It seems that our two players have a lot of fans. From this point of view, the two are evenly matched, but let's wait and see how the game will turn out. The commentators above the audience are the ones who understand the emotions of these audiences best. A simple sentence once again heated up the atmosphere of the game. But compared to Baker Jeffrey, I prefer Yi. In the last match, the ability to suddenly kill the opponent was a big killer. The commentator this time happened to be the one who played against Stanley last night. She did not forget how Yi completed the Jedi anti-kill at that time. She is more inclined to win the night than Baker Jeffrey. After the referee introduced the rules, he immediately raised his right hand and waved it down sharply. The game begins. Although the match had already started, neither of them attacked first, but looked at each other. Baker Jeffrey, although quite thin, has surprisingly well-proportioned muscles. You're really unlucky. I made an appointment with someone. I want to be the landlord with a record of victory, so I'm sorry. The battle had not begun, but Baker Jeffrey seemed to have seen the victory. Neither side moved, but the confrontation had already begun. Trash talk, in some cases, can completely affect a person's state. In the duel of the masters, just one flaw is enough to end the battle. The knight was ignored. As a killer, maintaining your mindset is an important lesson. Baker Jeffrey looked at Yi indifferently, and was not depressed. After all, he didn't expect Yi to be affected by trash talk, it was just an attempt. Well although I don't know what you were doing this month when you disappeared, but from the point of view of your body, there is a high probability of awakening. Also, no one will say that I am invincible. He stretched out his hand and pulled out the quaint long knife hanging on his back, and threw a few knives in the air. This operation shocked a lot of fans. Although I don't know what your weapon is, it's not easy to hang it around your waist. Baker Jeffrey, enjoying the cheers of the crowd, provoked Yi by the way. The face of Baker Jeffrey's provocation, Yi still had no plans to draw his sword. The purpose of his battle this time is to test the results of his practice first, and then to unlock the progress. When the battle is not at a disadvantage, he does not want to use the weapon on his waist. What's more, the long knife on the waist is only worn for future manifestation. His strength does not depend solely on weapons. Che, look down on me, then let you see how good I am. Yi's attitude was a form of contempt for Baker Jeffrey. Under this contempt, he chose to take the initiative. Nianqi converges to his feet. Boom. The ring was stepped out of a hole. And Baker Jeffrey himself quickly disappeared in place. Since you don't plan to use weapons, then take him to hell. Under the blessing of Nianqi, Baker Jeffrey shot towards Yi Yi like an arrow that was fired. Just. Baker Jeffrey frowned. It's a pity that at this time, he was running with all his strength, and he couldn't stop at all. The second is more offered. Chapter 18 _. Although Baker Jeffrey's speed is very fast, it is even faster than Yi Yi a month ago. But that was just one night a month ago. Now, Yi Yi is faster than him. Baker Jeffrey sprinted, Yiki was ready to attack. Ending was set as early as the moment Baker Jeffrey chose to strike first. When Baker Jeffrey rushed in front of Yi Yi, a knife had already slashed towards his neck in advance. At this distance, Baker Jeffrey couldn't dodge at all. He could only watch helplessly as the hand knife slashed at him. Puff! A broken arm flew into the air. Tilde. The blood was unstoppable, and the yearning spewed. He tilde. The right hand holding the knife couldn't help but cover his left arm. Baker Jeffrey gasped. At a critical moment, Baker Jeffrey slammed into the ring with the quaint long knife in his hand. With the reaction force of hitting the ring, he forcibly moved his body. Although he did not completely escape, he also escaped his life because of it. But the cost is very high, too large for ordinary people to bear. Pat. One left arm was instantly cut off by Yiki's knife. Your strength. Didn't even bother to pick up the left arm that had fallen to the side, and Baker Jeffrey stepped back gasping for breath. At this moment he panicked. Conscious wakefulness has been around for a year. Although he has not received formal teaching, he believes that his strength is no worse than others. But what happened today made him feel hopeless. This is the first time I have encountered such a terrifying opponent. He thought about giving up. What agreement, what unbeaten record, all are not important. It was not until he faced death that he realized that the most important thing was his own life. Give up, must give up. After thinking for a moment, the decision was made. It's just that Yi Yi let go of his prey so easily. How is that possible? Stop kidding. From the confrontation just now, Yi Yi knew that this match was a waste of expectation. It seems to be very strong, but it has only touched the fur of the 4 major lines. Disappointment flashed past Yi Yi's alarm clock, but the next moment, it was banned by expectations. Since you can't detect your own strength, let's turn it into unlocking progress. Your presence makes me stronger, thank you for your selfless dedication. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and the first sentence after his debut determined Baker Jeffrey's fate. Wait, what do you mean? The cold voice in Yi Yi's mouth made Baker Jeffrey subconsciously feel that something was wrong. The thought of giving up has just flashed, but I haven't had time to shout. I vote. Unfortunately, how could Yi Yi easily let go of the unlocking progress at hand? Shunbu. The moment Baker Jeffrey opened his mouth, Yi Yi was already in front of him. With an afterimage passed by. The right hand, which was wrapped in thought, slashed across the neck without any hindrance. The sound of blood spurting resounded at the scene. PFF'd. A terrified head fell outside the ring and rolled around a few times. And a headless corpse was heavily hammered on the ring. The whole place was silent for a moment. All the unexpected will be the result. Jeffrey, who has a better chance of winning, is not an enemy at all. The two who seemed to be evenly matched, but after the 2 confrontations, the winner was decided. The inner sense of gap made Baker Jeffrey's fans unable to accept this ending. Even the referee didn't expect that within 10 seconds of his exit, Yi Yi won the victory. I said it was time to declare my victory. Yi Yi's icy voice interrupted the referee's shock. Yes, the winner of this game is Yi Yi contestant. After getting off the ring, he walked out of the arena boringly. As soon as the knight left, the audience in the auditorium relaxed. Cheers, even more terrifying than the beginning, resounded throughout the floor. The dead are like eating and drinking water to the sky arena. For those gamblers, it's more of a win. Not only to Yi Yi, but also to cheer for his choice. The other side. Walked out of the 200th floor, did not go back to his room directly, but walked towards a martial arts gym. System panel. Host, Night 1. World, Full-Time Hunter. Number of inheritances, 1. Inherited figure, Ichimaru Jin. Unlock progress, %. Zanpakuto, Spear First Solution. Spiritual Pressure, 100. Ability Mastery, Shunpo, Beginner Ghost Way, Beginner Swordsmanship, Reiatsu Perception Beginner. The next ability to unlock, need to unlock the progress 25%. The moment you kill Baker Jeffrey, the unlock progress reaches %. I thought that what was unlocked this time should only be some skills, such as the ability to perceive spiritual pressure, but unexpectedly, the big killer, the magic gun, was also within the scope of unlocking. More importantly, the moment when the magic gun is unlocked, the first solution can be used. This made Yi Yi a little surprised. A sense of sight, like a dream, enveloped Yi Yi. Magic. Try to meditate in your heart. Nianqi automatically poured out from Yi Yi's right hand. The next moment, a short knife with a scabbard suddenly appeared on his right hand. This dagger is similar to wakizashi, its blade is S-shaped, and the blade is short, seemingly ordinary, but it gives people a sharp-edged feeling. A resonance between souls emanated from this dagger. This is the magic gun. When you grab the gun, you feel like you're grabbing yourself. The strange feeling like his own hands and feet made Yaiki feel very strange. Interesting, shoot him, the magic gun. Walk the idyllic path to the martial arts hall. Yi Yi pulled the sharp spear in his hand from the scabbard and aimed it at a tree. Su tilde tilde tilde. With a light sound, the tree was instantly passed through. The sudden burst of speed made Yi Yi tremble. At the moment Yi Yi opened his mouth, the spear had already passed through the tree. Return. Looking at the magic spear that pierced the tree, I thought to myself at night. Get the commanded gun, and return quickly. Strength and speed are not bad. Even the consumption can be said to be almost non-existent. Really a good partner. Looking at the magic gun in his hand, Yi Yi smiled with satisfaction. 3 more offer. When the evening class is over, I will continue to update a chapter. Ask for flowers, collections, and evaluation tickets. Chapter 19_. Burt Martial Arts Hall, a martial arts hall with many years of history. Although it was closed for a period of time, under the care of Burt Naden, its prosperity is no worse than in the past. Even because of his status as a player on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, he is even more attractive to warriors. And Burt Naden did not live up to this martial arts hall. Seriously teach those who really practice martial arts. This teaching is for several years. During this period, the apprentices who came to learn martial arts changed batch after batch. But the only constant is Burt Naden's eldest disciple, Walkley. Although he was not outstanding in martial arts talent, his sincere attitude to martial arts moved Burt Naden. In the 3rd year of practicing martial arts under Burt Naden, he was accepted as a direct disciple by Burt Naden and taught all kinds of martial arts in person. Mindfulness is naturally included. However, because his talent is not outstanding, he cannot take the path of natural awakening. In the end, forced openings with a very high failure rate were selected. The goddess of luck seems to have finally seen this man, and successfully survived in this way with a very high failure rate. Although he was unable to exert his full strength due to the loss of a lot of chi, he also gained the ability to think. However, it was such a lucky person who was lying on the ground at this moment. The golden light rope that appeared inexplicably on his body completely controlled his movements. Binding road number 4 gray rope. Panic, indescribable panic flooded into my heart. Walkley just came to the martial arts hall as usual today to guide the juniors in the hall. However, he didn't expect that he just went to the toilet and was knocked on the sap and lost consciousness. When I woke up again, it had become what it is now. Death Cutter, Yi, I have seen your video. I don't know why you arrested me, but I must know who my master is. Walkley, who was lying on the ground unable to resist, hoped to use his identity as a master to persuade Yi to quit. It's a pity that it was his identity that he saw at night. Ignoring the man writhing on the ground, Yoruichi closed his eyes and meditated. The orientation of this location was left before Walkley was taken away. Therefore, he only needs to wait here quietly now. Was just a wait to ensure that Bert Knighton came over. The moment when he killed Baker Jeffrey, Yi knew that the ordinary ability person could no longer detect his own strength. So a bold thought popped into my head. Since you can't find a suitable opponent, why not just find your own target, Bert Knighton? Left and right are characters that must be resolved. At this moment, it is easy to use it to test the strength. With this thought in mind, Yi took action. A few hours later, the arrival of a breath of air interrupted Yi's meditation. It was an aura that was a bit stronger than Yun Ji-yu. Sure enough, choosing him as the object of the test results is too correct. Because of excitement, Yi's mouth couldn't help grinning to both sides. I'm here, and since your target is me, let Walkley go. Bert Knighton is a burly giant nearly 2 meters tall. When he saw Walkley next to Yi, he clearly felt that the man's breath was chaotic for a moment. But he didn't ask Yi's purpose, he just wanted his eldest disciple to leave. Although he is burly, it does not feel bloated. On the contrary, the moment he saw him for the first time, Yi felt that his body was extremely strong. Of Gai Shiba, the mother of Chi-Chi. The two are very similar in stature. It's also explosive. Enhanced system. Instead of releasing the shackles on Walkley, Yi initiated an inquiry. Silence. In the face of Yi's question, Bert Knighton was silent, but his fists were constantly clenched. After a while. You tell me your affiliation and I'll untangle Walkley. Fair deal, right? Yi was not in a hurry, just kicked a corpse lying beside his feet. The burly man remained silent. Judging from the thoughtful look in his eyes, he should be thinking about something. I am indeed a reinforcement department. I answered your question. Then, complete your so-called transaction and let Walkley leave. The clenched fists represent restraint on oneself. From this point of view, Walkley has a great position in his heart. Yi's smile was even more presumptuous. No problem, now that the deal is done, of course I'll let him go. The voice fell, and the rope tied to Walkley's body turned into a light spot and dissipated in the air. Bert Knighton on the side was obviously relieved. He did not expect such a despicable villain to be so trustworthy in this regard. Looking at this aspect, Bert Knighton was going to leave a whole corpse for Yi. However, he breathed a sigh of relief, and Bert Knighton's face became extremely anxious again. Walkley, who regained control of his body, ignored everything else and ran in the direction of his master. In the panic, he didn't notice the wrong expression on his master's face at all. Broken Sword Number 4, by Lei. A beam of lightning suddenly shot out from Yi's finger. At a very fast speed, he shot at the running Walkley. Kai tilde. Before feeling the pain, he saw a beam of light pierce through his chest. Plop tilde. The power brought from behind caused Walkley to lose his balance and fall in the direction of the burly man. Teacher, master. Struggling to lift his upper body from the ground, Walkley looked at his master. However, the tears on this burly man's face seemed to make him understand something. I don't regret worshipping at your door. I just regret that I see and continue to be your disciple. I'm very happy here, in the past few years of martial arts. At this moment, there is no blame, there are only those happy pasts. However, he didn't know that these words were a blade that exacerbated the guilt and pain in the burly man's heart. The fourth is more. Just after the evening class, I will update it immediately when I get back to the dormitory. It's a bit late, but it's still here. Chapter 20 _ Tears were dripping from his cheeks uncontrollably. This seemingly burly man has experienced the life of escape in his childhood. In fact, what he most desires is family affection. At this moment, how much he hoped that it was all an illusion. But the blood that flowed made him unable to escape reality. His hands clenched tightly, his nails digging into the flesh, but he didn't notice it at all. At this moment, he seemed to be stunned, his eyes bloodshot. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, and this unspeakable sadness completely enveloped his heart. It's you, it's all you, I can't spare you. Along with hatred, came the violent thoughts all over his body. This invisible momentum pressed towards Yi Yi. However, these murderous auras are just sprinkling water for Yi Yi. Not sure, Yi Yi killed more people than him. The anger in his heart forced Bert Naden's heart to take revenge on Yaiki. And his body also moved in accordance with his heart. Pung tilde. The burly body is running fast under the blessing of Nian. Driven by anger, there is no tactics, no skills, just relying on his own flesh. At this moment, he just wanted to beat Yi Yi alive, or be beaten to death by Yi Yi. Outsiders are as fast as galloping, but in the night, it is only faster. In the previous month of practice, Yi Yi and Yun Jiyu had fought more than once. Both of them are thin types, and their speed is naturally faster than ordinary people. Therefore, Yoichi, who was accustomed to high-speed combat, did not take such speed into his eyes at all. His body turned slightly to one side, and he dodged like a matador. Just wanted to laugh. However, the accident happened here. Yi Yi, who had dodged away, was suddenly punched in the chest. The strange thing is that although this punch hit Yi Yi, it did not cause any damage to him. Just to be on the safe side, Yi Yi secretly used the technique of renunciation, strong. The other side. Bert Naden, who was dodged by Yi Yi, stopped at the moment. Although his face was still full of anger, it was a little more relaxed. The punch just now is my ability, warriors only die in a duel. Unexpectedly, Bert Naden actually introduced his abilities. Conditions of use. 1. The ability of the mind must be activated through fists and feet as a medium. 2. This ability condition must be explained to both sides of the battle. 3. Ability activation time, only half an hour. Ability effect. 1. Force both sides to fight only with fists and feet. 2. During the activation of the ability, the distance between the two sides of the battle will be mandatory to be within 3 meters. 3. For ability users, randomly add 25%, 50%, 75%, 100% of all attributes. Unfortunately, this time the random full attribute bonus is 50%. The moment he heard the introduction, Yaiki realized that he couldn't use any of the weapons on his body. It's not that Yuichi has forgotten how to use weapons, but there is a special existence that erases Yuichi's concept of weapons. For the next period of time, Yi Yi will not be able to use any tools with the meaning of weapons at all. Interesting, really funny. In just a few breaths, Yi Yi realized his mistake. The burly Bert Naden was mistakenly regarded as a psychic of the enhancement department. And Bert Naden's next remarks also proved this. I deceived you just now, my true mind ability is the control department. At this moment, Bert Naden's face was covered with a cruel smile. Although he is a manipulator of telepathy, Bert Naden has trained his body like a reinforcement. This has a deceptive appearance, and a rule-like ability. It is also his trump card that he can stay in the sky arena for several years and still survive to this day. Swoosh tilde tilde. The thoughts gathered under the feet, and a burst of sand was blown. Bert Naden instantly disappeared from the spot. The distance of 3 meters seems to be non-existent at this moment. Just like teleportation, it appeared in front of Yaiki. The 5 fingers of the right hand are folded together, and a lot of thoughts are condensed on them. Facing the attack, Yaiki crossed his arms in front of him. Stream. A technique for adjusting the amount of Kai in a specific part of the body to change the body's offensive and defensive power. Most of the thoughts in his body flowed to his arms. Boom tilde tilde. A huge roar came from the position where the two intersected. The next moment, the two quickly fought together. Pung tilde. Yi punched away, and the thoughts in his body quickly gathered in it. And Bert Knighton was not to be outdone. He also covered his fists with Nianchi, and he started to bang. Bang tilde bang tilde. Both fists collide violently. Separate the next moment. One, another. In a matter of seconds, the two had punched dozens of times. Gradually, Yi's super-fast speed made Bert Knighton unable to cope. Although he could see his movements clearly, his body couldn't keep up. PFF'd. Flow. With a hand knife with 80% of his mind, he cuts the flesh without any suspense. But Bert Knighton was a ruthless man. Although this blow made him hesitate for a moment when he broke his body. But did not forget to take the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Unfortunately, Yi left the place instantly after completing an attack. And where Yi had just stood, there was a huge pothole. It seems that the 50% increase is not able to stop my attack. The right hand was thrown to the side, and the stained blood spilled a beautiful arc. If you want to live, just play a good game with me, don't think about spending it with me, you know, this is not the Sky Arena. For someone who still has illusions, he strikes mercilessly after the night. Damn it, go to hell. Yi's words irritated him. Indeed, this is not a Sky Arena, and there is no way to win this point. The brief confrontation between the two just now also made him discover that his strength, whether it is strength or speed, is completely incomparable to Yi. If you don't work hard, you might really die here. A thought flashed through his mind. This thought made his skills dull for a moment. It was this moment of dullness that made Yi seize the opportunity. Yaiki, who had been keeping an eye on his opponent, immediately attacked at the moment he noticed this sluggishness. Shunbu. Nianchi condensed under his feet, and a distance of 3 meters was equivalent to nothing. His right hand once again turned into a hand knife, but this time it contained 100% of Yi's thoughts. The knife fell from the hand, and a human head flew into the air. Bert Knighton, die. A thorny opponent, but was caught in the end because of carelessness. The price is death. Be a killer from a full-time hunter. Chapter 21 to 40. Chapter 21 _. Distance and the fight with Bert Knighton. A week has passed. Over the course of the week, Yi registered 4 consecutive 200-tier competitions. As a result, without exception, Yi won. It's a pity that these battles have nothing to gain except contributing 2% of the unlocking progress to Yi. Gradually, Yi's sense of anticipation for the Sky Arena disappeared. Maybe it's time to get out of here. After finishing the meditation, Yi came to the window of the room. At a height of several hundred meters, the crowd flows like ants. The current Sky Arena, without Hisoka present, can no longer make his strength one step closer. Leaving here has become an inevitable result. The two purposes of Yi's coming to the Sky Arena have already been achieved. 1. Intercept the mission target Bert Knighton. 2. Learn to read the ability, and learn the 4 elements. Now not only has Bert Knighton been killed, but he has also learned how to use the mind under the guidance of Yun Ji-yu. It can be said that Yi gained a lot this time. More importantly, the time is right now, just in time for the beginning of the so-called plot. December 27, 1998. There is still a week left before the Hunter trial begins. Yi didn't intend to join the so-called protagonist group. The Hunter's license is a big killer, and he has already planned to get it. It's just that time collided with the protagonist group. After confirming the next goal, Yi began to pack up his belongings. However, although it is to clean up, it is nothing more than clearing the personal information that may be left in the room. After an hour, Yi simply carried a small bag and walked out of the Sky Arena. In order to avoid being stopped by the fanatical fans, he also made a special disguise, and now walks the street in the appearance of a 15-year-old girl. As a killer, disguise is a required course. After awakening the ability to read, this skill becomes more handy. On Younggu's side, he entrusted the staff of the Sky Arena to hand him a letter, which is a farewell. It's just that Yi didn't realize that the moment he walked out of the Sky Arena, a shadow on the tall building in the distance seemed to follow behind him. Train Transportation Center. Whether or not the Hunter test was approaching, the airship route to the surrounding areas of Saba City was discontinued. The reason is that in the next week, there will be strong airflow, and for the safety of passengers, the airship will be stopped. The reason is reasonable and no one can refute it. For this kind of behavior, Yi guessed that the Hunter Association didn't want to take the candidates, and it was so easy to reach the test club. I bought a few train tickets. In the next week, I had to constantly change trains every night, and finally took a boat to the city of Saba. After boarding the train, I found my room to rest. Now that Yika has more than 1 billion rennies in it, he wouldn't treat himself and others forcibly in the same workshop. Simply spend money to buy a luxury sleeping ticket. But to rest, that is, to meditate. After acquiring the Meditator 1 ability, Yi replaced his sleep with it. Of course not all the time. It is only when you are walking outside that you choose to meditate. 3 days later, the train entered a new area, and Yi also followed the crowd to get off and transfer. Huo, this train is a bit special. It was only during the moment of the transfer that Yi discovered some clues. The new train to transfer, although the material seems to be the same as before, is ordinary steel. But when I walked into the train, the sound from my feet, and a more mellow muffled sound. It seems that he is deliberately telling others that there is a problem with the train. While seemingly the same, the materials used can be completely different. Yi smiled without making a sound. Just follow the train ticket in hand and walk towards your car. However, he did not find that in the car that was boarding, a woman had been observing the entrance. The change in Yi's expression was caught in her eyes. It's rare for someone to find out that there may be an option to cooperate. No weird thoughts. This woman secretly remembered the direction Yi left. On the other hand, Yi didn't know that someone had made up his own mind ahead of time. Putting away the small bag, he closed his eyes and fell asleep, ready to deal with the next emergency at any time. Time passed little by little, and I don't know how long it took. Yi suddenly felt an increase in a lot of breath. Plenty of even, equal breaths. Open your eyes and open the partition of the room. At this moment, the moonlight has fallen, and many people have fallen into a deep sleep. And those breaths that suddenly appeared, quietly sneaked into each compartment. As soon as he opened the window of his room at night, he turned over slightly. Came to the top of the train. As for the life and death of the passengers below, what does it have to do with him? They were just strangers who didn't meet. Bang tilde bang tilde bang tilde. Suddenly, there was a sound of gunshots. A large number of sleeping passengers were awakened. However, they found that everyone was tied up with ropes in advance and could not move at all. In all the carriages, there were several men in black clothes and hoods with submachine guns in their hands. Hand over your valuables one by one, so that we won't take your life. These robbers go to a person and take a person's money. If he refuses, he will be greeted by several black rumbling muzzles. Under the suppression of force, everyone chose to surrender. Many people cried when they saw this scene. Damn it, my Hunter trial ended before it even started. How can I go to the test site if I don't have money? Won't the police care if something like this happens? When will they come over? Complaints came one after another. Bang tilde bang tilde bang tilde. The robbers seemed to be upset by the noise. He picked up the gun in his hand and shot at the top of the car. "You rubbish, keep arguing, this is your end." The scene was instantly quiet. But Yi was not interested in what happened next. At this moment, he is facing an uninvited guest. 2 more offer. Ask for a review for flowers. Chapter 22 Sir, don't mind if I hide here too. Seeing that another person was dug out from the room before him, Yi's expression was a little subtle. So many rooms are not selected, but they are turned out from their own room. Clearly her goal is herself. He wears sunglasses and has long blonde hair. A woman with an equally cold temperament. Yi felt a little familiar to this person, but couldn't remember it for a while. Start recalling, is it someone you have met in the past year? As soon as I boarded this train, I vaguely noticed something was wrong. The visitor didn't care about Yi's face, but started talking about himself. I was wondering if this would be a hunter test, so I subconsciously started to observe candidates who were as capable of spotting different candidates as I was. Unfortunately, among so many people, you are the only one who can find anomalies. Reaching out, he pushed the sunglasses on his eye sockets to the tips of his hair. The delicate face was exposed in Yi's eyes. So let's form a team. As the 2 most observant people in this group, forming a team is the best course of action. The moment he took off his glasses, a pair of emerald green eyes were reflected in the night. The memory of this person flashed from his mind in an instant. A smile unconsciously emerged from the corner of Yi's mouth. I didn't expect it to be this woman. If it's you, I agree to team up. Hearing Yi's reply, the woman also raised a faint smile. My name is Sheba, and I am good at using all kinds of firearms. The right hand stretched out to Yi. The hand was as soft as a catkin, the skin was as creamy, and it didn't look like a hand that used firearms for a long time. Yi, my name is Yi. Yi also stretched out his hand. Good luck with our cooperation. The 2 hands clasped together and left. Next, let's complete this test together first, so as to break in our tacit understanding. What is your opinion? Now that the partnership has been established, Sheba is not hypocritical. Prepare to complete this sudden experiment with Yi. Yi nodded and acquiesced. Although they had formed a team, the 2 had never had any experience of cooperation. It would be a good choice to have this test to run in. Since it is the Hunters Association's test for us, then the robbers below are definitely not real. Although they have cooperated, Yi did not reveal Nian's existence. After all, it is the first time to get along, and it is necessary to observe the character of the other party. If he reached the qualified line in Yi's heart, he would naturally not hide the existence of his thoughts. If the robbers are pretending, do we want to find a way to rescue the passengers below? Hearing Yi's guess, Sheba was not surprised, apparently she had a similar idea before. Shaking his head, Yi was a little disappointed with Sheba's approach. However, considering that she has not come into contact with Nian and the group of real hunters, this is not a big problem. No need, this group of hunters is a completely different group from ordinary people. For them, they cannot be treated in conventional ways. Sheba was a little surprised by Yi's indifferent tone. She believes that her ideas, as a candidate, are not wrong. But since Yi said this, he must know a lot about the hunter. Under this idea, she did not refute. Instead, he quietly waited for Yi to explain. As a hunter, you need to go to various secret realms or accept various dangerous commissions. Therefore, strength is the only test for a hunter. Of course, I'm not saying that knowledge is unimportant, it's just that knowledge is relatively minor compared to absolute strength. Speaking of this, Yi paused, waiting for Sheba to react. Sheba, who nodded and listened, nodded slightly, indicating that he understood Yi's meaning. Continue to explain at night. So, relative to the average person who doesn't have a keen smell to sense danger, they don't have the qualifications to be a hunter. Although it's not obvious yet, when the real hunter is tested, you will find out what monsters you are facing. Yi looked at Shiba, who was listening carefully. In the original book, in her fourth experiment, she was supposed to snipe at Jitaraku, but was killed and took away the number plate. Now that I have my own existence, this kind of tragedy will not happen again. The hunter test conducted in advance like this is used to screen out the useless residues that are trying to mix into the hunter test. Millions of people sign up for the test every year, but the number of people who can reach the test room is only about 500. Quote. Yi's icy tone made Shiba shudder subconsciously. They are all human beings, but they are called useless residues. Such arrogance, is it a hunter's world? A doubt flashed in Shiba's heart. But the next moment, it was replaced by the desire in my heart. If she didn't know what the hunter's world was like, she could still live with the attitude of the past. But the Pandora's box in Shiba's heart has been opened by Yi. If you don't want to be called a scum, you have to be a hunter. If someone can be a hunter, why can't it be herself? Interesting remarks, I remember them. The smile is still cold, but it has a different charm than before. Shiba, whose mentality changed in advance, also changed his aura. This change made Yi beside him stunned. He was surprised that Shiba was able to change his mentality under his own words. However, considering that Shiba, as a female, was able to survive the fourth trial without injury, her own capital is definitely better than that of Bakugan. If he hadn't met Jitaraku, perhaps there would have been another hunter in Xiaoji's class. Okay, what should be explained has been explained to you, so tell me what we should do next. He clapped his hands, drawing Shiba's attention back, and asked for her opinion. Yi wanted to know what choice Shiba, who changed his own thinking, should make. If you are qualified, you may be able to cooperate for a long time in the future. Still very optimistic about Xiaoji and Chi-Chi's intrusion. Not for anything else, just hoping to help each other in times of difficulty. After all, Yi is not a god, and there are many things that he cannot do. I think. 3 more offer. I really like this character, it's a pity to die like that. Chapter 23_. Although it was only a few short sentences, Yi's remarks gave an overview of the hunter organization. Incompetent, not suitable to join this organization. Even if there are occasional fish that slip through the net, their end is never very good. Judging from the fact that Bakur turned into Bakugan, a conclusion can be drawn. It's okay to kill yourself, but also to kill with his teammates. Involving Pengsi has also become a dessert for the ants. Since hunters don't need these so-called residues, we can just ignore them. Shiba began to introduce new ideas. After getting rid of those residues, our actions become smoother. After all, we don't have to worry about others and our hands and feet are bound. First, observe the actions of those fake robbers, judge their so-called leaders through all their subconscious behaviors, and find ways to capture them. I think, this should be the fastest way to solve this test. After rethinking, Shiba's thinking became clear. Although there are some minor problems, for her without the ability to wake up, this is already very good. Clap tilde clap tilde clap tilde. Applaud slightly, expressing appreciation. Being able to think of this method in such a short period of time was beyond Yi's expectations. Your idea is very good, it's just a little problem, but these problems can be solved after you get the hunter's license. Now listen to me carefully. Yi's applause made Shiba's heart jump for a moment, but the next words made her joy disappear without a trace. Shiba also didn't know why his mood changed repeatedly because of a man he had known for less than 5 minutes. Perhaps Yi's icy aura was similar to his own, or perhaps Yi's analysis of the experiment was admirable. You can only comfort yourself with this thought. 1. The robbers have not killed any hostages since the beginning, but only used special means to make them fall into suspended animation. 2. According to my observation, this train has 18 carriages, of which there are 14 carriages for passengers. The 14 carriages has 5 robbers carrying out robbery work. 3. The 5 robbers in each car have exactly the same personnel distribution. That is, 2 robbers shot the hostages to deter the hostages, 2 robbers blackmailed the hostages, and 1 robber was smoking and watching. Yi looked at Shiba, whose complexion gradually changed due to his own analysis, and became more and more appreciative of her. You mean, the robbers in the 14 carriages have the same pattern of action? The analysis of the first 4 robbers has already made Shiba a little suspicious, but this can also be explained by training. But the actions of the last robber left her completely confused. 14 carriages, 14 robbers are smoking and watching. This kind of thing, she can't explain it by coincidence. The content of this test is likely to test the examinee's observation, vigilance, and response to emergencies. Seeing the confusion on Shiba's face, Yi ignored it and continued to explain. This trial has 3 chances. Respectively. 1. When you notice the abnormality of the train when you get on the train, it is difficult to be held by robbers when you are on guard. 2. Be vigilant, even if you don't find any problems with the train, but as long as you remain vigilant, when you find the messy footsteps of the robbers, leave the carriage as soon as possible, come to the top of the train, and wait for an opportunity. 3. Even if the first 2 opportunities are not seized and the robbers are held hostage, after handing over the money, when the robbers are blackmailing the other hostages, wait for the opportunity to break the ropes on the body, and take advantage of the 4 robbers not paying attention. So robbers who smoke are anti-hijacking. Shiba's pupils shrank suddenly, she didn't think so much at all. Is this the gap between me and him? At this moment, Shiba felt that he was a joke, and said that the 2 formed a team to help each other. In the end, it was Yi who was explaining it to her alone, and he played no role at all. Looking at Shiba's expression, Yi Pair could also guess what she was thinking. But Yi didn't enlighten her. He had already said so much. Whether he could digest it or not was Shiba's own business. Compared to Shiba, the man who suddenly appeared in Yi's original carriage was the most noteworthy. Am I right, Mr. Examiner? Shiba, who was still doubting his life, had no time to doubt his life after hearing Yi's words. Subconsciously put on an alert stance. I didn't expect that. I haven't been an examiner for a few years. This year, I will have such a windfall on a whim. The voice fell, and a person was found in Yi's room again. At night, the expression of disgust leaked out of consciousness. It's not good to come from there. 1 or 2 of them have to go from their own rooms to the roof of the car. This is an old man about 1.8 meters tall. Judging from the breath on his body, the time he spent cultivating thoughts was probably older than Yi's age. Also, the existence that can release nearly 100 thoughts and chi clones is not a pervert, or an old antique who has been practicing for an unknown number of years. Your analysis is correct, and you have discovered the drawbacks that I didn't even think of myself. The old man did not hide his appreciation for Yi at all. That guy in the afternoon, if he hears your analysis, he should like you very much. Yi didn't say anything, just looked at the old man quietly. Compared with the 12 earthly branches that are temporarily unavailable, such as Wu and Yu, it is still more important to pass the test. Seeing Yi's look, the old man smiled helplessly. Well, you young people are really so impatient, you can't even satisfy a wish to chat with an old man. Then his face turned. I announced as an external examiner for the hunter test that Yi and this little girl Shiba have passed the test. Obviously, the arrival of the old man came much earlier than Yi discovered. The names of the 2 were only said once when they were introducing each other. The old man was able to say the names of the 2 people, and obviously he had already discovered that the 2 were on the roof of the car. Arriving at Dolly Island by this train, you can go directly to the main venue of the hunter test. Let's have a good rest. After speaking, the old man left with a smile, obviously very satisfied with the results of this test. Yi pressed his top hat and didn't speak. Shiba, who was on the side, looked at Yi's profile at this time, wondering what he was thinking. 4 more offer. Ask for flowers, ask for collections. The comments section is pretty cool too. Chapter 24 _ 2 days later. That is, on January 3rd, the train arrived at the end. Among the candidates who were whining and complaining, Yi and Shiba leisurely got into a small car. This car will take the two directly to the hunter venue. In the car, Yi held the magic gun and entered the state of sword meditation, in order to further deepen the connection between himself and the magic gun. Shiba on the side was not idle either, unloading all the weapons on his body and carrying out maintenance work one by one. Although she has been doing this work for the past few days, but thinking that the hunter test will start next, I am afraid that she will not have time to maintain it. The car fell into a quiet state, except for the occasional sound of Shiba wiping his weapon. Such an inexplicable atmosphere made the staff who drove the two to the examination room tremble with fear. In fact, it's not that the staff is weak, it's just that after Yi entered the state of Dao Zen, if there is no sense of oppression, it exudes. Even Shiba on the side was slightly affected. Fortunately, the end of the train was not too far from the Hunter's Test Club, only 3 hours away. Perhaps feeling oppressed, the staff driving the car just finished the 3-hour journey in 2 hours. This is the test club for the Hunter test. After you enter, keep walking and you will arrive in about 10 minutes. The staff threw the two of them in front of an abandoned bungalow, and then drove away. With a burst of exhaust emissions, the staff disappeared from the eyes of Yi and two people. Only the two of them looked at the dilapidated building in front of them that seemed to collapse at any time. Although Yi knew that the entrance of each hunter test was placed in an unattractive place, the entrance in front of him was a little too shabby. In contrast, Xiaoji's barbecue restaurant looks extraordinarily luxurious. Yi, do you want to go in? Shiba, how about? Find a new entrance. Yi, are you sure? Shiba, forget it, let's go in from here. Entering this dilapidated cottage is like an ordinary abandoned old house. The only difference is the bottomless underground tunnel in the backyard. The two looked at each other and walked towards the tunnel together. Entering this tunnel reminded Yi of memories from many years ago. Very narrow at the beginning, talented people. After walking for dozens of steps, he suddenly became enlightened. As soon as they entered the tunnel, they could only walk side by side, but after walking a dozen steps, the tunnel expanded little by little. On both sides of the tunnel, there are 2 columns of torches burning for lighting. 10 minutes later. The two stopped, the end and the coming. An iron gate is embedded in the wall beside it. However, although it is said to be an iron gate, the material is probably dozens of times harder than ordinary iron. Beside the iron gate, there is a display screen and a working camera. Yi took a few steps forward, walked to the display screen. A large Arabic numeral 5 is displayed on it. Ding! Qualified candidates detected. Yi, pass. The camera on the side starts scanning the moment it walks to the display screen at night. The iron gate is like a Japanese-style sliding door, slowly closing into the wall next to it. At the same time, a sign marked number 66 protruded from the side. After turning back and nodding to Shiba, he picked up the sign and entered first. The number on the display, after entering the night, changed from 5 to 4. Obviously, this entrance is limited by the number of people entering it. After exceeding this limit, even if you have also completed the test and come here, you will not be able to enter the test room. You can only find the entrance of the test club again. Sometimes luck is also very important. Entering the venue, there are dozens of people sparsely in it. At the moment of entering the night, almost everyone turned their attention. Pung tilde. An invisible murderous aura emanated from Yi's body. The next moment, the candidates who were trying to look at Yi retracted their gazes one after another. This night, no one dared to provoke him. Certain fat man who looks simple and honest, but is actually a famous detective. His belly is full of bad water, and he simple ly retracts his legs. Originally, Jian Yi was not very old, and he was going to let Yi see the sinister society. But as soon as he opened his legs, he silently took it back. There was only one person. Not only did not feel the slightest discomfort at Yi's murderous aura, on the contrary, he became extremely excited. Ripe apples. No, not yet fully mature. Time, it will take a while. I really look forward to it. Ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde. The man leaning against the wall couldn't hide the excitement on his face. No, you have to be restrained. You must be restrained. The candidates standing around, subconsciously left this dangerous person. The other side. Shiba also took the number plate and walked out of the iron gate. However, unlike number 80 in the original book, this time it should have entered the venue ahead of schedule with Yi, and the number plate this time was number 67. The number on the display, after you enter it, becomes a 4. Quote. The first thing he did when he came in was Yi talking about his discovery. Nodding casually, showing that he knows. Then, the two found a corner and waited quietly. This wait is 5 days. The originally quiet venue was also filled with noisy voices unknowingly. The number of people has also expanded from dozens of people to more than 500 people. During this period, people who were familiar with each other came to the venue, and they were all targets on the organization's assassination list. For these people, Yi secretly remembered their information. Although he is currently in the hunter test, Yi doesn't mind getting extra money. Moreover, the next unlock progress of the inheritance characters is 25%, which is not a small amount for the current Yi. For the time being, it can only be accumulated bit by bit. Drip tilde. The elevator door on the side opened again. 3 familiar figures walked out. Xiaoji, Liu Li, Kurapika. Seeing the arrival of these 3 people, Yi's mouth raised a smile. The hunter trial has finally begun. As the participants of the last 3 trials, their arrival also anticipates the start of the trial. Thank you for the flowers and rewards. I was blinded when I saw it, and there were more than 2,000 flowers. Chapter 25_. After the trio entered the venue, a familiar short and fat man walked in their direction. Dongba. Looking at the figure, Yi recalled his information. Dongba. Nickname, Rookie Killer. Although he has a broad stature, he is very agile, and is characterized by a nose that is close to a square. The purpose of participating in the hunter test is not to obtain a license, but to observe all kinds of candidates, and later he is keen to terminate the newcomer. He likes to pull his legs, lie, and even invite people to drink juice with laxatives. He has passed the hunter test 35 times but failed once. On the organization's list, there is a reward of 10,000 ringgani. Converted into soft sister coins, it is almost equivalent to 200 yuan. It is estimated that who has been implicated by Dongba in the hunter test and released the reward in a fit of rage. But it's a joke-like amount that makes all killers stay away from the task. For fear of lowering his own compulsion. Night is no exception. 10,000 jiani, he went out to eat casually, more than this price. The other side. Dongba, who did not know that he had been offered a reward for many years, enthusiastically handed juice to Xiaoji and others. Xiaoji, who has just been recruited, and Liu Li, who has a lot of nerves, took it over unsuspectingly. Only Kurapika didn't drink it directly. Immediately after that, there was a chatter, and Yi didn't want to listen to it, so he withdrew his attention. After a while, accompanied by the sound of an alarm clock, a strange man in a suit appeared in front of many candidates. A man with light purple curly hair and curly beard, has the appearance of a gentleman. But the fact that he didn't have a long mouth made Yi feel a little surprised. Although it has been more than a year since I came to this world, I have seen all kinds of strange people, but it is the first time I have seen one without a long mouth. The newly appeared man in a suit looked at the watch in his hand. The registration period is now officially over. Then he made a solemn announcement. The hunter test will officially start now. Most of the candidates became nervous. Please come with me. After the man in the suit finished speaking, he turned around and took the lead. Before you start, you still need to make sure. Because the hunter's test is very difficult, as long as you lack luck and courage, you may be injured or even killed. Hearing this, Yi glanced at Shiba next to him. In the original work, compared to other candidates, Shiba lacked a little luck. But now even the number plate has changed, presumably the tragedy in the original book will not happen in this life. Yi thought so. If so, if you want to continue participating in the hunter test, come with me. With the last sentence of the man in the suit, everyone followed in his footsteps and walked forward. No one has opted out. Just walking, everyone's pace gradually became faster, and at the end they even started to run. It was at this moment that the man in the suit began to introduce himself. I'm so sorry to tell you so late, I'm Sats, who was in charge of the first test. Now, let me lead everyone to the second test venue. As Sats's walking speed increased, some people gradually began to fall behind. Before you know it, a few hours have passed. The number of people who can continue to run is almost half of the previous one. But for Yi and Shiba, this level is easy. This test can not only test the test taker's endurance, but also test the test taker's will. The hunter test, I thought it was too simple before. Seeing the gradually decreasing number of candidates beside him, Shiba became more and more yearning for the group of hunters. I guess it will take a few hours to run. It's quite boring for a short time. Compared with Shiba on the side, Yi felt extremely bored. It's just running after all. Yi, you know, the examiner on the train, the ability he uses. Suddenly, Shiba, who was sighing on the side, suddenly asked Yi. The robbers who smoked in the 14 cars at the same time. This is not at all attainable by ordinary training, or by coincidence. Unless it is the special ability of that examiner. She wanted to ask about this for a long time, but seeing that Yi didn't take the initiative to tell her thoughts, she kept pressing it in her heart. But at this moment, she really couldn't bear it any longer. Although the answer is right beside me, but I have to endure it all the time, this feeling is really difficult to describe in words. Well, Tilda, I thought you would keep going, but I didn't expect you to endure it so quickly. Pressing the top hat on his head, Yi teased with wicked interest. Obviously, Shiba's curiosity knows the bottom line. You're lucky, I was going to wait for the fourth test to tell you. Yi, who was extremely boring, didn't mind telling her Nyan's existence in advance. Really? The excited Shiba completely ignored Yi's so-called fourth experiment. This ability is not something everyone can know. Looking around the candidates around, Yi didn't reveal any plans to them. Although killing a psychic can reap % unlocking progress. But not everyone has the qualifications to become a psychic. Seeing Yi's cautious appearance, Shiba subconsciously leaned over. The ability used by that examiner is called Mind, which is an ability to freely manipulate the life energy emanating from the body. And Nyan, because everyone's aptitude, character and growth environment are different, they belong to different departments. Yi explained it again and again, while running in the footsteps of Sats. All in all, it's just a superpower. After becoming a professional hunter, the association will send a special teacher to teach new hunters to learn this ability. Having said that, he did not continue to speak. Of course, if you can find someone yourself to teach you the ability to read, you can learn this ability in advance. Just these are enough for her to absorb. Of course, the most important thing is that Yi faintly felt a ray of light. The end of the tunnel has arrived. Halfway through listening, Shiba, who wanted to continue listening, watched Yi run away in disbelief. After arousing my curiosity, I just ran away, I remember. Look at the figure that gradually fades away. Shiba, who is sulking, subconsciously poked two small powder dumplings on both sides of his cheeks. It's a pity that Yi couldn't see this picture at all. The second is offered. Chapter 26 _ Run for hours. A beam of light came out from the direction that Sats was walking. With the continuous climb up the steps, the candidate's hope also arises spontaneously. 1, 2. The two figures suddenly surpassed all the candidates present and ran fast towards the exit, accompanied by the laughter that is characteristic of being a child. The candidates who were left behind, looking at the two people who were still so physically energetic, sighed at their amazing physical strength. In this regard, Yi said that it has nothing to do with himself. Leisurely ran to the stairs. Behind him was a depressed Shiba. After everyone climbed the steps and came out of the tunnel, Sats looked at the watch in his hand. Time is up. As soon as the voice fell, the gate behind him slowly fell. A candidate who ran at the end, struggled to keep up with everyone, and finally made it to the finish line. When I saw the light, I subconsciously slowed down. And this is also the reason why he missed the hunter exam. Wait for me. Seeing the gate fall, a bad premonition emerges. But it's too late. The gate just closed as he struggled to climb to the entrance. The candidates who came out earlier saw this and subconsciously laughed. Obviously persisted until the end, but chose to relax at the most critical moment. It's really pitiful. At this moment, the number of candidates who successfully escaped from the tunnel is less than 1/3 of the original. Only the first half of the first test has wiped out so many candidates. Let Liu Li and others who participated in the hunter test for the first time feel what it means to be severe and cruel. In the distance, Xiaoji and Qiu looked like they were on a relaxed outing, which stimulated Liu Li's heart even more. At this moment, Liu Li thought about whether he could successfully pass all the tests. The people who came to participate in the hunter test are all monsters, and I am among these monsters, whether I can succeed in the license. Kurapika on the side, seeing that Liu Li was so low, guessed what he was thinking. It's just that outsiders can't interfere with this kind of thing. You can only get through this with your own firm will. Yi in the distance looked at all this thoughtfully. Hunter world is not a rigid world driven by the so-called plot of previous lives. Everyone has a different personality and past. Although in the general direction, the process is still driven by the plot. But in the details, the choice of the characters themselves will also change the future development. Like this moment. Under the comparison of Xiaoji and others, Liu Li began to question himself. This is what an ordinary person should think when facing many monsters. That guy is lying. A man, dragging his wounded body, grabbed a monkey and walked away. The face was full of wounds, and blood was flowing outwards. He's not an examiner at all. I'm the real examiner. After saying that, he threw the monkey in his hand to the ground. Hearing the words of the man who suddenly appeared, the candidates couldn't help but begin to doubt. After all, Sasna's pace is different from ordinary people, and it is easy to cause speculation. The monkey that was thrown to the ground further aggravated everyone's doubts. At this moment, the monkey, which seemed to be dead, had the exact same appearance as the examiner Satsu. If it wasn't for Sachi's lack of a mouth, everyone could think that the two were brothers. See, the candidates seemed to believe their own words. The man began to explain to everyone. This guy is a human-faced ape living in the Saimiro wetland, and he can transform into a human. Using rhetoric to deceive humans, that guy is also an accomplice of the human-faced ape. They want to wipe out you candidates and turn them into their own rations. The man's explanation seems to be well-founded. The candidate, who was already full of doubts about SATs, now completely believed what the man said. Yi looked around. It turns out that not everyone believes what a man says. At the very least, the 10 candidates from Kurapika, Xiaoji, and Chichi 10, Liangao, 6th Vanadium series did not believe what this man said. Yi, who had watched the original plot, found that what these candidates had in common was that they all persisted until the fourth hunter test. Sure enough, a person's potential as a hunter can be detected at the outset. Secretly pressing the top hat down, Yi came to a conclusion. This man is fake, I guessed it right, Yi. See Yi looking around at what? Shiba initiated an inquiry, but although it was an inquiry, his tone was extremely firm. Don't worry about it, it's just a farce, a beast after all. Under Yi's perception, this man's breath was full of greed and desire. As a person with the ability to read, he must have known that Hisoka, Sets, Ilmi and others knew that he was pretending. Just didn't reveal it. Especially Hisoka, the moment this man appeared, his breath was mixed with murderous aura. After spending a week in a boring underground tunnel, I guess I can't hold back. It doesn't matter, hang up high. Yi was teasing someone in his heart at this moment. The other side. The man began to cry with the candidates that his license was cheated out, and he was seriously injured because of it. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly let out a scream. Several playing cards suddenly appeared on his face. His vitality disappeared completely, and he fell powerlessly behind him. Hisoka's hand completely shocked passers-by. The next moment, someone found out. Standing quietly on the side, like SATs watching a play, he also held a few cards in his hand. Only then did someone realize that Hisoka's move just now was testing both sides. But whether this is a test or a provocation, only a few people present knew. Hisoka began to explain, and Sats also issued a warning. It's not an example, it's just that in the next exam, no matter what the reason is, as long as you attack me, I will regard it as a disobedience to the examiner and will disqualify you. After that, he threw away his poker. Turn around and lead the remaining candidates to continue to the next test room. Okay, time to go, to the second test site. 3 more offer. Ask for flowers, collections, and evaluation tickets. Chapter 27 _ To go to the second venue, you need to go through the Mile wetland. For those who have never been here, it is a daydream. But these candidates are undoubtedly lucky to have Sats to lead them forward. Although most of the candidates still run in the wrong direction because of the fog, and because of the birds learning to speak Sachi, they also run in the wrong direction. But compared to those candidates who lost their lives in the belly of the beast because they accidentally entered the trap, they were already very lucky. There are fewer and fewer candidates running with them. Shiba followed Yi, not afraid of losing his way. It doesn't matter, for us, those are competitors and the smaller the number, the better it is for us. Although Yi responded like this, he never paid attention to these ordinary candidates. The only ones who are afraid are Hiso and Ilmi. Just a little doubt, when did the fourth candidate who mastered the mind appear in the hunter test? In the original work, only 2 candidates, Siso and Ilmi, mastered the mind. Even if there is an extra knight in this experiment, logically speaking, it is only 3 people mastering the mind. But the mysterious fourth man in the cape made Yi secretly vigilant. Perhaps this person came to me specifically. Looking back at the appearance of Stanley, Yi pair didn't know about this mysterious fourth minder. But from the glances he occasionally looked at him, there were some guesses. You told me when you were in the tunnel before, if I can find the ability person in advance, I can learn this ability in advance, I remember correctly. Shiba didn't notice Yi's distraction, and asked Yi seriously. Yes, that's what I told you at the time. For Shiba's question at the moment, Yi answered casually. By the way, with a hand knife, he decapitated the beast that suddenly appeared on the side. Along the way, these beasts, after smelling the breath of human beings, constantly attacked the large army to obtain food and satisfy their hunger. On the way to the second test venue with Satis, many candidates have already lost their lives. Since you can tell me this and perceive the abilities of the examiner on the train, obviously, you are also a so-called ability person, am I right? Bang! A gray wolf who wanted to sneak attack was headshot by Shiba with a pistol. He continued to look at Yi without looking back. For Shiba's question, Yi quickly told her the answer. Yes, I can perceive the examiner's ability and tell you so much information, which naturally means that I also have the ability to read. When he said this, Yi seemed to feel something vaguely. Then why didn't you tell me directly before, and asked me to find the capable person myself? Shiba stared at Yi's face, trying to see what he was thinking. Since Yi has the ability to read, why does she have to find someone with the ability to read and teach her how to read? After all, it's also very interesting to see your dumb and ignorant appearance. Hearing Shiba's doubts, Yi couldn't help laughing out loud. I don't know how long it's been, joking with others like this. It seems that since he came to this world, he has been busy all the time, and he has never had a good time to relax. For a year, he has been accompanied by the cold task and several companions who are also killers. Perhaps the two have a good relationship, or they have become accustomed to each other's existence in the past few days. Or, the real world of hunters is treated as a real world. All in all, Yi was in front of Shiba. Although they still seem icy cold most of the time, they can occasionally joke with each other. If Yunji, who was far away in the sky arena, saw this scene, he would probably feel very relieved. Yi's laughter angered Shiba next to him. His face was flushed. But whether she is angry or shy, only she knows. Of course, a joke is a joke. Yi will not forget that he is still in the hunter test. The necessary vigilance still exists. Judging by Reiatsu, there was a huge presence 10 meters in front of the two of them. Although I don't know what kind of beast it is still too late to avoid it in advance. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Shiba, who is still in shame and anger. With one jump, he jumped to a height of more than 10 meters in the air, easily crossing the existence of this huge breath. I haven't reacted yet, why did I come to the air? Shiba saw a huge mouth below and closed it suddenly. Swallow a large piece of soil and the candidates standing on the soil into the stomach. Although you don't want to pay attention to your existence, you seem to treat me as food just now. Several tossed in the air, and fell to the ground safely. A red firebomb suddenly shot out from Yi's palm aimed at the ground. The 31. Red Cannon. The voice returned to icy cold again. No singing. Dealing with a mere beast is not enough to sing. Accompanied by a rumbling sound. A huge crater suddenly exploded on the ground, and the soil splashed everywhere. Among them is a green giant frog that has lost its life. Okay, let's move on. Ahead, seems to be the location of the second test. He glanced at the ground, not satisfied with this attack. Compared to Bailey, Kai artillery's attack speed is not that fast. The lethality is not as strong as White Thunder at all. The only advantage seemed to be the range of that attack. When attacking the target, it will produce an explosion effect, and the flames splashing around will also have a burning effect. His casual strike made his companions stare blankly. Is this the power of reading? I've been listening to Yi's introduction, but I haven't had a chance to see the true face of Shanyan. This time, I finally felt the existence of mind. Ignoring the contemplative teammate, Yaiki continued to hold her hand and ran forward. Shiba seemed to be still thinking about something, but he didn't notice the current state of the two at all. 10 minutes later. Through a jungle. The two came to the site of the second test. Before the two of them, dozens of people had come here first. Among them, there are two existences who master the energy of mind. Ilmi, and the unnamed man in the cape. 4 more offer. The dormitory is being disinfected today, so the update time has been delayed until now. The author is very sorry here. Chapter 28_. The number of candidates who rushed to the second examination room is increasing. Hisoka, Bakur, Hanzo, Pensy and so on. The Qigong class looked up, as if looking for something. But after a while, he lowered his head in a dull manner. The player named Readaloud silently took all this into his eyes. Half an hour has passed. Finally, under a burst of inexplicable noises, Sats looked at his watch, ready to announce the end of the first trial. The two figures rushed towards here quickly, and the strange breath surged up in an instant. Okay, I'm here to congratulate you all again. Sats stepped aside, looked around the candidates, and started to announce with his hands behind his back. All the candidates here now have passed the first test. I hope everyone can pass the test bravely in the second test. I wish everyone a long and prosperous martial arts. After saying that, SATs turned and left without hesitation. Just a few steps into the forest, he stopped, turned and walked towards the second test venue again. Under a tall tree, he jumped up and jumped onto its branches. Exclamation. The first exam took a total of people. The number of people who passed was 148, which was a bit unexpected. But it's a pity that there are so many people, because the examiners in the second test are those two. Under the nitpicking of these two gourmet hunters, there are probably only a few dozen people who can pass the test. But I'm a little curious about the test of these two gourmet hunters. Well, it's decided, let's just watch the liveliness and go. Another half hour passed. It's 12 o'clock. The door of the building in front of everyone slowly opened inward. The interior of this building is unveiled at this moment. The two figures were reflected in the night's eyes. Menchi, Buhara. Menchi, with a hot body, attracts the attention of many candidates. It's a pink-haired girl wearing hot pants and a fishnet outfit. At this time, he was leaning on a sofa, his legs were folded together, and his face was comfortable. Bahara, with a fat body, also attracted everyone's attention. The huge body also represents his superhuman strength. Although he looked silly at this time, his ability to act as an examiner for the hunter test should not be underestimated. The grunting sound from his stomach also seemed to represent his current state, hunger. The female examiner sitting on the sofa greeted all the candidates. Students, it's been a long wait. Then he turned around and asked the male examiner behind him. Bahara, how is it? Your stomach is already starving now, right? Due to the female examiner's inquiries, other candidates also learned the name of the male examiner. Bahara answered with his own stomach, only to hear a sound from his stomach. Galam tilde galam tilde. Buha rubbed his stomach and said to the beautiful woman. You heard it too, I'm starving. Female examiner nodding and turning around. I think everyone already knows that this is the venue for the second hunter test, and the two of us are the examiners for the second hunter test. I'm Menchi, and this guy is Buhala. Let me explain in advance that we are both gourmet hunters tilde. Facing the food hunter mentioned by Menchi, Xiaoji expressed curiosity. What is a gourmet hunter? Hunting down gourmet hunters. The so-called gourmet hunters are hunters who pursue various ingredients and dishes around the world. The ingredients they seek are not as dangerous as some bounty hunters. Kurapika, in an understatement, introduced what a food hunter is. After listening to Hanzo in the crowd, he touched his bald head. The examiner is a food hunter, so, shouldn't the test questions in this test be related to food? The beauty smiled after listening. Yes, the content of the second experiment is to cook. The moment they heard this sentence, the candidates immediately began to riot. But Yi was not in a hurry. Bahara's test is to roast pig, this one is enough. Menchi's test is relatively difficult. After all, as for sushi, Yoichi just ate it, and didn't know how to make it. Of course, it doesn't matter whether you can make sushi or not. This test will be cancelled in the end because of the strict requirements of Menchi. So the gourmet test isn't difficult at all. The other side. My request is, I want to eat roast whole pig. After a brief riot, Bahara made his own test request, roasted whole pigs. As soon as the voice fell, the black pigs rushed towards the crowd. The weakness of this pig is the head. Shiba was about to hunt the horned mad pig, and Yi reminded him in a friendly way. The leaving figure paused for a moment, then continued to walk forward. The horned mad pig seems to be difficult to kill, but after mastering its weaknesses, it has become an extremely easy food to kill. Because of its rich taste and extremely low capture difficulty. The pigs of this breed have been hunted and killed in the outside world. Now only the Shamela wetland is left, and there are still a small number of horned wild pigs. After an hour, the candidates who survived from the mouth of the horny mad pig returned with their own roasted whole pigs. Night is no exception. Although Menchie's test was ultimately invalid, the Bahara level had to be completed first. Candidates who are eliminated at this level will not be able to participate in the subsequent makeup examinations. Delicious, so delicious, so delicious. Quote. 71 roasted whole pigs, all swallowed in the belly under the stormy inhalation of Bahara. In the first half of the second test of the Hunter test, 71 people passed the customs. The simplest test is passed here. Looking at the impatient Dorchi next to Buhara, Yi knew that disaster was imminent. 2 hours later. Sorry, I'm full. Menchie put down his chopsticks and announced to the long queue of candidates in front of him. This test, the number of qualified people, 0. Candidates who worked hard for a long time, but failed to pass the exam, instantly exploded in their minds. However, compared to the furious candidates, Yi's side was quite peaceful. Pour a cup of tea and watch the play quietly. Anyway, you can't make qualified sushi, so it's better to watch a movie to pass the time. Shiba originally planned to make sushi, but looking at Yi's relaxed appearance, for some reason he chose the same way. The two were in the corner of the venue, watching the play quietly. Chapter 29 _ As the conflict escalates. A wrestler named Takudo attacked Menchie and Bala. SATs, who was hiding outside to watch the play, couldn't continue to stay out of it like this. Came forward to stop the conflict. Then, an airship appeared over the examination room. The old man in clogs jumped directly from the airship. Surprised to a group of students. However, Yi noticed that the moment Nitro landed, a thought rushed out of his feet. Offset the momentary pressure. That's why he was able to land on the ground unharmed. As expected of a person who has lived for so long with the ability of thinking, the control of thinking is simply not comparable to that of ordinary people. Nitro's hand, although Yi can understand its principle, but it may not be able to reproduce it perfectly. Until the use of mindfulness is completely turned into instinct, he cannot do it for the time being. But if you use Reiatsu, you can fly freely in the sky and fall from a high altitude without being hurt, which is naturally a breeze. This is also something that the vast majority of people with the ability to think cannot do. It can be said that chanting and spiritual pressure each have their own advantages. President. The moment Menchie saw Nitro, he saluted him honestly. It's been a long time since I greeted you, President Nitro. As the president of the Hunter Guild, Nitro's age is unknown. I know is that he has a record of fighting with his grandfather, Maha Dadike. As the founder of Xinyuan Liuquan, he can be said to be the grandfather of Yi. In the original work, when the Ant King was defeated, his strength was only half of his heyday due to his advanced age. He tried his best to do one-on-one with the Ant King, but was still interrupted by the Ant King on his left hand and right foot. In the end, he stopped his heartbeat, met the starting conditions of poor man's rose, and died with the Ant King. It can be said that he sacrificed his life for the sake of mankind. As the strongest human being in the past, the intensity of the breath on his body surprised Yi. Only half the strength of the heyday, so exaggerated, if it is the heyday of Nitro, what a terrifying monster. At this moment, Yi felt his own insignificance. Interesting, that's what I'm trying to do. Compared to those pioneers, the descendants of Yi are undoubtedly very lucky. Because someone has already figured out the way in advance, what they need to do is to avoid the mistakes of their predecessors and walk on the right path. When Yi came back to his senses, a new makeup test plan had appeared. Everyone is preparing to take the airship when Nitro came to the re-exam location. Hey Yiki-chan here, come here. Unexpectedly, Nitro, who was talking to Menchi and others, turned around and called Yi. This special care made all candidates turn their attention to Yi. The appearance of drinking tea leisurely at night was also discovered by everyone. Damn, although I don't know who this bastard is, he was drinking tea leisurely there when we were working hard for the test. Damn, I'm so envious. Hanzo's envious expression seemed to represent the other candidates as well. However, there are still some candidates who seem to be annoyed that Yi is so leisurely. Damn, that guy treats me like a monkey, can't forgive me. Takugo thought of his embarrassed appearance just now, being seen by everyone. Originally, I was holding my stomach full of fire, and at the moment I saw Yi, it seemed that there was a way to vent. But at the moment, he is still worried about the relationship between Yi and the president, and he just mumbled. But no one but himself knows what his real thoughts are. Night 1. Shiba on the side looked at Yi worriedly. She didn't know the relationship between Yi and the president, and subconsciously became worried. Cut, this bad old man is very bad. I secretly vomited in my heart. Judging from the playfulness in Nitro's eyes, it was obvious that he was deliberately teasing Yiki. It's no big deal, you get on the airship first, and I'll find you later. After comforting the companion beside him, Yi turned around and walked towards Nitro. He didn't realize at all that his relationship with Shiba seemed to be more than just a simple partner. Yohu ho. You are what Xiaoyungu said Yi. You are indeed a malleable talent. Nianqi runs smoothly, like a flowing river. Although the cultivation time is just over a month, the mastery of Nianqi is already a bit stronger than Menqi and the others. The killing intent on his body perfectly converges on himself, and his mastery of assassination skills should be no worse than those two boys who beat the enemy. Nitro looked up and down, and became more and more satisfied with Yi. As the president of the Hunters Association, it's easy to know a person's information. Yi put on a heart-wrenching posture, which was considered a salute. President. Although Yi was displeased with Nitro's scrutiny, he tried his best to ignore it. The old man is really old. The younger generation is better than the next one. I'm afraid that after a few years of cultivation, they will be able to surpass the old man. It's really scary. Nitro's review surprised the people around Sachi, Menchi and Bala. Although there are new recruits in the Hunter Association every few years, only Yi is the one who gets such an evaluation from Nitro. The three of them looked at Yi subconsciously. However, who is this man? A big question mark appeared above the three of them. After the 2 exams, Yi has been adhering to the principle that the killer should not be exposed to the public eye. It came all the way. The 3 examiners had almost zero impression of Yi. As the examiner of the Hunter test, this is undoubtedly a very dereliction of duty. The 3 were immediately embarrassed. Ho. Nitro laughed inexplicably again. Laughter interrupted the embarrassment of several examiners. Okay, you continue to participate in the experiment, remember to cheer up, Yi Jang. After seeing Yi's growth, Nitro sent him away with satisfaction. Cut. Angrily glanced. Yi silently walked towards Shiba. Although it was said that she was asked to board the airship in advance, she still chose to wait to board the airship with Yi. President, who was that kid just now? Seeing Yi leave, the 3 examiners looked at each other for a moment. Ask Nitro together. 2 more offer. There is no class this afternoon, no accident, you can update it at 5. Thanks for the big reward. Chapter 30_. Following Shiba boarded the airship, the candidate's eyes on Yi changed. Although everyone doesn't know Yi's identity, knowing him from Nitro is enough to express his specialness. Hey, Dongba, do you have any information on that person? I don't mind buying it with money if you have it. Some candidates know that Dongba God has participated in the hunter test for many years, and has a lot of information on the candidates. They found Dongba and tried to get Yi Yi's information. It's a pity that even Dongba doesn't know Yi Yi's information. But this kid rolled his eyes and didn't know what to think. To the candidates who came to inquire about the news, secretly imparted their processed information. Dongba did not forget the killing intent that Yi Yisuo exuded when he entered the hunter test venue. This kind of terrifying existence is not something he can casually provoke. The other side. Jia, don't approach that person just now. The feeling he gave me was very wrong. Seeing Yi Yi boarded the airship, Qi Yan became cautious. When he didn't find Yi Yi's existence, he was able to face the hunter test with a playful attitude. But the moment he saw Yi Yi with his own eyes, the cold hairs on his body seemed to burst, and he was vigilant against him. He had only experienced such a peculiar reaction from his eldest brother. He even suspected that this so-called Yi Yi was what his elder brother pretended to be. In the previous 2 tests, he vaguely felt a familiar sight. This feeling is like his big brother looking at him. Yi Yi and his big brother Ilmi. The same uncomfortable feeling, Tongyus like to hide in the dark, and the same cold and bone-chilling temperament. I just don't know when his eldest brother got involved with the Hunter Association. Hearing the announcement of Chi's pregnancy, Kurapika couldn't help but be vigilant. This man, I have no impression of him at all, it's like I've never seen him before. As an observant, he subconsciously collects information around him whenever he arrives in a new environment to ensure that he can face emergencies. But even so, he didn't have any memory of Yi Yi. Xiaoji and Liu Li, you two pay attention, don't provoke him. Xiaoji and Liu Li nodded silently, indicating that they listened to their hearts. This man, who has been hiding in the dark since the first test, is obviously not something to be provoked. Since then, Yi Yi has had an intersection with the protagonist group for the first time. Shiba was also extremely curious about the relationship between Yi Yi and Nitro. Unfortunately, in the face of Shiba's curiosity, Yi Yi used a sentence to surround her. President Nitro, that old man can be regarded as my master's master's master. 10 minutes later, the airship began to descend slowly, and finally stopped on the edge of a cliff. As the examiner, Menchi took the lead to get out of the airship. The candidates subconsciously followed Menchi out of the airship. When they came to the edge of the cliff, everyone began to wonder what was underneath. At this time, Menchi introduced. Don't worry, it's just a deep valley below. After saying that, he jumped into the river valley. Seeing this, Nitro began to explain to everyone that there was a bird named Grape Spider below. And this bird will hang its eggs on the edge of the cliff. After a while, Menchi reappeared in front of everyone. However, unlike before the jump, she was holding an egg with many spots in her hand. I advise you to be careful when you go down for a while. The water below the valley is very fast. If you fall down and rush to the seamouth of dozens of kilometers, there is basically no chance of life. Although it is an advice, it is more of a threat. Xiaoji, Qian Hanzo and others on the side were relieved to hear that the request was so simple this time. However, this is only relatively simple for these capable and confident people. After all, not everyone has the awareness that they can sacrifice their lives for it. 10 minutes later. Candidates are divided into 3 categories according to the results. 1. Jump off the cliff and successfully get the grape spider's egg. 2. Jump off the cliff, but fail to get the grape spider's egg. 3. Don't dare to jump off the cliff, you will be eliminated directly. Yi Yi and Shiba naturally belong to the first category of candidates. Under the setting sun, the airship of the Hunter Association slowly rose into the air. The next destination is the address of the third test. Although Yi Yi thought so. It's a pity. So, As a candidate, I'm about to take the third test. Why should I play this boring ball game with you? Looking at Nitro, who was constantly beating with a volleyball opposite, Yi felt deeply powerless. After boarding the airship, he and Shiba found a corner to meditate. Who knew that it was nearly dawn, but Nitro was caught by the old man, and he had to play a volleyball game with him. For this game, Yi naturally knew that it was Xiaoji and Qixingjiao who set up the boat. But it's almost dawn. The game is over, why did you call him here? But the old man said that if he didn't play games with him at night, it would cost him away. Make him simply unable to participate in the third trial. Under this unreasonable coercion, Yi had to succumb to Nitro's lewd power. Just grab 3 hours of volleyball now. The top of the airship was about to be removed, and the ball was still tightly held in Nitro's hands. Yi was able to experience Xiaoji, Chi Dumpling, and said that the man's Nitro and Yi's scramble for the ball was not as simple as Xiaoji and the others. In order to prevent the volleyball from being snatched away, Nitro took the lead in using Nian like a rogue. There was no other way, Yi had no choice but to use Nian Qi. After all, Nitro's volleyball covered with thoughts would become a murder weapon if Yi didn't use his thoughts to strengthen himself. This volleyball game has also become a test of Yi's strength. The offensive and defensive battle between you and me begins here. 3 hours of high-intensity use of mind power was not a difficult problem for Yi. But it depends on the object. In the face of Nitro's 3-hour high-intensity offense and defense, that is, he did not use his full strength. Otherwise, Yi might not be able to hold on for half an hour. In the end, the bean noodles man came to urge him, and Nitro let the night away. 3 more offer. Ask for flowers, ask for reviews. Chapter 31_. The sky is completely bright. A tall tower appeared in front of the airship. Judging from the moving direction of the airship, its next destination is likely to be in the tower. Many candidates woke up from their sleep long ago, and after seeing this tower, they all leaned over to the airship's window to look at it. If it is really the third test site, it is also extremely important to obtain information in advance. Destroy the tower, a prison that holds many criminals. It is managed by Warden Lieber. After a while, the airship slowly landed. When all the candidates got off the airship, the bean noodles man stepped forward to introduce them to everyone. This is the top of the slump tower and the venue for the third test. The meatball-like right hand popped out a finger. The rules are also very simple. As long as everyone can reach the ground alive, the time limit is 72 hours. The third test, the official start. After the announcement, the bean noodles man took the airship and left. As Nitro's help, the official documents he usually has to deal with are not accessible to ordinary people. When I came out, I didn't know how many documents were backlogged. As the bean noodles man left, everyone began to observe at the top of the tower. Time goes by. The number of candidates still at the top of the tower is also decreasing. In the end, only Yi and Shiba were left to stay here. Yi and Nitro have been in a state of meditation since the end of their practice. Keep recalling the process of the two fighting in your mind. Use this to find out details that you haven't noticed in your usual battles. Of course, most of them rely on absolute to quickly restore their own thoughts. Shiba, who was on the side, had already found the secret cell, but he was worried about Yi's situation, so he never left, waiting here silently. I was worried that I would not be able to complete the third test. But seeing Yi, anxiety disappeared without a trace. Shiba subconsciously thought that even if he fell behind the candidates, this third trial would not be difficult for Yi. In a dark room, the examiner of this test, Lieber, looked at the two people on the monitor and wondered what they were thinking. Director, those two candidates have not entered the tower. They do not want to participate in the third test, should they be disqualified. Behind Lieber stood two prisoners in prison uniforms. It is one-sided that Lieber is dissatisfied with the two. A method that seems to fulfill Lieber's ideas. But, is Lieber really dissatisfied with Yi and Shiba? Bastard, what do I want to do and need your guidance? Glance back. Murderous aura shot towards the two of them instantly. To Lieber, they were nothing more than a tool to help him carry snacks. In the basement tower, the most notable thing is prisoners. The two prisoners begged for mercy. After a while, replace the hidden cells just found by candidate number 67. No, replace the remaining hidden cells with the most discerning path. Lieber's voice came out again. It seemed that he had given up on the matter just now, which made the two prisoners breathe a sigh of relief. Hurry up and complete the task assigned by Lieber. Feeling the departure of the two breaths beside him, Lieber returned his attention to the monitor in front of him. Looking at the two figures on the monitor, Lieber recalled the gossip from the association. President Nitro deliberately slipped out to play again because of the second experiment. In the monthly meeting, because of the absence of the chairman, Pariston took the handle and used the topic to play. In this hunter test, it seems that there are people who have a heart and soul to join, and the president also specially appointed him for a few hours. Compared with the first two insignificant news, the third news was the one that attracted Lieber the most. Not to mention whether the news is true or false. But thinking of the president's terrifying strength, he can last for a few hours under his hands. This alone, Lieber said he couldn't do it. So for this news, Lieber is biased to be false. But the moment the airship stopped at the basement tower, he felt a sense of constant climbing. Although the level was weak at the beginning, after several hours of continuous climbing, he easily surpassed him. Only then did Lieber understand that the master of this thought was recovering his own energy. That's why it has such a terrifying speed of climb. This reminded him of the message he denied not long ago. When all the candidates entered the basement tower, only Yi and Shiba were left. Lieber finally found the owner of the breath, Yiki. The clothes on his body were messy, as if he had just had a confrontation with someone. Thinking of the gossip, several concerns flashed in Lieber's heart. In the end, Lieber chose to bet. Perhaps a hunter-examiner betting on candidates is an incredible thing. But for Lieber, this is just something that can be done easily, so why not do it? Regardless of whether Yi accepts this situation or not, he is not at a loss. It's just a matter of time left and right. Just like his previous friend, in order to get revenge, he specially asked him to put Hisoka into the channel where his friend was. After his thoughts were mastered, Lieber re-observed the attention of the other candidates. I don't know how long time has passed. The sun is starting to get hot. Yi finally got out of the state of meditation. Before he could look at Shiba next to him, Yi immediately called out the system panel. System panel. Host, Night 1. World, Full-Time Hunter. Number of inheritances, 1. Inherited figure, Ichimaru Jin. Unlock progress, 23%. Zanpakudo, Spear First Solution. Spiritual Pressure, 100. Ability Mastery, Shunpo, Beginner Ghost Way, Beginner Swordsmanship, Reiatsu Perception Beginner. The next ability to unlock, need to unlock the progress 25%. When leaving the Sky Arena, Yi's inheritance unlock progress has reached 13%. Exams these days. Yi secretly dealt with some candidates who were on the commission list, and some beasts in the Los Merlot wetlands. Brings his unlock progress to 18%. This progress has been considered very rapid. But he didn't expect that a bigger surprise came to him. After finishing the dual training with Nitro, the unlocking progress has been increasing. When he finished his meditation, the unlocking progress also reached 23%. Directly increased the unlock progress by 5%. 4 more offer. PS will update a chapter later, the time is uncertain, but it will definitely be updated. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets. Chapter 32 _. Although the practice with Nitro was not Yi's original intention. But the benefits generated by it were unexpected for Yi. First of all, during the battle, I found some habitual mistakes of myself. The second is to gain the experience of fighting against psychics. This experience is many times stronger than the parallel imports of Sky Arena. Finally, it is the exaggerated inheritance unlocking progress. It can be said that the training with Nitro this time, abruptly boosted Yi's strength improvement progress by a lot. At this moment, Yi understood the meaning of Nitro looking for him to play games. Nominally, it is playing games to pass the time, but in fact it is secretly teaching and promoting Yi. It can be said that under the identity of the Hunter Association president and candidates, it can be done to the greatest extent. In duo, it is estimated that he will be secretly slandered. Pariston will not let go of all opportunities. Exit from the system panel. Yi felt a worried gaze. Don't worry, I just learned something about the practice of mindfulness. For the girl in front of me. Her persistent attitude really touched Yi. But his character really can't say anything to thank. Only in the mind secretly planning. For the next exam, help her open her sperm hole. Hearing Yi's explanation, Shiba finally breathed a sigh of relief. An understatement for Yi. After getting along for a few days, they all know each other's character, so naturally they don't care. I have already found 2 secret passages, just waiting for you to recover. Each hand points to 2 floors. Shiba told Yi about his discovery. Shiba, who looked like he was asking for credit. Yi gave up the idea of flying her down directly. The 2 just took a step. The floor, which was not a dark grid before, collapsed in an instant. Shiba fell into it so unprepared. Yi didn't have time to think, and his body stepped back. Bang dang tilde. With the sound of the dark grid, Yi also disappeared into the dark grid. The other side. Lieber looked at the 2 who disappeared in place with a smile on his face. You 2, you've done a good job, and your sentence will be reduced by 5 years. The joy of the 2 prisoners behind them could not be concealed. If it weren't for the moody warden in front of him, he would have hugged and cheered. For 2 people who have been sentenced to less than 10 years in prison, 5-year commutation is enough to cheer. The sight returned. Even though he fell into the basement tower because he stepped on the dark grid, Yi was very calm. Adjust your posture in the air and land gently on the ground. Is it, Yi? In the dark environment, a female voice suddenly came out. Ah, it's me. I suddenly stepped on the dark grid and fell. As the night opened, the lights on the side gradually turned on. Shiba's figure emerged from it. Yi was not surprised by this. The moment she fell into the basement tower, Yi had already sensed her breath. With this ability, the perception of breath is not particularly strong. As long as you suppress your own breath, or use absolute, you will basically be unable to perceive it. But Reiatsu perception is different. This is the ability to act directly on one's soul. Perceive the surrounding environment through the fluctuation of the soul. Possessing both at the same time, Yi's perception ability has already surpassed most of the human beings in this world. I didn't expect the separation and reunion to be so sudden. Shiba couldn't understand what happened to the 2 of them just now. After all, she was able to figure out the surrounding situation in advance before she found the 2 hidden spaces. But in this state, she doesn't know what to say. It should be the examiner. Seeing that we have not entered the basement tower, he helped us open the nearby secret cell. Yi was not familiar with Lieber, the examiner this time. But he also knew that he was not an unreliable person. This conclusion can be drawn from the fact that Xiaoji and others chose to break through the wall to enter another passage, and he did not disqualify. Shiba does not agree with this statement, but the current situation cannot be explained by other circumstances. In the end, still reluctantly agree. Welcome to the path of discrimination. There are many different paths preset in this basement tower. Lieber's voice came from a loudspeaker on the side. The path of identification is the most time-consuming path among all paths. Of course, the corresponding customs clearance difficulty is the path with the lowest among all paths. There are still 68 hours left. I wish you two can successfully pass the customs before the time runs out. After a brief explanation, the sound disappeared again. A door also opened. Yi and Shiba looked at each other. At the same time walked towards the door. They have already come here, so naturally they need to keep going. However, is this test serious? Looking at the big screen erected in front of the two of them, Yi didn't know how to understand Lieber's thoughts. Two very similar pictures, and you need to find the difference in one of the pictures. Seeing the two enter the room, Lieber's voice appeared again and began to explain. The path of discrimination, there are 5 levels in total. And the number of different photos in each level will change according to the number of levels. For example, the difference in the first level is only 1 point, the difference in the second level is only 2 points, and so on. Lieber's explanation made Yi seem to recall the past. In the world he used to be in, there was a little game called Find the Difference. This game, and this test in front of me. It seems, probably, is exactly the same. So, like this. Before Lieber finished explaining, Yi had already walked to the image and used the red pen on the side to circle an area. Ding! With a light sound, the iron gate to the next level was successfully opened. Quote. Lieber in front of the monitor didn't know how to express his inner feelings. 5 more offer. Thank you boss, 10,000 flowers, thank you boss. It was the first time I saw so many flowers, and it was a little flirtatious. Chapter 33 _ After an hour. Along with Shiba, another red circle was drawn. The 4th level was successfully passed. Because the game was too boring, it was handed over to Shiba, who was eager to try. Lieber in front of the screen subconsciously bit the chocolate bar in his mouth. The path of identification, although it is the easiest path in this tower, the so-called simplicity only means that the candidates will not be injured. It is not the first time that the squatting tower has been used as a test site for the hunter test. There are people who have walked the road of discrimination. The candidates who took the shortest time spent more than 30 hours to pass this road. Yi and Shiba had already cleared the first 4 levels in just 1 hour. Most of the time is still spent on getting to the next level. Director, they are about to arrive in the lounge. Is the lounge still open? In the past, the examinees of this level, after passing a few levels, would suffer from excessive mental exhaustion, which would affect the subsequent exams. Therefore, compared with other roads, the road of discrimination has an extra lounge for candidates to rest for a while. The 2 prisoners behind Lieber looked at the director, who was obviously in a bad mood, and seemed to have no confidence in their words. He closed his eyes and thought for a while, and finally waved his hand helplessly. Let's keep it open. As for whether they choose to rest in the lounge, it has nothing to do with us. After Lieber finished speaking, he turned the control monitor to show the situation of other candidates. Now, he urgently needs to see the distressed appearance of other candidates, in order to ease the imbalance in his heart. The other side. The 2 people who were walking in the passage of the squatting tower came to a small lounge at this moment. But neither of them disliked it. Judging by the time on the wall, we have 67 hours left, during which we will take another break. What do you think? Look at the time. Shiba asked Yi for his opinion. You make up your own mind. After seeing the first 4 levels, the knight has no hope for the 5th level behind. I still don't know what kind of state we are in when we reach the bottom floor, and we don't know if we can have a good rest. Now that we have such a lounge, we can have a good rest here. Looking around for a week, Shiba expressed that he was very satisfied with this lounge. Although there is only 1 bed, but food, sofa, TV, bathroom, water heater and so on have everything. He even put a lot of clothes on the side that can be used for washing. The 2-day hunter test, although the time has passed is not long. But running in the tunnel and in the Shimela wetland also sweated and got a lot of dust. Although Shiba has a cold personality, she is also a girl and naturally likes to be clean. Yesterday on the airship, although I found the washroom, I simply wiped the dirt off my body. But it can't compare to taking a shower. Eat first, then you go to wash up, and when you're done washing up, I'll be there. It doesn't matter to these at night. The fight with Nitro the night before had left him physically and mentally exhausted. In such a safe environment, it is a good choice to take a nap after a long absence. For the next 60 hours, the two tried their best to restore their state. Until the last hour left, the two walked out of the lounge. After simply passing the last level, the two successfully reached the bottom of the tower. Click tilde. The mechanical door slowly rose upwards. Yi and Shiba walked out of it neatly. Look around for a week. There were more than 20 candidates, and they arrived at the finish line ahead of schedule. But what surprised Yi was that the wrestler named Takudo was among them. Am I remembering wrong? In Yaiki's memory, Takudo seemed to be eliminated in the second food test. However, Yi's memory of the full-time hunter world is not very clear. Just remember some of the more important episodes. Therefore, for the emergence of to-do, Yi just suspected that he remembered it wrong. Half an hour later, the exam is about to end. At the bottom of the quiet tower, there was a sudden sound of rolling wheels. Then, a mechanical door slowly rose. Several figures rushed out from the simple carts transformed from skateboards and wooden boards. Xiaoji, Chichi 15. Lao Pickup, Leo Li and Dongba. Time up. With the sound of a mechanical sound, the door to the outside world slowly rose. So far, in the third test, 33 people have successfully cleared the customs. Lieber went from the monitoring room to the front of all the exams. All candidates, congratulations on your successful escape from the fallen tower. Start by introducing yourself. I'm the wanted bonus hunter and director of the prison, Lieber. After introducing himself, he snapped his fingers behind him. Now I want to invite all the candidates to board this airship with me and go to the next test location. An airship slowly rose from behind Lieber with great respect. All the students were amazed. All the candidates gathered together and lined up to take the airship in turn. The airship slowly rose into the air and left the lowly trapped tower where the candidates had stayed for 3 days. Go to the next test location. Hey Yi, I remember that you seem to have said that you would tell me more about chanting in the fourth trial, I remember correctly. Looking at the lowly trapped tower below, which was slowly getting smaller and disappeared, Shiba's mood was also changing. Finally. Still couldn't help but ask Yi next to him. As long as people are free, they will think about something that happened before. After staying in the lounge for so long, Shiba recalled what Yi had said. He was still in the third trial before, so he suppressed his curiosity and didn't ask. Facing Shiba's inquiry, Yi nodded slightly. Helping Shiba open his sperm hole was his long-planned plan. Before arriving at the fourth test venue, I will explain the basics of reading to you. His voice was icy cold, like a biting 10,000 years of ice. But for a person who yearns for strength, it is like the sound of heaven. Chapter 34_. The next day. Airship lands on an island. Lieber came out of the room inside the airship and began to introduce to the candidates in front of him. This is the fourth venue of the Hunter Test, Alert Island. And I am honored to continue to be in charge of invigilating the fourth Hunter Test. Lieber habitually raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The sound of the wheel turning. Everyone looked and saw a female staff member pushing a car over. I don't know if it's an illusion. Yi felt that she looked very similar to the elevator lady from the Sky Arena. On the cart is a box that resembles a raffle box. Libo smiled gloomily at the students. I want to invite all candidates to come up and draw a lottery. Xiaoji was a little curious about the lottery in Lieber's mouth. Drawing lots. What's this for? Some other candidates also expressed doubts about Lieber's behavior this time. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lieber was very satisfied. Actually, I've put as many cards as you have in this box. Now, please come forward and draw a sign in the order of escaping from the base trap tower. After Lieber finished speaking, he looked at the staff on the side and motioned her to do the next work. Upon seeing this, the staff stepped forward to continue the next work. Then, please Mr. Hisoka first. Facing the smiling staff, Hisoka's expression was as cold as ever. He reached out and touched a card in the box. Seeing this, all the candidates prayed in their hearts that they were not the target of this killer. Immediately after that was Jitaraku Ilmi, who was just like Hisoka, took a card and left. Next, Mr. Hanzo. Having learned from the first two, Hanzo took the card and gave way to the next candidate. Gradually, basically all the candidates got a card. Number 26. Ms. Shiba. The staff shouted Shiba's name. Shiba took a few steps forward, reached out and picked up the card. Number 27. Mr. Yoichi. Yi was not interested in who his target was. I touched a number. No, it seems to be one of the three brothers. Number 28. Mr. Xiaoji. Then Xiaoji stepped forward to draw cards. 5 minutes later, Lieber glanced at the empty box and continued to explain to the candidates. Okay, now all the candidates have drawn cards. The cards you all draw should have a number on them. What about that number? Simply put, it's the number of the test taker in the presence of the mother. What everyone's twitching sign decides is the hunter and the hunted. When the candidates present heard Lieber's words, they immediately became tense, and the atmosphere became solemn. Mr. Examiner, what exactly do you mean by this? Xiaoji, who was standing beside him, didn't seem to understand clearly. As for the night, because I knew what was coming next, I took my attention back. Your goal. He looked at Shiba who was beside him. Look. Lucky goddess, this time seems to be on Shiba's side. Marked number 66 was held in her palm. Shiba's goal was actually Yi, who was also a member of the group, which seemed a little embarrassing. Here you are. But the knight just frowned. He took off his number plate and handed it to Shiba. Rather than asking her to find 3 more number cards, it's better to ask yourself to get 3 more cards. Shiba's actions towards Yi. I don't know what to say, I just put it into my arms silently. But judging from the way she focused on Yi, she was probably thinking about something. The other side. Lieber looked at the atmosphere with satisfaction. Simply put, the theme of the 4th test is to capture the number plate on the candidate's body. So the candidates represented by the numbers on the cards you see are your targets. When the candidates saw this, they took off their number cards one after another. There are also different candidates. Not only did they not take off the number plate, on the contrary, they put the number plate in a more conspicuous position. Hisoka. With bursts of laughter, Hisoka taped the number plate to his prominent chest. The staff on the side recorded everyone's card numbers on the flight. Also, to pass the 4th trial, you must get a 6-pointed card. When Hanzo took off his number plate, he heard Lieber reveal the new conditions. 6 o'clock. What do you mean? Lieber glanced at Hanzo. The 4th trial has a different number of points for each card. And the target number card that everyone just decided by drawing lots is 3 o'clock. The candidate's own number plate is also 3 o'clock. Simply put, if you successfully capture the target's number plate, you can also protect your own number plate. This 4th test is considered a pass. By the way, you can get 1 point by taking the number plate of the candidate outside the prey. It's not impossible if you want to get 6 points this way. After Lieber finished speaking, he pointed to the vigilant island under his feet. The exam venue is an entire island, and we will stay on the alert island for a week. Anyway, then it's your fault, carrot. Female staff gets instructions from Lieber. Stand up and announce, good news to everyone. Next, I will tell all the candidates present a piece of good news. All candidates who participate in the fourth test will have unconditional promotion privileges in the first test of the Hunter test next year. So, even if you fail this year, you can try again next year. It's just that this so-called good news is more like cursing everyone to continue taking the exam next year. Candidates who have persisted until now hope that they can obtain a Hunter license in one go. Looking at the indifferent candidates, she still had a smile on her face, but she was the only one who knew what was on her mind. Next, students have 20 minutes to prepare. Yi and Shiba were also the third test that was completed after being stuck in time. The order in which the two set off was relatively backward. Just 2 ahead of Xiaoji and the others. 2 more. Chapter 35 _ Shiba took a step forward and walked towards the center of the island. The two have discussed it in advance. She waited for Yi in front and continued to act together. It's just that she didn't notice that something swayed on the treetops not far away. 10 minutes later. Yi followed the trail left by Shiba and found it along the road. It's just that when Yi found her, the environment she was in was obviously not friendly. As a sniper. For Shiba, the fourth test was a test that showed his strengths. This is enough to see her ability from her secret tracking of Ilmi. It is a pity that after Nian practice reaches a certain level, he is no longer afraid of the attack of ordinary firearms. At this moment, Shiba was hiding among the treetops, waiting for Yi to arrive. It's just that Shiba didn't realize that a blowing barrel had secretly aimed at her. 3.2.1. A hider in the dark, counting down the attack time in his heart. PFF. Arrows stained with unknown purple liquid were blown out from the blow barrel. Shoot straight at Shiba hidden in the treetops. Crucial moment. Shiba vaguely felt something, and his body subconsciously dodged. Crack. Arrows stick easily into treetops. Dodging the sneak attack, Shiba quickly left the treetops where he was hiding and ran towards the denser forest. Based on this arrow, he quickly guessed the identity of the sneak attacker in the dark. Exploding library children. No, his arrows are not that big, Greta, it should be him. At the same time, he observed the surrounding environment, looking for a place to counterattack. As a sniper, it has become almost instinctive. The other side. Cut, did you miss it? Seeing Shiba run away, Greta quickly jumped down from the big tree she was hiding. He hides in a nearby tree just to hunt his prey, Xiaoji. However, he did not expect that the hiding spot he had chosen would be valued by others as well. It's just that Greta is a step ahead. Next, Greta looked at Shiba and hid in the treetops. Although Shiba was not Greta's target, the number cards of other candidates also had a point value. Just in case, Shiba, who delivered it to the door himself, was determined to win. It's a pity that he forgot that Shiba was not the hunter's test that he came to participate in alone. Shoot him, the gun. A beam of white light shot out quickly under the scorching sun. A distance of several hundred meters can be easily crossed at a speed that is indistinguishable to the naked eye. PFF. Greta jumped from the tree, still in midair. He looked at the blade piercing his chest in disbelief. How is it possible? Struggling to look back, all you can see is the blade that extends from nowhere. What he saw at this moment was beyond his comprehension. Reaching out and grabbing the blade of the long knife that spans several hundred meters, I tried to push myself out of it. But the next moment. Click. The long knife turned 45 in the body. A large amount of blood spit out from Greta's mouth. The adjusted long knife slashed out from the body to the right, and then quickly returned to its original position. Moment. Greta's body was cut in half. Ah. The pain that almost cut through his entire body made Greta roar frantically. Falling to the ground, blood continued to flow around. The internal organs in the body also spilled out because of the constant rolling. A moment. Greta died tragically in endless pain. Pat. A figure in the distance flew quickly from the sky. The person who attacked me doesn't know who gave you the guts. Looking at the bloody scene on the ground, Yi Yi's expression didn't change at all. For him, the scene of the Sky Arena game is much more spectacular than this. Clap tilde. Turning over the corpse on the ground, he searched for Greta's number plate. However, there was an unexpected harvest that Yi Yi did not expect. Number 362_. Look at the 2 number cards in your hand. Yi Yi had to sigh with emotion that Greta's luck was indeed good. Today is only the first day, and a target has been successfully hunted. If Shiba hadn't escaped the sneak attack, he would have had a 5-point number card on the first day. Unfortunately, Greta's number plate is now owned by Yi Yi. He threw the 2 number cards up and down a few times and put them in his pocket. Now that Greta has resolved, there is no need to stay here any longer. 10 minutes later, Yi Yi found Shiba, who had already hidden himself, near a meadow. She, who had just been attacked once, was in the most focused state. Yi Yi Chuan walked through the grass, and there was a faint sound of brushing between his body and the grass. Make her ready to fight back. It was only after she saw the familiar black top hat on Yi Yi's head that she stopped this plan. Greta, I cut it right off. Looking at Shiba who climbed up from the grass, Yi Yi said something along the way. Shiba heard the words, but did not show any excitement. When she came to find it at night, she could smell a faint smell of rust. There is already speculation in mind. Yi Yi's words just confirmed her thoughts. That guy's ability to hide is better than mine. Honestly admit that you are not as good as others, this is not a shameful thing. Only in the front of the self-awareness can people make better progress. Find a good location first and make a shelter, after all, it's going to be here for a week. Both are often on missions in the field. Making a shelter is still within your grasp. Half an hour later, the two looked at the halfway up of a mountain. Not far from this location, there is a flowing water source. At the speed of the two, it only takes a few minutes to go back and forth. Backed by the mountains, there will not be too much wind. It's a good shelter option. After determining the location, Yi Yi and Shiba searched for suitable materials to make a simple house. If this test is done, it will be one person at night. He could just find a tree and dig a hole in the trunk to get through it. But since Shiba is there, neither of them mind making it more suitable for living. 3 shifts. Ask for flowers, evaluation tickets, and hit me hard. Chapter 36_. Day 3. Into the night. One night, a wild boar was beaten as food for the night. In the past few days of living on the alert island, I accidentally discovered Shiba's good cooking skills. Although in the second food experiment, she also did not make sushi, but this does not mean that she is not good at making food. On the contrary, in her sniper career, she often received assassination missions to the wilderness. Although with the minimum survival standard, she can also complete the task perfectly. But since they can live a little better, who wouldn't want to? Therefore, Shiba developed the habit of carrying all kinds of seasonings at any time. The peeled and dirty roasted pig was put on a stick and rolled over and over on the fire. The golden oil is particularly attractive in the wild. Well, although there are not enough conditions, it is not bad to be able to do this. Compared to the first day that Shiba came to the island, he seemed more comfortable at this time. Perhaps compared to the first 3 trials, this 4th trial is her real home. Or maybe it was because of the basic knowledge of reading on the night, I was more confident in the next exam. All in all, Shiba at this moment. Even more attractive than when we first met. Okay, the meat is almost cooked and ready to eat. Gently cut the roast pork on the fire in front of you with a knife. Shiba checked and shouted to Yi Yi, who was looking up at the starry sky boredly. In the past few days, the two were not in a hurry to hunt those candidates. On the contrary, the two came to Bayer Island, like an outing. Find some beautiful environment during the day, and teach Sheba the relevant knowledge about recitation. In the evening, Yi or Sheba, the two of them took turns to grab some food. Compared to the candidates who fought each other for number cards, the two of them simply didn't live too happily. Eat well and drink enough, put out the fire in front of you. The two returned to the shelter that had been placed in advance, ready to rest. After getting along for so long, Sheba also knew that Yi was meditating instead of sleep every day. Although I was curious, I didn't ask too much. Knowing that when Yi is meditating, he can easily perceive the surrounding environment and play the role of vigil. Sheba has slept adequately for the past few days. Good night, Night 1. After a good night farewell, Sheba fell asleep. It's just that compared to the tranquility here, the forest in the distance is the opposite. Yi opened his eyes and looked down at the distant forest. According to the soul fluctuations that Reiatsu sensed, it should be that guy Hisoka. He was stimulated. With his exaggerated perception ability, Yi can easily perceive everything that happens in the forest. The person who was unrestrained, murderous and thoughtful was Hisoka. But Hisoka was stimulated. What does it have to do with himself? With this thought in mind, Yi continued his meditation. Just at a distance of several hundred meters away from Yi, the fourth minder in the hunter's test was now quietly hidden in the canopy of trees. Looking at the shelter in the distance, I don't know what to think. For this person, Utien discovered his existence early and kept him until now, just so that he could play a more important role. Yi will pretend to be ignorant, leaving him a small life. The poor man in the cloak thought he was well hidden, but he didn't know that he had been discovered early in the morning. In this wave, the man in the cloak was on the 3rd floor, and Yi was on the 5th floor. The sky is getting brighter. Sheba's biological clock also woke her up. After a simple wash, he came to Yi's side. It seems to be asking about the next arrangement. Sheba, who rolled his eyes and moved closer to him, Yi did not speak, but just resumed his meditation state. A few hours later, Yi withdrew from the state of meditation, got up and moved his body. Moment. A crackling sound came from Yi. This also attracted Sheba in the maintenance of weapons. Open the sperm hole today. Looking at Sheba, who was looking at him curiously, Yi's icy face seemed to soften a little. Really? The sudden joy slammed into Sheba's heart. After a few days of imparting knowledge related to the ability to read, Sheba could not say that he knew the basics of the ability to read. But some simple common sense is still understood. At the very least, she knew what it meant to open a sperm hole. Really? Looking at the cheering girl, Yi's mood also seemed to change. Just before that, you need to go and get a few cards. I don't know if it's a coincidence. In Yi's perception, there are nearly 10 kinds of soul fluctuations around his location. The most notable one is the man in the cape. Secondly, it is the kind of existence that is drenched in black, but still has a trace of white light. It's rather special. And in Chi-Chi Mother Water, there are 4 different fluctuations. In this regard, Yi said that he had all his points alive. How many cards to take? The sudden jump in thinking made Sheba unable to react. Just now I was talking about awakening myself, but the next moment it became to get the card. Without waiting for Sheba's consent, Yi had already linked her with spiritual pressure. Fly quickly in the direction of the wave. In the first few tests, there was no need to demonstrate the ability to fly. Therefore, it was the first time Sheba saw Yi fly in the air. At this moment, even Sheba, who has a strong heart, can't ignore it. The hustle and bustle of the wind passed by the ears of the two of them. The next moment, the altitude begins to drop. After all, an island doesn't have much area. Under the high-speed flight of Yi, it took a few seconds to arrive at the concrete bath of Kijireshuo. Boom tilde. The two landed on the ground. Although the ground was not damaged, a cloud of dust was stirred up out of thin air. But the sonic boom surprised the four in the confrontation. What's the situation? The younger brother in the trio had just discovered that Chi Yuan was taking the number plate in his pocket. Next moment, something in the sky fell straight down. If it is a little bit off, maybe it will hit him. Cold sweat frantically broke out from his forehead, and the trio's younger brother shouted exaggeratedly. The two older brothers who were a little further away from the younger brother were also frightened by this sudden change. Only Chi Yan's complexion changed instantly. The body quickly took a dozen steps back uncontrollably. 4 shifts. There is one more update later this weekend. There is no class this weekend, so work hard for the 5th update. Chapter 37 _. You can't be wrong, the face you just saw is definitely him. With his own dynamic vision far exceeding that of normal people, Lady Nabuluo of Chichulu Hanging Huan Dumpling Temple could see who the visitor was. Although I don't know why the two of them came from the air, this did not prevent him from being in danger. He never forgot the guess about Yi Yi's identity. If he's really an ill fan, he's definitely coming for me. Before leaving, he stabbed his mother who was obstructing him. This is enough to make Ilmi come to find herself. Yi Yi didn't know that Chi Peptide Academy V Wei Wanxian was Fu's mother fashionable Mandium too. A sharp wave of the left hand. The dust that had permeated in front of him dissipated in an instant. Yi Yi's face was also exposed to the eyes of the 3 Amory brothers. Yes, it's the kid who knew the president. The younger brother Amori subconsciously exclaimed when he saw Yi Yi Shi. Although Yi Yi's first 3 tests were very low-key, the scene where Nitro talked to him still imprinted in the minds of many students. Even if you only know Yi Yi's name, it doesn't hurt everyone to be vigilant about him. Your name is Yi Yi, I remember correctly. Knight's goal, Amori on the 198th. He asked Yi Yi cautiously. Although I don't know the purpose of Yaiki, but from the performance of coming here on purpose, it should be for the number plate. Although he had a rough guess in his heart, he might as well ask carefully. My target number 198 Amori. Yi Yijuan didn't mind stating his goals. In the face of absolute strength, all cleverness was useless. Do you hand it over yourself, or do I pick it up myself? Approaching slowly towards the 3 brothers. Ling Lai's murderous aura rested on the 3 brothers. But, damn it, it wasn't luck that we were able to make it to the 4th trial. Amori was not surprised that someone would come to hunt him, and even made preparations for a counterattack in advance. Big brother, second brother. He turned to look at the 2 older brothers behind him, hoping they could help him. Cut, 1 or 2, you're such a piece of shit, Emery. Emery's eldest brother, Ben is still in the shock of Yi Yi's murderous aura. But I could hear that my brother, who has always been weak, was able to say such words. Struggling to regain control of his body. The second brother on the side reacted the same way. Amori, get ready. The 3 brothers have independently developed a formation that is conducive to the advantages of the 3 according to their tacit understanding of training for many years. Perhaps in the world of ordinary people, they can beat most people with this move. Unfortunately, Yi Yi was not an ordinary person. Useless struggle, just give up resistance. Shiba recovered from the shock of flying high in the sky. The 3 brothers were ready to attack Yi Yi. Knowing Yi Yi's exaggerated strength, she couldn't understand the behavior of the 3 brothers. If you give up your resistance, you might be able to survive. Get along for a few days. Shiba also had a general understanding of Yi Yi's code of conduct. Never be soft on your enemies. If you can cut the weeds and remove the roots, you will never leave alive. Regarding the counterattack of the 3 brothers, Yi Yi took a look around. The next moment, the figure disappeared from the sight of the 3. Sure enough, it's definitely him. Yoichi watched as something disappeared like a ghost. Chijijia in the distance confirmed what he was thinking. Only Ilmi has such a fast speed. compared to the situation where the three brothers can't figure out their minds. The more powerful Chi-Shi. It was clearly seen that Yi came between the three of them at an extremely fast speed. The figure twisted slightly, and a white light quickly passed through the air. The next moment, Yi's figure reappeared behind the three brothers. It's just that he has 2 more number cards in his hand than he was empty-handed before. No, 197. No, there is a key number 198 missing. He wiped away the blood stains on his hands. Yi looked at the number plate in his hand, a little confused. For the content of the plot, he has long forgotten about the same, but he doesn't know the number plate 198. At this moment, he is very young and strange and neon. Yi's voice fell, and the 3 people who were in a battle seemed to react. He looked terrified, clutching his throat in confusion. After a few voices. This forest has more fresh nourishment. Then, is the number 198 I need in your hands. Chi Yanjin. Turning his body, Yi's eyes were cast into the distance. Although in the plot, the night pair is odd and he will become a similar existence to his junior brother in a few months. But in reality, Yi and Chi Guiwan were not even friends. In such a tangle, Yi still chose to face it according to his usual attitude. When Chi Pei Gongwei falsely bragged about the bad news, he quickly took a dozen steps back. But he didn't leave the scene, he just stood and watched from a distance. Cut, it's really you. Hearing Yi addressing himself so calmly, Chi Chuan confirmed his thoughts. I just stabbed that old woman, you just come here, it's boring enough. I don't know if it was his cold tone that made him misunderstand something. However, Chi Arson's heartfelt criticism undoubtedly showed that he could negotiate normally. My target number 198, we can exchange. The 2 number cards were taken out by Yi and faced Qiguan times Sijalong. No, my goal is no. For this suggestion. Qi Yanggongwan swayed his stance, but his words undoubtedly acquiesced to Yi's exchange. Whoosh tilde. The number plate of the number was thrown to Qi by Yi carelessly. He wasn't afraid of the odd punishment, but it was just a waste of time. Cut, it's still so boring. Reach out and grab the flying number 198, Shishi Xian Dang Mu flew out. Crack tilde. The number plate was held firmly in Yi's hand. 5 more. Chapter 38 _ The number plate of number 198 was broken by a strange mirage and a fan. Crack. The number plate was firmly grasped in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the number plate was tucked into Yi's cuff. Those who were secretly watching should come out too. The next moment, a stone was thrown from Yi's hand. Scoff tilde. With its own strength alone, the stone pierced through a tree. A figure suddenly jumped down from the tree that was penetrated. Wait, I have no ill will towards you. Shiba and Chi Muchung instantly became ugly. The 2 of them did not find anyone hiding in the dark at all. Hanzo, a ninja from an island country who boasts that he has trained hard for many years. Looking at the shining bald head, Shiba Dao revealed his identity. Since there is no malice towards us, then what are your plans to hide in the dark? Regarding Hanzo's information, Yi vaguely remembered that he broke Xiaoji's arm, and the rest was forgotten. Take it easy, you see, I'm just following my goals. I just came here, I have no plans to fight with you at all. Facing Yoichi who seemed to be attacking at any moment, Hanzo hurriedly took out the card in his hand. Let Yi believe that he has no ill will towards them. Honestly, the number plate of the number is only 1 point for you, but it is 3 points for me. Witness the process of Yi and Qi Yan also changing locusts. In Hanzo's mind, the thought of an exchange also occurred. As a ninja, completing tasks with minimal effort is their motto. Look, I have 2 non-target numbers on me, and it's only 2 for me. Saying that, Hanzo took out 2 number cards from his ninja bag. Want me to trade with? Number plates 89 and 362 in Hanzo's hands. Yaiki's eyes narrowed slightly. Yi thought about the gains and losses in his heart. To solve him now, it can only provide 0.01% of the unlocking progress, but when he masters the mind in the future, the unlocking progress he can provide becomes 0.5%. Thoughts fly. The appearance of Yoichi's thinking was mistaken by Hanzo for thinking about the number plate. He didn't know at all that Yi was thinking about whether it was worth it to solve him now. Although I have let him go now, I may not be able to meet him in the future, and the cooked duck will fly away again. But the unlocking progress that can be provided now is only 0.01%, which can be provided by killing a pig. His 0.01% doesn't seem to be that important. Half a day passed. Yi finally made a decision. The number plate of number 1, exchange your 2 useless number plates. Hand in hand no, flies to Hanzo. 2 number cards in Hanzo's hand. Crack tilde. I didn't expect Yi's actions to be so straightforward. But Hanzo's movements were not slow. With a soft sound, no, was firmly grasped by Hanzo in his hand. Naturally, I didn't suffer from a 2-point number instead of a 3-point number. Hanzo naturally did not refuse Yoichi's request. Even in the beginning, he planned to do so. As for escaping with a number plate, this idea only appeared for a moment, and was abandoned by Hanzo. Since it can be resolved peacefully, there is no need to create extra branches. No, I put the number plate in this tree hole, you can take it yourself later. 2 number cards were inserted into the tree hole by Hanzo. After doing all this, Hanzo just jumped a few times and disappeared in front of everyone. The reason why he left in such a hurry was because he felt the murderous aura faintly exuding from Yi. Just to be on the safe side, at the moment of closing the deal, Hanzo chose to leave the place quickly. What a pity. Looking at Hanzo who was far away, Yaiki's tone seemed a little regretful. In the previous thinking, he gave the choice to Hanzo. If he completes the deal honestly, let him go on the night. On the other hand, if he wants to do something small, Yi doesn't mind taking a head. Okay, the number plates have been collected, so it's time to do something serious. Go to the tree hole where the number plate is placed and take it out. The purpose of coming here has been completed, and there is no need to stay here. Compared to the 2 points when you came over. Now he has collected 6 points, and even has a few more cards. Hello, are you leaving like this? Chi Ping Ping Ji Yu Huan came over and still recognized Yi as his eldest brother. Some are not used to his actions of simply leaving. Xiaoji, he seems to have encountered some difficulties. Glancing at Chizu, who was talking to himself. Close your eyes and think for a while, and drop a message. Pung tilde tilde. Reiatsu covered both of them again. Next moment, the 2 of them flew away silently in the eyes of Chi-yun. Jay, what happened to him? Only the one who was inexplicably nervous was left. Flying in the sky, Yi was a little silent. Tell Xiaoji the current situation, he doesn't know if he is doing the right thing. But in the original book, he was able to participate in the last test safely, and it was more due to luck. No bunnies that deliver berries. His body has no nutritional intake. After a few days, even Xiaoji's body will fall into serious weakness. As for why he told Qian, it wasn't that he deliberately flattered the protagonist. In the future, the 2 will eventually become his junior and junior brothers, and he is just a kind reminder. Not to mention, the rabbits I caught before tasted really good, but it's a pity. There are only dozens of them on the whole island, and they were all eaten in 2 days. Back to shelter. Shiba looked at the rabbit skins discarded at random in the distance, and recalled the previous taste. Hunting these days. Consciously ignore preying on rabbits at night. But when it comes to Shiba, I saw that she used a rope to catch nearly 100 rabbits. Then under the perception of Yi yelling pressure, It is found that the reproductive ability of this rabbit seems to be different from the rabbits he is familiar with. Rabbits of this species have since become extinct from the Beacon Island. Chapter 39 _ Back to shelter. 3 hours have passed. Because he promised to help Shiba open the static hole in advance, and Yi had no habit of breaking his promise. After a simple meal, the two came to a meadow. Compared with other places, it is easier for Shiba to feel calm here. In the past few days, I was looking for a relatively good environment. With this help, Shiba opened the hole and controlled the overflowing essence. Yi didn't know if anyone had tried this method before. But compared to those noisy environments, it is more peaceful here. In the shade, Shiba sat cross-legged and the breath on his body was integrated with the surrounding environment. For snipers, like killers, hiding one's own breath is a compulsory course. Shiba became better at it after accepting the basic knowledge of Yi Nian. This is also the reason why I look at her at night. Even if you haven't mastered mindfulness, the body instinctively uses the technique of mindfulness. Although it is not smooth, it is only because the mind has not been mastered. If it wasn't for the faint sense of her breath, Yi even thought she had mastered the absolute in advance. Next, I will inject my own breath into your body to forcibly help clear the sperm holes in your body. Shiba took off his jacket, wearing only a single layer, with his back to Yi. Yi's right hand was wrapped around a small amount of thought. He pressed against Shiba's back from a distance. Prepare. Point 1. Drink. A thought was suddenly injected into Shiba's body by Yi. For Shiba, this thought energy was not much or not, as the so-called just right. Under this sudden rush, she subconsciously shouted, "Hem tilde." Next moment, a colorless and transparent aura quickly overflowed from Shiba's body. The first step is a success. You can see the colorless aura wrapped around yourself. Facing Shiba, who opened his eyes at an unknown time and looked at himself in surprise, Yi gave a short answer. Next, you need to keep the chi in your own body. I didn't wait for Shiba to reply. Yi went on to teach how to retain chi. Meditate with your eyes closed and think about how you just felt at one with nature. The voice falls. Shiba in front of Yi returned to his previous state. It took less than 3 seconds. Imagine you are the whole of nature. The river flows in you, the wind cheers in you. The breath in your body is the various creatures that live in you. Birds, butterflies, lions, elephants. They run around on you and make a beautiful landscape. Ultimately, all living things in your body coexist in natural harmony. Invisible armor to defend against foreign invaders. Compared with the description of Xiaoji et al., Yi deliberately changed it according to Shiba's current state. With Yi's prompt, Shiba's thoughts slowly calmed down. 3 minutes later. Open your eyes, feel your current state, and carve it into your soul. Seeing Shiba who successfully used the entanglement, Yi continued to enlighten. It's like being in a mother's arms. It's very warm. Shiba opened his eyes and told his feelings. Clap tilde clap tilde clap tilde. That's what it feels like. Yi clapped his hands to express his encouragement to her. Although there is no Xiaoji and Kishin, he successfully mastered the entanglement in just a few seconds. But compared to the vast majority of capable people, mastering it in 3 minutes is already full of talent. Next, I will release a bad thought on you. Try to see if you can reach it. Turning his head, Shiba did not understand that Yi wanted to release his evil thoughts. What happens if you resist successfully, and what if you don't? Subconscious inquiries did not get Yi's explanation. What greeted her was a thought that contained Yi's malicious intent. I'm going to kill you. At this moment, the thought seems to have become a little sticky. The tranquility of the entire meadow was broken. The birds on the surrounding trees flew away in panic. A group of ants lined up under a tree in the distance, in a hurry. The clouds in the sky were swept away by the invisible air at this moment. But Shiba, who was at the center of his evil thoughts, felt a wave of disgust, but there was no other discomfort. Seeing this, a smile unnaturally drawn from the corner of Yi Yi's mouth. Congratulations, you have successfully acquired mindfulness. He walked to the front of Shiba and stretched out his hand to pull him up. This is the so-called reading, this is amazing. When I stood up, my body seemed to be much lighter. Seeing Shiba, who got up and felt the state, was very excited. Yi Yi was going to find a toy for her to get used to the existence of habit. I'm going to find a toy back. After saying a word to the excited Shiba, Yi Yi disappeared in place. The other side. The man in the cloak hidden in the treetops is the so-called cross. Watch to teach Shiba to master the ability of mind. Heart cannot help but jealous. Damn, why should someone help you to open your mind, why? The jealousy in his heart has made his breath disordered. Sure enough, I should have killed that woman sooner. Just the next moment. Damn, the target disappeared again. The broken thoughts are over and continue to follow. But his goal disappeared without a trace at this moment. This kind of situation happened once or twice a day during the few days I came to Bayer Island. The more times it happened, the more he got used to it. Unfortunately, this time, he miscalculated. A voice came from behind Cross. Oh, I probably have some guesses about the awakening method of your recitation, but what does this have to do with me? The moment he heard the voice, Cross subconsciously wanted to run away. However, it was too late. PFF'd. As the hand knife was cut out, a figure fell from the tree. It's time to do something useful in keeping you alive so long. Yi Yi's icy smile was deeply reflected in Cross's eyes at this moment. 2 more. Ask for flowers, ask for collections. Chapter 40_. Near the grass. Although Shiba was a little confused about Yi Yi's sudden departure. But the newly acquired ability made her feel extremely novel. Thinking of every battle of Yi Yi, it was solved with a hand knife. This gave her new ideas. Since the mind can be condensed in the hand, it should also extend to the weapon held in the hand. Under this idea, Shiba took out a pistol from the weapon bag near the root of the tree. Install the muffler. The thought flows from the hand to the pistol. After a while, it failed. Feeling a little stretch toward the pistol, I returned to my own thoughts. Shiba understood that his attempt was unsuccessful. However, although this was unsuccessful, it also showed her thoughts, which were generally correct. At least the spirit can indeed be attached to the weapon. When Yi Yi came back with the struggling toy, what he saw was Shiwana's constant attempts. My own mind uses the technique of entanglement to wrap it around objects that are in contact with the body. This technique is called weep. Yi Yi gave Shiba a sentence about the ability she tried. Throwing the toy in his hand aside, Yi Yi didn't care whether Cross dared to escape. The moment he grabbed him, Yoichi used the shackles to bind him. Binding Road Number 4 Gray Rope. It is the ability to bind the opponent with a golden ghost rope. Of course, in terms of the inheritance that Yi Yi has now mastered, although only the first 30 ghost paths can be used, this gray rope is enough. Jo is the application skill of reciting. Don't think about it until you have mastered Tang. Although Yi Yi only learned the 4 elements of chanting and applied skills in just 1 month. But that doesn't mean he doesn't understand the importance of foundations. He is also an applied skill that he only comes into contact with after he has mastered the entanglement, absolute, and practice of the 4 major elements. As a novice, rashly using higher level skills is more likely to hurt yourself. Yes, is it? Shiba did not expect that his casual test would have so many restrictions. When you have mastered the 4 majors, then consider applying skills. S words ended the discussion on Jo. Nodding, showing that he obeyed Yaiki. Subsequently, the mysterious black-robed man who kept twisting on the side attracted Shiba's attention. Who is this guy? Reaching out to Cross, he asked Yi Yi. Don't worry too much about the sandbags I brought for you to practice your hands. Yi Yi didn't have much introduction. After all, even he himself only probably knew his origins. Yi Yi was not interested in his name or surname. But, damn it, I'm a member of the Nasla family. If you know each other, you'd better let me go. Perhaps knowing that there is no way to escape alone. Cross pinned his hopes on his own family. It's just that Cross didn't know it, as early as when Stanny was ordered to come to solve Yi Yi. It has already revealed the existence of the Nasla family to Yi Yi. Therefore, his threats have no practical significance. Next, you should try to operate the Tang that you just mastered and keep attacking this person. With the constant attacks on him, feel the use of the Tang until you completely master it. Glancing at one of the corpses lying on the ground, Ye issued a training plan to Shiba, who was still curious beside him. Can directly have the ability to act as a sandbag. Shiba's treatment is comparable to that of Xiaoji and Qiguanyu. The strength of Cross is judged by his thoughts. Compared with the killing Dasuo and his like in the Sky Arena, it is not known how much stronger. This should also be the reason why the Nasra family sent him to solve Yi Yi. It's a pity, although Yi Yi Nian's awakening time is not too long. However, his terrifying cultivation talent made him stronger rapidly. Comparable to his own teacher, Yun Ji Yu. Is it really possible? Isn't this guy from the Nasra family? I remember he was quite famous in the underworld. As a sniper who walks in the dark, Shiba is quite familiar with some underworld information. Therefore, I am puzzled by Yi Yi's decision. Oh, it's just a family that can be destroyed easily, don't worry about it. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, full of disdain. The following few days, Shiba relies on Cross to hone his entanglement. I have to say that this kind of exercise is much faster than the mere penance. Yaiki just restrained Cross's movements and hung it on a tree. Shiba's attack on him, he can still rely on his own entanglement to defend. It's just that he couldn't fight back against Shiba. This is what the knight wants. If a sandbag was killed casually, it would not even qualify as a sandbag. Gradually, as Shiba became more and more proficient in entangling, the time came to the last day. All candidates, this is the end of the fourth test. An airship flies over Alert Island. The end of the fourth trial came from the loudspeaker. All candidates, please return to the starting point as quickly as possible. From now on, there is a 1-hour buffer, and candidates who arrive after 1 hour will be disqualified from the exam. Hearing the horn's message, Yi Yi withdraws from the training. Although his current strength is somewhat stronger than that of ordinary examiners, Yi Yi has never given up on basic cultivation. The time is up, is this guy going to get rid of it? In the distance, Shiba finished his last training session. Looking at the sandbag with a blue nose and a swollen face, I felt a little reluctant. After a few days of training, the tangling, which was still a little green, has become more and more proficient. It can be said that without the selfless dedication of sandbags, it will take a while for her to reach this point. Well, I'll fix it. The ruthless dialogue between the two made Cross feel fortunate. Finally, is it finally over? Being hung on a tree and being beaten as a sandbag for a few days, this kind of unspeakable thing was completely unimaginable before. With the emergence of a beam of white light, Cross lost consciousness. Broken Down Number 4, by Lei. 3 shifts. Be a Killer from a Full-Time Hunter Chapter 41 to 60. Chapter 41 _ Walk towards the airship. You can see the candidates walking out of the jungle one after another. Yi Yi and Shiba. Take the number plate and walk towards the checkpoint. Congratulations to candidate number 66 for successfully passing the fourth test. I wish you a satisfactory result in the next test. Received a few number cards that Yi Yi handed over. The staff checked and confirmed that there were enough 6 points. Shiba behind him received the same congratulations. Obviously, this congratulation is for all the candidates who passed the fourth experiment. Yi and Shiba were the first candidates to land on the warship. Leaning against the fence, I watched which candidates passed the fourth test. Hiso, Hanzo, Talagu, Bakur, Baldalo, JG, Leary, Kurapika. It seems that these are the only people who passed the fourth test. Every time a candidate boarded the warship, Shiba reported their name. From this point of view, it seems to be no different from the original. Knight's impact on Hunter World wasn't that great. After learning about the candidates who passed the fourth test, Yi was about to leave. Wait, that guy, he was able to pass the fourth test, it's kind of interesting. But just as he turned around, the corner of his eyes seemed to catch something. Congratulations candidate No, successfully passed the fourth test. I wish you a satisfactory result in the next test. The wrestler named Takudo was in a state of embarrassment. However, he successfully collected 6 points and passed the fourth test. Although I don't know how he passed the fourth test, I always feel that he seems to be malicious to me. Is it an illusion? Other candidates who did not collect 6 points, or have been killed. There will be a special person in charge who will handle the funeral. Looking back, Yi walked towards the hall again. Shiba didn't keep up. Even after several days of training, even she felt a little tired. Now leaning on the fence of the warship, overlooking the entire vigilant island, feeling the sea breeze blowing through the body, the physical and mental exhaustion is slowly dispelled at this moment. After an hour, qualified candidates are transferred from the warship to the airship on the side. And was asked to come to the hall to gather. There is something to be notified. When all the candidates stood in the assembly hall, an inexplicable tense atmosphere spread. Hey, Yi, I remember that you seem to know that president. Do you know why you called us here? After waiting for a long time, no one came. Hanzo seemed a little curious, so he asked Yaiki next to him. During the fourth trial, the two almost fought. But the situation is different now. Candidates who can survive until now are basically equivalent to having obtained the hunter license with half of their hands. There is no need to draw arrows like before. The other candidates, after hearing Hanzo's question, also turned their attention to Yoichi. It's the old man at most. He's bored and has nothing to do, just to pass the time. For this kind of inquiry, Yi Yiban didn't even need to guess. It's not easy to call the president an old man. The identity of this guy is not easy. Compared to other candidates. After hearing that Nitro might be bored to see them. Some difficult to accept other candidates. What Leo Lee paid attention to was different from other candidates. At this time, Kurapika, Xiaoji, and others beside him secretly guessed Yaiki's identity. Hey Tilda, you said that this night, will it be the grandson of the president or the descendant of his subordinates or something? After all, he dares to call the president an old man directly. You must know the fierce Menchi, but he would not dare to do so. Speak. Although the volume of the voice has been deliberately suppressed, in such a closed environment, Leo Lee's voice is still particularly attractive. Yi didn't care about Leo Lee's guess. Even if they can successfully guess what, the impact on Yi is better than nothing. And, judging from the fluctuations in the vicinity, Menchi, whom he called fierce, had already arrived at the door. Cough cough. A cough interrupted Leo Lee's guess. Nitro's figure emerged from the door, and behind him, followed by Lieber, Sats, Menchi, Bala and other examiners. Compared to the expressionless faces of the other examiners, Menchi looked a little angry. After entering the room, he kept staring at a young man who looked like a middle-aged uncle, but was actually only 18 years old. Guda tilde. Difficulty swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Leo Lee retreated silently and hid behind Kurapika. It doesn't matter whether Kurapika can block his body or not. Cut. Unhappy spit to the side, Menchi withdrew his gaze. Everyone, you've worked hard. Ignoring Menchi's actions, Nitro began to speak. The 12 candidates here are all qualified candidates who have passed the test 4 times. And among these 12 people, 8 of them are newcomers, which is really a bumper harvest for the Hunter Association. After Nitro finished speaking, he burst into laughter. Obviously, I am very satisfied with the results of this test. Leo Lee, who was hiding behind Kurapika, couldn't help but feel happy when he heard Nitro's praise. The president said that we are candidates with potential. Kurapika tried to ignore the one behind him. Don't say such things yourself, and don't forget that we are not the final qualifiers yet. Farce over. With a wave of his hand, Nitro tried to attract everyone's attention. The final test will be held in 3 days at a hotel rented by the Hunter Association. Before that, all candidates please rest well. When you're done, turn around and leave. Wait, I have a question to ask. What exactly is the content of the next test? Watching the examiners leave with Nitro, Leo Lee suddenly thought of something and asked loudly. It's just that Nitro has left and has no desire to continue explaining. Without looking back. It's a secret, just wait and see. 4 more. Chapter 42_. After the examiners left. The hall was quiet again. Even quiet a bit too much. There is one last test left and I don't know what it is. Xiaoji got together and discussed the last possible test. For this, Yi was not interested. Go straight to the room allocated by the association. Instead of wasting time here, it is better to continue the practice of point. Shiba on the side, after seeing Yi's actions, also chose the same way. All that was left was the noisy crowd in the hall. Hisoka looked thoughtfully at the direction Yi left. The breath is a bit stronger than when we first met. That girl, I remember she didn't master the mind at the beginning, is it forced to open mind? Interesting, I really want to see the fully ripe fruit soon. Hum. The joy in his heart made him laugh out loud. While listening to the few people that Baldlo speculated, they felt horrified under the sudden laughter. Why don't we talk somewhere else? Hanzo felt the murderous aura overflowing in the distance, and suggested a different location. Yi didn't know the series of effects his departure brought. Lying on the bed in the room, Yaiki thought about his next move. The Hunter trial is coming to an end. He returned to the Sky Arena and got 10 wins to challenge the landlord. Or go back to the organization to pick up some new tasks to complete. For the organization, Yi's sense of belonging is not strong. Although the predecessor received 3 years of training there, but this is the predecessor's experience. Yi's feelings about the organization are more like an intermediary for introducing tasks. You pay, I contribute, everyone can live in peace and make money together. But his own news leaked to the gangster, which caused a gap between the two. Although Yi didn't know who leaked the secret, it didn't prevent him from reducing his goodwill towards the organization. Some tangled. I thought about it, but didn't come to a conclusion. Yi gave up and continued to think about it. There is still some time left, so he is not in a hurry to make a choice. With this thought in mind, Yi entered the practice of The other side. Nitro and a group of examiners are located in a room. Judging from the many snacks on the table, it is estimated that it is a room such as a conference room dedicated to examiners. Several examiners look at photos of candidates on the table. Guess who will pass the final test? The most surprising thing is this guy. I didn't expect him to be able to come to the last test. It's really exciting. Menchi picked up Leo Lee's photo with chopsticks. She didn't forget what Leo Lee did at the time, and today she spoke ill of her behind her back and was bumped into by herself. Old hatred, new hatred. Menchi's sense of Leo Lee was reduced to a minimum. Well, I care more about number 44 Hisoka than this candidate. Sats reached out and pointed out Hisoka's photo. The murderous aura he exudes seems to be provoking us. If he hadn't participated in the Hunter test, he might have already shot at us. Sats's words were recognized by several examiners. That's right, although it's not the first time I've mentioned him. His provocation is the main reason for me to get anxious. Speaking of Hisoka, Menchi also said that he was disturbed by him. I don't care about Hisoka. What I care more about is candidate number 66, the boy named Yi. Different from Menchi and SATs. Lieber paid more attention to Yi than Hisoka. Yi is that the candidate who was praised by the president. Menchi's expression was stunned, and his expression was a little embarrassed. I'm very ashamed to say that, as the examiner of the first test and the second test, we don't know anything about this candidate at all. Satsu's words broke Menchi's embarrassment. In the first test, he was like a poisonous snake, hiding among the ordinary candidates, without expressing anything special, so I didn't pay any special attention to him. Having said that, SATs subconsciously touched his beard. Contrary to Hisoka's provocative release of murderous aura, Yi hid his own aura to the extreme. It is hard to imagine that at this age, he possesses such an outstanding, absolute. When Menchi heard Sazi's comment on Yi, he nodded secretly beside him. That's right, during the second test, Yi used everyone to attract the attention of Buha and me, and he and another candidate were drinking tea in the corner of the venue and watching the play. Crunch. Menchi's fists clenched violently. If the president hadn't said his name, I would have subconsciously ignored his existence. Menchi felt a little ashamed that he was ignored by a candidate's, absolutely. President, since you know the information about this candidate, you might as well give us some information. Buhara ate the pudding in front of him, expressing that he was very shocked and did not want to participate in this conversation. But thinking of the interaction between Yi and Nitro, he subconsciously asked. At this point, everyone seemed to remember that there was a person in front of him who knew Yi's information. Even his appearance made several examiners discover Yi's existence in advance. Ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde. Facing the gazes of several examiners, Nitro laughed softly. Want to know about Yaiki-chan? Looking at such a naughty Nitro, although they were anxious, they also followed his thoughts. Hem. Several examiners nodded, expressing their desire to know. The old man won't tell you. It's also a pleasure to explore the unknown tilde ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde. It's a pity that the old-fashioned Nitro did not directly tell a few people about Yi. Okay, let's stop chatting here. The old man should also go to prepare for the last test. Swallowing the last pudding in front of him, Nitro got up and walked towards the door, leaving behind a group of examiners full of grief. Chapter 43 _ Yi was unaware of the discussions that took place between the examiners. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Yi was able to come to the final test unscathed, relying on his own ability, not the favor of those examiners. And the practice of point. Walk in the direction of the restaurant. Timely replenishment of energy can make him better face emergencies. Half an hour later, a voice came from the airship's speaker. Attention all students. From now on, the candidates who have called the number, please come to the interview room one by one and accept the interview. The sudden announcement interrupted Yi's eating. The so-called interview, has it started so soon? Speed up your eating to avoid being called out to your number before you finish your food. Candidate number 44, please go to the interview room for an interview. Candidate number 53, please go to the interview room for an interview. Candidate number 66, please go to the interview room for an interview. The moment he shouted Yi's number, he just finished eating. Putting down the teacup in his hand, he walked towards the so-called interview room. Yi also has a general understanding of the so-called interview. It is nothing more than a personal understanding of the candidates, and then arranges an inquiry of the opponent. When Yi came to the interview room, there were already many candidates waiting at the door, including Shiba. Yo tilde Yi Jang, I'll wait for you for a while. Entering the interview room, Nitro was looking at the photo and thinking about something. At this moment, his whole body is in a relaxed state. It seems that there is no concern that these candidates will suddenly attack him. Or rather, with his strength, he did not take these candidates into his eyes at all. The arrival of the knight interrupted his thinking. President. Posing as a greeting. Yi walked to the small low table and sat down cross-legged. You are much calmer than those candidates. Before you come up, ask me if this is the final test. Seeing Yi sit down, a glimmer of admiration flashed in Nitro's eyes. The flow of breath is much smoother than the first meeting. It seems that the basic practice has not stopped. Compared with CG's apprentice, he has received a good seedling. Yi ignored Nitro's praise. Just stared straight at him, waiting for his inquiry. Ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde since Yi Zhang is looking forward to it so much, I won't waste my time. Taking back his mentality of facing the younger generation, Nitro began his responsibilities as the president of the Hunter Association. I want to ask you some questions, you can answer truthfully. The voice was not as peaceful as before, and a formulaic Yue manifested. Nodding, Yi said he understood. Nitro, first of all, why do you want to take part in the hunter test and become a hunter? Knight 1. Get stronger. Nitro, among these candidates, which one do you care about the most? Knight 1. Number. Nitro, oh, what's the reason? Yi, he has murderous intentions towards me. Nitro, the last question, out of all the candidates, which candidate do you want to play against? Knight 1. Number 67. Quote. Nitro, okay, you can go out. Get up, leave, open the door, close the door. The simple interview is over. Out of the interview room, many candidates are still waiting. Candidate number 67, please go to the interview room for an interview. After the first night, it was Shiba. After a few minutes, Shiba looked surprised, and had the same reaction as most of the candidates. For the so-called interview, I did not expect to simply ask a few questions. The remaining students, entering the interview room one after another, and coming out of it one after another. Time goes by. Until all the candidates were interviewed, Nitro was still thinking about something in the interview room. Compared with before the association, the situation where a qualified person appeared only a few years ago is different. There are so many newcomers this year that it is difficult for him to choose. Although the association has a talent explosion period every 10 years. But every year is different. Like this year, more than a dozen candidates came to the final test situation. Even in the Hunters Association's many years of history, the number is rare. In order to cope with the special situation this year, Nitro needs to plan well. A few days later. The sky is bright. The airship is about to arrive at the site for the final test. It was also at this time that the final test list set up by Nitro was seen by several other examiners. Unbelievable expressions all leaked out. Candidates, we will soon be able to arrive at the examination venue for the final test. The appearance of a high-end restaurant can be vaguely seen. At this time, almost all the candidates were full of excitement. Airship landing. Everyone followed the direction pointed by the staff and came to a spacious hall. Nitro will announce the content of the final test for everyone. All the candidates, the mood at this moment, but relaxed again. After guessing for days, the final test is finally here. Looking at the candidates in front of him, Nitro did not waste time. Directly announce the content of the final test. The final test is a one-on-one knockout. Nitro's words caused great harm to several of the candidates. The cheat sheet made in advance is completely meaningless at this moment. These candidates looked at another candidate involuntarily. I complimented him inwardly. Ignore the farce. Nitro pulled back the curtain next to him. Leaked out a writing board with the number plate of the crowd. Looking at this digital version, the mood of the candidates fell to the bottom in an instant. They did not expect that they had to face such a cruel test when they came to the last test with difficulty. Only Yi, looking at the writing board in the distance, remained silent. Chapter 44 Looking at the curtain opened by Nitro, most of the candidates could not accept it. Numbers marked with 12 candidates. It looks like only a final victory can pass this test. This is also the reason why it is difficult for those students to accept. Just. Ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde. Looking at the shocked expressions on the faces of the candidates, Nitro expressed his satisfaction. Make no mistake about it. The qualifying conditions for the final test are as long as one can win. The winner stands out, and the loser goes to the next round of battle. That is to say, there is only one person who failed this test. Nitro's remarks finally made the hearts of those candidates calm down. If only one person is not qualified, most of the people present have the qualifications to become hunters. Compared with the previous wrong idea, happiness should not come too suddenly. Hey, President, wouldn't it be unreasonable to just arrange it like this? I have heard the battle sequence announced by the bean noodles. Someone has already found something wrong. The higher the number of battles, the more times the player can fight. And the players who are in the back of the battle, some people can only fight twice. Compared with the former, the probability of the latter becoming a hunter is undoubtedly greatly reduced. For this question, Leo Lee subconsciously asked. He is the so-called player at the back of the battle. Naturally concerned about his chances of becoming a hunter. In the face of Leo Lee's inquiry, Nitro was already prepared. Under the theory of some experimental performance, Leo Lee's doubts were successfully dispelled. Of course, it can only dispel Leo Lee's doubts. The descendants of the Haka who beat the enemy Haka are undoubtedly the strongest in their generation. I don't think my performance in the game will be much behind others. But his battles can only be ranked in the middle level. Just like the original, he raised a question to Nitro. Nitro also explained it. But Nitro's remarks made him fall into silence. Well, since everyone has no doubts, let's start the experiment. The rules of the game are that two people can use any tool in the test, but they cannot hurt the other's life. If this happens, it means that all other candidates are qualified. After introducing the rules, no one expressed any doubts. The final test of the Hunter trial has officially begun. First match, number 44 Hisoka versus number 404 Kurapika. The referee named Lewis called the two to the center of the venue. Do the final test. Yi was not interested in this match. Facing Kurapika who didn't master his mind, Hisoka wouldn't use his full strength. As a qualified fruit farmer, he will never pick unripe fruit early. This time the game lost the function of collecting information. 10 minutes later. The battle is over. After informing Kurapika's spider about the information, Hisoka chose to voluntarily admit defeat. Game, go to the next. In the second round, Hanzo of number 294 will face Xiaoji of number 405. Quote. The new referee, Master, announces the start of the game. As soon as the match was announced, Hanzo attacked young Jia. Xiaoji tried to resist, but to no avail. He was even caught by Hanzo because of this. A break starts here. Leo Lee, who was watching, could no longer watch. Che, such a kid, just admit defeat. Takuto number 255, looking at this picture, expressed his opinion with a look of disdain. You bastard, what did you just say? If it wasn't for little Jetto who took a grape spider egg, do you think you could pass the second test? Leo Lee's anger completely ignited. He rushed forward, grabbed Takuto's collar, and shouted angrily. Takuto, who was caught by the collar, subconsciously wanted to break free. But Leo Lee, who was in a state of rage, burst out with a huge force that he couldn't believe. Takuto couldn't break free at all. The previous referee, Lewis, suddenly appeared between the two. The two were separated and a warning was given. Candidate number 255. If you are provoking other candidates, I, as the referee selected by the Hunter Arbitration Committee, have the right to rule you out of the competition. Although Leo Lee took the first shot, Lewis still judged that Takudo was provocative. Cut. The conflict between the two ends. But the game on the field is not over. Sight and hearing, with two casual attacks, easily took away Xiaoji's senses. Xiaoji did not give up. Cut tilde. With a crunch. An arm was cut off abruptly. Until now, most of the candidates have been unable to continue watching. But Xiaoji still didn't give up. With such persistence, Hanzo's thinking has also changed. Stop the last attack. Choose to admit defeat. I surrender. Those candidates who are still cheering for Xiaoji, and Xiaoji himself, all fell into silence at the moment. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. How can it be? Faced with this result, Xiaoji seemed to recall that night on Bayer Island again. Obviously won the victory, but not reconciled. As the winner, Xiaoji successfully passed the hunter test. It's just such a victory, but it's not the result he wants. The next few games were even more boring. Game 3, Hisoka vs. Baldlo. In the face of the powerful Hisoka, Baldlo couldn't injure him at all. Finally choose to admit defeat. Scene 4, Hanzo faces Shiba. Shiba just released his evil thoughts, and Hanzo chose to admit defeat. To be able to have such strength at the age of 18. His knowledge is not comparable to that of ordinary people. When he realized that he could not win, he simply chose to admit defeat. Game 5, Baldolo vs. Leo Lee. Because he didn't want to take advantage of others' danger, Leo Lee applied for the game to be postponed. Nitro permission, game delayed. Game 6, Hanzo faced Bakuer, who lost to Bakuer and was subdued by one move. In the face of Hanzo's threat, Bakuer reluctantly conceded defeat. The 7th test, a duel on the night of the 66th no. Set Telugu. After waiting for a long time, it finally came to the duel of the night. 3 shifts. Chapter 45 _. The referee stepped forward to the center of the field. The 7th game, a duel on the night of the 66th no. Set Telugu. The two stepped forward to the center of the arena, looking at each other. Although I know that Readaloud is an ill fan. But it was the first time that such a close encounter had been made. The two are both killers, and they subconsciously resist the approach of strangers. Similar characters make them not take the initiative to ask. Therefore, the two people's understanding of both sides is close to zero. No, I don't know anything compared to Ilmi. Yi knew some basic information about him. Ill fan. Those who operate kinesthetic abilities are good at using nails as weapons. The number of shots is not too many, but the performance every time is not simple. Its strength is estimated to be at least the level of the combat members in the Phantom Brigade. At this time, he was only 24 years old. Still in a period of rapid growth. The strength is stronger than Yi. Yi, is it? The competition has not yet started, and it seems that a period of communication is specially reserved for the candidates. Facing the upcoming battle, Ilmi was the first to speak. I'm not interested in this kind of meaningless battle. Even if you are defeated, it is estimated that you will not admit defeat so easily. The voice was crisp but emotionless. Then, since the current situation has been formed, it is better to do it according to my method, so that it is a win-win situation for you and me. This familiar voice made Jifen, who was watching the battle, recover. As long as you give me 20 million rennies, I will choose to admit defeat, and you will win. This method of mine is very cost-effective for you. Really? If you can easily pass the final test with only money, it is great news for those candidates who want to become hunters. Hey, that guy over there actually started trading in front of us. Hey, what are we professional hunters doing? Before Yi could answer, the hot-tempered Menchi could no longer bear the attitude of Yi or me. Menchi, the final test has already begun. As the examiner of the second test, you have no right to interfere. Nitro spoke suddenly, and compared to his usual playful tone, he seemed extra serious at the moment. Compared with the mere 20 million ringtones, what he wanted to know more was Yi-Yi's choice. Menqi subconsciously converged. Facing Yeermi's transaction, the corner of Yi-Yi's mouth rose slightly. Ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha. What followed was wild laughter full of joy. All the candidates couldn't understand Yi-Yi's wild laughter at the moment. To them, Yi-Yi was more mysterious than Hisoka. At least everyone knows that Hisoka is a man who moves with his mood. On the night of the night, it usually looks cold and calm. But now, he is laughing like a demon. After a while, the laughter gradually subsided. Yi-Yi looked at the man standing opposite him. How can I easily let go of an opponent of your level? I have waited for a long time. What 20 million reni to admit defeat is just an excuse. The real purpose is just to deepen the strangeness. Even if he doesn't give him 20 million yuan, Ilmi will choose to give up. This final test can be regarded as the most perfect stage. In front of his so-called best friend, Xiaoji, he deepened his ignorance of strangeness with his own hands and completely killed the light that still remained in his heart. Let Qiangu Shimu Xingshang embrace the darkness, and blend into the darkness. This is his love for his younger brother as a big brother. But 20 million yuan, I will transfer it to you later. Yi-Yi's voice returned to cold, as if he had regained his previous sanity. This made a candidate who was waiting to watch a good show feel a sense of disappointment. Even those examiners couldn't understand Yi-Yi's words. Obviously based on his strength, even if he concedes defeat in this test, he can easily win in the future. Disappointed eyes looked towards Yi-Yi. Che, it really is a guy who came to the final test by going through the back door. It's really boring that even such a guy can participate in the hunter test. At this moment, Takugo suddenly remembered the second experiment, the scene of Yaiki being called away by Nitro. The envy hidden in the heart, or jealousy erupted at this moment. It's just that he didn't know that Yi-Yi was able to come to the final test unscathed, not because of the mercy of others. An evil thought full of murderous intent emanated from Yi-Yi's body. The goal is Toto. The moment of feeling the killing intent. Takugo forgot to breathe, that he was still alive. Bloody murderous aura, dark and terrifying evil thoughts haunted his soul. Just when he was about to faint, Yi-Yi took the initiative to withdraw his killing intent. At the moment when the killing intent stopped, Tuodu fell to the ground, breathing in the fresh air. But even so, his face was still pale. As an ordinary person, to feel the killing intent at such a close distance, it is impossible to die or be disabled. However, the examiners and referees in the distance deliberately ignored this scene. No matter right or wrong, as an ordinary person, but to provoke a person with the ability to read, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Of course, these 20 million renis cannot be taken casually. Ilmi's expression remained the same, quietly waiting for the following. After performing tasks for many years, he has naturally come into contact with all kinds of clients, and has also taken on many tasks with strange requirements. In this regard, he has enough experience. 20 million reni, I entrust you to fight with me. At this moment, Yi-Yi seemed to be fearless. Interesting, entrust me to take it, but please make the remittance in time. For Ilmi, there is no conflict between entrustment and Kashan. A smile appeared on the corner of Yi-Yi's mouth again. That's a real joy. The icy voice seemed to be a bit higher than before because of joy. Chapter 46_. Faced with the sudden change in the rhythm on the court, most people can't understand it. Obviously, 20 million yuan can make the opponent give up the game, but he has to use 20 million yuan to let the opponent compete with himself. This incomprehensible operation confuses all candidates and examiners. Among the so many people present, only 3 people could see Yi-Yi's true purpose. Interesting, really interesting, Seeing Xiaoyi's idea of not wanting to fight, using the commission to force a confrontation with himself, is it to gain experience? Or to collect data? Or to test your own strength? Look at the two on the field. Hisoka, who was leaning against the corner, couldn't help but surging. He was the one who knew the most about Yi's behavior. Entrusting Ilmi to a duel with herself is a rare and good way to pass the time. Naturally, Hisoka did not miss out on commissions. It's just that he doesn't know what the purpose of Yi's entrustment to Ilmi is at this moment. What Hisoka can think of, Nitro can naturally also guess. Even he guessed more accurately than Hisoka. The mastery of mind has entered a new stage, and it needs an opponent with the same strength, or only slightly stronger than himself to test. The appearance of the Haka kid who beat the enemy just met his needs. At the same time, in order to avoid the Haka kid who beat the enemy deliberately admit defeat, he issued a commission to duel with himself. Ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde, it's really a poisonous snake. In order to achieve his goal, make the best use of everything around you. Touching his beard, Nitro completely guessed Yi's thoughts. Compared with the previous two guesses, Shiba was slightly greener. Probably to ensure that this opponent, whose strength is comparable to his own, cannot easily surrender. Seeing Yi's icy expression, Shiba subconsciously expressed his guess. The other candidates on the side seemed to understand something when they heard this idea. That's right, we just subconsciously thought he was stronger than Yi because of what Readaloud said earlier, but we don't know what Yi's real strength is. Kurapika's reaction was the quickest, and in just a moment, he found out that everyone's thinking was busy. Maybe this Yi's strength is stronger than that of Readaloud, and the commission of 20 million monks is just satire. After listening to Leo Li, he also expressed his guess. No, that's not right. It should be Yi who felt that Jitaragu's strength was almost the same as his own, so he made such a commission. At this moment, Chi Yan's brain is already a little confused. But that didn't stop him from speaking his mind. What happened to these two people on the field gave me exactly the same feeling as my eldest brother. Damn, can't tell. A strange man without mastery of mind can only judge others based on their temperament. The other side. The rules remain the same. You and I lose the ability to fight, and you can choose whether to lose or not. Yi talked about the rules of the duel between the two. Fans have no objection. For him, although Yi's thoughts were excellent, there was still a distance from him. The game begins. The referee was relieved when the two sides stopped talking. Quickly stepped forward to announce the start of the game. The voice falls. A few syllables pierced the air and quickly shot towards Yi. Ding tilde ding tilde ding tilde. The short knife hidden on the body was pulled out, and the attack was easily blocked. Simple temptation is unnecessary. It means nothing to you and me. Putting down the short knife in front of him, Yi's expression was still cold. Interesting, let's try this. Watching his attack be easily blocked. Ilmi had the slightest interest in it. Yi didn't respond, but his expression became more focused. Next moment. The two figures disappeared from everyone's eyes. Seeing this familiar scene, Xiaoji couldn't help but look at Qi Yan beside him. During a volleyball game, he had seen Qi Shi trade Jesus Pao Wei Xiao. Limb flex. Why can both of them use extremity flex? Compared to Xiaoji's curiosity, Qi Ju felt unacceptable. The superior dynamic vision allowed him to see something vaguely before the two disappeared. Although the limb bend has been used by Nitro as the basic trick of the assassin. But this trick is a family secret technique for beating the enemy. It was the first time he had seen outsiders use their own limbs. No, that's not right. Although Yi's way of disappearing is very similar to limb bending, it is a technique of using special steps to form an afterimage, attracting the attention of the enemy, and instantly hiding the figure. However, upon closer inspection, there are slight differences. Compared with Yi's technique, limb bending is a technique that uses darkness and the illusion of the enemy to instantly hide the figure. It can be said that the two are very similar, but there are some differences. However, both of them are now hidden and cannot attack each other at all. Unless. Good tilde, underscore underscore underscore. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the silent venue. Everyone subconsciously cast their eyes. I saw Bala rubbing his stomach with a hungry look on his face. Ah tilde I'm hungry tilde. At the same time, a violent collision sounded. Everyone immediately turned their eyes to the direction from which the voice came. I saw the two people who had just disappeared out of thin air, and appeared out of thin air not far away. Every shot of the two is accompanied by superb killing skills. They are fighting each other at the moment. The two disappeared out of thin air before, but it was just an illusion caused by special skills and special circumstances. A killer who is skilled in this skill can naturally detect the location of the opponent who uses this ability. From the very beginning, the two knew where the other was. It just wasn't the right time to do it. Bahara broke this situation, allowing the two to choose to attack at the same time. Seizing the moment and launching a fatal blow to the prey is the instinct of the killer. It can only be said that the skills of the two are almost the same, and so is the choice of timing. Chapter 47 _. The sound of attack and defense echoed in the hall. A group of candidates looked at the two who attacked and defended each other at an extremely fast speed, and cold sweat was secretly shed. Hey, Hanzo, can you do this? Looking at the two people who continued to alternate figures and continued to attack. Strange dishes on the beach angle slugs. Of 12, there is still a gap in the strength of Chi Shi Union and Hanzo. No, my speed has not reached this level for the time being. Hanzo's voice was a little low, obviously he was also struck by the battle screen in front of him. Next to several people. It was Hisoka who was stimulated by the battle between the two. The thoughts in his body surged up involuntarily. Obviously, the battle between the two was particularly exciting for Hisoka. The other side. The duel between the two is still going on. Ilmi's body dodged lightly, then dodged a knife from the knight. At the same time, the counterattack is also hidden in the shadows. Ilmi's hands stretched out sharp claws at some point. Emerged from the shadow of Yuichi's arm and stabbed upwards. The sharp right claw, like a spear, stabbed Yuichi's body sharply. Ding! A sound like steel colliding came from it. Facing Ilmi's attack. Flow, to defend in advance. Attack on one side. With a side kick, he kicked in the direction of Ilmi. He wanted to leave, but found that his right hand was tightly pinched by Yuichi's muscles. In a hurry. Ilmi had no choice but to block her left arm in front of her, her thoughts condensed. Pung tilde. The side kick slammed into the defensive left arm. At the same time. After completing the defense, Ilmi squatted down subconsciously, and swept the foot of Yuichi who was standing on one foot because of the side kick. Face this change. Yuichi controlled the muscles to release the clamped right hand. Jump backwards with one foot, dodging the sweeping leg. The battle between the two didn't have any fancy moves, some were just the whole body turned into a weapon for killing people. Reaching the current state of the two, every part of the body can be turned into an offensive weapon. Take advantage of every available opportunity to smash the enemy with a stormy attack. It's just that this time they both met their opponents. In the battle between the two, the applied skills of the mind are used frequently. Cho will be wrapped around weapons to attack each other. Hidden hides his thoughts so that the other party can't detect them. The two of Yuan only kept it within a range of 2 meters, so as to know the opponent's reaction as soon as possible. Ken uses more thoughts to strengthen his attack power. When Flo is about to be attacked, dispatch more thoughts to defend. The examiners watching on the side couldn't help but ponder. Not everyone can do such a smooth use of skills in battle. A brief separation. I'm very curious. Although your skills are skilled, you still have some gaps compared to mine. How on earth did you draw a tie with me? After moving his neck, Ilmi asked Yi. In terms of speed, he was a little faster than Yi Yi. In terms of power, it is also slightly stronger than Yi Yi. Even the skills are a bit more skilled than Yi Yi. Yi Yi had such strength at such an age, which really surprised him. But he, Ilmi beat the enemy, is also a genius, and he thinks he has good strength after years of training. But the battle between the two, on the premise of not hurting the other's life, was evenly divided. He was particularly curious about this. Facing the curiosity of Ilmi, Yi Yi came out with the reason. The moment you enter the venue, I observe the frequency of your walking, breathing, and breathing. Analyze this and simulate countless possible battle scenes in your mind. Thousands of drills have allowed me to successfully speculate on your attacking style. That's all. The cold and crisp voice stunned everyone. Even those examiners were surprised when they heard this ability for the first time. Ignore others. In the battle with Ilmi, Yaiki didn't plan to use the power of inheritance. He wanted to see how far he could achieve with the thoughts he cultivated himself. How big is the gap between yourself and the geniuses in this world? Although I've heard of this ability, it's the first time I've met it. It's really annoying. Listening to Yi Yi's explanation, Ilmi's expression changed slightly. It is also the first time he has encountered this ability. Your commission doesn't match the commission fee at all, and I regret taking your commission. Although saying so. But Ilmi began to remove the narration nails from her head one by one. The next moment, a magical face change appeared in front of everyone. Compared with the face that was originally fabricated at random, an extremely handsome face appeared in everyone's sight. As expected, it's easier this way. After moving his body at will, Ilmi returned to her original posture. When Qi Yan in the distance saw this face, he instantly became sluggish. Big brother. Although he had already guessed when the two were fighting, when that face appeared in front of him, it was still a little hard to accept. In the fourth test, because of Yi Yi's temperament, he called himself a similar name. Qiguo Yi mistook him for his eldest brother. But the battle between the two changed his mind a little bit. First, the familiar voice, then the family's limbs, and then the bone-changing technology. It made him understand that this man called Jitaraku seemed to be his eldest brother. Kiyu, you seem to have never noticed me. Although there are some deviations from the plan, it has no major impact. We'll talk about it later, let me complete this order first. The voice fell, and a strong killing intent spewed out. Ilmi once again attacked Yi Yi. It's just that compared to the previous state, the current fans seem to be more aggressive. Shaking hands. He slipped out 5 syllables and flew towards Yi Yi. The same narration nail, but the power is completely different. The short knives used to block only blocked 4, and they shattered. The 5th narration nail, shot at Yaiki unhindered. Crucial moment. Yi Yi's body swerved to the left, and missed the blow by the slightest. No, not completely dodged. A trace of blood flowed from Yi Yi's face. 3 shifts. Ask for flowers, ask for collections. Chapter 48_. A trace of blood flowed from his face, but Yi Yi didn't have time to wipe it. The sharp claws attacked Yi Yi fiercely. Under this claw, the air seems to be cut open. However, this attack was easily dodged by Yi Yi by crouching down. At the same time, before Ilmi Zuadu launched an attack, Yi Yi jumped up in advance. With the right hands together, the thoughts quickly condensed. A hand knife slashed diagonally away. Its target, Ilmi's neck. Under the power of this knife, if the attack is successful, even Ilmi will die. PFF'd. At the moment about to cut up a piece of clothing in place of Ilmi. It split in 2 instantly. The battle between the two, although it is said to be in accordance with the rules of the final test, cannot endanger the life of the other party. But after fighting to this extent, both of them seem to have forgotten this rule. Ilmi's figure suddenly emerged from behind Yi Yi. The hands swayed in a strange way. Next moment. Snake live. The speed of the swing of the hands suddenly increased. It looks like a number of snakes that are constantly wriggling. Quickly headed towards Yi, who had his back turned to attack him. Ilmi's snake life is more secretive and threatening. With the perception of Yuan, Yi discovered his attack immediately. With the current posture, if you want to leave, you can only rely on Shunpo. But not at night. He did not forget the purpose of this battle, not for life and death. It's just to test the progress of my reading and test the gap between myself and these geniuses. Turn quickly. With his arms in front of him, 80% of his thoughts converge here. Use flow and firmness at the same time. Barely withstood the attack. Right now. Ilmi's feet suddenly staggered. However, the continuous battle had already shattered the hall floor. He just stepped on a crack. At this foot, it completely collapsed. There was a flaw in the continuous attack. Good opportunity. His eyes flickered. The arms slammed violently, shaking Ilmi's hands that were constantly attacking. The body turned slightly to the left. The right leg begins to exert force, and the force is first transmitted to the waist, then poured into the right leg, and concentrated on the right calf and foot. The whole body is concentrated in it. Even without contact. Ilmi had already felt an exaggerated thought force beside him. Another side kick, kicked towards Ilmi's waist. If this kick is solid, this battle seems to be over. Look at the kick that kicked at him. Ilmi knew that she could no longer escape. Nian is also unable to move to the waist in time because it is concentrated in both hands when performing snake work. At this moment, he can only adjust his posture to minimize the injured area. Does not affect the next hunter test. Yi also reacted. His attack seemed to condense too much thought, and it was simply not something that Ilmi at the moment could stop. But this side kick has already been kicked out, and if it is forced back, I am afraid that I will be re-injured. In times of danger. This test will end here. An old voice sounded beside the two of them. Ilmi was caught by the owner of the voice and threw it into the distance. He stood with one arm in front of him, blocking Yiki's attack. It's just that Yi's side kick condensed the thoughts of his whole body. Even the owner of the old voice was kicked several meters away by this kick. C tilde C tilde C tilde C tilde tilde. The friction between the clogs and the ground made a harsh sound. No one cares about that at the moment. President Nitro. A referee quickly came to Nitro's side, concerned about his situation. At the critical moment, it was Nitro who came forward to stop Yiki's attack. It doesn't matter, this injury can't hurt me for the time being. Pushing aside the referee beside him, Nitro walked towards the center of the field unscathed. In the battle just now, because player Yoichi used a potentially lethal attack, I decided that he would automatically admit defeat in this duel and move on to the next battle. Yi, who was exhausted, pulled up with one hand. Nitro announced the deal with Yi. Contestant Yi, do you have any objection? Yi's body subconsciously entered the absolute, in order to restore the body's exhausted mind. But his consciousness was still very clear. No objection. Although his voice was weak, he agreed with Nitro's handling. Before the duel between the two, he had already agreed to duel according to the rules of the final test. That is to say, this battle cannot be deadly. But the attack just now was regarded as breaking the rules that he had set. Sentenced to admit defeat in this game, he was convinced. Wait, I have an objection. However, an unexpected voice sounded. Nitro looked at him. Ilmi's figure did not know when to come back to the two of them. My entrustment with him is that after one side loses combat effectiveness, I can choose to admit defeat. Now Yi has lost his ability to fight, my commission has been completed, and I will admit defeat in this game. Compared to Yiki, who used up his thoughts. Ilmi was thrown away by Nitro first and didn't take any damage. Hoji Talaku, are you sure you're admitting defeat in this match? In the face of Nitro's inquiry. Ilmi confirms again. For him, it was just a mission, and he didn't give up the idea of the original plan. In the seventh game, Jitteriku players concede defeat. Under the judgment of the referee. That's the end of this duel. With Shiba's active support, Yi returned to his room to recover. Night falls. After 7 duels, the time came to night. The rest of the tests will continue the next day. Candidates can also leave the venue and go to the room arranged by the association to rest. However, unexpectedly, except for Zisuo, Yirmi, Yi, and Shiba, the 4 candidates left. The other candidates are still in the hall. He seems to be reminiscing about the battle between Yaiki and Ilmi. The two people's neat and tidy methods, the mysterious and ghostly pace, and the speed that is beyond ordinary people. Let these students a little difficult to accept. Have we been through the first few quizzes with monsters like this all the time? Quite a while. Leo Lee's trembling voice echoed in the venue. Unfortunately, no one told him the answer. 4 more. Chapter 49_. Yi didn't know that he left such a deep impression on Leo Lee and the others. Almost time to recover. He walked towards the restaurant. I haven't eaten for a day, and I regained my exhausted thoughts. His hunger was a little hard to suppress. Come to the venue restaurant. There are already quite a few staff enjoying dinner. But the most eye-catching is the figure of Bala. Beside him are a group of test examiners. This scene happened many times in the original work, and Yi was not surprised. Just try to ignore it and go in the opposite direction. Restaurant in buffet style. Location doesn't matter. Unfortunately. The moment he stepped into the restaurant, someone noticed his presence. Hey Yaiki-chan here. Nitro's voice came from behind. Although I don't know what I have to do with myself, an unpleasant feeling emerges in my heart. Yi consciously accelerated his walking pace, pretending that he hadn't heard Nitro's call. Kong tilde. Next moment. A figure suddenly appeared beside Yi. At the same time, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Let Yi not be able to leave half a step. Yaiki-chan go, sit down and eat with us. A huge force forcefully pulled Yi. Helpless, Yi could only watch helplessly as he was pulled by Nitro to sit beside him. It just so happened that you passed the final test today, and you have become a hunter, you just haven't been licensed yet. Yi sat next to him. Nitro just started to talk about his purpose. You can be considered colleagues in the future, so you can get to know each other here. Saying that, he pointed to the group of examiners sitting opposite the two of them. Sitting opposite the two, from left to right, are SATs, Menchi, Bala and Libo. Although they know each other. But during the hunter test, the examiners in front of them had already introduced their information roughly. Thus, the purpose of Nitro. More, let Yi introduce himself in front of several examiners. Yi didn't know that before he stepped into the restaurant, several people were chatting about his duel today. Today, Yi is only 15 years old. But the strength shown is already much stronger than those of the examiners present. This made them even more curious about Yi's identity. In the first few dinners, it was not without inquiring about the information of the night. But Nitro always used the excuse of collecting it himself and never disclosed it. Now it is rare for a deity to appear in front of everyone at night, and Nitro also said to let him introduce himself. The curiosity of several people instantly soared to the extreme. Woe tilde. Helpless, Yi put on a pose that everyone was very familiar with. Spiritual disciple, Yi, give me more advice. After the introduction, I sat down again at night. He took the new tableware handed over by the staff and started eating. The hunger in the belly has long since rushed up like seawater. Only a group of examiners who were full of expectations were left, and gradually fell into petrification. Ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde. Nitro seemed to want this effect, and laughed happily on the side. Cut, dead old man. Yi, who was eating on the side, didn't know that he was called by Nitro to tease the examiner in front of him. Can be beaten and beaten, but in name he is still his grandfather. There was nothing he could do at night. The only thing you can do is try to ignore him. Focus your attention on the food in front of you. President, it's too boring to dismiss us with just such a sentence. Menchi pursed her cheeks, with a bun face full of displeasure. But compared to Yi, the fierce candidate in front of her, she didn't dare to be too rude. Can only complain to Nitro. Sats and the others also looked at Nitro with speechless eyes. For Yi's short introduction, Nitro was naturally to blame. In the face of these sorrows, Nitro was still smiling. Just then, the bean noodles man came running from the side. There seems to be something to notify Nitro. Helplessly looked at the food in front of him and only ate half of the food. Nitro took a group of examiners and walked in the direction of the conference room. Only Yi was left to eat alone. Although it was said that he was the only one left, Yi felt much more relaxed. Except for Nitro, none of the people just now could pose a threat to Yi. But his own vigilance made him not used to too much contact with strangers. Simple dinner. Go back to your room to rest at night. The long night is spent here. The next day. The sky is bright. Yi has already carried out a simple exercise. Although the current strength seems to be stronger than most people, but for the real strong, he is still far behind. 1678, 1679, 1680, 4997, 4998, 4999, 5000. Quote. 5001 finger push-ups are over. Yi started the next training session. 3487, 3488, 3489, 4997, 4998, 4999, 5000. Quote. 5000 crunches over. ... After eating lunch brought by the staff, Yi began to practice, ... again. During this period, Shiba came once, as if he wanted to ask more about Nian. I just felt the breath of Yi's cultivation, so I didn't come to disturb him. End the day of practice. Yi learned that the hunter trial had ended. The results were not very different from what he knew. It's just that the one killed by Chi Peptone this time was not the martial Taoist Baldalo. Instead, it was a wrestler named Takudo. Yi was not familiar with this man who inexplicably hated him. There was no response to his death. It can be said that although the deceased has changed, it has no effect on Yi. The following few days, the bean noodles man gave a lecture, introducing various information. Yeben thinks he can leave after the lecture is over. But just before he left, Nitro's summons changed his next itinerary. Chapter 50_. After listening to the bean noodles man's lecture, all qualified hunters are ready to return to their previous lives or start a new adventure. Knight is no exception. Regarding the issue of his own information leakage, although it is only the information before he became a psychic. However, it is a problem that must be solved. Now he feels that as long as he is a little powerful guy, he can get information about his past. It's not a big problem, but the nausea is very strong. Yi, are you ready? Fold the clothes on the bed and just put them in the bag. At night, I heard Shiba's voice coming from the door. Okay. With a simple answer, he picked up the bag and walked out. During the fourth experiment, the two already knew that each other had their own things to do. Neither side has the idea of continuing to form a squad. Just exchanged phone numbers with each other. When in trouble, we can help each other. Perhaps for many people, such things are not understandable. But for Yi, he and Shiba were only attracted by the other's similar temperament and passed to him. Just like-minded friends. There is no reason to live together. The airship transportation center in this city is quite far from here. It takes about half an hour to walk there. Walking out of his room, what he saw was Shiba dressed in casual clothes. Compared with the icy temperament before, it has a slightly more casual feeling. It's okay. It's a pity that Yi pair was not interested in what Shiba was wearing. When we got to the airship transportation center, we were completely separated, and it was a bit reluctant to think about it. Shiba was not surprised by Yi's ignorance. It is even said that if you see yourself changing clothes, Yi's face will change, and this is the wrong place. After separation, there will be no one to guide the practice of mindfulness. The two left the venue and walked towards the airship crew center. Just wait, Mr. Yoichi, please wait. The shouts from behind stopped the two of them subconsciously. President Nitro has something for you, please come with me. Look at the man in the Hunters Guild uniform. The two looked at each other. I'm really unlucky, looks like I have to go by myself, bye Tilda. Shiba understood that since he didn't mention his name, it obviously had nothing to do with him. Simply wave goodbye. Looking at Shiba who was far away, Yi turned around and walked towards the direction he came from. In front of him, the staff member led the way. Although I don't know what Nitro has arranged, but judging from the eagerness to send someone to look for him, there should be something important. The thought of anticipation flashed through my mind. 5 minutes later. Nitro's office. President. Push the door and enter, simply say hello. What you see is standing by the window. Nitro looking at the scenery leisurely. Yo tilde Yi Jiang, you're here. As if unaware of Yi's existence, he expressed surprise at Yi's arrival. Sit down now. He pointed to the bench beside him and asked Yi to sit down first. There are a few cups of cool tea on the table. Apparently, several people had been here before his arrival. Judging from the number of teas, it should be the previous examiners. Analysis based on the existing information is Yi's consistent style. Unfortunately, there is too little information to guess too much information. First of all, he was ready to leave, and the association did not block it before. The summons to oneself is a temporary decision. The teacups in front of them indicate that the examiners have been exposed to this information before. But he still chose to summon himself. Most likely they can't solve it, or need help. Or something happened, related to him. Nitro hereby called the examiner to discuss. With just a few cups of tea, Yi could only guess these few. Well tilde you don't have to guess, I'll tell you directly. Nitro walked to his desk, directly to the thoughts in Yi's mind. Although your face is the same as before, you can't hide the eyes you look at the teacup and look around. Look at this. A report, thrown by Nitro. Crack. I grabbed it and opened it at night to check it out. Not much information is reported. In just a moment of effort, Yi will look at it all. Interesting, but what does that have to do with me? Chimay continent, which is relatively far from here. Survival of the ethnic group known as the Guidong. A few decades ago, it was still a state of hunting. According to local historical records, they worshipped a deity called the goddess of thinking. There is even an auditorium dedicated to worship. But since people from the outside world have explored there, the baptism of the information age will change everything. Today's ghost dong people are no different from ordinary people in the outside world. The service to the goddess of thinking is no longer what it used to be. For such an ordinary nation, Yi didn't understand why Nitro had deliberately called him back. Well tilde now that you've read this information, I'm here to tell you some unrecorded information. Nitro brushed his beard, and his face was not as leisurely as before. The goddess of thinking exists. Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Her name is actually not the goddess of thinking, it's just the name that the old man forced to come over 100 years ago. He didn't seem to notice Yi's eyes. Nitro continued to talk about those secret messages. Her real name is Sebastian. The sacrifice to her by the Dong people is the process of strengthening the seal. The movement of stroking his beard did not stop. But his eyes fell into memory. A woman who the old man once fought with, the thoughts that arise after death. It took a lot of effort to seal her after this thought after death. Interrupt the memories at night. Call me over to hear the story. He was not interested in the experience of the old man when he was young. No, it's just that my seal was broken this morning. Nitro came back to his senses and patted his head embarrassedly. Chapter 51 _ Airship Crew Center. Yi sat in the waiting room, looked at the ticket in his hand, and recalled what happened before. Half an hour ago. Nitro touched his head and said something embarrassed. It's nothing serious, it's just that the seal I set has been undone. When he said this, Nitro's expression remained the same. It really wasn't a big deal for him. But I have a national conference chair in an hour and don't have time to deal with it. So this matter can only be left to the people below. Having said that, Nitro glanced at Yi. It's just that you can see that these hunters under my command are not very strong, and it is difficult to find other people for a while. Nitro was not finished yet. Don't go. The voice was cold and firm. Become a hunter, just to be able to enjoy those conveniences. It's just that Nitro seems to have already prepared. A commission of 5 billion rennies tilde. A check dangled in his hand. Night 1. There are people out there who can help you become stronger. Why don't you go? Night 1. Half an hour later. Yi came to the airship crew center and bought an airship ticket to Chimay continent. Of course, Yi wasn't for 5 billion yuan. Although as a killer, taking a commission is not a big deal. But Yi this time, just to find the existence that can make him stronger. If I guessed correctly, it should be her. It was her existence that made Yi agree to Nitro's request. Ding! Your account number ending in 8868 has received a deposit from Junie. Thank you for choosing our bank. The mobile phone text message alerted the passengers waiting for the flight beside him. Everyone's eyes turned to Yi's direction. Among these gazes are wonder, curiosity, playfulness, and greed. In this regard, a murderous intent permeated all around. In an instant, everyone stayed in their seats peacefully. I dare not continue to look around. Passengers heading to Chimay mainland, the airship is ready, please log in time. Take back the killing intent. Check in at night to check in. It's just that he doesn't know that at the same time. The 3 robbers who had just completed the robbery were now pretending to be ordinary tourists, ready to find a place to hide from the limelight. Wait until the limelight passes, and continue to come out to work. At this time, there's not much fun in Chimay continent. Basically, not many people go there. Why don't you go and see the Kukulu mountain with me? The quarrel between the couples not far away attracted the attention of the gang. For the latter content, they do not care. The first sentence is enough. Kai Mei continent. I will go to Kai Mei continent this time. The big man with a cigar made a decision. No problem, it's time to hide in another place. Every time I go to the desert, there is no place to play at all. Beside the big man. A fat old man. His gray hair seemed to represent his age. Is it Kai Mei continent? I hope there is a place here to take care of my face. The one who said this was a beautiful woman with light makeup. He seems to be very concerned about his appearance. Even if you choose to flee, you must take care of your face. 3 people not far away. A man reading a book quietly closed his book and left after hearing the boarding information. Judging from his direction, he seemed to be heading towards the airship bound for Chimay continent. After an hour, the airship took off slowly and flew towards the sky. The buildings next to him are getting smaller and smaller, and in the end, they are blurred like ants moving. Find your room at night. Simply check to make sure there are no problems. Put your bag aside and meditate quietly cross-legged. Although I don't know how strong she really is when dealing with the so-called after-death thoughts this time. But judging from the fact that Nitro personally sealed her 100 years ago, her strength should not be underestimated. What Yi can do at this time is to try his best to adapt to his new abilities. I don't know that this posthumous mind has some of the strength of Nitro. System Panel. Host, Night 1. World, Full-Time Hunter. Number of Inheritances, 1. Inherited Figure, Ichimaru Jin. Unlock Progress, %. Zanpakuto, Spear First Solution. Spiritual Pressure, 500. Ability to Master. Spirit Body Unlocked. / The fighting method of the God of Death using a knife, sword. White Strike, the body art of the God of Death. Shunpo, Reaper's high-speed movement skills. Ghost Road Intermediate, the advanced spell used by the God of Death to fight, divides the way and binds the way. Reiatsu Perception Intermediate, the Shinigami's ability to sense the surroundings using Reiki. The next ability to unlock, need to unlock progress 50%. Through the battle with Ilmi, Yoichi has become more proficient in the use of abilities. Unlock progress has also increased by 2%. It is this 2%, which just makes it reach the 25% unlocking progress. Inherited abilities have further changed. The sword technique is promoted to the slashing technique, and the level is lost. And the application of weapons is not only limited to knives. Reiatsu Perception and Ghost Path have been promoted from elementary to intermediate. Specific changes. When using Spiritual Pressure Sensory at the primary level, Yi can only perceive the approximate situation in a radius of 500 meters. Now, Yi used Spiritual Pressure to sense the surroundings, and could clearly perceive the situation within a radius of 2 kilometers. The use of ghosts can now use ghosts before number 50. Compared with the previous number 30, it is a slight improvement. Wu tilde. Taking a long breath, Yi put all his energy into meditation. Master your newly acquired abilities as quickly as possible. A faint sense of oppression emanated from Yi's body. This is the skyrocketing Reiatsu, which diffuses outward because it is not mastered. The other side. In the airship hall, a man sitting by the window quietly reading a book. It seems to feel something. Attention shifted from the book in hand. A special feeling that seems to be similar to Nien, but it gives me a higher level than Nien. The mind of the body fluctuates. This is something that a man has not encountered in a long time. Maybe this journey will bring unexpected rewards. The spider's smile blooms here. 3 shifts. Chapter 52_. Yi didn't know. The Reiatsu emanating from oneself unconsciously will be felt by others. At this time, wholeheartedly but immersed in meditation. Let his consciousness almost all condense on himself. Only a trace is left, to be alert to the outside world. The other side. In a private room. Boss, after arriving at Kaimei continent, we will be hiding for a while, so why don't we take this opportunity to cast the last vote? The only woman among the robbers, giving advice to the so-called boss. That's right, as long as you wait until it's about to land, and when you're done, take the parachute and leave. We'll have a lot of money to spend by then. Hearing the suggestion of the teammate next to him, the old man hurriedly persuaded his boss. So the two of you are specifically united, and finding my room is such a trivial matter. Facing the thoughts of the two, the big man closed his eyes and thought. To him. The money robbed in the last vote is enough to spend for several years. There's no need to take the risk and get a vote. But after getting on the airship, he found that the luxury of the airship was a bit exaggerated. It would be a pity if not. Don't worry, boss, I have confirmed that there are no other capable people on this airship. Seeing the strong man, the old man seemed a little moved, and quickly opened his mouth to talk about his discovery. At the same time, he gestured to his companion from an angle he couldn't see. Yes, Potter has just checked, and there are no other capable people on this airship. Although Potter did not go to check. But in order to make the strong man in front of them agree with the two's plan, they don't mind giving out some unfounded intelligence. Heard the news of the two. The strong man finally made up his mind. It's done. When the airship is about to land, it is also the time when everyone is the most relaxed, so let's start at that time. Now that you have decided to do this, vote, be ruthless. Pat, you're in charge of collecting money and closing things out, as always. Looking at the old man, the strong man distributed everyone's work. Jazly, you are the same as before, using puppets to drive the meat tickets together. The light makeup woman heard her work with a pure smile on her face. Night. End the day with meditation. Yi walked towards the restaurant. It will take at least a week for this airship to reach Chimay continent. During this period, except for a few transfers, the airship will not land. In other words, if you want to fill your stomach, you can only eat in the restaurant of the airship. Pay for dinner. Yi Food walked towards the table. Just at the moment of turning around, I saw an unexpected person. Reaching out and pressing down the top hat on his head, he walked in the opposite direction. Find an empty seat, sit down and prepare to destroy the food in front of you. This friend, since it is fate to meet, why not have a meal together? Just sit down. In the vacant seat opposite, a figure also sat down. A soft voice came from the mouth. Looking at the figure sitting down, Yi said his name. Krolo Rusalu, _ although dressed in casual clothes. But the bandages on the head and the pendants made of liquid ore on the ears. They all tell the identity of the person who came. Although I don't want to take the initiative to contact you, it seems that it is unavoidable now. Two pairs of dark eyes stared at each other. Oh, I was planning to introduce myself, but it doesn't seem to be necessary. Exiting from looking at each other, Krolo sat across the night. The moment I saw me, I subconsciously left in the opposite direction, and I was able to say my name. It seems that my information has been leaked. Although it is said. But Krolo elegantly cut the steak, and it didn't seem like he was worried at all. I think too much, it's just that I know it personally. In response to the inquiries of the man in front of him, Yi said directly what he wanted to know. The movement of the hands did not stop. Swallow and chew the noodles rolled into a lump with a fork. Judging from the movement of Krolo cutting the steak, he did not have any bad thoughts. That being the case, Yi will not take the initiative to provoke an enemy who does not know the depths. After all, the two had never communicated before. Really, that really startled me, and it wouldn't be a big deal if you only knew about Yi. Facing Yi's reply, Krolo smiled. Just this smile revealed a lot. Then, there was a moment of silence. Only the sound of eating from both sides could be heard. Food was wiped out quickly. Yi picked up a tissue and wiped the corners of his mouth, ready to get up and leave. But Krolo's words made his movements stagnate. I went to Chimay continent this time, presumably Yi-Jun is also for that posthumous recitation, I guessed right. He sat down again and looked at Krolo with cold eyes. Break the seal after death. It was the Hunter Association that only got the news this morning. After getting the news, he entrusted Yaiki to solve it. It only took about half an hour. Logically speaking, there is no possibility of leakage. But judging from Krolo's words in front of him, it was obvious that he had taken a fancy to the after-death thoughts of breaking the seal. It's just not sure whether he learned the news before getting on the airship or after getting on the airship. I have a question, how did you get this information? Looking at Krolo's inexplicable smile, Yi asked him seriously. Krolo's answer will affect his next actions. Association, the Hunter Association entrusted me to go to Chimay continent to deal with this post-mortem thought. I can only tell you this one piece of information. The smile remains. Krolo did not hesitate, and directly told himself the reason for being on this airship. Hearing the words, Yi closed his eyes and thought. According to that old fox from Nitro, someone who can make me stronger has gone to Chimay continent. Krolo went to Chimay continent with me, so the person he said was definitely not Krolo. Nitro didn't tell me about Krollo's existence, or even he didn't know Krollo was going to Chimay continent. In the Hunter Association, only the top of the association can bypass him and issue such an order. He opened his eyes, his dark pupils emitting a deep light. It's Pariston, I entrusted it to you. Chapter 53 _ Looking at Yi Yi's eyes that see through everything. The praise in Krollo's heart was even better. I am more satisfied with the information I received today. I didn't reveal all of that. Cross your hands on your chin. He looked at Yoichi, who was lost in thought. For Krollo, a person who has not developed his own hair ability has no ability worth stealing. What's more, for the substitute members who are optimistic about him, all he will do is help it develop its capabilities, not destroy it before it fully grows. That's right, at the moment of obtaining Yi Yi's information, he already regarded Yi Yi as a backup member of the brigade, relying only on their own combat skills and application skills of the mind. It is already comparable to the combat team members in the brigade. If guided, develop appropriate competencies. Its future cannot be estimated. In the face of such a budding talent, he has a heart of cherishing talent. Looks like you're involved in a feud between factions. Such a convenient tool as a hunter license, Krollo naturally obtained it long ago. For some of the high level, but also some contacts. Pariston is one of them. Therefore, there is also some understanding of the factional battle between Pariston and the association president Nitro. It's just the dispute between the Hunter Association that doesn't affect him. This time, I just heard that there is such a posthumous mind. Only accepted Pariston's commission. However, this is said to be a delegation, but it is actually a transaction. Pariston didn't want Nitro and added a talented direct descendant. Krollo, on the other hand, likes reading, collecting, hunting, interesting things or treasures. Therefore, Pariston revealed this information to Krollo. No matter what choice Krollo makes, as long as it affects Yi Yi's actions, his purpose is achieved. It's just that he, as the head of the Phantom Troop, is not so easy to be used by others. Chimay Continent's posthumous thoughts really attracted his attention. Yi Yi, who can cause all this, is even more favored by him. As a robber, it must be both. Yi Yi had already fallen into a cobweb woven by his own hands. He's just the opposite of the old man. If someone else entrusted Krollo to solve the after-death thoughts, Yi Yi might be a little more afraid. But the Pariston guy. These actions he made were just to cause trouble for Nitro. Yi Yi's words were slightly different from Krollo's own thoughts. He envisioned that Yi Yi would opt out of the operation after learning the news. Or it was a conflict with the self entrusted by Pariston. Or it was Yi Yi who didn't care on the surface, but secretly he was vigilant to himself. But at this moment, Yi Yi didn't care. It was something Krollo didn't expect. Of course, even if things didn't turn out as he expected, Krollo's expression didn't change in the slightest. Still smiling at Yi Yi. Although he was already involved, Yi Yi didn't want to pay attention to the games of Nitro and Pariston. Since the purpose is the same, then do you choose to cooperate or deal with it alone? As a killer, Yaiki puts his mission first. Although the target to be killed this time is a bit special, as long as the mission can be completed, it can be done alone or in cooperation with others. I don't mind at night. He could even feel that Krollo was plotting against him. But it doesn't matter as long as the task can be done. Interesting, in this case I choose to cooperate. Krollo didn't know what to think, but Yaiki raised the possibility of cooperation. He would not miss this opportunity. After confirming the partnership, Yi Yi left his phone number and turned to leave. There are still a few days to reach Chimay continent. During this period, he did not want to have too much contact with this man. Interesting, so funny. Looking at Yi Yi's retreating back, Krollo's evaluation of him was getting higher and higher. 5 nights later. On this day, Yi did not meditate like the previous days. The staff gave notice on the horn in advance. The airship will land on Chimay at 3 o'clock midnight. Simply pack up your belongings and erase your traces. Always be ready to leave. It just seemed that someone didn't want his voyage to end so simply. ... The quiet night was broken by a sound. The passengers who were sleeping were also awakened. Dozens of masked people suddenly appeared on the airship. Under the deterrence of weapons. Everyone was forced to walk out of their rooms and gather in the direction of the hall. After a few minutes, the hall, which had been empty because of the night, was once again busy during the day. A group of passengers in only pajamas waited in the lobby for the robbers' arrangement in a panic. Around them was a group of masked men with guns. Bang! The old man named Potter seemed to have found something. A hideous smile appeared on his face. Put your hands in a shooting stance. Next moment. Pung tilde. Standing at the end of the crowd was a woman in her 20s. The position she was in was the blind spot of those masked people. After realizing this, the woman had a new idea in her mind. The body turned around one after another, and wanted to leave on tiptoe. However, an invisible bullet penetrated her chest. Pat tilde. In disbelief, he looked at the blood gushing out from his body. The corpse fell powerless to the ground. The old man let out a satisfied smile. Did you see what happened to her? If you try to escape, you'll be like her. The people around were only a little panicked before. In their view, as long as the money is paid, there will probably be nothing wrong. But when a corpse actually appears, fear is hard to suppress. Countless screams came from the crowd. Facing this scene, the old man seems to be very experienced. Just raise your arms towards the sky. Bang tilde bang tilde bang tilde. After a few shots, the screaming people instantly regained their peace. Chapter 54_. As a 60-year-old who accidentally awakened, Potter's strength is not strong. You can only turn your own thoughts into bullets to shoot. For those with powerful psychic abilities, even their raps cannot be pierced. And because he is too old, his thoughts are too meager. Therefore, it was arranged to collect the money. The trio can loot for so many years. With the help of two other people. Boss, William. A person with the ability to strengthen the system. Every time he encounters a powerful enemy in action, he will solve it. Jazzly. Those who are capable of the operating system use the dozens of psychic puppets they control to intimidate each time they act. Get your cell phones out and we'll spare your life as long as you transfer all your belongings to my account. Although Potter said this sentence almost every time, no one ever survived from the hands of the trio. It's just that the work of collecting money is better. This is what you would say in the face of robbers. Passengers didn't believe it. It's just that in the current situation, everyone can only follow Potter's arrangement. As Potter walked past them, he transferred all of his savings to his account. It's just that after collecting the properties of nearly 10 people, the amount has not yet reached 100 million ninjas. This made him a little angry. Take a risk and do another vote, not for these petty profits. He grabbed a man from the crowd and pointed his finger at his head. The man who was caught begged for mercy loudly. Let me go, I have money, as long as you let me go, I'll give you everything. It was the hand he had just seen with his own eyes. Just pointing at the woman who wanted to escape, the woman died as if shot. He didn't want to die like this. But Potter ignored it. If you can't find a way to collect 3 billion rennies for me at one time, all of you don't want to live. The voice fell. Bang. Like the scene of a watermelon bursting, it appeared in front of everyone. Yuck tilde. Almost everyone couldn't accept this picture and retched. After the retching, they were troubled by getting together 3 billion Buddhist nuns. All the people present gathered together, and the money they collected was only 1 billion yuan. Crucial moment. Someone remembered the man who openly showed off his wealth before getting on the airship. Wait, I know who is rich, he has at least 5 billion ren. A thin man walked out of the crowd. As airship crew, he specializes in the record work before boarding. At that time, the sound of Yi Yi's collection was so loud, it naturally attracted his attention. And according to the passenger list of the airship, he knew that Yi Yi did not transfer halfway. With the reminder of this thin man, everyone also heard the scene from a few days ago. At this moment, they were like grabbing a life-saving straw. That's right, I remember there was such a person, he was in the hall at that time, and he directly received 5 billion yuan from his mobile phone. That's right, maybe he has more ringworms on him. The greed of human nature is in full play at this moment. Hall shade. Yi Yi leaned on a railing and watched the passengers in the distance wantonly betray their existence. I don't know what to think. How do you feel watching those travelers betray you like this? Krollo emerged from the shadows on the side. With the strength of the two, they are not afraid of the so-called robbers at all. Under the perception of Yuan, the most powerful existence among the three could not withstand the random blows of the two. The knight is just habitually hiding. But such a picture is indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. Although Yaiki is not a good person, in order to ensure the continued flight of the flight, he intends to solve the trouble. But now it's not just three people who want to solve it. Just some rubbish that doesn't see itself clearly. The tone was cold and calm. Just as he always does. In that case, how about I kill them all for you? The smile on Krollo's face remained the same. But what he said contained murderous intent. No, I'll do it myself. The perception of mind can easily distinguish whether a person is malicious to himself or not. 90% of the crowd in the hall were full of malice towards themselves. The figure emerges from the darkness. I heard you were looking for me. Since you are full of malice towards others, you must be prepared to accept the malice of others. I'm here. The voice falls. The evil thoughts full of Yi Yi's killing intent rushed towards them like a raging wave. An old man named Potter. Only lasted 3 seconds. Under this sudden killing thought, he lost consciousness forever. Even those who are psychic can't resist. Not to mention those who are not ordinary people. Ordinary people who faced killing thoughts instantly fell down in rows like straws. 7 orifices bleed and died. The only one who survived was the one who didn't have any malicious intent towards Yoichi. Look at the corpses with such a terrifying appearance around them. Louder screams spread. After screaming, the people who were relieved found that the old man who threatened them also died. The masked people who drove them to the hall also disappeared. The surviving people seemed to understand something. I want to thank Yaiki. However, he found that just like his mysterious appearance, he mysteriously disappeared at this moment. The other side. Airship cab. The eldest of the trio flies normally in an airship. Beside him is an operating system capable person called Jasly. But at the moment she was already in a coma. William didn't feel anything wrong with that. Although Jasly is a capable person of the operating system. But controlling more than a dozen Nianqi puppets at a time is also very expensive. Every time she resolved all the meat tickets, she would fall into a brief coma the moment she removed the doll. Only this time it was faster. There is no such thing as the slightest idea that something unexpected will happen. After all, in the detection of the two subordinates, this airship did not have the existence of other minds. PFF'd. A hand slammed through William's body. How is it possible? Struggling to look back. Yi Yi, who looked indifferent, caught his eye. In the hall. Feel the fleeting thoughts. Krollo closed his eyes tightly, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 55_. The airship landed at the Chimay Continental Airship Crew Center. Despite the hijacking incident. But in the end, it successfully reached its destination. The two got off the airship. An inconspicuous little car drove by. Drip tilde drip tilde. The window glass rolls down. Little brother, not by car. An uncle in his 40s shouted to the two of them. While speaking, his left arm stretched out of the car, knocking on the door seemingly at random. After a while, the car took the two away. Along the way, the driver explained the current situation to Yi and Krollo. Although the goddess of thinking has broken the seal, it is also very draining on her. The uncle looked very serious. As a member of the Ghost Dong tribe, when he first came into contact with the truth of the matter, he also doubted the truth. But when he saw what was happening with his own eyes, the doubts subsided naturally. What followed was only deep fear. Faith for many years is such a terrifying existence. The two people in front of them were specially sent by the Hunter Association to solve this mutation. Naturally he did not dare to neglect. The day Sebastian broke the seal, all the surrounding tombs were affected. The clansmen who once died were resurrected under this influence and turned into a peculiar existence. Speaking of which, the middle-aged uncle seemed to recall a sad memory. The voice became hoarse and sad. The resurrected clansmen have lost their memories of when they were alive, and become monsters that eat people when they see them. Hear this familiar description. A hint of doubt flashed in Yi's eyes. Such a description is no different from the so-called zombies in the previous life. I just don't know that these zombies are formed because of after-death thoughts. Does it have the same weakness as the previous zombies? If so, these zombies are nothing to fear. Compared to the calm of the night. Krollo on the side looked interested. As the head of the Phantom Troop, he has seen so many treasures, wonders, and wonders. But this kind of existence is the first time I have heard of it. Sir, I don't know what you're talking about. Well, it's better to call them zombies. Although it was the first contact, Krollo came up with a suitable name in a blink of an eye. Before we came, did the zombies who attacked you transform the living into the same situation as them? Krollo's gentle voice. Let the middle-aged uncle who has fallen into sad memories relax a little. Yes, as long as they are attacked by zombies, no matter whether they create wounds or not, they will become the same existence as them within 10 minutes. The man had recovered somewhat before the meeting. A series of inquiries came from Krollo's mouth. It's terrifying to exist like this. How is the condition of the commissioner who arrived first? On the first day, my lord, there was a fight when we rescued us, and the other days have been searching for survivors. It was really hard work. ... Listening to Krollo's intermittent inquiries, Yi closed his eyes boringly. A few hours later. The sky is getting brighter. An artificial cordon appeared in front of several people. There are dozens of fully armed men, controlling the entry and exit of people. After an exception occurs. The leaders of this area, in order to avoid further escalation of the situation. This area has already been sealed off. The car stopped. The middle-aged uncle got out of the car and negotiated with one of them. A few minutes of conversation passed. The lift rod that controls access is raised. The car restarts. Another few hours passed. The car drove through the abandoned towns one by one. Finally stopped in a temporary station. But it is a station, it is just a tent that stretches as far as the eye can see. Hear the sound of the car engine. A crowd of refugees poured out of the tent. After a week of hell on earth, their clothes were already dirty. The body also emits a peculiar smell because it is not cleaned for a long time. But no one cared about that. I am very lucky to have survived. After seeing the vehicle that was not transporting food, the group returned to the tent in loss. The impact of zombies is greater than Yi imagined. Although the city where the airship transfer center is located is not prosperous, the streets are full of popularity. This area can be blocked. Apart from this, he was not seeing any trace of a living person. The middle-aged uncle grabbed the person and asked a few simple questions. After getting the confirmed information, I brought the two of them with me. Go to one of the tents. Serbishiji tilde the people from the association are here, is it convenient for you to meet? Take into account the gender of the people who live inside. The uncle did not bring the two in directly, but just shouted a few words at the door. Yi was not surprised at all when he heard Bai Siji's name. When Nitro said that someone could help him become stronger, he already thought it would be her. As a disciple of Heart Source, it is impossible for Nitro to push Yi to other sects. And Yi's current strength, who can teach him, is not many in the heart. And the only one who can be related to Yi is Bishiji. As for Krollo, although some of the accidental advance personnel are women, there are not too many thoughts. Born on Meteor Street, he only respects the strong. A voice came from the tent. Are you here? Come in directly. The uncle who led the way also completed his mission and walked towards his tent. Picked up people before midnight and drove all the way. On the way, I have to worry about whether there will be a sneak attack by zombies. The loss of energy has made him exhausted. Enter the tent. Then I saw Bai Siji drinking coffee and leisurely looking at a handsome magazine. Compared with the bleak atmosphere outside, it is two completely different worlds. Yo tilde, although it's the first time we met, that kid Youngu mentioned you to me several times. Hose tilde. Yi said hello. Well tilde, let's not talk about time urgency. Put down your coffee. Look at Krollo. The man who hadn't said a word since entering the tent. Since you can receive a commission, it means that your strength is decent. I won't talk nonsense, I will directly introduce the current situation, and I will wait until I have time to introduce myself. Although he likes beautiful men, at the critical moment, Bai Siji can also distinguish the importance. 3 shifts. Chapter 56_. Compared to Yi and Krollo who just came here, Bai Siji obviously has more information. First of all, it's the corpse that was revived by Sebastian after her death. Stretch out an index finger. The moment ordinary people come into contact with a corpse, they will be assimilated by polluted thoughts and become their own kind. But those who read ability, don't worry about this. Covering the thoughts around the body, and at the moment of contact with the corpse, discarding the thoughts that are polluted by oneself can prevent oneself from being assimilated. The serious expression suddenly changed, and the tone returned to a relaxed attitude. So these ordinary corpses are not a big threat to us. These corpses are just a thought to delay time after Sebastian's death. Yi didn't know much about the cognition of mind after death. So I don't think there is any doubt. Just compared to the night. Krollo knows more about it. Posthumous thoughts, as the name suggests, are thoughts that arise after death. Because of death, his ability will be much stronger than before his death because of his obsession. But most of them are in a kind of unconsciousness, just simple execution of the obsession before death. Deliberately transforming the corpse to delay time, I have some doubts about this. Compared to just being curious, accepting Paris Stone's commission to solve the problem. This moment. It is the real thought of taking over this after-death thought. This so-called special purpose is carried out by the will of the mind itself after death. My understanding is correct. The gentle and elegant voice seemed to be mixed with something at this moment. That's right, in the seal that lasted for more than 100 years, Sebastian's mind changed after his death and regained his will. As for Krollo's guess, Bisuki expressed certainty. According to the information I got from the old man, Sebastian's ability before her death was resurrection. Bai Siji doesn't mind sharing some more information. Of course, this so-called resurrection is not complete, it's just resurrecting the dead body and using it to fight. It's just that her abilities seem to have changed a bit after being strengthened after death. The 4 men who followed her were dealt with by the old man 100 years ago. Even if they were resurrected, they would still look like ordinary corpses outside. But based on the pictures I took, they didn't seem to be any different from normal people. After speaking, he took out 4 photos from the table beside him. Hand it to the 2 of them. In each of the 4 photos, there is a figure of a person. 3 men and 1 woman. Wearing slightly outdated clothes, the 4 of them lay on their knees as if guarding something. It was a good night, and I have experienced the influence of the information explosion. The ability to resurrect is rare, but not unheard of. Crollo is different. He walked out of Meteor Street, and his feelings for the people he identified with were even stronger. He doesn't reject anything, but don't even think about taking anything from him. Revive this ability. Make sure that you and your team members will never leave you. The desire in my heart keeps expanding. The next moment, it disappeared without a trace. Now is not the time. Crollo, the brain that leads the spider forward. A man who could give up his life for the brigade. His measure made him suppress his inner desires. This also made Bishiji, who was on the side, look at it differently. I haven't introduced myself yet. She didn't know that the man in front of her was the notorious head of the Phantom Troop. As a gem hunter, all she cares about is lies, gems, rough diamonds, handsome men, and R-rated magazines. Although Crollo's appearance really made her heart, but the two did not meet before. What he knew about him was just a companion entrusted by the association to help him solve his thoughts after death. Well, according to the old man's description, the ability of those 4 subordinates is not strong, and the information about them is also very detailed. It is still very easy to solve them. The most notable one is this fellow Sebastian. Bishiji's expression returned to seriousness. Sebastian's strength 100 years ago was only a few points weaker than that of the old man when he was young. Now, after the strengthening of the posthumous mind, the strength does not know how far it has improved. If the strength of the old man is the same as when he was young, I am afraid that I will have to pay a lot to complete this task. The scene was silent. If the strength of the enemy is the same as that of Nitro when he was young. Not to mention the completion of this commission, whether or not he can survive is a question. But Nitro obviously won't give Yuichi a mortal task. Obviously, this commission has a breaking point. A moment of contemplation. Yaiki and Crollo spoke at the same time. Time. Obviously have the answer. It's been a week since the seal was broken, but I still haven't appeared in the afterlife called Sebastian. It means that her resurrection has not been completed, or is still in the process of being resurrected. Crollo said, and pointed to the photo on the side. The 4 of them obviously maintain the same posture, and it can be guessed that they are using a method we don't know to resurrect Sebastian. Our only breaking point is here. The 3 of them have grown to where they are now, and they do not lack the eyesight to see through the truth. Yes, as long as we get rid of Sebastian before she is fully resurrected, this incident will be over. Appreciative eye. Throwing it towards Yaiki and Crollo. I realized it when I took pictures of 4 of Sebastian's men. That's why I applied to the association for assistance. Compared with Siji's strength, it is easy to get rid of the 4 subordinates. But it can only be solved separately. Her fighting style does not have the means to instantly solve the 4 of them. If you don't get rid of the 4 at the same time, Sebastian will definitely be alarmed. Speed up her resurrection. This is also the reason why she honestly waited for Yi and Crollo to arrive at the station. You both passed my test. A smile spread on Bisuki's face again. Introduce myself, I'm a 2-star gem hunter, Bisji Kuruga. 4 shifts. 2 chapters will be updated tomorrow, and they will be on the shelves in the afternoon. Chapter 57_. Night falls. 3 figures leave the station. Run quickly towards the hall where the ghosts and Dong people worship on the map. Because of the knowledge of the information. More than the newcomer Yi and Crollo. Under the acquiescence of the 2, BCG became the temporary leader. But the 3 do not know. Right after leaving the station. In the shadows, a dry figure silently watched them go away. The sacrificial hall dozens of kilometers away from the station. The gloomy sacrificial altar is shrouded in darkness. A figure was suspended in the air of the sacrificial altar. Countless dark thoughts surrounded this figure. Accompanied by thoughts, every circle around the figure became more condensed. Under the sacrificial altar, a figure opens its eyes. Beside her, there are 3 companions. The one who spoke was the only woman among the 4. Walter, as you said, Nitro has sent someone here again. A male voice sounded. There are still the last 3 hours until the adult is fully resurrected. Another male voice. They can't be allowed to disturb the resurrection of the adults, they must be stopped. A female voice sounded. There are 3 people on the other side, and 3 people must be dispatched to stop it. The first male voice sounded again. In that case, Daphne, you stay here to protect the Lord. After a few brief conversations, the altar was once again quiet. For the zombies encountered along the road, try to face them by avoiding them. Face the upcoming battle. The waste of even the slightest thought can lead to defeat. A petite form of Bishiki. Although a lot of power has been sealed, but relatively, the speed has been improved. Although not running at full speed. But not ordinary people can keep up. The 2 of them looked relaxed. It made her score in her heart improve a lot. The leader of the Phantom Brigade did not expect to carry out a mission with such a monster. Yoichi looking at the right side of his body. But Yi was able to keep up with me, which was really unexpected. At the current speed, even Yunji couldn't keep up with her pace. Interesting, that kid Yunji finally did something serious. As Yungu's master, Bai Siji knew him well. Although it is an ability of the reinforcement system. But that peaceful nature made him more suitable for being a teacher than fighting others. Such a rough stone can be found in the Sky Arena. It is also a contribution to her master. Bishiji has made up his mind. After completing this assignment, take a good rest for a while. By the way, polished, the newly acquired rough stone. Thinking of this, my heart is full of joy. Compared with Bishiji, who is rich in heart, the 2 people on the side don't have so many ideas. For Yi, completing the commission is the top priority. Although I haven't seen the so-called Sebastian yet. But Yi had already simulated in his mind what might happen. Prepare a plan in advance. As for Krollo, Yi didn't know what he was thinking. However, I heard that Sebastian's ability was the desire that manifested in her body when she was resurrected. In association with his ability, the extreme intention of thieves. It's not hard to guess his purpose. After an hour, the pace of the team was forced to stop. Fortunately, at this moment, there is only the last kilometer of distance from the sacrificial hall to which we are going. 3 figures emerge from the darkness. 1 tall, 1 short, 1 thin. The 3 are relatively recognizable. Look at the figure that appeared in the photo. A hint of helplessness flashed in BG's eyes. Walter, Elsie, and Dana are 3 warriors under the command of the Goddess of Mind. Since the 3 came out to block it, the information about themselves and others has obviously been exposed. Shorty, Dana. Cut, sure enough, you know us. He looked at Bishiji, who was similar in height to himself. The words were full of perseverance. Skinny Elsie doesn't care about that. It doesn't matter. Under the ability of adults, we are now several times stronger than in the past. In the face of the 2 of them talking to themselves, Bisuki just made a gesture from behind. Before departure, the corresponding passwords and tactics have been negotiated. At the moment of seeing the gesture, Yi and Krollo took action. Concentration of thoughts under the feet. Muscles work spontaneously. Next moment. Su tilde. Less than a second. With a soft sound, Yi and Krollo appeared next to the tall and thin man respectively. Each uses its own method to bring it out of place. The 3 of them appeared in front of Yi and others, and the beheading operation was declared bankrupt. The next person to face may be Sebastian, who was resurrected early. Therefore, weaken the enemy's strength as much as possible. became the consensus of the three. The moment Yi appeared beside tall Walter, a lot of thoughts were gathered in his right foot in advance. It seems to have been resurrected not long after. Walter hadn't reacted to Yi's raid. A side kick was kicked out by Yi. Different from kicking to attack when fighting Ilmi. The purpose of this time is just to divide the battlefield. A huge force emanated from Yi's legs. Pung tilde. The sound of physical collision sounded. Next moment, a figure flew into the sky. At Yi's foot, Walter was kicked nearly 100 meters away. At the moment of the raid, Yi could completely kill him by surprise with his sharp spear. But after thinking about what to do next, she could go head-to-head with Sebastian. The idea of hiding the sharp gun came naturally. With this idea, Yi gave up the idea of killing Walter with a sharp gun. The left and right are just subordinates, so the existence of the sharp gun is exposed. Not worth it. Watching the figure gradually fly away Walter. Yi's right hand was vain. 3 huge beak-shaped beams were drawn in the air. 30 of binding Dao, the mouth flashes 3 times. 3 huge beak-shaped beams flew in the direction of Walter. Yes, damn it. It was a sneak attack. Falling from the air to the ground, before standing up, Walter saw the golden light flying towards him. Subconsciously want to escape. But the speed at which the light came was far beyond his imagination. Crack. 3 huge beak-shaped beams fixed his hands and waist on the ground. Totally unable to move. P.S. The last 3 changes before the launch will be officially launched at 5 p.m. Chapter 58 _ The huge beak-shaped beam that flew suddenly fixed Walter on the ground. This special ability made him somewhat unexpected. The body subconsciously exerted force, trying to break free from the beam that trapped him. Damn it, why can't I struggle with this? But all in vain. The hands were fixed to one side, unable to exert force at all. And the light beam that bound him at the waist inhibited his control of the lower part of the torso. At this moment, under the restraint of 3 flashes of mouth, Walter has completely lost the ability to act. According to information given by Nitro, he is a powerhouse of the enhancement department. The best way to fight is to use psychic energy to strengthen the body and carry out hand-to-hand attacks with the enemy. The shackles used by Yiki, the most fearless, are the enemies who only use brute force. If it is an operating system, or a release system, etc., those who are familiar with the application of mind power, maybe it will be able to unravel Yi's control over him. But unfortunately, he is not. Even if Sebastian revives them, Nian is several times stronger than before. But not skilled in the application, it's just a young child with a weapon. In the end it can only be like a caterpillar, struggling to wriggle his body. Night out. Looking at the figure wriggling on the ground, I was a little disappointed. If it was Yunji Yu, he would be able to break free in less than a minute. Nian's practice, as expected, still focuses on skills. To use the 3 flashes of mouth to Walter, more want to test the newly mastered ghost way. But judging from his struggling appearance, it seems that he does not have the ability to be a sandbag. His right hand was aimed at the immobile Walter on the ground. Broken Down number 4, by Lei. A beam of lightning suddenly shot out from Yi's finger. In Walter's unbelievable eyes, a blow pierced his heart. Cough. Black blood gushed from his throat. Damn it, I just came back to life, and my long-cherished wish to help the Savior resurrect has not yet been fulfilled. I can't just die like this. The muscles of the body swelled wildly. Mindfulness is also accompanied by changes in the body, becoming more and more profound. Walter, this sudden change. Let Yi not understand. But that didn't stop him from stepping back quickly. A moment passed. A man named Walter disappeared. In his place was a zombie with a height of nearly 3 meters and a body full of muscles. Compared to the zombies I saw along the way, this one is noticeably stronger, more shapely, and wiser. The shackles of 3 flashes of mouth were forcibly broken when Walter transformed. Ah! The transformation is not over yet. The zombie that Walter turned into was gradually wrapped in a carapace-like substance. Bang tilde. Just before the carapace wrapped around his body, another white laser shot out. Yi is not a hot-blooded male protagonist. He won't watch the enemy transform and cause trouble for himself. The huge headless corpse slammed into the ground. Walter, Con. Far away. Elsie has a hard time dodging a throwing knife. A few jumps opened the distance between him and Crollo. Barely dodging Crollo's attack. His strength may not be very strong for Nitro. But after Sebastian's resurrection, the increase. Strength has been greatly improved. Compared to the past, it is several times stronger. But even so, facing Crollo is still very difficult. Endless abilities, elusive figures. But none of that overwhelmed him. The most important thing is Crollo's grasp of the timing of using each ability. Often he has just avoided an attack, and the next attack is already waiting for his arrival at the position he avoided. While distracted, he did not find himself jumping back several times in a row. Crollo turned around abnormally and turned his back to him. Point 3 Wooden Man, don't move. A childlike voice came out. After saying this, his body turned to Elsie again. And he was still jumping backwards. You moved. Crollo's soft smile became stiff and rigid. The body has also changed, and it looks like a wood carving. Hear the mechanical words in Crollo's mouth. Elsie frowned. The next moment, the body is out of control. Pung. Under the effect of the ability, Elsie's body shattered. Turned into piles of wooden blocks scattered on the ground. I'm sorry to make you face death once again. Ability cancellation. Crollo's body returned to its original state, as if everything before was an illusion. Unfortunately, the wooden man can only be used once a week. Gently pat the dirt off his body. As if the fight with Elsie was just an after-dinner exercise. His expression was as gentle as when Yi first met. Elsie, Con. The other side. Bisuki's battle also came to an end. His opponent, Dana. Like Walter, he is a power user of the enhancement department. It's just that compared to Walter, he has a congenital physical disability. Therefore, he pays more attention to the technical application of mindfulness than the stronger physical body. But unfortunately, as an ability of the reinforcement system. However, he happened to encounter a person with a change type ability that was even stronger than an enhancement type ability person. Crack tilde. Just use lowly status. The two were already on a par. In a short fight, Bisuki has discovered Dana's incongruity caused by a congenital defect in her body. In the duel of masters, often a single flaw can determine the winner. What's more, it's a congenital defect. With more than 50 years of deceiving experience, only a little lure. Dana is like a hungry fish who has seen bait. It was easy to be fooled by Bishiji. And the price is your own life. Being punched in the arm by Dana, Bishiji's figure staggered a little. Almost fell to the ground. Chance. His eyes lit up, and Dana clenched his fists. Exaggerated thoughts condensed in it. A swinging fist hit Bishiji's head straight. At this moment, he seemed to have seen victory. Pung. Unfortunately, it was not Dana himself who won. Bishiji's staggering figure evaded his attack with a slight twist. Next moment. A huge void appeared in him. How is it possible? With doubts, Dana's body fell to the ground. I'm sorry I lied to you. Looking at the enemy who was not moving, Bishiji apologized insincerely. Dana, Con. P.S. The last 2 updates before the release will be released on time at 1700. Chapter 59_. It took 5 minutes in total. The 3 who resolved the battle gathered together again. At the same time. A sacrificial hall a kilometer away. Gradually exudes a cold, dark aura. Obviously, after getting rid of 3 men, Sebastian had to speed up the resurrection time. There may even have been a resurrection. Since the plan to seal Sebastian while they're not paying attention has failed. Looks like a plan will have to be rearranged. Feeling the unpleasant breath in the distance, a trace of worry flashed on Bishiji's face. Let me try to make a plan. Regarding this point, Krollo offered to let him be responsible. In the short time together, I also have a little understanding of the companion in front of me. As a capable person, she is already qualified. There is no doubt about that. But as a decision maker, she's far from enough. She was the leader of the team before, just because she had a better grasp of information. But after feeling the breath coming from a distance, if Bisuki was allowed to continue to be the team leader, perhaps all three of the people present would die here. Fighting is not a joke. Facing Krollo's power grab, Bisuki nodded in agreement. She knows her weight. There is indeed some experience in fighting and teaching newcomers. But really formulating a detailed battle plan is still a bit difficult for her. Now that he has confirmed that he is the leader, Krollo's gaze has become more aggressive. Because of the tight time, the plan arranged by Krollo is not complicated. It just took advantage of the different characteristics of the three people to create a simple combat plan. 1. Containing. Bisiji is strong and has rich combat experience, but lacks the ability to kill with one hit, so he is responsible for containing Sebastian's actions. 2. Consumption. Krollo has a variety of abilities, and most of them are aggressive, weakening Sebastian's power with diverse abilities. 3. Killing. Compared to Bisiji and Krollo, Yaiki focuses more on assassination, has high attack power, and ensures the ability to kill with one hit, so Yaiki is responsible for the final harvest. Simply assign the respective arrangements. The three rushed towards the direction of the auditorium. Judging from the breath leaking out. For every extra point of delay, Sebastian's aura became stronger. This is not good news for a few people at night. Distance of 1 kilometer. It was fleeting under the running of the three. Without covering up the figure, when he killed the three capable users, the existence of the three had been exposed. The huge and deep dark thoughts made it easy for the three of them to perceive her location without opening the circle. Across the hall. The three came to the altar. In sight. It was a woman whose body was shrouded in darkness. In the photo given by Bisiki, Yi saw the existence of this person. It's just that she is obviously not in a good state now. The darkness on her body continued to absorb her life. The black hair was unconsciously covered with gray representing death. Vitality was extracted in large quantities. Her life has come to an end. Ha, ha ha ha. Lord Sebastian is finally resurrected, ha 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 ha. With crazy laughter. Her body started from the toes and gradually turned to ashes until the whole body disappeared. He died while following Sebastian. He was resurrected 100 years later, but once again sacrificed his life for Sebastian. Feeling the surging dark aura, the three of them moved cautiously. Absorb the lives of your own subordinates. The figure hanging in the air on the sacrificial platform also woke up from a deep sleep. Is there only half of the blessings brought by mindfulness after death? Is nearly 1.8 meters tall walked down from the sacrificial platform wearing torn clothes. Probably a dress that was popular 100 years ago. Under the ravages of time, it has become dilapidated. The three looked at each other for a moment. The information revealed by the other party can be regarded as good news for the three of them. At least she didn't get all the after-death thoughts augmentation. Even so, the bottomless thought like an abyss was several times greater than the sum of the three. She looked at Sebastian, who was constantly familiar with her new body. Krollo gave an order. Up. The voice fell. Bishiji's figure rushed forward. At the same time, the figure swelled rapidly during the run. In an instant, he recovered his tempered body. Exiting from the lowly form means that her strength is also unshackled. The ground that ran along the road left deep footprints. At this moment, Sebastian was immersed in the joy of being born again. Pong! Suddenly, a fist the size of a casserole hit her face. The wonderful mood was interrupted, and unpleasantness flooded into my heart. Damn heart! The familiar movement reminded her of the past 100 years ago. The man at that time also punched her. With a roar from Sebastian, a stream of air spreads around. Bishiji is experienced, and immediately covered her ears. Krolo and Yi are far away. But after seeing Bishiji's actions, they also covered their ears. The three were not affected by the roar. Roar over. Sebastian raised his right hand. A black-purple thought energy bomb emerged. A terrifying thought is contained in it. Even if the night is far apart, you can feel the terrifying power in it. Next moment, the energy bomb was thrown in the direction of Bishiji. As a restraint. Bishiji's hatred is very attractive. Find a chance for Krolo on the side. A Bian-style knife that appeared in the original book. But compared to that time, it was just poisoning. At this moment, the Bian-style knife has an indescribable thought force attached to the poison. The figure suddenly disappeared. It's like entering another dimension. When he appeared again, he was already behind Sebastian. Sebastian sends out a psychic bomb. My attention was still on Biji. Next moment, the sudden pain made her turn away. A man in a black shirt with a bandage on his forehead appeared behind him at some point. A short knife was held in his hand and stabbed behind him. The last chapter before the release will be released at 1700. I hope everyone will support it. Chapter 60_. Sebastian didn't expect Krolo's speed to be so fast. In just an instant, he came to his side from a distance and stabbed himself in the back. The anger that couldn't be suppressed grew even more. Thoughts surged. Disregarding the short knife pierced into his body, he quickly condensed the thoughts in his body on his legs with the help of flow. The figure twisted, and a whip leg kicked towards Krolo. The process seems to be very long, but it is only completed in the moment after Krolo launched the attack. As an existence that could fight against Nitro 100 years ago. She also has a wealth of combat experience, skilled use of mind energy skills. Facing the whip leg kicked at him, Krolo pulled out his dagger and stepped back. It disappeared mysteriously just like when the attack was launched. Just before disappearing, the corners of his mouth were full of mockery. Bang! Whip kick. At the same time, there was a sudden sound behind him. Turn around quickly. What caught his eye was the woman he had attacked with the psychic bomb. Too late to dodge, the body can only slightly sideways. Thoughts condensed in front of him. Another casserole-sized fist. It hit Sebastian on the face again. It's just that compared to the left face that was beaten last time, this time Bishiji chose the right face. Although the damage is small, it is extremely insulting. Facing the humiliation of Bishiji twice, Sebastian was completely furious. The figures of the two disappeared instantly. Only vaguely saw two shadows flickering constantly. Shutting and colliding between lightning bolts and fires, the sound of the two fighting each other kept ringing. In the shadows, Yi hides in the dark and uses, hidden, wholeheartedly. Completely cut off his own breath. According to the current judgment, even if Yi used the magic spear to attack at this moment, it would not be able to penetrate the thoughts covered by her body. Face this situation. He is like a poisonous snake, waiting for the enemy to reveal his flaws. When Sebastian's state was at its worst, it was the moment when Yi attacked. Stand by in the dark, one hit kills. This is one of the things that killers are best at. Far away. The fight between the two continued, but at this moment Bishiji was clearly at a disadvantage. In the face of this continuous attack like rain, Bishiji gradually became powerless. Finally, in the defense, an attack was missed. At this moment, an even more terrifying aura erupted from Sebastian. A dark, icy aura hit Bishiji. With a sharp straight kick, he kicked towards Bishiji. Straight kick. Dark thoughts condensed on Sebastian's legs. The sharp straight kick kicked towards Bisuki's chest. Sebastian's sudden attack. Bisuki reacted with years of experience. Stream. Mind flow. Before the attack arrived, Nienal condensed on his chest and used hardness to resist. Pung tilde. Bishiji's burly body, which was nearly 2 meters away, was kicked straight to the side by a blow and kicked a distance of several meters away. At the same time, Krollo was ready in advance. A red book appeared in his hand at some point. Wow tilde. The pages kept flipping and eventually stopped on one page. On this page is a photo of a female capable person and information about her abilities. Allison. Age, 41. Persons with the ability to manifest kinship. Ability, salvation of the incompetent. Ability status, not dead. Ability introduction. Incarnates the 017 psychic beasts and angels to judge the target. According to the trial of the beast and the angel, the target will be randomly put into 2 states, guilty, innocent. Guilty, 33% of the thoughts in the body are burned by the flames from hell and cannot be recovered. Innocent, get the blessing of the angel, temporarily get a 100% increase in the mind. Accompanied by the injection of Krollo's thoughts. A Nien beast whose body was covered by light and could not be seen clearly appeared out of thin air. The subject of the trial decides, I choose Sebastian. Looking at the mind beast covered by the light, Krollo's tone was calm. The selection of the object of the adjudication was successful. The ethereal voice came from the mouth of the beast. Next moment. A ray of light separated from the mind beast and flew in the direction of Sebastian. Facing the sudden light, Sebastian stopped her pursuit. Trying to avoid the breath. But she has been locked by this breath. No matter how she changes position, the light always follows her figure. Avoid useless. Sebastian watched as the light entered her body. The other side. The thief's extreme intention in Krollo's hand turned once again. This time the page stopped over a photo of a man. Benjamin. Age, 22. Operating system. Ability, mind beast control. Ability status, not dead. Ability introduction. Use the whip to beat the beast and force the movement of the beast. According to the volume of the mind beast, the amount of mind consumed is proportional to it. A whip appeared in Krollo's hand. The whip flicked lightly. Crack tilde. A black whip mark appeared on Nien Beast Angel's body. This blackness constantly erodes the body of Nien Beast Angel. At your command, Master. Holy Angel, at this moment shed her majesty. Representing pure light, it turns into corrupted darkness. Judgment against Sebastian, forced choice of guilt. Facing the mind beast under his control, Krollo gave another order. The angel nodded slightly. Next moment. Sebastian in the distance suddenly let out a desperate cry of pain. Ah! The red lotus karma from hell scorched her body. Unstoppable rolling on the ground. Bisky, who was on the side, witnessed Krollo's use of 2 simple abilities to overthrow Sebastian's entire process. The first ability seems to be very powerful, but it has certain flaws. Beast and the angel against the enemy is random. Before the ruling. It is not clear at all whether to weaken or strengthen the enemy. But the subsequent control of the beasts forced the uncertainty of the former to be lifted. Makes a flawed ability to be used perfectly at this moment. Damn, damn. The fire of Red Lotus Karma was gradually extinguished, and Sebastian's mental energy was reduced by 33%. Although the body was burned by the flames, there was no trace left. It was as if the flames just now were an illusion. Struggling to get up from the ground. The tattered clothes on his body were completely burnt out in the burning just now. The 3 people present did not have the heart to appreciate it. A lot of thoughts gathered in Sebastian's hands again. A mind air mass different from the previous few times emerged. The wailing of the dead. The nimbus in his hand was thrown into the air by Sebastian. The next moment, accompanied by her order. The air mass exploded violently and spread to the surroundings. Bishiji looked grim. At the moment when the thought energy group condensed, the idea of stopping it sprouted in her heart. Although I don't know what its abilities are, this idea is getting stronger. It's just that Sebastian's actions were too fast. She just took a step, and the choir has been thrown into the sky. What to do next? Step back to Krolo's side. Subconsciously asked the young man. In just a short battle, his strategy has been recognized by Bisuki. For Bisuki's question, Krolo only said one word. Wait. According to the information at the time of arrival, Sebastian is a trait-type ability user, whose ability is to revive corpses and assist him in battle. He is not good at fighting himself. More is to use countless zombies to crush opponents. But even so, the actual combat ability is also stronger than that of the most experienced combatant of the trio, Biji. Face such a formidable enemy. Recklessly attacking, maybe the situation will be more unfavorable. 4 minutes and 50 seconds have passed since I wound her with a Bian-style knife. Leaving a sentence of unknown meaning, Krolo stepped back a few positions. Seeing Krolo's reaction, Bishiji also stepped back subconsciously. Pung. Suddenly, when the two had just stepped back a few steps, an explosion suddenly occurred on Sebastian in the distance. The power is not strong, but her breath is further weakened. Feel it all. Bishiji subconsciously looked at Krolo beside him. Although there is no evidence. But the voice in her heart told her that the explosion just now was Krolo's masterpiece. He seemed to feel Bishiji's gaze. Actively explained. Spot blasting. The moment I attacked Sebastian for the first time, I set this ability on her body. As he said that, the red book appeared in his hand again, the thief's ultimate intention. The pages turned and stopped on a picture of a child. Harry Ferdinand _ Age, 11. Manipulator. Ability, demolition. Ability status, not dead. Ability introduction. Fixed point blasting. Absorbs the target's mental energy and explodes every 5 minutes. The power generated by the explosion is superimposed according to the number of explosions. Current blast times, 1/10. Because it is a continuous effect ability, it is not necessary for Krolo to open the book all the time. Briefly, Bishiji said the restrictions, but did not inform them in detail. After all, the two are only temporary partners. The other side. In Yi's perception of spiritual pressure, nearly 10,000 zombies came here. Apparently what Sebastian had done before. It is to attract the surrounding zombies to come. When summoned, their behavior changes. No longer the previous delay. One by one, they ran and jumped towards this place. Certainly. In the face of these zombies, Yi was not afraid. The sword is the Zanpakuto of Ichimaru Jin. Not only is it suitable for assassination, but cleaning up trash fish is also a great killer. It's just that it's not the time to expose the spear. Looking at the two people who didn't seem to notice in the distance, Yi's voice entered their minds. There are a lot of zombies around here, you pay attention. Hear the prompt. The two quickly spread out the circle to perceive. Feel the round, called the zombies in the sea. Bishiji's face changed. Even in the face of zombies, those who are capable can avoid assimilation by abandoning their thoughts. But with such an exaggerated amount, even she couldn't ensure her survival. On the other side, Krolo looked much calmer compared to Bisuki's panic. No, there is even a sense of victory. Before the zombies were summoned, he believed that the probability of completing the commission and surviving this time was less than half. But at this moment, the probability was abruptly increased by 80% by Sebastian. The thief's ulterior motives emerge. Book pages are automatically turned up. Stop on a photo of a man. Amelia. Age, 35. The person who releases the psychic ability. Ability, paired destroyer. Ability status, death. Ability introduction. Pair of spoilers. The backs of both hands have the marks of the sun and the moon. The left hand marks the sun, and the right hand marks the moon, and when the marks touch each other, they will explode. The imprint itself can be done in an instant, but increasing its power to maximum requires 3 to 5 seconds of continuous contact with the object. The master of this ability has died. But the thoughts did not disappear. On the contrary, they even became stronger because of resentment. Once engraved on the body, the engraving will remain there until it explodes, whether the book is closed or the book disappears. Using this ability, all zombies will become his weapons. After tens of seconds, a large number of zombies surrounded the sacrificial hall. Ha ha ha, the bastards of the Hunters Association, you all cry under these endless corpses. He looked at Bishiji and Krolo who were surrounded by zombies. Sebastian's face was full of joy. She wanted these two bastards who humiliated herself to die without a place to be buried. Next moment, endless zombies engulfed the two of them. After a while, Sebastian's sense of joy gradually faded away. Turn around and walk towards the altar. With two hunters out, it's time to get on with her business. After being sealed for so many years, the sacrificial altar absorbed her mind power unknowingly. Although not much. But for her, who is now burning 1/3 of her thoughts, not a single bit can be wasted. 10 minutes have passed. Sebastian frowned. It's too slow to absorb in this way. The absorption of thought power on the sacrificial altar is too slow. Less than 1/1000th was absorbed in 10 minutes. If you want to absorb all the thought power in the sacrificial altar, it will take at least a week. For a week, she wondered if the Hunter Association would continue to send people to encircle and suppress it. But now she doesn't have any other way to speed up the absorption. Have no choice. He had no choice but to cross his legs on the sacrificial altar and honestly absorb the thoughts in the sacrificial altar. The other side. At the moment when the zombies rushed towards Bisji and Krolo. Krolo uses a stolen ability. Christy Petty _ Age, 21. Those who have the ability to operate the system. Ability, Traveler. Original owner, not dead. Ability Introduction. The body can travel into different dimension space, and the time limit is 10 seconds. With this ability, Krolo brought Bisji safely to Yi Yi's side. And briefly explained the role of paired destroyer. A battle plan was reworked. Krolo's figure walked towards the endless zombies. Marking these zombies is not an easy job. 3 days later, Sebastian in the sacrificial hall had absorbed 1/3 of the thoughts contained in the sacrificial altar. The mind chi that was burned by the fire of Hell Red Lotus Karma has also recovered a little. Thinking of myself getting rid of so many thoughts. Even she felt distressed. The other side. The location where Yi Yi and others were hiding. Krolo emerged from the shadows. For 3 consecutive days, he marked the surrounding zombies. There are a total of 8,213 zombies around, all of which have been marked by me. He looked at Yaiki and Bishiji, telling about his achievements in the past 3 days. The next way of fighting will change. Open black lens bracket paired destroyer close black lens bracket. It was decided that this battle, he could not have the slightest danger. It is temporarily uncertain whether 8,213 zombies can kill Sebastian. The necessary consumption for her still needs to be done. Therefore, he and Yi Yi's combat positions were transferred. Biski's position has not changed, and she is still responsible for containing Sebastian. Yi Yi was consuming Sebastian. And Krolo himself was hidden. Wait until the two of them have consumed half of the energy on Sebastian's body. He activated the ability to control the zombie to launch a self-destruction attack on Sebastian. After confirming the strategy, Yaiki used Reiatsu to take himself and Bishiji beside him, and flew towards the sacrificial hall. The sacrificial hall has been completely surrounded by zombies. Rushing hard from the ground consumes too much thought. Yaiki has the ability to fly, although Bishiji was a little surprised, but not surprised. The ability to fly is scarce though. But in her many years of life, she has also seen some people who have the ability to fly. Come to the sky. Through the Reiatsu, I can feel Sebastian's position precisely. Yi stretched out his right hand. His palms aimed at Sebastian, who was cross-legged on the sacrificial altar to absorb his thoughts. To be able to ensure that this attack is not just a firework. He's coming to Boda. System panel. Host, Night 1. World, full-time hunter. Number of inheritances, 1. Inherited figure, Ichimaru Jin. Unlock progress, 27.5%. Zanpakudo, Spear First Solution. Spiritual pressure, 500. Ability to master. Spirit body unlocked. Slash, the fighting method of the god of death using a knife, sword. White strike, the body art of the god of death. Shunpo, Reaper's high-speed movement skills. Ghost Road Intermediate, the advanced spell used by the god of death to fight, divides the way and binds the way. Reiatsu Perception Intermediate, the Shinigami's ability to sense the surroundings using Reiki. The next ability to unlock, need to unlock progress 50%. With a spiritual pressure of 500, he is already a top 10 chairperson in the world of death. The King's Lander, the mask of flesh and blood, the omnipresent, the thing that flutters high, and bears the name of mankind. Burning heat and strife, rolling back south across the sea, and marching forward. After obtaining the inheritance, it was the first time to recite the ghost path. Compared to the previous few times, I used my thoughts to use ghosts. This time, Yaiki chose to use Reiatsu to attack. 400 Reiatsu points were injected into the red cannon in his right hand. The 31. Red Cannon. A red light fireball appeared in Yi's palm. Originally it was only the size of a football. But after injecting 400 points of Reiatsu, it will expand wildly. The next moment, a red light fireball with a radius of 3 meters. Shot down from Yoichi's hand. Target, Sebastian. Bishiji, who was driven to fly by Yi's spiritual pressure, looked at Yi's attack in shock. According to the news from Yungu, the knight in front of him is a person with the ability to embody the system. But it can issue such a powerful, mind gas bomb. Make her feel like she's hallucinating. Yi ignored Bishiji who was stunned beside him. His eyes were fixed on Sebastian below. The red cannon fired. Use, hidden, tricks. The momentum and energy are completely hidden. Sebastian, who was immersed in the absorbing energy, did not expect that there were still people in the Hunter Association, so he relaxed his vigilance. Therefore, he did not feel the existence of the red artillery. With his fleshly body, he faced the red artillery fired by Yi. Boom tilde tilde tilde. Terrifying flames dyed the sky red. Accompanied by a rumbling sound. The trace of the sacrificial hall disappeared into history. A figure stained with flames struggled to roll on the ground. With her fleshly body facing Yaiki's scarlet cannon, even a person of her level cannot ignore it. The skin of the body was burnt away. The fat burning scent radiates outwards. Painful howls came from his mouth. It seems that I don't need to go down to contain it, and I can directly let Crollo attack. The ground was scorched by flames, and there was no way to go. Faced with such a situation, Yi was also surprised. After getting the inheritance, this is the first time to chant Ghost Taoism in full text and inject spiritual pressure into almost the whole body. Yi's original plan was only to cause some damage to her and destroy the sacrificial hall that prevented the zombies from entering. But now the unexpected development is full of advantages for the next battle. Perhaps by using the spear at this moment, Sebastian can be dealt with unexpectedly. The spear appeared out of thin air in Yi's hand, and the muzzle was aimed at Sebastian, who was screaming constantly below. Quite a while. Yi chose to give up. Sebastian, who had been attacked once, had a very low chance of succeeding in another sneak attack. And at this moment, the energy in her body is still full. Yi couldn't be sure whether she could break through her defense with the power of the magic spear. Instead of wasting time, let Krollo do it as soon as possible. When he came to Krollo's side, he was ready. Open black lens bracket extreme intent of thieves close black lens bracket. Miranda. Age, 14. Manipulator. Ability, proof of humanity. Ability status, not dead. Ability introduction. A stamp is displayed, and the action of the puppet can be manipulated by imprinting it on the puppet. Although the number of manipulations is large, it cannot give overly complicated orders to it. When marking those zombies with paired destroyer, he has used his seal to imprint it. Dead people can also be counted as puppets. With the smile rising from the corner of Krollo's mouth, this battle also came to an end. 8,213 zombies, under the control of their abilities, rushed in the direction of Sebastian, accompanied by bursts of explosions. The legend of the goddess of thinking has come to an end. After the explosion, Krollo came to the scene 1 or 2 people at night. When Yi and Biscuit arrived, Sebastian's body had already turned into charcoal. Krollo was standing in front of the coke, thinking something. The rogue's extreme intention in his hand slowly dissipated. The sky is bright. Everyone has returned to the temporary station, and Krollo has come to Yi's tent. An evil thought emanated from it. I am sorry to interrupt you all of a sudden. The words in his mouth were an apology for his sudden arrival. Quite a while. The evil thoughts slowly dissipated. Yi walked out of the tent and looked at Krollo with a flat face. At this time, Krollo seemed to have become that ordinary man with a scholarly atmosphere again. Dressed up, just like when they met in the airship a few days ago. Obviously ready to leave. For Krollo. After completing the commission, the relationship between the two changed from teammates to strangers again. Yi didn't want to have too much contact with this troublesome character. I have no ill will towards you, can we have a good talk? Krollo's soft and distinctive voice did not dissuade Yi's wariness. Think for a moment. Or get out of the way and let him enter his tent to speak. With the current strength of the two, launching a conflict is not something that just a tent can resist. Therefore, it is better to let him in directly. Although you already know my information, I'll reintroduce myself. Krollo smiled and looked at Yoichi. I'm the head of the Phantom Troop, Krollo. It's a pity that Yi didn't eat him. Speak directly about your purpose, I don't want to have too much contact with you. In Yi's memory, the Phantom Troop in September was already full. It can't be a matter of recruiting yourself into the group. Besides, Yi didn't know what he could spy on. Ability. Just kidding, he himself hadn't confirmed what abilities he wanted to develop. It is even less likely that Krollo has taken a fancy to his own abilities. Number 8 in the Phantom Troop, because of his accidental death, number 8 has been vacant. Krollo didn't mind Yi Pair's tone of voice. After all, you can't expect a killer to speak politely to you. Vacancy. Hearing Krollo's answer, Yi was a little puzzled. Although it is not clear when the droplets were added. When the hunter was experimenting, Kexasuo had already told the Kurapika spiders the time to gather. Yi thought that all the members of the Phantom Troop had already decided to carry out this event. Give me a reason to join the Phantom Troop. Yi didn't like the Phantom Troop, but he didn't hate it either. As a killer, kill the entrusted targets for rewards. It is no different from the behavior of robbers. So, if Krollo gave him a reason to convince him, Yi didn't mind joining the Phantom Troop. After all, judging from the brigade's ability to do things, the chances of encountering those who are capable are high. As for rejection, Yi and Krollo didn't have any deep hatred. If it was just because he refused to join the Phantom Troop, he would be in conflict with himself. As far as Krollo is concerned, he is not allowed to do such a thing. If you are a group leader, you can't even bear this, let alone lead a team to go on. The reason. If I said that everyone came to you because everyone was born in Meteor Street, you would definitely choose to refuse. I heard Yi Yi's reply. Crollo felt a little distressed. Since the brigade lacked number 8, he has been looking for new members. Therefore, in the past 2 years, the knight will be sent to him by the qualifiers of the Hunter Association and the players who performed well in the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. In last year's information, there was no such suitable presence. Therefore, until now, the position of number 8 is still vacant. Until the first 2 weeks, the Hunter trial ended. Yi Yi's information was hung on the Hunter on the official website of Renmin. He only fell in love with Yi Yi at a glance. If you have to say the reason for inviting you to join, it can be said to be eye-catching. Rather than finding a more suitable reason, Crollo still explained the reason for finding Yi Yi. Interesting. Yi Yi was not interested in Crollo's reason. Sorry, forgive me for refusing. If only for this reason, Yi Yi didn't plan to join the spider. Although he doesn't have much memory of the Hunter world. But he still remembers the fact that Zisuo chased and killed the members of the brigade. In terms of Yi Yi's strength, he is not afraid of Hisoka. But as a killer, I don't want to provoke a fighting maniac for no reason. Honestly, hide in the dark. That's what he should do. Hearing Yi Yi's refusal, Crollo didn't show any disappointment. Perhaps, he was ready to be rejected. Really, that's really annoying. Shang Yi Yi apologized slightly, then turned around and left. Since Yi Yi rejected his invitation, he had no reason to stay. Of course, even if Yi Yi was not recruited. But what I have gained from this journey is much more important than a team member. Therefore, he was not disappointed. Feeling the receding figure in the Reiatsu, Yi Yi closed his eyes and resumed meditation. In the previous crusade against Sebastian, he was not idle. As the most perceptive of the trio, he has been observing Sebastian's movements. For 3 days in a row, he felt a little tired. The other side. Crollo walked in the direction he came from. This time, he did not choose to travel by car. For him, taking a walk occasionally is also a kind of relaxation for himself. Passing through a town overrun by zombies. Even in the mood to hang out in the town, occasionally looking for some necessary supplies. In an abandoned cafe. Surprisingly, this is not broken. Skillfully pick up the grinder and use the materials in the store to make coffee. Night. Sitting under the light, quietly flipping through the books in your hands, and occasionally tasting your own coffee. For Crollo, such a life is not boring. Just ignore the zombies that keep walking back and forth on the street. A girl on the street struggled to hit the zombies that were constantly surrounding her. The vacuum cleaner in his hand was already stained with dark brown blood. 3 days. It has been 3 days since she came to this town, and she has not seen a single living person, but she is trapped by these zombies that are constantly surrounding her. Even if she is capable, she is almost unable to hold it at this moment. He worked hard to get rid of a few zombies beside him. The girl found the right time and jumped towards the house next to her. This is to avoid the constant siege of the zombies. Looking at the scene below that was like hell on earth, the girl didn't know what to think. At this moment, the teenager saw the lights emitting from the cafe in the distance. His eyes blinked suspiciously. The subconscious kept jumping from the surrounding houses. Coming to the door of the cafe, he gently pushed the door open to a gap. "Excuse me, may I come in?" The girl is about 20 years old, with black hair and black framed eyes hanging on the bridge of her nose, giving people the feeling of a good girl. "Of course, feel free to enter." Crollo looked at the girl who pushed the door and opened his eyes slightly. "Hello, my name is Shouty. Be a Killer from a Full-Time Hunter Chapter 61 to 80. Chapter 61 _ Yaiki and Bisuki completed the association's commission. Literally just leave. But Kebisi raised objections. There are nearly 300,000 zombies on the Chime continent that were influenced by Sebastian's ability, Roar of the Dead. It wasn't a one-time conversion by Sebastian. It is more about ordinary people who are forced to assimilate into zombies after contact with zombies. Before getting rid of these zombies, the association's commission is not completely completed. For this reason, Yi begins a journey with Bisuki to complete the entrusted journey in Chimay continent. Fortunately, local leaders responded in a timely manner in the early days of the zombie outbreak. The area where the disaster occurred was blocked in time, so that the scope of the disaster area was not further expanded. The number of zombies is therefore not too many. At the same time that Yoichi completes the association commission with Bisuki. Because of the special status between the two, Bisujishin assisted Yaiki in his training. That's it. Yi took care of the zombies in Kaimei continent while training with Bishiji. The actual 14 force has also made a lot of progress. Time flies. 6 months pass quickly. Yi's practice has come to an end. In the first 2 months, BCG has taught Yoichi all the skills that the able person needs to learn. There is nothing to continue teaching. For this, Bishiji was both proud and envious. She is proud that her apprentice and grandson have such an exaggerated talent and can learn everything she knows in such a short period of time. What I envy is that when I was cultivating, I didn't have such an exaggerated talent, which caused my practice to go astray. He is obviously a person with the ability of the transformation system, but he is even more powerful than the reinforcement system. Said this knight. This is all talent, can you blame me? Yi is not just stepping forward in the practice of mindfulness. The inheritance of the system has also advanced a lot. Before killing zombies for the first time, Yi thought that this kind of dead creature would not contribute to unlocking progress for himself. But after killing the first zombie, Yi's thoughts changed. Every time a zombie is killed, it can provide Yi with 0.001% of the inheritance unlocking progress. That is, 1,000 zombies can provide 1% inheritance unlocking progress for Yi. This made Yaiki sincerely thank Bishiji for staying in Chimay continent. 6 months. Yi couldn't remember how many zombies he killed with his magic gun. He only knows that his inheritance progress has reached 43% from 27.5% when he got off the airship. With the last 7% of the inheritance unlocking progress remaining, the next inheritance can be started. But. System panel. Host, Night 1. World, Full-time Hunter. Number of inheritances, 1. Inherited figure, Ichimaru Jin. Unlock progress, 43%. Zanpakudo, Spear First Solution. Spiritual Pressure, 500. Ability to Master. Spirit Body Unlocked. Slash, the fighting method of the God of Death using a knife, sword. White Strike, the body art of the God of Death. Shunpo, Reaper's high-speed movement skills. Ghost Road Intermediate, the advanced spell used by the God of Death to fight, divides the way and binds the way. Reiatsu Perception Intermediate, the Shinigami's ability to sense the surroundings using Reiki. The next ability to unlock, need to unlock progress 50%. It seems that because Yi uses the circle to find zombies to kill every night, and the local government also discovered the weakness of zombies. The 2 massacres of zombies continued for 6 months. As a result, the species of zombies has only survived in the Chimay continent for 6 months, and they are completely missing. Yaiki and Bishiji have been using circles to search for zombies for a week. But nothing gained. This result, Bishiji is very satisfied. He is also very satisfied with his attitude of not taking a rest every night and killing zombies. She will report this matter to the association. He also tried his best to help Yi apply to record his achievements and obtain a 1-star license. In the end, it is to negotiate with local organizations, and they will be responsible for solving the remaining zombies. I declare that the crusade against the goddess of thinking, Sebastian, has been successfully completed. Before boarding the airship that left Chimay, Bisuki sentenced Yoichi in this way. Judging from her expression, she was very satisfied. not only satisfied with the completion of the task, but also satisfied with Yi. After a simple goodbye, boarded the airship to leave at night. After the time-consuming and labor-intensive commission was completed, he could finally solve his personal problems. Tantonshire. Night came to a city called Tantonshire. Compared to other cities, Tanton County is a bit special. There are countless countries in the 6 continents of the hunter world. Every country has its own administrative region. The existence of Tanton County is outside these areas. Belongs to a city without government jurisdiction. It is ruled by the city's gangsters, and it belongs to the 10 old men of the gang. It can be said that this city is only a corner of the many forces in charge of the 10 old men. As the top 10 leaders of the world's gangs, respectively, he is the leader of gangsters in 10 regions of 6 continents. Give an unimportant piece of land in your hand to your faithful servants. This motivates other subordinates to work harder. Is a very common thing. Tanton County is such a city that was rewarded by the 10 old men to his subordinates. And now responsible for matters related to Tanton County, it is a family named Nuthra. Yi came from Kaimei continent on purpose, just to deal with personal problems. Before he woke up, the family kept sending people to harass him. This hatred, he has not forgotten. Yi has contacted Right Nasla's best friend, Bianji. Said the reason to help him, take care, of his good friend at an entrusted price of 10 billion yuan. Although Bianji doesn't believe it, he agrees jokingly. As long as Yi can deal with Right Nasla, he'll be fine. In this regard, Yi expressed his acceptance of his entrustment. As for whether he admits it afterwards. If you don't admit it, you'll just kill a few more people. For killers, there is never a shortage of commissions. After confirming the location of the Nuthra family, Yaiki walked towards Nuthra's mansion as if he were playing. Chapter 62_. In front of the Nasra family mansion. A few faint thoughts were sensed by Yi. But what surprised Yaiki the most was the smell of Kurapika. But for Kurapika, the relationship between Yi and him is not the same as that between him and Xiaoji and others. In the hunter test, Yi didn't have much contact with them. Can be said to be a real, familiar stranger. However, unfortunately, the Nasla family is trying to mess with me. Several friendly sponsorships from the Nasra family. Night will not be forgotten. As a killer, he is very kind. The injustice has the head and the debt has the owner. The choice Right Nasla made was naturally his own responsibility. The figure continued to move forward. The doorman in the distance had already spotted him. Yi didn't care. It can be said that after feeling the breath of Nian, he gave up his plan to hide. There is no point in hiding the existence of those with the ability to think. Guard room. 2 guards guard the gate. There seems to be another person at the door, do you want to let it go? Watching Yi walking towards the mansion, one of the guards asked his companion. They only just entered 4. Could it be that I was hired with them, just a little late? The doorman's companion, has been a doorman for so many years. I also have some knowledge of the information behind the mansion. In this mansion, not just ordinary gangsters live. There are also people with special abilities. As far as he knows, there are about 5. Today, 4 people came over abnormally, giving him the feeling that they were like those with special abilities. So he was guessing whether Yi was with them. The 2 struggled for a long time, but in the end they didn't dare to take the risk of annoying the capable ones. Open the door to Nuthra's mansion. This is also a mistake of Dazuoxi. When he assigned Kurapika to test several people, he deliberately did not disclose the location of the main house. The purpose is to test their ability to search for information. See if they can find the Nuthra family's stronghold by themselves. If you can't even do this, you don't deserve to work in the Nasla family at all. Therefore, he did not report the list of several people to the guard room. If all of them are not found here, it will be a waste of his efforts. So, Yi came to the door of the Nasla family mansion and was preparing to deal with the two guards. I saw the electronic door of the Nasla family mansion open automatically. The two guards in the guard room looked at him with flattering faces. Although their thoughts are unclear, their actions saved their lives in time. I don't know when the two thought bullets that appeared on the fingers slowly dissipated. Enter the mansion. A maid stepped forward to greet him and introduced herself to Yi. I am the maid Bibis, and I will lead you to the assembly hall. Sir, please come with me. The respectful attitude made Yi a little confused about the family's thoughts. Captain Dazuoxi is already waiting in the lobby. If he continues to delay, he will be angry. Seeing that Yi ignored him, the maid named Bibis began to urge. She didn't know where the late guy in front of her came from. Being late and so sluggish. If Dazuo is to blame, it is not something that her little maid can bear. So I was a little anxious. Looking at the anxious maid in front of her, Yi nodded to keep up with her. The two walked side by side, walked through the garden, and passed by a corner where no one was there. A dark shadow flashed out of thin air. Tritrix's figure fell powerlessly to the ground. Put Tritrix in the garden and leave alone at night. With Yi's strength, it was enough for her to sleep for 2 hours. By then everything will be over. At the moment of entering this mansion, Yi had already relied on the perception far beyond ordinary people. Know the location of Right Nasra. Asked for was to deal with Right Nasra. The Nuthra family was able to climb to its current position, not only because of Nyan's divination. Right Nasla's painstaking operations also accounted for a large part. As long as he's dead, the Nasla family has become a cake without a master. Nyan, the eldest lady, does not have the means to control the Nasla family at all. Bianji won't let this cake go. Yi's figure disappeared out of thin air. Towards Right Nasla's direction. A moment later. Came to a spacious office at night. This office is located in the most suitable location for lighting in the main residence. When you walk to the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the garden, front hall and other parts of the entire family. When night came, Right Nasra was standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Turn your back to yourself. Already here, Yi did not hide his voice. Sneakers squeaked on the wooden floor. Dazuoxi, how good are those new bodyguards, can they protect Nyan's safety? Right Nasla didn't look back. In his office, only the well-trusted Dazuoxi can enter and leave. Even those servants are not allowed to approach at will. It's a pity that the person who came was not his right-hand man, Dazui, but a commissioned killer. Well, if the auction in Ukexen was really that simple, there wouldn't be so many things happening every year, don't you think? Right Nasla didn't give the so-called Dazuo Sin time to answer. Continue talking to yourself. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he vaguely felt something was wrong behind him. Zhao, he turned around quickly, but a young man was standing behind him. No, you are. PFF'd. The hand knife left a pale blue-white line in the air. A head soared into the sky. Grab the head that fell to the ground. I'm sorry, I'll lend you my head. Yi's figure disappeared again. Blood spurted frantically from the neck of the headless corpse. The luxurious office was stained with blood. The commission of 10 billion rennies has been completed. Night walks in Nuthra's mansion. Right Nasla's head was thrown up and down at will. There was still a look of doubt on his face. Before leaving, Yi didn't mind killing one more. As Right's loyal lackey. To say that Dazuoxi has nothing to do with the several chases, Yi doesn't quite believe it. Chapter 63 Assembly Hall. Dazuoxi was explaining the precautions needed to work here to Kurapika, Basho, Feijia, and Melody who arrived at Nasla's mansion. I didn't notice at all, when did another figure appear in the hall? As the bodyguards of the eldest lady, your only job is to protect the eldest lady's safety. A whip was held in Dazuoxi's hand and swung up and down. Demonstrate your status as the captain of the security team. That is to say, the four of us only need to be responsible to the eldest lady, is that the meaning? Kurapika was extremely satisfied when he heard Dazuo-ni's arrangement. The reason why he came to work in this family is to be able to further find out the information of fiery red eyes. As a lover of human body collectors, Miss can undoubtedly bring him one step closer to his goal. That's right, you only need to complete the protection of the eldest lady, and other people will do everything else. Dazuo-ni was not happy about Kurapika's interjection. But it still answers Kurapika's question. So, who is in charge of the usual assassination work? A male voice came from nowhere. I heard another question. The veins on Dazuo-ni's head burst out. As the captain of the security team, what he hates most is while he was speaking, the person who interrupted the question. I was about to scold and let these newcomers know what the rules were. However, he suddenly discovered that the four newly recruited bodyguards looked behind him with shock. Instincts honed in years of life and death made him subconsciously whip his legs behind him. However, it didn't work. Bang! Facing the sudden attack of Dazuo-ni, the person who came just reached out and grabbed it. Dazuo-shie was controlled by this person. Looking at the man who suddenly appeared behind him, Dazuoxi's eyes suddenly widened. The hand grabbed the head raised by the hair. It was so familiar to him. Boss. Uncontrollable anger erupted from the bottom of my heart. Regardless of personal feelings, the generous treatment of the Nasla family is the only reason for him to stay in this family. Now his home is being stolen, even if he solves the man in front of him. There will also be a record of this shame on his resume. Covering his thoughts with his hands, he waved towards Yi. The other side. Kurapika looked at the man who suddenly appeared behind Dazui. His eyes trembled uncontrollably. Night 1. He never forgot, in the last test of the Hunter trial. The battle between Yi and Chi Krypton Toad Reeling Fan. At that time, because I hadn't mastered mindfulness, I didn't have a thorough understanding of it. Just thought they were monsters. But when you really understand the mind, he can no longer describe the two of them with monsters. Exaggerated thinking, skilled thinking skills, and just the right vision for fighters. Obviously, everyone is the same age. But on the road of reading, he is far ahead of everyone in his generation. Several people beside Kurapika heard his exclamation. He looked at him subconsciously. He seemed to be waiting for his answer. The other side. In the face of Dazuo-shia's deadly attack, Yi threw the head in his hand to the ground. One-handed into a hand knife. A few white rays of light flashed out of thin air. PFF'd. Both arms fell to the ground. A large amount of blood spurted out from Dazuo-ni's arm. Release the right leg from the hand. One kick kicked Dazuo-ni away. To prevent the blood flowing from his arms from contaminating his body. Don't ask, you can see from your eyes that you know me, that's enough. Yi's icy voice made Dazuo-ni look terrified. At the moment when his own attack did not work and his arms were chopped off, he knew his life was over. Even if not this time he died, but after losing his arms, he completely lost all combat power. It's just that he can't understand. How did Yi, who only woke up a few months ago, grow to his current strength? It's a pity that Yi didn't give him a chance to ask. Broken down number 4, by Lei. A white beam of light shot out from Yiki's finger. In Dazuoxi's desperate eyes, his brain ran through. At this point, the two people who gave the order to hunt down the knight all died. As for the remaining members of the Nasla family, Yi was not prepared to pay attention. Not just because Bungie only asked Yiki to deal with right Nasla. More, Yi wanted to see it. Kurapika, will he still stay in this family? And whether he can save the lamb being targeted by hungry wolves. This is quite interesting. Aside. Looking at Dazuo-shie, who was still invincible just now, he died tragically in front of his own few people. The woman named Phaegia was ready to escape. She just took a fancy to the generous remuneration of the Nasla family. I have no intention of giving my life for this. Moreover, today is only the first day to officially enter the Nasla family. She has no feelings for the family. Basho on the side has a similar mentality. Only Kurapika and Melody react differently. An angry look emanated from Kurapika's eyes. Although he also has no feelings for this family. But he couldn't ignore Yi killing his boss in front of him. Kurapika. The Melody on the side tugged at his clothes. Exhort him not to be impatient. For all this, Yi put it all into his eyes. Quite a while. Soothed by the Melody, Kurapika seemed to accept the current status quo. Yi, tell us a reason why you killed my boss and the captain. The sound is muffled and complex. This colleague who once showed great strength in the hunter test, he does not want to be an enemy. Reason. Yi looked at Kurapika with interest. Compared with 4 months ago, it has grown a lot. I want to kill him, need a reason. Cold words flowed out. The next moment, condensed into substantial killing intent, rushing towards the 4 of them. In Kaimei continent, Yi killed nearly 200,000 zombies. Even if they were just unconscious corpses, the murderous aura accumulated for Yi. But it is real. Chapter 64_. Substantial killing intent was released by Yi. The 4 who faced the murderous intent seemed to see an endless sea of corpses surging behind Yi. The figures of the 4 of them are also in that sea of corpses. A tilde. Under the killing intent, Phaegia's will was the first to collapse. Eyes lost, mouth corners, leaving white saliva. The lower body also lost control. A fishy smell pervaded the hall. The one that collapsed after that was Basho. Just compared to Phaegia's loss. He is more intense. Eyes, ears, nose, and corners of mouth were bleeding. The body was weakly hammered to the ground. Die silently. Just when Kurapika and Melody couldn't hold back. Substantial killing intent was taken back by Yi. Ha. The moment to take back the killing intent. Kurapika and Melody couldn't help bending over and gasping for breath. Almost, the 2 of them couldn't continue to hold on. You are qualified. In the icy biting voice, there was a little appreciation. He glanced at Kurapika, who was a little embarrassed. Yi picked up Wright's head and walked out. The commission was completed, the revenge was repaid, and even the accidentally discovered toy was tested. This trip, Yi felt that it was not a loss. Leave the Nuthra family mansion. Yi has already contacted GNG to inform him that the task is complete. And Wright's head will appear on his desk the next morning. Bianji naturally doesn't believe it. But when he woke up the next morning and came to his office, he really saw the head of his friend, Wright Nasla. His own brain instantly emptied. Half an hour later, he quickly mobilized the funds of the gang and remitted 10 billion yuan to the account left by Yi. Then, an urgent family meeting was called. What the content of the meeting was, only people in their own family knew. Noon of the day. The Bianji family disregarded the obstacles of the surrounding gangsters and scrambled for the property belonging to the Nasla family. There are other gangster families speculating that the fight between Bianji and Wright has completely torn apart the face. Some people also speculate that it was Juji who solved Wright, so he was so unscrupulous. But before the Nasla family responded, other gangster families could not interfere with it. It's just that if something really happened to Wright, they naturally wouldn't mind stepping forward and tearing the wounds of the Nasla family. 3 days have passed. Still no response from the Nasra family. Seeing this, the other gangster families joined the team to share the cake, not to be outdone. For fear of being late, I can't even drink the soup. A week has passed. The Nasra family finally responded. The first generation boss died unexpectedly. He was succeeded by his daughter Nyan Nasra as head of the family, boss of the Nasla family, and launched an announcement that the guys who took advantage of the chaos to occupy the property of the Nasla family would pay several times the price. The riots escalated again. As a last resort, some gangster families who have not joined in are worried that the war will burn on themselves. Report the matter to the 10 old men. Finally, for this riot, the 10 old men will rule. After 3 days of discussions, the verdict is as follows. First generation boss of the Nasra family, the family that started the commotion during the chaos, all members compensated 3 times the profit that was embezzled from the Nasra family. At this point, the riots ended. After losing a generation of bosses, the Nasra family has become stronger than before. This is something that no family has ever thought of. Night. A private airship to the Hunter Guild headquarters. Yi looked at the information from the dark world. I feel some appreciation for the Nasla family for being able to fight back in such a situation. The owner of the house dies. The second in command who mastered the family's intelligence was also killed by Yi. It can be said that the Nasla family was at the most desperate time. Able to kill, thanks to the emergence of a wise general in the Nasla family. Look at Kurapika who shines brightly in the information. Yi also helped him gain a firm foothold in the dark world. Since the sphere of influence of the family is not clear, then just give up. When there is not much left, let them all spit out. This not only knows what assets there are, but also makes the family more prosperous. Flowers. Kurapika has become a star in the dark world in one fell swoop. Looking forward to seeing you again in the future. What surprises you will bring me. Put down the information in your hand. Yi closed his eyes and started meditating. The stronger the strength, the more efficient he meditates. Although meditation is boring, it is a kind of exercise for the will. It can help him better grasp the killing intent on his body. Killing intent generated by killing more than 200,000 zombies can be perfectly controlled by him. It also benefits from daily meditation training. Time passes slowly. A few days later, the airship landed on top of the hotel rented in advance on the night of the night. As a killer, Yaiki never stays in the same place for a long time. 0. Addressing right Nasla. It took him dozens of days. In order to avoid waste, Yi completed almost all the commissions near Tantan County. He didn't lease a private airship until there were no suitable missions going on. Go to Hunter Guild headquarters. As for renting a hotel, although he is a disciple of Xinyuanliu, not familiar with other so-called Shishang, Yi prefers to live by himself rather than living under the same roof with strangers. System panel. Host, Night 1. World, full-time hunter. Number of inheritances, 1. Inherited figure, Ichimaru Jin. Unlock progress, 45%. Zanpakudo, spear first solution. Spiritual pressure, 500. Ability to master. Spirit body unlocked. Slash, the fighting method of the god of death using a knife, sword. White strike, the body art of the god of death. Shunpo, Reaper's high-speed movement skills. Ghost Road Intermediate, the advanced spell used by the god of death to fight, divides the way and binds the way. Reiatsu Perception Intermediate, the Shinigami's ability to sense the surroundings using Reiki. The next ability to unlock, need to unlock progress 50%. Coming to the Hunter Association headquarters this time is not only to accept the commendation of a 1-star hunter. More than that, I want to see what interesting commissions there are. As the most powerful military organization in the hunter world, its coverage covers 6 continents. Dealing with the problems that arise between these 6 continents is also a job for hunters. Sun. Chapter 65 _. The next day. In the early morning, the sun shines on Yi's face through the glass of the hotel. The warm touch wakes Yi from his sleep. Yebin plans to use meditation instead of sleep as usual. But a few days of airship life made him tired. It's not physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion caused by not sleeping for many days and replacing it with meditation. Coincidentally, the hotel can provide massage services. Although I'm not used to strangers touching my body, a massage once in a while doesn't seem unacceptable. Under this idea, after taking a bath at night, I called the front desk through the room phone and called a male massage therapist in the hotel. A simple massage. It relieves the fatigue of Yi-Yi's body and makes the spirit more sleepy. After giving enough tips to the masseuse, he slumped on the bed. It wasn't until the sun hit his face the next day that he woke up. Simple wash and had breakfast. Yi-Yi went to the direction of the association headquarters. Although it is said to be the headquarters of the Hunter Association, Yi-Yi is also here for the first time. Fortunately, he accepted the award ceremony of the one-star hunter. The Bean Noodles man was assigned to receive Yi-Yi out of his busy schedule. When I came to the gate of the Hunter Association headquarters, I saw the Bean Noodles man waiting for his appearance while holding a tablet to handle official business. The Bean Noodles man. A cold voice came from Yi-Yi's mouth. But for the Bean Noodles people at the moment, it is the sound of heaven. One-star Hunter Medal Award ceremony on night 1. It should have been confirmed in the association and the Kai Mei mainland branch. Did Yi-Yi crusade the goddess of thinking and kill a large number of zombies? Verify that it is correct. The award ceremony will take place within a week. But at that time, Yi-Yi was busy helping out his mission goal. There was no time to come immediately to receive the award. One of the 12 earthly branches, the mouse, Pariston, used this as an excuse. Cancel Yi-Yi's one-star hunter award. The reason is, since he did not come to accept the award ceremony, can it be said that he did not want to become a one-star hunter, or that he himself had a certain prejudice against the organization of hunters, so he did not come to accept the award? Pariston, as a member of the 12 earthly branches, is also the vice president of the association. He is still relatively supportive in the association. Therefore, many hunters have support for Pariston's remarks. If Yi-Yi does not appear, the award of the one-star hunter will be cancelled. Not even just the honor of a one-star hunter. Even the identity of the hunter will be deprived. Under the narration of the Bean Noodles man, Yi-Yi realized what kind of situation he was facing now. In this regard, Yi-Yi did not complain. I just kept Pariston secretly in my heart. The last time Crollo appeared, Yi-Yi didn't care. This time, I deliberately came to engage myself. Yi-Yi will not forget this. As a killer, patience is the basic skill. Wait until he shows his flaws, or the moment he relaxes. Yi-Yi would be like a poisonous snake, killing him with one blow. Thinking of this, he reached out and pressed down the black top hat on his head. With the leadership of the Bean Noodles, the two quickly came to the door of Nitro's office. As the president of the Hunter Association, Nitro's office is not luxurious. There is only a desk in the office, and a calligraphy brush with the word, heart, written on it. Looking at the style, it should be written by Nitro himself. Entering Nitro's office, he happened to be on break. Yo tilde Yi Jiang, I didn't expect that the commission for you would take half a year to complete, which is really disappointing for the old man. Still full of fun. If it wasn't for someone with a strong heart, he would inevitably get angry under Nitro's tone. It's a pity I didn't eat this set at night. Nearly 300,000 zombies, in this situation where the Hunter Association only entrusts me and Bisiki. It took half a year to clean it up very quickly. Yi-Yi had a cold expression. The Bean Noodles man on the side was dripping with sweat, as if he knew something. After all, Yi-Yi and Bishiji had indeed applied for assistance from the association, but they were not seen even after they left. If nothing happened in this, Yi-Yi would not believe it. Ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde. Facing Yi-Yi's icy expression, Nitro smiled happily instead. Quite a while. The laughter stopped. Nitro just put on an innocent look. The application from you and Bisiki has indeed been received by the association, but the ability to assimilate humans into zombies is not suitable for hunters with insufficient strength to go to support. And the 12 earthly branches usually have their own jobs and responsibilities, and they can't be dispatched for such trivial matters. So, in the end, the only one who can go to support alone is the old one. Having said that, Nitro's expression was a little grieved. Could it be that you two unfilial apprentices and unfilial apprentice grandsons, do you want to let this old man who is going to help you? I watched Nitro's performance quietly at night. The bean noodles man on the side recalled the origin of the matter. After receiving information from Yoichi and Bisuki for help, the association started the relevant meeting at the first time. More than a dozen hunters expressed their willingness to go to Chimay continent for support. Among the 12 earthly branches, 2 physicians, Sish, Gear and Zugo, Cheeto Yorkshire, were also dispatched. Go to Chimay continent as the leader to support. The purpose is to protect the life of the hunter as much as possible. But at a critical time, BCG also realized that Yi had the means to destroy a large number of zombies without touching them. Reported to the association. So, Nitro defied the opposition again. Said that since Yi can solve it alone, let Yi solve it, which is just a training for newcomers. No need to spend manpower and material resources. The support force that went to Chimay continent was disbanded. The crisis, which was originally expected to be resolved in 3 months, was therefore delayed until 6 months. On the contrary, the merits of this event. It will be enjoyed by the knight alone. No one could guess what Nitro had in mind. But this is also the reason why Yi Yiming can become a 1-star hunter after passing the hunter test for half a year. For those corners, Knight is not clear. He only knew that he had worked hard for half a year to get the achievement of this star hunter. Chapter 66_. The award ceremony of the 1-star hunter was held in the hall where the president was selected in the original book. Except Knight 1. There are 2 other hunters who are honoring. Yi didn't know the 2 hunters who were awarded with him. Even in the previous life, the existence of these 2 people did not appear. According to the breadth of the 2, Yi judged that their strength was similar to that of the examiners such as Sazi and Menchi. This also made Yi discover the blind spot. Because the study time for Nian is not long, his criteria for the division of strength is not clear. It has always been based on oneself as the standard to divide the strength of others. Came to the Hunter Association headquarters for 3 days. Also met a lot of hunters of all shapes and sizes. Among them, those who only have the ability to master the 4 major elements cannot be seen here. Almost all hunters have mastered the application skills of Nian. It's just the difference between being good at it or not. This also allowed Yi to truly see the power of the Hunter Association. The award ceremony is very simple. 14 line presiding over the 12 earthly branches. The 3 each awarded Yi and 2 other hunters a 1-star hunter license. Recorded by the Bean Noodles man. In the end, Nitro said something to encourage the 3 of them to move forward. The award ceremony simply ended. After getting the new hunter license, Yi didn't notice any difference from before. Before the award, Yi thought there would be a reward for him. As a result, he thought too much. The award ceremony is over, and Yi is ready to continue looking for some interesting commissions. Just turned around. Yo Yaiki-chan, do you have time to play volleyball with the old man? Nitro's figure appeared beside Yi like a ghost. The familiar words reminded Yi of the hunter experiment half a year ago. Practice against someone with the same level of ability as Nitro. Even Knight 1 can't bear it for a long time. Until the end, it was the appearance of the bean noodles that freed him. However, I have so much time now. There was a hint of unknown meaning in the cold voice. Looking at Nitro's smiling face, Yi responded. Trained under Bisiki for half a year. Compared with the hunter test period, he is completely different now. After an hour, the 2 took the airship and came to a grassland in the suburbs. The battle of those with the ability to read is full of thoughts of great power. If you fight in the association, you don't know how much damage it will cause. In order to avoid such incidents, the headquarters of the association prohibits all fights by hunters. On the grasslands far away from the city, there is no such scruples. Far away. Nitro was wearing a training suit and simply moved his body. Although Yi was not as exaggerated as him, he was also secretly loosening his muscles. Quite a while. A volleyball is held by Nitro. The rules remain the same as they were 6 months ago. Yi took off the black top hat on his head and put it aside. This action of his seems to indicate to Nitro that he is ready. Nitro's eyes narrowed slightly. Next moment. Game on. As soon as the words fell, Yi had already turned into a shadow and launched the attack first. Clap tilde clap tilde. Facing Yi's attack, Nitro just slapped the volleyball in his hand a few times. Strangely, the grassland, as a venue for the two, was able to bounce the volleyball. No, although your speed is fast, the moment you can move, your breath leaks. Nitro's body twisted slightly. It escaped the night attack. The volleyball in his hand was thrown towards Yi's back. But even though it was lost, the thoughts covered in it, and the energy used. It can't be described with a single word. Boom. Like a gun popping out of the chamber. The volleyball exudes amazing momentum and smashes towards Yi. In the face of the sudden attack, Yi only leaned over. The volleyball passed behind him. Among them, the volleyball was too fast, and a long line was directly blown out of the grass on the side. Crack. Nitro appeared in front of the volleyball at some point, and gently tipped the volleyball with his head. Suddenly, the volleyball kept shaking above his head. Yichi-chan, why don't you fight back? Compared with the game half a year ago, there is no difference at all. Don't forget to mock Yi. Stand up. He ignored Nitro's sarcasm, and just continued to observe Nitro's posture attentively. If you don't grab the ball again, I'll pass the ball again tilde. Watching stop and watch his knight carefully. Nitro gently tipped the volleyball over his head. Volleyball suddenly improved a lot. He leaned back, his forehead condensed with thought. Next moment. Bang. The cannonball hit Yi once again. Only this time, Yi fought back. Right index finger stretched out. A white on condensed and formed on it. One of the breakthroughs, rush. In an instant, white light shot towards the volleyball. And the volleyball that had hit Yi in a straight line also changed its position with this blow. At a faster speed than when he came, he recoiled in the direction of Nitro. Not good. Watching the volleyball speeding up at him. Nitro's figure hurriedly dodged to the side. Boom. Dirt splashes everywhere. The volleyball that was dodged hit the grass with an indomitable momentum. In an instant, a large pit with a diameter of about 1 meter appeared. Next moment. The volleyball was caught again by Nitro, who appeared out of nowhere. It's not good, it's not good. If it hit me just now, it might hurt for a long time. Patting the dirt on the volleyball, Nitro looked, frightened. Looking at Nitro who has no shame. Yi's figure disappeared again. Shunpo. Compared to the initial attack, Yoichi chose Shunpo, whose trajectory was more difficult to trace. Nitro looked at Yoichi who disappeared in an instant. Brows raised upwards. Although it's not the first time I've seen it, I always feel that this kid's abilities are too rich. Thinking of this, Nitro turned around abruptly. Yoichi, who appeared behind him out of thin air, hit the ground with a volleyball. It was much better than the first attack, but you forgot to disguise the airflow created by the fast movement. Saying that, Nitro's figure quickly rushed towards Yi. A new round of offensive and defensive warfare has begun. Chapter 67_. 5 hours later. Clap tilde clap tilde clap tilde. The figures of the two fighting each other kept appearing everywhere on the grassland. The volleyball used for contention has long since fallen. The fists and feet intersect, and the speed is so fast that it is impossible to see clearly. Only the sound of collision could be barely heard. Yi has already exerted all his strength. Use all the assassination techniques and various techniques that you are good at. Only then can we play a tie with Nitro. Yes, there is progress. Facing Yi's continuous attacks, Nitro used his hands to take them one by one. Combat is the quickest way to get to the bottom of a person. Every attack of Yi relies on flow to mobilize all his thoughts to the part where he launched the attack. Such proficiency is impossible without years of practice. But Yi was able to control it at this age. It is indeed a nice cut, damn old man. It's just that for Yi, all of his attacks are blocked. And he's still there saying yes. Just mocking him. Vigorously control the body muscles, turn around and kick a side kick. Nitro, who was defending with his arms in his chest, kicked out a distance of dozens of meters. Where the thought went, a short knife suddenly appeared in Yi's hand. Bend your body slightly and lie down with your left arm bent in front of you to help balance. The handle of the short knife rests on the left arm. Shoot him, the gun. The voice fell. A white light struck Nitro's figure instantly at a speed that was indistinguishable to the naked eye. But unfortunately, ding! Like the sound of iron objects intersecting, it came from Nitro's body. As a man who has tempered his body and will to the extreme. His body, the sharp gun cannot penetrate. Next moment, Yi took the opportunity to use a few restraints to limit his movements. One of the binding rods. Plug. The knight was kicked away in the distance. Nitro, who hasn't stopped, is bound by a nameless force. Ho tilde. This ability is interesting. As an old antique who doesn't know how many years he has lived, he has never seen any abilities in the world. But Yi's ability to use it without preparation, just by casually speaking, really opened his eyes. Yi's performance did not stop. He wanted to know how many bonds Nitro, as a monster, could break free. The fourth way of bonding, gray rope. A golden light rope appeared on Yi's hand. The next moment, he lashed away in the direction of Nitro. The speed is very fast, almost instantaneously. Even Nitro, who had prepared in advance in his heart, was shocked by this speed. Ignore the golden light rope that binds you. Instead, he looked at Yi. Seeing that his expression is still the same, there is no such thing as too much consumption. In Nitro's heart, he didn't know what to think. The ninth strike of the Tao. A red spiritual beam suddenly appeared on Nitro, reinforcing his restraint. Right hand out of thin air 3 o'clock. 3 huge beak-shaped beams were drawn in the air. 30 of binding Tao, the mouth flashes 3 times. 3 huge beak-shaped beams bound Nitro's arms and waist tightly. So far, all the binding paths that Yi has mastered so far have been used on Nitro's body. During this period, Nitro quietly watched Yi release. There is no meaning to interrupt. Is that all? The old man broke free and showed you. Lying on the ground, Nitro's voice became ethereal. Night jumped. An ominous foreboding emerged. The left hand is concentrated. A diamond-shaped mirror appeared in Yi's hand. After a few seconds, a huge and brilliant Guanyin statue radiating golden light stands on the grassland. Yi-Chan, this is the ability of the old man, 100-style Guanyin. The bondage on Nitro was at the moment of using the ability. He was shattered by the courageous thoughts on his body. As a reward for pleasing me, let you see the peak of reading. Say it. Nitro closed his eyes and put his hands together slowly. No, it's just because the speed is too fast, leaving a phantom. Next moment, Nitro's gesture changed. At the same time, the Baishi Guanyin behind him moved. One way. A hand knife, at the moment Yi saw Guanyin's hands. It has already hacked into Yi's body. Boom tilde. Like an earthquake, the grassland shook violently. At the place where Yi was standing, a knife-mark-shaped pit of dozens of meters appeared out of thin air. In the mud splash, Nitro lifted the 100 styles of Avalokitesfera. The ball game is over. Yi's figure lay helplessly in the pit. Under Nitro's 100-style Avalokitesfera, he didn't even have the ability to resist. The whole person was paralyzed on the ground, and all the energy and physical strength were exhausted. Even the Reiatsu, before the attack came, all released the circle gate fan. The 39th bondage to resist. Unfortunately. Even so, Yi still did not resist Nitro's attack. Between confusions, Yi vaguely saw Nitro's figure and crouched down in front of him. Yaiki-chan, the direction you should strive for should not be a breakthrough in the body and mind, but more, it should be the pursuit of how to learn to be calm. Hearing this, Yi's eyes could no longer hold on. Ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde ho tilde. Looking at Yi, who fainted from exhaustion, Nitro let out a satisfied laugh. In the game of Yaiki, although he appeared relaxed, our endless Wang Jiao attacks at night, as well as the elusive binding ability. It gave him some headaches. Bend over to pick up Yi, who was lying in the pit. Turn around and walk in the direction of the airship. Yi did not know. When Nitro left, he couldn't help rubbing the muscles in his chest. It suddenly became red and swollen. 3 days later, Yi left the hospital under the association's name. After the battle with Nitro, his body was slightly damaged. Ben didn't have to go to the hospital for treatment. But Yi was in a coma at the time, which caught the bean noodles a little by surprise. Under his arrangement, Yi was admitted to the VIP ward. After 3 days of treatment, the injury recovered well. It's just that before Yi came in, the bean noodles man once gave him a card. There is a phone number on the card. I hope Yi will contact each other after his body recovers. Chapter 68_. Leave the hospital. Yi walked towards the hotel where he was staying. The smell of disinfectant in the hospital is not uncomfortable. Stayed for 3 days in a row. Yi's body inevitably got some contamination. The existence of this smell makes Yi consciously disgusted. Of course, it's not that I hate the smell of disinfectant. It's just that as a killer, the smell on his body is too strong, which will reveal his own existence. Go back to the hotel room and walk towards the bathroom. As a hotel where Yi lives, it has all the equipment. After a simple rinse, Yi was lying on the bed and took the card given by the bean noodles man in his hand again to observe. Yi didn't know whose card belonged to the bean noodle man. What is its purpose, whether it is beneficial or harmful to itself? Look at the phone on the card for a few seconds. He got up at night, picked up his mobile phone and dialed the number stored on it. Drip. The first time I called, no one answered. Hang up. Dial the number again. Since the bean noodles man handed the card to Yi, it was definitely not without reason. 2. Although the number of people seeing each other is small, it is considered a friendly relationship. He had no reason to tease Yi. Drip. The second time I dialed, just when Yi was about to hang up, the other side connected the phone. Hey, I'm Cheeto Yorkshire, what's the matter? It was a woman who answered the phone. The sound is steady. Yi was impressed by the name Cheeto Yorkshire. The 1-Star Hunter Award ceremony a few days ago. It was she and another 12 who gave the other 2 hunters the honors. I'm Yi. Just saying the name is enough. The cold voice reached the other party's ears through the phone. If the other party is looking for him for something, naturally he has a certain understanding of Yi. I see, the next content is not convenient to disclose on the phone. I don't know if you have time to interview me. Time, place. 4 p.m., Nicole-themed coffee near the association, UC. Okay, I'll be on time. Arrive. The phone was hung up overnight. Throwing the phone aside, Yi lay back on the bed. Recalling what Nitro said in front of him 3 days ago. It should no longer be a breakthrough of the body and thoughts, but the pursuit of peace. Yi kept thinking about the meaning of this sentence in the hospital. After Nitro reached the limit of his body and mind, he ran to the snowy mountain and shook his fist with a grateful heart. Have you seen my current situation and guided me in the next stage of my practice? Physical training, Yi never stopped. But recently, there has been no growth. It must have reached the limit of the current age. At this time, Yi was only 15 years old. The body is still in the stage of development, and the strength should also be in the period of rapid rise. But the physical changes, Yi has not felt for a long time. Even the height has stopped at 1.7 meters, and did not continue to grow. For this change, Yaiki thought it was the influence of the inheritance of Ichimaru Jin. The god of death, after all, is a creature of the longevity species. The stronger the Reiatsu, the longer the growth cycle required. Even Ichimaru Jin has lived in Jingling Garden for hundreds of years, and his physical age is about 20 years old. Nitro's words changed Yi's thoughts. The body has its limits. Although this body is extremely talented, age limits my development. Gradually, Yi understood the meaning of Nitro's words. The next few months, no, even years. Yi's body may not be able to continue to get stronger. Mindfulness is the breath of life in the human body. Now that the body has stopped getting stronger, the mind has naturally stopped growing. In such a situation that it cannot continue to become stronger. Skill and will have become the breakthrough point. Nitro's choice is to keep punching. After years of punching, the skills have been imprinted in the soul. At the same time as the will is punching, it has also been tempered. This is the avenue he found by himself when facing physical limitations. When I found out that I had a younger generation who was as troubled as I once was. Take advantage of the fact that the road has not gone astray, and generously inform you of the precious experience. Such experience, among those schools or families, can already be used as a secret for centuries. Nitro taught it so easily, and he really called it the title of the last Grandmaster. Unfortunately, Yoichi is different from ordinary able-bodied people. With a dimensional inheritance system, he is destined to grow differently from ordinary people. Nitro's path is not for him. Between psychic and spiritual pressure. Innately there is a level difference. The reason why Yi has been honing his mindfulness skills is more to pave the way for the future. Although there is a level gap between psychic and Reiatsu. But in Yi's view, it is precisely because of the difference in level between the two that makes Nianqi more operational. Just like the Earthlings of the Dragon Ball world, compared to the Saiyans of planet Vegeta. The former is physically weak and lacks energy. Under such conditions, in order to maximize the use of Qi, the Earthlings developed various combat techniques. The latter has a strong body and abundant energy. But because of this, they ignored the development of skills and fought only by instinct. Although this example is not appropriate. But this is the idea of the knight. The abilities inherited from the current system did not provide Yi with strong combat power. A spiritual pressure of 500 points is only equivalent to the strength of 10 officers. Top 50 Ghost Roads. Students at the True Spiritual Arts Academy can learn. But this is only the early stage of the God of Death. When the strength enters the captain level, the combat power will double. When Yi unlocked the inheritance to the captain level, it was when he converted his psychic energy back to spiritual pressure. Based on various application skills learned from reading. Carry out inferences. Makes the transformed Reiatsu more suitable for battle. Lying in bed, the knight's plans for the future have been very detailed. What he needs to do next is to continue to explore how to use Nian, and to further advance the progress of inheritance unlocking. Chapter 69 3:30 p.m. Yi left the hotel and headed for the so-called Nicole-themed coffee. Although it was the first time to go to the so-called Nicole-themed coffee. With mobile phone navigation, you won't get lost. Enter the cafe. What he saw was the familiar figure. Long green hair. Wearing dog-ear decorations on the head. Its height is not high, giving a scholar's atmosphere. The two agreed, the time is exactly 1600. But apparently neither of them are like pinch types. I ordered a cup of coffee and found a place not too far away to wait. Judging from the way Cheeto Yorkshire was crawling on the table, she should be working. Yi Yi did not go directly to disturb. He just let out a trace of his thoughts. Express his arrival. 25 minutes later. Cheeto Yorkshire stopped what she was doing and packed some documents into the briefcase she carried with her. Get up and walk in the direction of the night. During this time, Yi Yi did not sit dryly. Leaning on the sofa, stretched out a finger. Above is an ever-changing pattern. Cheeto Yorkshire walked up to Yi Yi, and what she saw was the picture of herself and Yi Yi constantly fighting. His face turned red. Mr. Yi Yi, this is... Looking at the still fighting picture, Cheeto Yorkshire couldn't help but ask Yi Yi. Nothing. The cold voice eased a bit of embarrassment. I'm sorry that Yi Yi didn't get caught by the owner of the chanting pattern. As a killer, he is just habitually simulating battles in his mind based on his physical appearance, breathing, and footsteps. In this way, you can master the skill of reciting and use it, and you can also be prepared in the event of an accident. Yorkshire saw Yi Yi and did not intend to explain. He also gave up the idea of continuing to ask. She still has a commission to ask Yi Yi to complete. If you offend Yi Yi for this, it will be more than worth the loss. As a member of the 12 earthly branches, she sees these things more clearly. Mr. Yi Yi, I want to go into the box to discuss the next matters. For this, Yi Yi did not refuse. In the year as a killer, he has encountered all kinds of employers. Naturally, I have also encountered employers who do not want outsiders to know the content of the entrustment. Got up and followed Cheeto Yorkshire and walked towards the box she booked in advance. Enter the box. Cheeto Yorkshire wasn't in a hurry to state her purpose. Leisurely ordered a new cup of coffee, and made a gesture to help Yi Yi together. Yi Yi did not refuse. She is not in a hurry, and Yi Yi is naturally not in a hurry. Quite a while. After the coffee was finished, Cheeto Yorkshire talked about the reason why she found Yi Yi. President Nitro once told me your information, saying that you are a powerful and trustworthy killer. But after all, you are a hunter who just passed the test this year, and I don't know your information. I didn't believe President Nitro's evaluation of you until I got the battle data between you and the president. I doubted your strength before, I apologize for that. After that, he bowed slightly to express his apology to Yi Yi. As the mind of the 12 earthly branches, Cheeto Yorkshire's fighting ability is not strong. What's really scary is her ability to organize and plan. Yi Yi listened quietly, not caring about her contempt. I have a request that I would like to trouble Mr. Yike to help solve. As she said that, she took out a document from her briefcase and headed towards Yi Yi. Taking over the information directly, Yi Yi was not afraid of what she would do with the information. Look at the data carefully. There are a total of 12 elders in Meteor Street, who correspond to the managers of the 12 districts. Among them, the 6th and 7th partitions. These are the two most central areas of Meteor Street. Therefore, the accumulation of garbage and the level of pollution are almost non-existent here. Among the elders, only the two most powerful elders are qualified to take charge of these two divisions. Residents of Meteor Street in other areas are naturally envious of the living environment here. But the living area in both areas is limited. If you want to live here, you must solve an aboriginal by your own strength and get the right to live here again. Flowers. After thousands of years of grievance accumulation, flesh and blood supply. At the junction of the two districts, a magical plant called blood vine grows. Although this plant is called blood vine, but its function is the world's top healing medicine. With only half a vine, the dying person can be rescued, and the power of the ability person can be greatly increased. A vine with such an effect is naturally extremely difficult to grow. Every 100 years of accumulation, a blood vine grows. Since records began, blood vines have grown 12 times. The last time the blood vine matured was in August 1899. 100 years ago. Quite a while. 0. Putting down the information, Yi closed his eyes and thought. Meteor Street, as the world's garbage dump. I don't know how many criminal gangs are exported to the outside world. Most of the members of the famous Phantom Troupe came out of Meteor Street. Even the owner of Yi's body was selected and taken away from the Meteor Street by the killer organization. Go to such a place and compete for a blood vine that I don't know if I can grab it. Yi felt that there was not much hope. But I have accepted this commission, but I cannot guarantee that I will bring Shui Teng back. What Yi saw at night was not the commission of blood vine. Rather, it is those capable people who may encounter during the execution of this commission. As a blood vine that is only born once in 100 years. Although the information did not explain how tragic the competition for blood vines was in the past. But it will never be easy. Seeing Yi accepting the commission, Cheeto Yorkshire showed a satisfied smile. For this commission, I am willing to pay 50 billion ren as a reward. Just to declare first, I am not the only one entrusting you. In this regard, Yi said that he can understand. But understanding comes to understanding, if when competing for blood vines, there is a conflict with Yi. Yi didn't mind cutting him off. The other side. Dry Mountain. The commission of 50 billion ren. Father, do you have time? Ilmi took the phone and asked Shiba beside him. Son. Chapter 70_. A week later. Yi came out of the airship crew center. From Meteor Street, there are at least 3 or 4 days voyage. However, they were not willing to go to the airships around Meteor Street. It seems to be centered on Meteor Street, forming a no-fly zone. Only certain airships can enter the area of Meteor Street. These so-called specific airships are those that dump garbage. Yi looked at his hands. Could it be that he had to rely on Reiatsu to fly all the way to Meteor Street? After thinking for a long time, Yi chose to give up. There is no regime state near Meteor Street. This means that when he enters the vicinity of Meteor Street, he may encounter all kinds of enemies. Long-time flight, the consumption of Reiatsu is too high and it is not a good choice. Helpless, he left the airship crew center at 087. Go towards the train station. Although the train cannot go directly to the surrounding area of Meteor Street, at least it is a means of transportation that can move towards Meteor Street. Entering the station, I bought a train ticket to Adai County with scraps of Jenny. According to sources inside the killer group, there is a black car going to Meteor Street in Yidai County. As long as you pay enough ringtones, you will be able to send you into the range of Meteor Street. Because the surrounding cities of Yidai County are not developed. The train to Yidai County has no sleeper. In the car, Yi sat by the window, looking at the scenery outside the car window boringly. When he came to this world, he was considered to have taken a variety of means of transportation. But only sitting on the bunk, he didn't think of it. At this moment, it seemed to return to the time before the time travel. The child who left his hometown sat on the bunk and went to school. The surroundings are so unfamiliar. The train to Yidai County is about to depart. Passengers, please check your luggage, carry on bags, etc. Accompanied by the voice of the flight attendant in the broadcast. A pair of young men and women held the tickets in their hands and looked up from time to time to compare the seat numbers. Finally, he stopped at the position beside Yi. After comparing the tickets, I sat on the opposite seat at night. The two of them closed their eyes and fell asleep. Thinking he was asleep, he deliberately lowered his voice. Terry, you said that when you go to your house this time, will your mother agree to the matter between us? I'm really worried. The woman held the hand of her male companion, her expression showing concern. Don't worry, Elise, my mother is very talkative, and she will never refuse us two things. Facing her partner's concerns, a man named Terry comforted her. Yi faced the dog food package and closed his ears with his thoughts. 10 minutes later. The train is about to depart. In the last 10 seconds, a young girl hurriedly checked the ticket and boarded the train. After a while, the figure who just got into the car in a hurry came to Yi's side. Put your backpack on the frame above Yi's head. Yi-But sat down next to Yi. He was gasping for breath. The young men and women sitting across from them couldn't help but look at the girl in a hurry. I'm sorry, I went out to help Grandma Lewis next door to cross the road today, so I almost missed the car. Seeing the two people sitting across from you, looking at yourself like this. The girl apologized a little embarrassedly. Obviously, she also knew that she was in such a hurry and disturbed the surrounding passengers. The young men and women shook their heads, indicating that they did not mind. He just stretched out his hand and pointed in Yi's direction, telling her to pay attention not to disturb Yi. Only then did this girl realize that Yi next to her seemed to be resting. He gestured okay to the two of them to show that he understood. It's just that the girl didn't know, the moment she sat next to Yi. She leaked a lot of information. Those who read ability. In order to restore the disordered breath, the girl deliberately used absolute. After an hour, Yi listened to the whispers of the two girls opposite, not knowing what to say. A young man and woman who were sitting together just now. The positions have been swapped. The man moved to Yi's side to facilitate the conversation between the two girls. Under the close conversation between the two, Yi had no intention of closing his eyes and falling asleep. Pick up the phone and start looking at the latest messages from the killer group. The two girls on the opposite side thought it was the two who woke up Yi, so they were embarrassed to continue talking. Night is coming soon. Because it is hard to sit, everyone can only sit and sleep. Most of the body is covered with clothes in the backpack to keep out the cold. The three people beside Yi did the same. Another few hours passed. The train passes over a bridge. Yi, who closed his eyes for a nap, suddenly opened his eyes. After driving into this bridge, a faint sense of crisis poured into his heart. This feeling, as if someone is releasing killing intent. But it wasn't intended to target Yi himself. So there is a slight sense of crisis. Reiatsu subconsciously spreads around, and the situation within a 2-kilometer radius is fully perceived by Yi. On a hillside a kilometer away, there is a sniper rifle mounted on the hillside. Perceived by killing intent. The object he aimed at was the girl who got on the bus last. Damn. Inexplicably encountering an enemy, the night pair refreshed the perception of the safety of the hunter world at one time. A slap slapped the girl opposite to wake up. Boom. Didn't have time to remind. The sniper rifle in the distance was already firing. At this moment, the girl still looked at Yi with a dazed expression. Have no choice. In order to prevent the blood from splashing all over himself, Yi pulled the girl in front of him. Next moment. The bullet went through the window and hit the girl's seat just now. Wait, what happened? The girl panicked and wanted to push herself away from Yi's arms. Shut up. But at this moment, Yi, how could he be in the mood to pay attention to her? The cold voice made the girl instantly quiet. In Reiatsu perception, the sniper once again aimed at the train. Judging from his posture, he continued to attack until he could deal with this girl. Faced with this situation, Yi made a hand knife and completely flattened the half-smashed window on the carriage. Next moment. The girl, who had just regained her composure, found herself thrown out of the train. Thankfully, the train just passed the bridge. She did not fall into the river next to her. Chapter 71_. The next day. Yi was woken up by a loud scream. The pair of young men and women looked at the bullet holes in the opposite side of the night with a frightened expression on their faces. They couldn't understand what was going on. Yesterday's girl mysteriously disappeared, and the window next to Yi Yi was shattered with a big hole. It's all a little too magical for them. The exclamations of the two quickly attracted the flight attendants. Faced with this situation, they were also a little overwhelmed. I can only inquire about the situation from the people around me, trying to get some information. As a passenger by the window, Yi Yi was naturally the first to be questioned. Face inquiries. Yi Yi showed his hunter license, indicating that the matter has been resolved and there is no need to make a fuss. That's what happened. The young couple found the flight attendant to replace them with new seats. The passengers in the same carriage also followed their actions and switched to other carriages. Since then, Yi Yi's side has become a restricted area. 14. For such a situation, Yi Yi was naturally happy to see him. At least for the next few days, no one will continue to disturb him. 2 days later, the train slowly arrived at Yidai County. He got up at night and walked out of the station. Just after getting off the train and walking only 10 meters to the exit, a flight attendant chased after him. First, sir, wait a minute, your bag has fallen. Looking at the flight attendants who were a little lethargic because of the trot all the way, Yi Yi frowned slightly. From a mere 10 meters away, I was panting like this. And this pink girlish color obviously doesn't match her figure. I just wanted to speak, indicating that this bag is not my own. On the side of the train, a male flight attendant came out and called the flight attendant. Marcia, the train conductor is looking for you, Tilda. The flight attendant who came to deliver the bag, heard that he had something to do with him, and threw the bag to Yi Yi apologetically. Turn around and run towards the train again. There was only one person left, Yaiki holding a pink bag alone. This moment, the air seemed to be a lot quieter. Looking at the pink bag in his hand, Yi Yi frowned. Just wanted to throw it in the nearby trash can. Can take a few steps. Yi Yi noticed something was wrong. A strange and dark aura eroded towards Yi Yi from the bag. If the person holding the bag was an ordinary person, it would have been eroded by this breath at this moment. There seems to be an explanation for the strange performance of the flight attendant just now. Changed his mind and put the bag in his hand at night. Go back to the station exit. One night, I found a hotel and opened a room. Open the pink bag to see what's inside. Because it is just an ordinary bag, and there is no password. The bag was opened, and there were some girls' clothes, cosmetics and some daily necessities inside. Yi Yi didn't think that this was the only thing in the bag. Reach out and take out the clothes and other items in the bag and put them aside. A photo framed by a photo frame, pressed under the clothes. A girl killed by a sniper. Looking at the people in the photo, Yi Yi's expression didn't change at all. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what he did at the time. This sudden change. Whether it's for Yi Yi or the other passengers on the train. Nothing to do with them. If you are involved in the riot because of this, it can be said to be a disaster. At the critical moment, the source of the disaster will be solved. Arguably the quickest solution. And as a person with telekinesis, falling from the train in a mere amount is not enough to kill her. She even had to thank Yi Yi for saving her life. If Yi Yi hadn't saved her life before the first shot, she wouldn't even have a chance of being thrown out of the car window. At least if she was thrown out of the car window, she still had a chance of surviving. Take the photo out and turn the bag over again. That spooky, dark air doesn't emanate from this photo. Yi Yi can feel that this breath is still in the bag. After a while, in the mezzanine of the backpack, Yi Yi found a piece of paper. To be precise, it should be a piece of paper with musical scores written on it. Yi Yi took a serious look. Unfortunately, for music, Yi Yi did not get involved. In terms of representation, it is no different from a normal sheet music. However, a strange and dark aura emanated from it from time to time. Looking at this sheet music, Yi Yi remembered the woman he met half a month ago, Melody. It was the home of the Nuthra family at the time. Together with Kurapika, He faced Yiki's murderous aura that materialized, and managed to hold on until he regained his murderous aura. This is especially exaggerated for a person whose ability is not outstanding. Put away the sheet music in front of you and put it back into the mezzanine of the pink backpack. The owner of this backpack may have some background. Thinking of the girl who was thrown out of the train by himself, Yiki decided not to throw the backpack away. Intuition tells him that the two will meet again. Leave the hotel and head towards the market. Go. After some purchases, Yi completely changed her outfit. The black suit on his body was replaced by a black sports suit at this moment. The black top hat that has been worn on the top of the head all the year round has also been replaced by a peaked cap of the same color. The waist-length silver hair was simply groomed and stuffed into the clothes. Although the color of the clothes has not changed. But after changing the suit to sportswear, Yi didn't feel as sharp as before. Suppress the breath on the body to be no different from ordinary people. At the moment of the night, it is like a student who goes out to play. It's impossible to associate him with a killer at all. The disguise is complete. The pink backpack was also hidden by Yi in a place that only he knew. After completing this commission, he was going to take out the backpack. Go to the location that is in good contact with the black car. Because it is based on the information within the organization. There is no such thing as a popular shop bullying link. Paying 500,000 yuan as a reward, Yi and 4 big men successfully got on the black car to Meteor Street. In order to avoid being checked, this car is usually used as a tour guide to receive tourists. Yi's dress up, crowded among a group of tourists, is not abrupt. Chapter 72_. The black car heading for Meteor Street did not run straight towards Meteor Street. There will be a car of tourists on the way. Stop and go. For this, Yi didn't care. On the contrary, he even admired the cautious attitude of the black car owner. Did anyone else take this car to Meteor Street? This, he doesn't care. But as long as he goes to Meteor Street this time, the black car can't have an accident. If there are people who don't have eyes, Yi doesn't mind cutting a few people. Time is passing little by little. The black car that stopped and went all the way, once again stopped next to a desert. Facing the doubts of those tourists, the driver of the black car just smiled, expressing that he was a little anxious. Then he walked out of the car. Just when he left, he gave a faint wink in the direction of Yi and the others. Seeing this, the 4 big men on the side also left the car. Obviously, this short trip for Yi and a few people ended here. Get off with the big man. The driver of the black car in the distance was releasing water. But his voice was inexplicably passed into the ears of several people in the night. The end of this desert is the border of the 12th district of Meteor Street. Just a single prompt, and then there is no sound. The big men next to Yi still look the same, obviously very familiar with this road. Maybe it's an old customer of the black car driver. But relative to these, Yi's attention was on the driver of the black car. Capable. This was Yi's first reaction when he heard his voice transmission. But after careful induction, he found that the fluctuation of his thoughts was no different from that of ordinary people. As for whether it is absolute or hidden, this remains to be verified. But an ordinary black car driver is unlikely to be a strong man who cannot be detected overnight. Innate ability. This is the only reason Yi can think of. After clearing his mind, Yi returned his attention to the desert. Ignoring the black car that was getting away, Yi followed a few big men and walked towards the desert. The few people in front of them obviously often walked down this road, and following them would help Yi Yishao take a lot of detours. For Yi's follow, the 4 big men looked at each other for a moment. Seems to be discussing how to solve it. One of the big men shook his head at the people around him. It seems to be signaling to ignore it. Being able to enter and exit Meteor Street many times, he naturally has his own skills. Although Yi looks like a student at this moment, he has the courage to go to Meteor Street alone, and he obviously has his own confidence. This desert can be said to have entered the scope of Meteor Street. It's not in their interest to do something for an existence that doesn't know the details. Therefore, several people ignored Yi, who was following behind them, and continued to follow the route they remembered. 10 hours later. The sky is getting dark. Several people were still walking in the desert and had no intention of staying. Desert night, very cold. It's so cold that normal humans can't stand it. This, even in Hunter World, cannot be avoided. But the big men who led the way in front of Yi continued to walk forward. Apparently they weren't worried about the cold in the desert at night. There are two possibilities. 1. The four are powerful and can withstand the cold of the desert night by their own abilities. 2. Meteor Street is not far from here, and before the cold comes, there is enough time for them to arrive at Meteor Street. According to Yi's perception, the possibility of the former is not very big. Thinking of this, Yi habitually pressed down the peaked cap above his head. Continue to follow in the footsteps of the four. Gradually. It seems that some buildings can be seen in the distance. The four people leading the way in front of them seem to have lightened their footsteps. Yi and the four parted ways, changing directions and moving on. Compared with the four people who need to sneak into Meteor Street, Yi doesn't need so much trouble. As a resident of Meteor Street who is rooted in Miaohong, he naturally wants to make good use of this identity. 10 minutes later, according to Rei's perception, Yi arrived at the entrance of the 12th district of Meteor Street. There are heavy guards here, and no suspicious characters are allowed in or out. It is also responsible for supervising those garbage trucks entering District 12 during the day, checking for compliance with Meteor Street emission standards. Experienced drivers usually accidentally drop some knuckles, or other living goods, while they are checking. Crunch, crunch. Before entering the entrance, Yi met the inspection team sent by Meteor Street. This was the first time he had seen such a sophisticated, armed force. 7 people, their equipment has been armed to the teeth. The machine guns, which far surpass the outside world's firearms technology for many years, were carried behind their backs at will. Although the breath of life flowing in his body is not as good as the ability after opening, it is several times stronger than ordinary people. Quote. Who are you? The 7-person patrol team immediately surrounded Yi after seeing Yi, and the machine guns behind them were also aimed at Yi. One of the patrolmen questioned Yi in the dialect of Meteor Street. Don't make a fuss, I'm just going home. Faced with being surrounded by several people, Yi did not panic at all. Using the dialect deep in his memory, he expressed his identity. Although Yi's predecessor lived in the 3rd district, the way of speaking is the same. Hear the dialect in Yi's mouth. The 7 looked at each other, and then put down their weapons. In Meteor Street, every year, I don't know how many talents are sent out, or they leave voluntarily. For this situation, Meteor Street naturally has its own set of ways to deal with it. After all, it is possible to leave the Meteor Street, whether it is to send out, or to leave voluntarily. It itself means that they have enough strength. If these people develop well in the outside world, Meteor Street doesn't mind the cooperation between the two parties. Since it's going home, I don't know if I brought something back with me. But there is one thing, Meteor Street only respects the strong. The guns put down by the patrols were raised towards Yi together. Faced with a situation where the atmosphere has changed, the corners of Yi's mouth rose slightly. Of course, for you compatriots, of course I bring good things. The voice fell, and the substantive murderous aura erupted instantly. Chapter 73 _ The night pair of these ordinary patrolmen did not want to spend too much time. A simple murderous shock has already made them incapacitated. Clap tilde clap tilde clap tilde. The figures of these patrolmen fell one by one towards the ground. Leaving from the pile of corpses lying on the patrol, continued to walk towards the entrance. Arriving at the city gate, Yi saw two giant metal gates, lined up side by side. Controls access to and from the outside world. Several beams of lights illuminated Yi from the lighthouse on the side. At the same time, someone asked Yi's identity from the loudspeaker. Outlander, get out of here, or die. This sentence is a warning issued in the common language of the hunter world. To this, Yi still responded in Meteor Street dialect. Go home and open the door. The voice is cold, in line with the temperament of Meteor Street. At the same time, because he didn't want to be entangled in this place too much, an evil thought spread out to the surroundings. In the memory of Yi's predecessor, the important task of guarding the city gate is not limited to ordinary people. The ability to read is also standard. Whether it's to show the strength of Meteor Street to the outside world, or to deter those guys who don't know what to do. To guard the gates, there must be one accompanied by those who are capable of notion. Hearing Yi's Meteor Street dialect, the doors slowly opened. A strong man about 2 meters tall was already waiting for Yi in advance. My lord, I don't know if you are returning to Star Street. Are you doing business or looking for someone? Judging from the breath of the strong man, he is the one who is responsible for guarding the gate tonight. It's just that he is about 2 meters tall. At this moment, he respectfully speaks to Yi, which seems very inconsistent. Do business, arrange a place for me, and I will go to see the elders tomorrow. Yi was not surprised by the attitude of the strong man. In Meteor Street, the stronger is the bigger. As long as the strength is strong enough, even if Yi kills this strong man on the spot, no one will say a word. Hearing Yi's request, the strong man was a little embarrassed. As a capable person, it was easy for him to arrange a place for Yi. But it is the latter that is difficult. As a capable person, he was arranged to come to see the gate. Obviously, his status in Meteor Street is not high. With his status, let alone let Yi go to see the elder. Even he himself had never seen what the elder looked like. If you can't arrange it, ask someone above you to arrange it. I think there will always be someone who can handle this, right? At the same time, Yi's 1-star hunter license. He was handed to this strong man by Yi Xiang. Show them this card and they will naturally decide whether to meet me or not. Is it safe to hand them a hunter license? Yi didn't worry about that. At the moment of handing it over, Yi had already attached his own thoughts to it. As long as the license does not leave the 12th zone, Yi was able to find it with his own attached thoughts. After taking over the license, the strong man's face changed again. Even more respect for Yi. He personally led Yi to a relatively clean house. This one is relatively clean, just for Meteor Street. From the outside, there are several black pigments on the surface of the house. There was a big hole in the wall, which was simply blocked with some debris. Inside the house, it's fine. A wooden bed that appears to be collapsing to rest. After bringing the knight, the strong man left in a hurry. He needs to report this matter layer by layer. Yi didn't care about the strong man's departure. Take off your sportswear, spread it on a wooden bed, and meditate on the sportswear instead of sleeping. Although it is in the true sense of coming to Meteor Street. But the vigilance in his memory made him unable to sleep peacefully in such an environment. Meditation is the best way to rest right now. The next day. It was still dark, and the hard work of the residents of Meteor Street had already begun. Bang tilde bang tilde bang tilde. Several young figures were fighting on the street for a piece of bread that had been dug out of a garbage heap. Most of the industrious residents of Meteor Street are rummaging through the rubbish for food when they dump the rubbish on Meteor Street in the middle of the night. And one of the young children, after rummaging through countless garbage, finally found a moldy piece of bread that can satisfy my stomach. Although it is full of moldy tissue, it is already a rare food for the residents of Meteor Street. Unfortunately, when he was in a hurry to return to his shelter, this figure was intercepted by several gangs who were ambushing and grabbing food in advance. That's why they fought so hard. Disturbed by the noise, Yi withdrew from meditation. Looking at the figure who was still fighting in the distance, a killing intent emanated from the little gang. In an instant, the few people who were just above them killed immediately. Fresh blood flows on the land of Meteor Street. The young boy who took back the bread glanced in Yiki's direction. Then he left quickly, for fear that he was being targeted by others. The noisy environment is quiet again. But Yi had no intention of entering the house. In his perception, the hunter's license marked with his own breath is walking in his direction. Apparently, what happened yesterday has come to an end. Soon. Yesterday, the familiar strong man brought a woman to Yi. "Sir, your hunter license." The strong man bowed and handed the license with both hands. In the face of existence like Yi, he did not dare to slack off in the slightest. In this regard, Yi is just casually taking the license and putting it in his pocket. The strong man chose to leave immediately after handing over the card. His boss specially warned him to reduce his contact with Yi. And Yi's attention was always on the women who followed the strong man. Compared with most women in Meteor Street, they look yellow and thin because of hunger. The complexion is white, tender and smooth, and the skin is full of moisture. Obviously, her status is not ordinary in Meteor Street. "Mr. Yi, I'm Hetty, the secretary of Elder Ornians, and I will be in charge of the next matters." Briefly introducing herself, the woman expressed her identity. Onions is the elder of the 12th district of Meteor Street. "Lord O'Neill asked me to take you to his mansion for an interview. I wonder if you want to see it." Hetty's attitude revealed a lot of information at this moment. Chapter 74 Yi looked at Heidi, judging from her attitude. The elders of the 12th district are likely to be afraid of Yi's identity, or want to win over. A hunter license is not difficult for Meteor Street to obtain. But the one-star hunter is different. Only hunters who have made great achievements in a certain field can get the award of one-star hunter tilde. Those who can achieve this, either have strong personal strength, or have a deep understanding of a certain field. For the elders of these 12 districts, no matter what condition Yi meets, could be of great benefit to him. It might even help him gain control of the 6th, or 7th district of Meteor Street. There is no incompetent person who can be a leader in a chaotic place like Meteor Street. Go to the elders' mansion for an interview, I agree. Interview with the elders in person, and I had this plan early in the night. Hearing that Yi agreed to go to the elders' mansion, the female secretary named Heidi turned around and led the way. As the elders' secretary, she was responsible for no less than the bean noodles of the Hunter Association. After the reception, she has to continue to deal with work problems, and there is not much time to waste. Because of its special location, Meteor Street is mostly made up of mountains of garbage. Only a small part of the area is habitable. Therefore, the mode of transportation here is mainly walking on 2 feet. Only the elder and his subordinates have the conditions to ride the car. But even so, it is not possible to travel by car everywhere. This area where the night is arranged, although the environment is relatively good. But there are no wide roads for cars to travel. Therefore, the two walked out for nearly 10 minutes before arriving at the car Hetty was in. Got into the car. Yi's eyes were cast out the window. When I arrived at Meteor Street yesterday, it was already night. This made him not carefully observe the surrounding environment. Because the block planning of Meteor Street is almost the same, this allows him to recognize where he is even when he comes to District 12 for the first time. The periphery of the block of Meteor Street is surrounded by several mountains of garbage. Countless Meteor Street residents make a living from these garbage mountains. Fill your stomach by rummaging through mountains of junk for food. Or find other valuable items, go to the exchange office, and exchange these items for food. This is the way of life of ordinary residents of Meteor Street. The car kept driving. Gradually, the mountain of garbage became less and less, and the scale began to shrink. Yi knew that this was heading towards the main city. Mr. Yi, this is your first time in the 12th district. Hetty, who was sitting in the co-pilot position, couldn't help asking curiously when he saw Yi kept looking out of the window. The moment she got the news of Yi yesterday, she began to read the records of her life in Meteor Street before Yi. According to the information recorded in the internal circulation of Meteor Street, before being taken away by the killer organization, Yi never left the 3rd district where he was. No need to inquire, it's not a vendetta or a commission, it's cooperation. Inquiry to Hetty. Yi told her the desired result directly. The residents of Meteor Street are not as silly and sweet as the outside world. As long as you have the slightest mistake, they may eat you without leaving the slag. You know, human flesh is also food. Hearing Yi speak so directly, Haida's face was still full of respect. The fact that she was able to climb to where she is now also shows her ability. Okay, thank you for letting me know, Mr. Yiki. I ignored the thanks beside me. Just keep looking at the surrounding environment. After entering Meteor Street, his body subconsciously entered a state of vigilance. But the mind seems to be relaxed. The location of the Elder's mansion is a bit far, and the car continued to drive for an hour before I vaguely saw the so-called Elder's mansion. The car stopped at the gate of the mansion. The luxurious villa is reflected in the night, with advanced electronic doors at the door, small fountains and gardens in the courtyard. Let Yi have an illusion. As if he had left Meteor Street. Roll down the window so that the guard next to you can check. After the inspection was completed, the gate of the mansion slowly moved towards both sides. Get off the car and enter the main hall, where 2 rows of maids are waiting for dispatch. At the same time, in Yi's perception, there are still many people hidden around the mansion. 20 people with light ability. An old man in a housekeeper's uniform greeted him. He didn't shy away from Yi's existence, so he went directly to Haida's ear and said something. After a while, Hetty stepped aside, as if dealing with something difficult. The housekeeper, on the other hand, was going to take Yi to meet the so-called elders of the 12 districts. I'm sorry, I will take you to see the master next time, please come with me. Looking at the housekeeper who bowed slightly to him, Yi said that it doesn't matter. For him, as long as he can see the elder, it doesn't matter who leads the way. 0. The butler turned around and led Yi through a long corridor. Climb up to the 2nd floor. Finally, came to the door of a room. Knock tilde knock tilde knock tilde. The butler stepped forward and knocked on the door a few times. Come in. An old but majestic voice came from the room. Hearing the sound, the housekeeper helped Yi open the door. The room looks like an office in terms of layout. Behind the desk is an old man with gray hair but a particularly energetic look. Judging by the way he leaned against the leather seat with his feet on the table, he seemed to be in the midst of a peaceful silence. The arrival of Yi and the housekeeper broke his tranquility. Yi ignored his squinting eyes and walked straight to the desk. There, a chair has been prepared in advance. Lying down on the chair at will, Yi's posture was full of arrogance. In a chaotic place like Meteor Street, what is convergence does not exist. You are the only one who is stronger than everyone and crazy than everyone. Will get attention. The old man looked at Yi's presumptuous appearance, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. But more, it is the appreciation of Yi. I won't say more, the purpose of my coming to Meteor Street is to find a partner. No foreplay, no ink. Yi directly stated the purpose of this trip. Son. Chapter 75_. Hearing Yi so straightforwardly stated the purpose of this trip, the elder of the 12th district, Onions, with a strange light flashing in his eyes, seemed to be thinking about something. Quite a while. Interesting, you are the first person who directly proposed cooperation to me after meeting me. O'Neill put his foot down on the desk, and his expression changed from a casual look to a serious one. Yes, cooperation is naturally possible, but what qualifications do you have to cooperate with me? At this moment, O'Neill's tone was full of arrogance. As the elder in charge of the 12th district, he naturally has his own arrogance. Usually when others cooperate with him, they are all begging him and looking for him for benefits. But on Yi in front of him, it was cooperation when he opened his mouth directly. There is no foreshadowing at all. Onion's fingers tap the wooden table in front of him. Believe it or not, as long as I speak, you can't even get out of this door today. Although the lion is old, its edge still exists. At this moment, the elder's aura became cold and full of murderous aura. Of course, the elder didn't really want to solve Yi. The purpose of what he did was just to belittle Yi. Keep yourself in a higher position in future cooperation. Yi is a professional hunter who has won a 1-star award. This alone makes him qualified to discuss cooperation with him. But it doesn't matter whether Yi relies on his great strength, or whether he has made achievements in a certain field. In order to have a strong position in the next cooperation, this is all he must do. It can be said to be a conspiracy to talk. But, can he really threaten an existence like Yi? Boring. A colder voice came out than O'Neill. In the face of such words, Yi didn't want to pay attention. The intrigue of power is one of the things he is least good at. Qualification. Don't be kidding, I'm looking for you to cooperate, just to give you face. A wisp of killing intent pervaded O'Neill. The hidden abilities around have also appeared from the hidden places. All kinds of peculiar abilities are aimed at Yi. O'Neill took out a box of cigars from his desk indifferently. After cutting the top, he smoked leisurely. At the same time, he picked up a document from his desk and began to read it to Yi. Yi, a former resident of the 3rd district, has never returned to Meteor Street since he was taken away by the Assassin organization at the age of 11. Quote. At the age of 14, he passed the training and officially became a killer. About October 1998, mastered telepathy at the Sky Arena. In January 1999, passed the hunter test and officially became a hunter. In the same year, you were promoted to a 1-star hunter due to some merit. Almost all of Yi's information was read out by O'Neill. Obviously, before the night came, he had already made enough preparations. Being able to become a 1-star hunter in less than a year after mastering the reading is really good potential. Putting down the information in his hand, O'Neill's face showed a look of regret. When I saw your profile for the first time, I was convinced that you were an excellent killer, and at the same time a qualified subordinate. Unfortunately, your behavior is too arrogant. As the owner of the 12th district and a member of the Presbyterian Church, what I need is a dog that is obedient enough, not a poisonous snake like you that bites me back at any time. In the face of O'Neill's arrogant attitude, Knight smiled. Hey, these 20 or so people with the ability to think, are you what you call reliance? Calmly sit up straight. Yi ignored the group of capable people beside him and pressed his hands on the desk in front of him. The voice was cold and oppressive. Who gave you the illusion that these 20-odd masters of the 4 elements made you think they are strong? Yi's killing intent was like opening the gate. Substantial killing intent was centered on him and spread to the surroundings. In just an instant, O'Neill's huge office seemed to be stained red with blood. The smell of blood entered O'Neill's nasal cavity. The pupils of both eyes widened sharply. My throat can't stop rattling. The able people who surrounded Yi in the middle saw a hallucination. Between the oceans of blood, endless corpses struggle. Their relatives, father, mother, brother, sister, sister. And themselves. Everyone was struggling in this sea of blood. However, it didn't work. In the constant struggle, they not only did not escape from the sea of blood, on the contrary, they fell deeper and deeper. In the end, everyone was completely swallowed by this sea of blood. Reality. Yi got up from the chair, ignoring the demented people who surrounded him, and simply moved his body. He walked around the desk, came to O'Neill's side, and took back the murderous aura that was suppressing him alone. However, O'Neill still did not respond. His eyes were still so dull. Yi laughed at Yao Yao's head. He took the cigar that had just been lit from his fingers. Pressed the lit end against the back of his skinny hand. With the sound of sizzling, O'Neill's eyes gradually recovered. Quite a while. Yi took the cigar away, and a bright red mark appeared on O'Neill's hand. I am, still alive. The burning sensation on the back of his hand made O'Neill a little unbelievable. At this moment, the corners of his wrinkled eyes gradually became moist. Pain, this is the feeling of pain, I am still alive. The tone went from being unbelievable at the beginning to being full of surprises at the end. Just a few seconds passed. No one knew what kind of hallucination he had under Yi's killing intent. Now, do you think I am qualified to work with you? Yi's figure quietly sounded from his ear, like a whisper of a demon. O'Neill, only then did he recall the cause of what happened. He quickly raised his head and looked at the capable people under his command. The look of despair reappeared. More than 20 capable people under his command were wiped out at this moment. In O'Neill's mind, those terrifying images seemed to reappear. Chapter 76 _ Looking at the capable people who have been supporting them for many years, they stand in place like dementia. Hands trembling. O'Neill is not as sharp as before. What exists at the moment is just an elderly old man. Weakly fell to the seat behind him. Fortunately, for me, there is no difference in the outcome of working with anyone in the Presbyterian Church. It's really troublesome to leave the 12th district and find a new elder. Yi leaned over and looked down at O'Neill. The tone was still cold, but it made O'Neill's almost desperate heart burst into a glimmer of hope. That's why I took your life around you. After hearing this, O'Neill raised his head subconsciously. Of course, given your breach of trust this time, I need to be prepared. Saying that, Yi took out a strawberry-sized bomb from his pocket. Seeing this bomb, O'Neill's face that had just turned rosy became even paler. Sweet mourners. The name of the bomb was uttered at once. This made Yi look a little differently. Sweet 14 feet S mourner is a bomb developed within the organization. In research and development, the organization wants to make a bomb with a huge explosion range and terrifying power. After 2 years of research and development, I don't know how many unexpected products have been developed, but the envisioned bomb has not been successful. Sweet Mourners is the product of accidental research and development. Compared to other bombs, the usage conditions of Sweet Morning Announcer are a little more difficult. This is a bomb that can only be used by those with the ability to think. Inject a slight thought into it, and control its detonation switch. Whether it is an instant explosion or a delayed explosion, everything depends on the mood of the capable person. Don't worry at all, there will be cases where the bombs are diffused by others. Since you know it, I won't introduce it further. Hold the strawberry-sized bomb in front of O'Neill. Swallow it and I'll give you a chance to live. Yi's smile was like a devil in O'Neill's eyes at this moment. But in order to survive, he had to swallow the bomb in front of him. He knew that if he swallowed the bomb, he might still survive, but if he didn't swallow it, next year would be his death day. The strawberry-like sweet bomb was stuffed into O'Neill's mouth. The sweet smell made him want to lick it subconsciously. Don't lick or bite, it will explode. Gouda tilde. Yi's words, let him swallow the bomb subconsciously. After confirming that the bomb that Onion had swallowed was connected to himself, the corner of Yi's mouth twitched into a smile. Although there are some discrepancies with the planned cooperation, the current situation is undoubtedly more suitable for the next action. Slap tilde. With a snap of his fingers, the surrounding killing intent was completely absorbed by Yi. The stupid capable people around also gradually regained their consciousness. The person with the ability to regain consciousness recalled the terrifying picture in his memory, and his body trembled a little. But without exception, they tried to surround Yi Yi. Looking at the situation in front of him, Yi Yi was not in a hurry, he knew that someone would handle it perfectly. Stop it all for me. From today onwards, Lord Yi's status is the same as mine. O'Neill's eyes widened instantly. His tone returned to its former dignity. Although more than 20 capable people did not know why there was such a change, they all breathed a sigh of relief. See Lord Yi Yi. After saying hello, O'Neill dispersed them again. Looking at his trembling hands hidden behind him, Yi Yi's voice was full of jokes. In the beginning, I sincerely wanted to cooperate with you, but now this situation is all caused by you. Hearing Yi Yi's words, O'Neill was full of fear, but he didn't regret it. To climb to this position, he relied on countless annexations and destructions. It just failed this time. Okay, now that I can sit down and talk, I'll put forward my request. Now Yi Yi said it was a request, but for O'Neill, it was already an order. My purpose is very simple. I want the blood vine that appeared this time. Ignoring the shock on O'Neill's face, Yi Yi continued to speak. Of course, it seems a little embarrassing for you to get the blood vine as an elder. You can join other elders and think about the cost yourself. When he heard that Yi Yi's goal was blood vines, O'Neill's expression was already wrong. Hearing that he had to pay the price again, he subconsciously refused. No, we are all members of the Presbyterian Church and cannot be united. Hammering his hands on the desk in front of him, Onion's expression was a little grim. You seem to have forgotten who you are now. Watching O'Neill's performance, Yi Yi shook his head helplessly. This guy hasn't given up until now, and is inquiring about his bottom line. I'm not discussing with you, but an order to you. Of course, you can choose not to do it, but what will happen to the bomb in your belly, I don't know. While speaking, Yi Yi made an explosive gesture. O'Neill's face darkened even more. Quite a while. I understand, I will contact the elders in the 3rd and 5th districts, but I am not sure if it will be successful. Lie weakly on the seat behind him. O'Neill knew that he had been eaten to death by Yi Yi. In order to survive, he had to obey Yi Yi's request. Even this request may hurt his vitality. Smart guy. Yi Yi is very satisfied with his current performance. As a killer, it is very common to use everything that the employer can use in order to complete the commissioned use. It's just that the target of this use has changed from the ordinary people in the past to the elders of Meteor Street. Of course, for such a difficult request, I will not let you do it alone. 50 billion ringani, and I will give you 50 billion ringani after it's done. Yi Yi's voice was full of bewitchment. Big sticks and sweet dates, as a truth practiced by our ancestors, can be used anywhere. Even the hungry wolf in Meteor Street couldn't refuse. O'Neill's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 77_ Hunter World. When? July 23, 1999_ Location. District 12, Meteor Street. Characters. Elder O'Neill of District 12, Elder James of District 3, and Elder Rodney of District 5. Event. About the territorial competition meeting of the 6th and 7th districts. In order to complete the order that Yi Yi gave to him, Onion summoned 2 elders that he was familiar with. In order to compete for the territory of the 6th and 7th districts, he secretly designed a conspiracy involving the 5 areas of Meteor Street. The Elder James of the 3rd district, aged 34 years, is in his prime, and he values rights the most. But the 3rd district he is in charge of, among the 12 blocks of Meteor Street, is only average. Whether it is combat power, or resource allocation, or the environment. The 3rd district is not particularly outstanding. Therefore, the 34-year-old elder of the 3rd district has long planned to seize the control of the 6th district or the 7th district. In this way, he has become an elder who can rank among the top 3 in strength and power in Meteor Street. For this reason, he had secretly wooed the elder O'Neill of the 12th district, and asked him to ignore this incident when he acted. Facing the generous conditions given by the elders of the 3rd district, Onions naturally chose to agree. The 5th District Elders were the partners whom the 3rd District Elders had drawn. As Rodney in District 5, he is naturally familiar with the superior environment of District 6 and District 7. Facing the solicitation of the elders of the 3rd District, he proposed the conditions for taking charge of the 6th District afterwards. The request of the elders of the 5th District, the elders of the 3rd District naturally understood his thoughts. As long as he runs the 6th District. In the future, the 5th and 6th areas will be under his hands. His strength is further expanded, and he is likely to become the most powerful force in Meteor Street. However, the elders of the 3rd District chose to agree. He is only 34 years old at this time, and he has a lot of time to plan slowly in the future. It can be said that the 3 elders have long been eyeing the 6th and 7th areas. It's just that the elders in these 2 areas have 2 strong guards, and they didn't have the right time to start, which led to the delay of the plan. The arrival of Yi broke this situation for them. Play as the killer commissioned by O'Neill and accept the test of the 3. Check if you have the ability to deal with the 6th and 7th Elder Guards. As for the test results, the 5 capable corpses at the door are a good proof. In this regard, the 2 elders are very satisfied. Their long-cherished wish will soon come true. Knight 1 is also very satisfied. The time when blood vines mature is not fixed on a certain day. The entire August may be the mature period of the blood vine. Regardless of whether the actions of the 2 elders can be successful, they can still disrupt the situation in the 6th and 7th regions. They succeeded, and Yi could use their power to help him deal with those who came to compete for blood vines. Even if they fail, the strength of the surviving 6th and 7th elders will be greatly damaged. Even if he wanted to participate in the battle for blood vines that happened next, he was powerless. So to speak, regardless of the outcome. Yi's next actions are full of advantages. As for whether O'Neill could survive or not, Yi didn't care. It's just a tool for him to use. Night falls. Yi's figure appeared in the 6th district. He did not run directly in the direction of the elder's mansion, but was familiar with the surrounding environment. Training under Bai Siji for half a year has greatly improved him. Let him, a newcomer who has mastered Nian for less than a year, has the strength comparable to the top-ranking members of the brigade. But this didn't change Yi's habit as a killer. Before performing the task, he always habitually collects various information about the target, so as to set up many plans to complete the task. Among them, the escape route also needs to be considered. The surroundings are clean and colorful. Trees are so rare in Meteor Street, you can see one every 10 meters at this time. Nearby buildings also appear to be more modern. Although most of them are only made of cement, the presence of electrical appliances can be seen. Yi also had some understanding of the elders who wanted to control the 6th and 7th districts. If it was him, he would naturally want to live in such an environment, instead of being surrounded by mountains of garbage, and a stench from time to time. Walking around, Yi gradually walked from the center of the 6th district to the border. For the blood vine that grows at the junction of the 6th and 7th districts, although it is not yet mature. But Yi didn't mind to check the surrounding terrain, environment and other factors in advance. To avoid being discovered, Yi did not use circle, but used Reiatsu perception to inquire about the surrounding environment. After a while, a large area of life breath was sensed by Yi. Sure enough, the blood vine is such a sacred relic that matures once in a century. Meteor Street will never let it grow like this. Inside and outside a valley with a special material, there are more than 40 patrolmen. The firearms armed on his body are more advanced than the patrolmen seen on the periphery of the 12th district. Even when perceiving these firearms, a faint burning sensation appeared on Yi's skin. This is his intuition, which is alerting him. The firearms that can also work on the telepath. The technology tree of Meteor Street is a bit crooked, it's good. Meteor Street provides a large amount of arms to the world every year, which is their main source of income. For this reason, almost all the industrial development of Meteor Street is moving towards firearms. Next moment. Knight frown. Judging based on the life breath sensed by Reiatsu, he was not the only one who came to investigate the servant. On a building 1 kilometer away, someone was using an infrared telescope to inquire about information. It's a pity that it was blocked by a special valley, and he couldn't see the situation inside. The blood vine is not yet mature, and I don't know how many people are eyeing it. After a while, the figure who came to inquire withdrew and left in the direction of the 7th district. Yi was thinking about something. The figure just now was not unfamiliar to him. It's just a little accident that he will appear here at this time. Chapter 78_. The figure moving away towards the 7th district. I was a little dissatisfied with the fact that I just ventured to inquire about the news and didn't receive the goods at all. Dozens of patrolmen patrol the exterior of the building. But his ability can only control 2 people at the same time. So I had no choice but to step back and go back to make a new plan. It's just that the corners of his mouth are slightly raised. Sure enough, there is such a mysterious thing in Meteor Street, and the records in ancient books are no problem. For the blood vine, the figure did not confirm its existence at first. But after groping to the junction of the border, the special valley told him the truth. Hey, I should have told the head of the regiment this news before he entered the ruins, so maybe we can get the blood vine this time. Thinking of getting a gentle and elegant figure, this person can't help but feel a little regretful. Since Krollo isn't here, why don't we work together? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the ear. The regret on his face disappeared instantly, and his expression was full of vigilance. While he was talking to himself, someone unexpectedly came to his side. He didn't answer, just looked around vigilantly. The circle spreads outward at the first time to find the figure of the enemy. Don't worry, I'm not hostile to you, Knight of the Phantom Troop. It sounded again with a cold voice. The knight turned sharply. A figure hidden in the darkness appeared behind him at an unknown time. Who are you? Looking at this figure, the knight asked cautiously. Although it is not a combat member in the brigade, it also acts as a temporary think tank. He didn't ask why he knew his own information. This is Meteor Street, and the Presbyterian Council has the basic information of the Phantom Troop. It is no surprise that his personal information should be leaked as a result. Just mention the name of the head of the regiment. Do you know the head of the regiment? Is the enemy, or an acquaintance? A series of doubts emerged in my mind. As the world's most notorious criminal gang, the Phantom Troop has committed countless crimes. On the contrary, there are many enemies. Those who came to take revenge over the years, they also killed an unknown number of people. Over time, I got used to it. Me, didn't you send my message to Krollo half a year ago? Yi's figure emerged from the shadows. The relatively immature face made the knight feel familiar for a while. Half a year. You are the replacement team member identified by the team leader. The memory of the knight is very good. The moment he saw Yi's face, the news about him automatically came to his mind. The commander didn't solve you. It doesn't seem to be the enemy tilde. Since Yi was able to appear here alive, obviously there was no conflict with Krollo. Since it is not an enemy, the atmosphere naturally does not need to be so tense. It's really scary. I only passed the hunter test half a year ago, and now my strength is stronger than me. The figure of the knight walked towards Yi. His hands were hanging in the air, as if he had no intention of attacking. One step forward and chopped you. Extend 2 fingers and sandwich an almost invisible antenna between them. The moment the knight was talking, he secretly threw the antenna of his ability towards Yi. Walking towards him, he was deliberately attracting Yi's attention. It can be said that although it is insufficient in terms of hard power, it uses its own wisdom to the maximum extent. Ahahaha tilde. Seeing that his intentions were exposed, the knight just smiled awkwardly. I have no hostility towards you, but if I continue to be attacked, I don't mind the brigade being reduced by one before the September operation. In the end, Yi Yi's voice became colder. Killing intent is also spreading towards the knights. For the knight, it was an accidental encounter, not without him. It's just for the sake of an extra backhand in the follow-up snatch. Hearing Yi Yi's words, the knight's expression did not change. It seems that he doesn't care about the leak of the brigade's actions. Ahaha tilde I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it. How will the cooperation work? How will it be distributed after winning the blood vine? Yi Yi didn't answer, just glanced around. The two stayed here for a few minutes, having been noticed by the surrounding patrollers. Continuing to stay around will inevitably reveal the existence of the two. Talk somewhere else. The basis for cooperation has been reached. Yi Yi's figure, accompanied by a few flashes, left into the distance. As the first ability acquired in the dimensional inheritance system, it was engraved in the soul early in the morning. It is also the one he is best at among all his abilities. 10 minutes later. Inside an abandoned house near District 7. The old and peeling walls and some broken furniture tell a story of the past here. In a place like Meteor Street, there is no law other than the simple iron law promulgated by the elders to rule the order. The two of them, as guys born in Meteor Street, are naturally the same. The only thing that can maintain this cooperation is strong strength. If he hadn't resisted the sneak attack from the knights the previous night, it might have been a corpse by now. Yi Yi waited at the house for a few minutes. With the sound of footsteps, the figure of the knight also appeared. I didn't expect Mr. Yi Yi's strength to improve so quickly. He only learned to read the ability for a few months. Seeing each other again, the attitude of the knight is much better. Just casual words, as if to imply something. You don't need to worry about it. What? Krollo agrees with you to cooperate with me. Ignoring his hint, Yi Yi asked Krollo instead. Judging from his changed attitude, there is a high probability that he contacted Krollo. The commander said, since it's Yoichi, then it's fine. That's the case. The knight was not embarrassed that he didn't notice it at all. Continuing the previous topic, what is the cooperation method, and if the blood vine is successfully obtained, how should it be distributed? Walking aside, he casually found a stone and sat down. The knight apparently agreed that the two would cooperate to obtain the blood vine. The goal was initially achieved, and the corners of Yi Yi's mouth raised slightly. Chapter 79 _ For the knight, Yi Yi didn't plan to tell him all his layouts. After all, it is only the first cooperation, and they do not trust each other. The whole month of August is the season when the blood vines are mature. What we have to do is to pick the blood vines when they are mature. As for the distribution method, 1 person and 1/2. The plan is not outstanding, but it is sufficient. When there is no specific information like this is almost the same plan for all the looters. Throughout the month of August, the information I got only recorded the places abandoned by God, the intersection of 6 and 7, these simple messages. Now that the partnership is established, the knights don't hide the information they get, but Yi Yi needs to distinguish the truth from the fake. What about those guards? If we don't go in, we won't even be able to see the face of the blood vine. The guards that the knight refers to are the patrolmen outside the valley where the blood vines grow. According to perception, the blood vine is there, but it is not mature yet, that's all. Just ignore him. My perception range is 1 kilometer, and I can clearly perceive whether the blood vine is mature or not. The range of perception is, of course, false. Yi Yi already had an idea about what to do next. If the elders succeed in their actions, he will concoct 2 elders according to the law like the elders of the 12th district, and control them to help him obtain blood vines. If the action fails, then these patrols will be dealt with directly. At the speed of Yi Yi, it is not difficult to kill 20 people in seconds. Moreover, Yi Yi's substantive killing intent was also a major killer. The only thing to pay attention to is those who are also likely to come over to compete for the blood vines. Although I don't know how many people there are, even the knights of the Phantom Troop have come, and the number must not be small. In the next few days, I need to deal with the next personal problem. Wait until August, I will go to you. Leaving a sentence, Yi Yi's figure disappeared into the darkness. Leaving the knight who wanted to ask something, but had not had time to open his mouth. Killer. The action is really neat and tidy. Obviously you still want a phone number. It's a pity, it looks like we'll have to wait for the next time. Putting down the hand he just raised, there was some regret in his voice. In fact, when he contacted Krollo, the knight was ready to leave. 2 days later. The crescent moon hangs high in the sky. Yi Yi hides in a tree in the elder's mansion in the 6th district. With his absoluteness, the capable people in the mansion did not discover his existence at all. Although the elder's guard strength is comparable to that of Yi Yi, he seems to be a person with the ability to strengthen the system, and his ability to perceive is not strong. Yi Yi had already tried him several times. He didn't even notice Yi Yi's existence. This made Yi Yi's next actions a little easier. Boom boom tilde. The quiet night was interrupted by bursts of explosions. Blaze. The luxurious mansion was completely blown up and set on fire. The fire quickly spread around in a very short time. The sky above the mansion was ablaze with fire. A scream resounded through the night sky. Those are the servants and guards who work in this mansion. Flames burned on them, searching for water everywhere. But most of the servants were taken away by the flames before they could find the water source. A group of capable people, woken up by the sound of the explosion, gathered around here. Quick, find the enemy. The enemy is running towards the border, don't let him go. The difficult living conditions in Meteor Street make the residents here have an exaggerated reaction speed. In just a few dozen people, the team has been allocated. One time is responsible for Ba Good, and the other is responsible for chasing Yi Yi. It was just before they chased after him that Yi Yi's figure had disappeared from here, and the one who followed him away was the one who guarded the elders. Most of the people in the mansion died in Yi Yi's sneak attack. The only one who survived was the 6th elder, who was protected by the guardian of the capable one. Looking at the mansion where the green smoke curled up, the people hiding in the dark all smiled. Rodney looked at the fire in the mansion with satisfaction. Except for the attack here, the 6th district is intact. Prescott, follow him and deal with him, he's useless. Yes, Lord James. Flowers. The man called Prescott chased in the direction where Yoichi left. 5th Elder Rodney seems to have planned everything. As a killer, Yi Yi knew too much. As the future owner of District 6, he didn't want Yi Yi to continue to live. Only the dead can completely keep the secret. Unfortunately, he didn't know that before meeting these elders, the 12th District Elder Onions had become Yi Yi's puppet. Before the plan even started, it was revealed in advance. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. The junction of the 6th and 7th districts of Meteor Street. Yi Yi's ghostly movement speed made Kelson, who was chasing behind him, miserable. Kelson, as a reinforcement system, is in line with the characteristics of this department. A lean, short hair, a strong to some exaggerated body. All reveal his affiliation. When Kelson was in the middle of the pursuit, he had already discovered something vaguely and wanted to stop the pursuit. But every time he stopped and was about to turn around and leave, Yi Yi appeared beside him again and again, attacking him with a weapon that could suddenly stretch. Although the damage is not too big, it can only pierce his flesh. But the insult is very strong. After such a few back and forth, he had given up and continued to pay attention to Yi Yi. I would rather go back to the 6th Elder's mansion against the occasional attack of the night. When Yi Yi saw that he didn't seem to be ready to continue to talk to him, he also stopped the idea of teasing. Appeared on his way back. Damn rats, running around. Seeing Yi Yi stopped, Kelson's anger couldn't hold back any longer. The thought burst out at Kelson's feet. There's no special footwork, but even so, the speed is amazing. The figure instantly appeared in front of Yi. The right fist was raised high, and a lot of thought energy was condensed on it. Faced with this punch, Yi slanted slightly to the side. With a huge roar, Kelson's punch slammed into the ground beside him. Sun. Chapter 80_. Dodging Kelson's attack at will, Yi lightly jumped back and opened the distance again. The breath is too impatient, and it seems that he is not good at absolute and hidden. A short knife suddenly appeared in Yi's hand. Shoot him, the gun. With the sound of iron chirping. The sharp gun instantly hit Kelson, who had no time to retreat. Just like the previous few times, only his flesh can be inserted. Unable to cause an effective attack. Unfortunately, there is still 0.3% of the unlocking progress. System panel. Host, Night 1. World, Full-time Hunter. Number of inheritances, 1. Inherited figure, Ichimaru Jin. Unlock progress, 49.7%. Zanpakuto, Spear First Solution. Spiritual Pressure, 500. Ability to Master. 1, 2, 3 Spirit Bodies unlocked. Slash, the fighting method of the god of death using a knife, sword. White Strike, the body art of the god of death. Shunpo, Reaper's high-speed movement skills. Ghost Road Intermediate, the advanced spell used by the god of death to fight, divides the way and binds the way. Reiatsu Perception Intermediate, the Shinigami's ability to sense the surroundings using Reiki. The next ability to unlock, need to unlock progress 50%. After the Sixth Elder's mansion was blown up with a bomb, Yi's unlocking progress was improved again. Only the last 0.3% of the unlocking progress is needed to unlock the next stage of inheritance. This made Yi a little regretful that he didn't kill another capable person in the 12th district. The first solution of the magic spear, the attack power is still too weak. When encountering the meat shield of the same level of strengthening system, it cannot cause an effective attack at all. This is also the reason why he chose to use bombs to bomb the residence of the Sixth Elder. The thoughts flashed by in an instant. The sharp gun disappeared from Yi's hands again. Instead, it was Yi's strange gesture. One of the breaking paths, a blow. With the white light flickering, Kelson, who ran towards Yi, seemed to have been hit by a mysterious force, and couldn't stop backing away. Not finished. Yi re-change gesture. One of the binding paths, plug. Kelson, who was still receding, had his hands mysteriously automatically bound behind him. What kind of power is this? Hey, let me go. Ignore. The next binding path is sent out from the hand. The fourth way of bound, gray rope. A golden light rope appeared in Yi's hand, and shot towards Kelson's direction. It's just that Yi miscalculated this time. The binding ability of number 1 binding road was too weak, and it only trapped the big man for less than a second. Under the blessing of Nien, the arms violently broke the bondage. When facing the second shackle, the body rolled and avoided it. Cut. Kelson, who escaped the night shackles. His face was covered in anger. I saw him inserting one hand into the ground, forcibly deducting a huge stone from the ground. Covered with thoughts, I threw it towards Yi. The speed is very fast, and almost at the moment of throwing it, it came to Yi's side. At the same time, Kelson's feet were covered with psychic power, and the shooting star started running. Facing the flying stone, Yi's thought force condensed in his hand, and a hand knife split it into 2 pieces. Undiminished, he collided with Kelson, who was rushing towards him. Pong. When Kelson came to Yi, a lot of thought energy was already condensed in his right fist and hovered in it. Although he is a person with the ability to strengthen the system, the precise operation of the mind cannot be meticulous, but he can still complete such a simple control. The collision between the 2 hand knives and fists. produces bursts of intense sound. After a brief collision, the two separated again. The next moment, the fierce confrontation began. In just a few seconds, the two have clashed dozens of times. The air waves generated between the fists and feet were scattered around. Even though Yaiki is a person with the ability to manifest the system, he has never given up on physical training. Skilled in assassination and martial arts, he has the ability to fight with reinforcements. Nianqi quickly circulated, and the application of flow to firm made the battle between the two last for a long time. The two separated again, but Yi stepped forward again in a blink of an eye, giving Kelson no time to react. A hand knife slashed towards his neck. So fast. Kelson's eyes widened, and then he recalled the ghostly speed before Yi. The thoughts in his body flowed quickly. Ding! The sound of the clash of gold and iron spread all around. At the critical moment, Kelson put his right arm in front of him and successfully arrived at Zhu Yi's sneak attack with his own body. You must know that even if Yi's hand knife does not condense his thoughts, it is already harder than ordinary steel. After condensing the energy, the power is even more terrifying. Cut. Failing to remember, Yi stepped back again. After several fights, Yi has found that he is completely unable to break the defense. No matter whether it is attacking by covering his body with his thoughts, or using a magic spear, he cannot cause substantial damage to him. Broken down number 4, by Lei. Stopping the figure that was backing away, Yaiki pointed his right index finger at Kelson. With the continuous injection of spiritual pressure, a dazzling thunder light condensed on Yi's index finger. Kelson's face was straight, and he subconsciously wanted to dodge aside. But it's too late. At the moment when the thunder light condensed, white and purple thunder and lightning had been shot from Yi's hand. The exaggerated speed made it impossible for him to dodge. With his arms crossed in front of him, his thoughts flowed quickly. Try to fend off this attack. But he didn't know that this attack was just a feint, and the real attack was still to come. Yi pointed at Kelson with a single palm, a little red flame flashed in it. The King's Lander, the mask of flesh and blood, the omnipresent, the thing that flutters high, and bears the name of man. Truth and temperance, the wall of ignorant dreams, only on it. Broken Dao 33, King Fire Pendant. Almost all of the Reiatsu is concentrated in the broken path in his hand. If this blow still fails to cause effective damage, Yaiki can only choose to retreat strategically. A flame suddenly appeared on Yi's palm. Expansion, the flame continued to expand. When it expanded to a radius of 3 meters, the flames shot out of Yi's hands. This all happened incredibly quickly. Kels just blocked Yi's ballet, his arms drooping down his body. The inflated Kang fire plume hit his body. Ah!